Chapter 1 What Has Happened Toth World. What sort of scene do you envision when I think of apocalypse? I sit the tremor soft, volcanic eruptions, or perhaps a cataclysmic tsunami that engulfs the globe? No, none of these. When he derives, everything just irrelevant. People hardly notice any abnormality as the blue planet thas quiet, like complete its transition into oblivion. It was a tranquil morning May 2021. Qin Feng awoke in the faculty dormitory of Jiangning No. 1 High School, rising numli ta gaziate the thick fog fate enveloped theorem, a look of bewilderment teched upon his face. Since graduating from university, he had been assigned to a vocational schule for 3 years. The cramp headquarters, the worn-out sofa, and the foul-smelling socks left unwashed from the previous day, all bear testament to the ordinary and mediocre life of the Xiamen. Yet, the pervasive elite fogland tannin describe a bare ray of strangeness to this mediocrity. This dreadful weather is becoming increasingly bizarre, Qin Feng muttered to himself, extending his hand toward the surrounding fagan jive gentle wave. After stretching lazily, he made his way to the bathroom to wash up. After 12 months of adjustment, he had grown accustomed to life shrouded in this fog, much like the majority of the city's inhabitants. Despite this, he could never quite comprehend the origin of the thick mist. He and Lyra collected in March 1 staff this year. Jiangning had experienced an unprecedented torrential downpour hat last a day full fortnight. While men regarded his league subnormal, few took it seriously. After all, in recent years, the blue planet had been beset by a multitude of calamitous locust plagues, pandemics, and various from paging viruses. It was in tunnel the morning of March 15 that the Rhine abruptly ceased. Subsequently, a light enveloped the city. This mist, imbued with a faint pink hue, spread silently, meandering through the Aruntelik completely obscured Theski. In the initial days, the fog was so slight that tithardly impacted the lives of ordinary people. However, as thickened, power outages became increasingly frequent, and Thesidus network stations suffered continuous electromagnetic interference. At its worst, people were unable to answer their phones, and even military radios began to fail, losing contact with satellites. Ding ding ding. Their jarring sound of an alarm clock interrupted Qin Feng's reverie. A glance at his watch and cursed under his breath. Damn it. It's already 7:30. Hastily in his clothes, he made his way to the King building. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, Qin Feng noticed that the fogto day seemed denser ton usual. Theski was overcast, with visibility reduced to barely 10 meters. Strangely, a massive dark red object had begun to hover ominously above the shoal, resembling a glowing fireball, drawing ever closer. Asheri Chep fell on beneath the teaching building, Qin Feng galted, fixating on Thekrim's object for an extended period. The fog was a thick that his vision could not penetrate the atmosphere to discern its true nature, yet these said something peculiar booty. Is that a sin? Hemmer mirred to health, but quickly dismissed the notion as implausible. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by the silhouette of a figure emerging from the fog. Qin Feng. Themmerning me tingice about a start. Why are you still outside? Turning to see wo had spoken, Hera cognized the voice of Xiameng, the homeroom teacher of class 3. She was a woman of striking beauty and an inviolable figure athoff her face was obscured by the fog. Hera luring salute to assume mistakable. What a coincidence it saw you here. Qin Feng scratched his head, somewhat surprised. Alt Huffbathy and Xiameng taught in class 3. Their interactions were infrequent. Xiameng was Ratheraluf. No tonlai stunning and appearance a buddle so returning doctoral graduate, reputed Takame from a powerful family. Thelino fad mirrors vying for attention often extended to school gates, and sharily acknowledged at him. Itis indeed quite a coincidence. There were in the 5 minutes left until the meeting, so it had to Dramindia, Xiameng remarked, her brow furrowing imperceptibly, betraying her discontent with Qin Feng's aimless demeanor. Nourish, there is still time. Qin Feng quickened his pace, attempting to strike up a conversation with Thysis booty. Throughout the aspen rather runigulantly, don't you think? The tree object in Theskai seems rather odd. Watchard object? Xiameng replied, taken aback. Qin Feng pointed towards the ski. Right here we'd see him still be getting closer. Where? Xiameng said upward but saw nothing but the rolling white fog. Qin Feng was taken aback. That thing is glowing, can't you see? Ha ha! Xiameng laughed, casting him a disinterested glance. You're not suggesting that the meteoritize the Earth, are you? No, Qin Feng shrugged, losing interest in the conversation. He wasn't accustomed to interacting with Zomioni so hody, regardless so for beauty. Just as about a quicken his space to distance himself from her. A frantic shout code from the direction of Tedeking building. Ah. Both of them froze, turning simultaneously toward Ursiof voice. What's going in? He just shouted. Xiaoming frowned. Im not so right sounded like height camera from war class, Qin Feng replied, momentarily stunned. It must be Onoftos mischievous students playing pranks again. Xiaoming sighed in exasperation. Wait, you go head to the meeting hall, I want to check on my class. Qin Feng shook his shade and hurried toward class 3. His intuition told him the type did not seem like a prank. Theshoth had been too abrupt, though brief. It was laden with a sense of dread. Upon bursting into the classroom, Qin Feng found Adel, lanky boy seated on the floor, retching and looking quite unwell. A circle of classmates surrounded him, all wearing expressions of shock. Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Qin Feng squeezed through Tekro and helped the retching boy to his feet. Teacher Qin, I saw a ghost, Zhang Yang exclaimed nervously. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. So it was a prank after all? Before he could regain his composure, Xiaoming arrived, her demeanor fierce as intrigated Zhang Yang. What were you shouting about? Have you forgotten classroom discipline? Zhang Yang jumped, hastily defending himself. No, really. A red thing floated in through to window and suddenly on a myth. Ah. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at the other students. Did you see the third object? No, we didn't see anything. Several ERB classmates who nigh their heads, all indicating they had seen nothing, thought could have entered Zhang Yang's mouth. Xiaoming's patience Aranthan, Zhang Yang, why are you liing? Teacher, imminently. Something really entered my body. Zhang Yang shookished vigorously, appearing flustered and frightened. Qin Feng sighed, everyone, please take your sats and continue studying. Zhang Yang, come with me to the infirmary. Heaven grasped Zhang Yang's arm, intending to lead him to the shul office. However, just as she turned, Hef found himself rooted at the spot. In the sky, there were indeed many bizarre light spots fluttering about like dandelion synthetic fog. These spots were Solite Tazimid Topazesnomus, drift tinge everywhere like little thuisps. The fog that Thad been lingering above had thickened in further. In mere seconds, Qin Feng felt a light around him dim considerably. He surveyed the classroom, noticing that Teverionis feature had become a distinct tamid honest. What's happening up there? Theckless remissidark. Look outside, Thefage is enormous. Today, the shul feels soffits took it. Notably Qin Feng sensed the problem every student in the classroom felt an inexplicable sense of dreadus the atmosphere darkened abruptly. Qin Feng retreated into the classroom, closing the door behind him. Addressing the agitated students, purged, everyone, quick liar turn toy or sats and be quiet turn on lights. With that click, someone switched on the classroom lights, brightening the room slightly. However, under thedual effect soft he light sand the fog, the facezoful the student stuken ash strange crimson hue, mariria than before. Through hes light liajar door, more strange fixipidin, white within soft pink, clearly visible toll. Every own wastrance fixed, eventhimus rambunctious students fell into unusual silence. They had encountered fog before they had experienced darkness. But this peculiar mist, which was white tinter spursed with pink hond thick enough to obscure event the daylight, was really uncanny. The collective Ezelin Sebe came a breed of ground for fear. Xiaoming's breath quickened, unnaturally tugging at Qin Feng's shirt. Why are you back? We can't go out here Ermina red things floating in Thesky. Didn't you see them? Qin Feng's tone was anxious, instinctively sensing that the sebazariard substances could pose a significant threat. What Erethy? Why can't I see anything? Xiaoming exclaimed in terror, her eyes darting around but failing to catch sight of anything. All that Tegrandored being firm lie shook by Qin Feng, the outside world was still visible through the window. Yet, in Thesof Xiaoming and her fellow classmates, alt hat lay beyond ways a thick mist of pale pinkwy, devoid of fanathingles. Can you trilla not see them? A jolt of absurdity flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Could it be thought such crimson entities were visible beyond Lato select few? With this thought, Qin Feng hastily littered this gaze back and called out. Zhang Yang, can you see anything? His words filtered into agasp, forehebel Zhang Yang's face contorting gyna frenzy. Vein sandapillarias writhed beneath his skin, causing his visage to swell and twist into an irregular plane. This bizarre sight sent Tashaver down Qin Feng's spine. and head trembled as she inquired what twas amiss. Teacher, I feel it literable. Zhang Yang's voice, as though hurin during unspeakable agony. Suddenly, He let out a heart-wrenching scream, forcefully shoving past Qin Feng, and bolted through her classroom door, plunging headlong into the depths of Timist without a backwards glance. Donk out. Qin Feng intended to purse him, but Hegawa students Zhang Yang had only taken a few steps before he was entirely engulfed. Yet, from within the fog, his anguished cry pierced the air, sharp and chilling, akin to an italslament. Donnet come near. Please, no. The cry spurs is dead for a flating 12 seconds before abruptly ceasing, leaving theater sin gulf fed in a new wavy ofterer. Canun uni explain what Tony Arthashapning? Xiaominglan et against twol. Hair teeth chatter incessantly. Silence ned the classmate test remaining in the classroom where rendered mute with feared. Nanak nutha belen Zhangyang, nor could they fathom what transpired in the world outside. Chapter 2 The Crimson Substance. An intangible ends of oppression nearly rendered them breathless. Beyond the window, the thick mist, aspectral blend of whitey and faint pink, loomed omnipresent, akin to the minion so fatal, floating gabu tandon stilling an indescribable psychological strain that unlie intensified. Thusel incest on for internitai until a few brave zulses tude, trembling as they huddled Togather, proposing, teacher, perhaps you should call the police? The police. Qin Feng smacked his forehead, hastily extracting his fin from his pocket. Only to discover the ruis no signal. Damn it. The signal has been erratic these past few days, and no, I can Tevin reach the emergency services. Hito set the phony aside, cursing Gunder's breath. Everyone attempted to makels, but soon earphones were abandoned, leaving them gazing at Tony and other in confusion. All their device should lost signal. Themeretimid female classmates begin to sub softly, will let the molest students, possessing slight lie greater fortitude, refrained from tears, yet our expressions betrayed their helplessness. Stay here, I will take you a look outside. Qin Feng declared after a moment of contemplation. As the assigned teacher, Heffelt compelled to assume some responsibility I wishes to be. No, you mustn't. Something terrible is happening outside the itis farta dangerous. Xiaomin shook her head vigorously, her face drained off colored. It will be fine, I am quite familiar with the Schulen theories real peril. Qin Feng forced as my leash steeled himself and pulled open the door amidst Hinxias gazy sophist classmates. In truth, Heffelt fear. Hishin trembling slight Liashed grasped the doorknob. Everything was surreal outside that classroom. Darkness shad completely enveloped Theski, and the corridor was rowdied in pink mist. At first glance, the fog appeared to be delicate blush, yet instantly obscured a light, cloaking twirled in a somber twilight. It is dark, Qin Feng observed, his shan squaken Jevenmore. It washber le pastate and themerning, typical I the mist bustling and wasitime de athashol. Yet beneath the pink fog, all was serializalant, resembling a forsaken ghost town. Perhaps Sishud checketh their classrooms. Resolute, Qin Feng turned towards class 4. However, after only a few steps, his shoe struck some thing on the ground, and Heffelton unsettling movement beneath his foot, producing a keeling crenai that made him recoil as if shocked. Hey thinsawa boy in asculiniform, lying gone the floor like ye lifeless his skin cracked, and his cheekbones protruding grotesquely. Zhangyang? Qin Feng called out, but received no response. He hurriedly crouched down, intending to turn him over. Just then, a flicker of crimson lights darted through the corridor, floating toward shim like dandelion seeds, as hypotheory and disconcerting. Damn it. Thoth could not comprehend the naturif lights. Zhang Yang's fate made Qin Feng acutely aware a thought contact with them could lead him to similar plight. He quickly wearied himself, rolling to the geof the corridor. Fortunately, these strange crimson lights lacked self-awareness, drifting aimlessly past them without making contact. Phew, Qin Feng exhaled, his shi'ar tracing as she carefully avoided them. Yet the dared no taproach Zhang Yang any further. The corridor was thick with the lights, resembling a flurry of feathers swaying at the wind. Not wishing to take any risks, he opted for Anatharet, making ease way towards the ground floor of King building. The mist and lithicand, obscuring Noja's signal sand sight, bu seeming lie affecting Ganesh shearing. In the vast expansive city No. 1 high school, with at least 3,000 students, Qin Feng had walked foursome, yet no ta is peruche these ers. It is a quiet. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qin Feng entered again stammerable column, gasping for breath. Ouch! Mere moments later, a faint sound reached these ers, barely perceptible. Instantly, he turned this gazi towards Thesaurus, spotting a plump, balding middle-league Gedman crawling laboriously on the ground. Old Joe. Chin Feng recognized Haimaton seat was Jody Hai, the biology teacher from class 5, and heckled out urgently. Yet, despite Chin Feng's voice, Jody Hai continued to crawl, seemingly oblivious to his presence, moving in a manner that was utterly bizarre in the thick fog. Old Joe, why are you not responding? Chin Feng felt as Sir Joffrey Tan considered flaying. Bu treasured himself at Jody Hai posed no real threat, so a cautious lie approached, repeated likeling his name. Only when he drew within 5 meters did Jody Hai finally register his presence, lifting a shade in bewilderment and exclaiming, Chin Feng, is that you? Where are you? Huh? Jody Hai's reaction momentarily stunned Chin Feng. Was she not standing merely 5 meters away? Why called Jody Hai not see him? Old Joe, I am right in front of ya. Chin Feng grashed forward, grasping Jody Hai's arm. Soyuriel Yeri here, Jody Hai. Finally aware, collapsed on the ground beside Chin Feng, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Lamented, damn it, thefagis a thick today I cannot see anything beyond 2 meters. Chin Feng shart sankens more. Despite he oppressive aim stand darkness, he could still discern objects sater 9 meters away, yet Jody Hai claimed he could not see beyond 2 meters. This washly irregular. Chin Feng regarded him with suspicion. Old Joe, are you truly unable to see beyond 2 meters? What reason would I have to devave you? Jody Hai indicate ties in Jordankle. Grimace engine pained, if I could see, wouldn't they've fallen down his stairs. Looking down, Chin Feng observed that Jody's left foot was indeed injured, his ankles swollen considerably, explaining his awkward crawling. Chin Feng tentatively inquired, Old Joe, quitted in a thermic call in your name just now? Didio calform? Jody Hai appeared even more bewildered than Chin Feng. Silence fell as Chin Feng pondered, seeming like confirming some thing in his mind. Different individuals are affected by thefog to varying degrees. He could see that crimson substance says floating in Thesky, whilst Yamingen Theathers remained oblivious. He could navigate Tethafog with visibility of 7 or 8 meters, yet Jody Hai struggled to see 2 meters. Additionally, their auditory range differed as well. What could this signify? Chin Feng felt tastes of confusion as she turned to Jody Hai. Old Joe, where do you plan to go? Intento head to ease courage officito summon some guards to evacuate the students. With this thick fog, we can't alone hold classes, but me phony has no signal to contact the shaletters, Jody Hai muttered, while Chin Feng's expression was increasing peculiar. After several moments of contemplation, Chin Feng assisted Jody Hai to his feet. Let us go together to the security office. They should have Allen line to contact the police and the hospital. The fog adrinderetto mobile phonesless, but logically, Allen line should remain unaffected. Alright, let us go. Jody Hai concurred, when Sin Jin Panishi accompanied Chin Feng toward the playground. The security office was located near the shul gate, necessitating gate crossing off the playground to reach it. This distance spanned approximately 1,200 meters, which under normal circumstances would take just a minute to traverse. Yet, obscured by the fog, that woe found themselves as disoriented, unable to find interference points, and after 5 minutes of wandering, they remained lost within the playground. How strange it should become lost in the playground. Jody Hai expressed his frustration, suddenly halting, rubbing his clean signal and for Chin Feng to take a break. Chin Feng, however, wasn't willing to restand urged Jody Hai to proceed, saying, Old Joe, let us continue your journey theorize, note him for respite. Luca above is those crimson entities the air drawn ever closer, Sunto and Croacupanus. What crimson entities? Where Arathi? Jody Hai inquired, casting his gazeskeward, revealing an expression akin to Tatof's yumming. Chin Feng chose not to elaborate further, for Jody Hai was profound lie affected by Theden's fog, unable to see even 3 meters ahead, and thus could not discern their luminescent. After much persuasion, Jody Hai consented to accompany Chin Feng to complete their circuitoft to play a ground. However, as they walked, they soon realized that the surrounding had become increasingly peculiar. Before long, they halted on some more, staring down through illy overgrown turf, engulfed in bewilderment. Typically, the grass in a football field shouldn't lie react a height of 3 centimeters at most, yet no it had grown near light in centimeters deep, complete like concealing the tops off their feet. Jody Hai exclaimed, the cisnitrite, Chin Feng. Ircold hat the shul clears fell on a very fortnight why. Then, is the grass in the football field overgrown? Chin Feng was equally perplexed just yesterday afternoon, he had accompanied Zaviral colleagues to the football field for Amich. At the time, Thegras weighs a tan or maliant, and yet, in the span of a single night, ithid burge 1 centimeters. Old Joe, Udiac biology, don't you? Can you explain why that grass has grown so rapidly? I do not know, Jody replied, shaking his shade in confusion. His gaze flickered with fleeting thoughts, yet ultimately he sealed his lips, remaining silent. They trudged onward, and at long last reached the security booth however, the sight that greeted them rendered the mutterly astounded. The walls, floor, and windows soft he security booth were ensnared by a plethora of fun familiar vinyl-like plants. The severed tonality sprawled across the walls, vying fierce for the limited space, while several security guards sprawled across Teflorin grotesque positions, their fatesque mandarrowing. Ah! A piercing scream erupted simultaneously from both their lips. Thegard Swerial dead. Chapter 3. Disaster lurks nearby. Chin Feng, call the police. Hurry, call the police. Zhou Dihai, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, crying out in panic. Chin Feng, however, could only manage a bitter smile if he could have called the police. He would have done so long ago. The horrifying scene before them rendered both their faces ghostly pale. It took a full 2 minutes before Chin Feng mustered the courage to pick up a plastic baton from beside the security guard's corpse. Trembling as he stepped into the duty room, "Don't go in there. There are dead bodies inside." "What do you want to do?" Zhou Dihai incessantly urged Chin Feng to stay away. Chin Feng stiffly turned his head. "There's a landline in there. Don't you want to call for help?" "All right, but be careful," Zhou Dihai finally stammered in agreement. Upon entering the guard room, Chin Feng expertly sidestepped the lifeless body of the security guard and lunged for the desk's landline phone, only to find it ensnared by a mass of thick vines. The dense greenery was as thick as a pinky finger. "Old Zhou, do you have a knife?" Chin Feng steeled his resolve, knowing that without cutting away these vines, he wouldn't be able to make a call. "No," Zhou Dihai replied, stunned, shaking his head. Gathering his courage, he crouched down to examine the security guard's corpse. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Chin Feng, look, these security guards, their bodies are sprouting buds." "What?" Chin Feng was jolted into a state of shock and quickly turned to see that, indeed, several green tendrils were emerging from the corpses of the guards. These tendrils, with their resilient exteriors, had already broken through the guards' abdomens and were thriving with vigor. It turned out that the plants climbing the walls of the guard room were growing from the very bodies of the security guards. This revelation sent a wave of terror coursing through Chin Feng's mind. How could vines sprout from human corpses? He nearly dropped the baton in disbelief and shouted at Zhou Dihai. Zhou Dihai, equally horrified, stammered. Many plants reproduce by dispersing microscopic spores, which, if accidentally parasitized within a human host, could extract moisture and nutrients from the body to take root and grow. Nonsense. Even if they were parasitized by spores, they couldn't grow this quickly. Chin Feng's eyes nearly bulged with rage. In truth, he did not expect Zhou Dihai to offer any real explanation. He merely needed to vent his frustration. To his surprise, Zhou Dihai fell silent for a few seconds before grimly voicing, "This is somewhat reminiscent of the Cambrian explosion phenomenon." "What?" Chin Feng was taken aback, instinctively questioning him, heard that about 542 million years ago, Earth was inhabited only by unicellular organisms and marine life. Then, one day, an influx of high-oxygen molecules suddenly transformed the atmosphere, causing a dramatic upheaval in the biosphere. These unicellular organisms and various marine species rapidly evolved, resulting in a massive explosion of life. In just 20 million years, the biosphere evolved into various birds and beasts, fundamentally altering the world's ecology. The so-called Cambrian phenomenon, to be precise, is when all life was endowed with extraordinarily powerful evolutionary capabilities, with growth cycles and evolutionary efficiency skyrocketing compared to before. Zhou Dihai swallowed nervously, his tone heavy with dread. "Impossible." Chin Feng shook his head vehemently. Though the Cambrian period produced many miraculous forms of life, that was the result of 20 million years of evolution. Look at these plants. Their growth rate is simply defying nature. Even during the Cambrian period, the rate of species growth was nowhere near this exaggerated. "I don't know." I truly have no explanation for this phenomenon, Zhou Dihai admitted, his eyes wide with fear. All I know is that what we're witnessing resembles the legendary Cambrian explosion phenomenon. Only it's happening at an incomprehensibly accelerated pace. Qin Feng stood there, utterly dazed, speechless for a long while. If what Zhou Dihai said was accurate, it would mean that the existing ecological chain of the Earth would be shattered in an instant, and simpler organisms at the bottom of the food chain would gain the opportunity for rapid evolution. These occurrences would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster for humanity. The overwhelming thoughts flooding Qin Feng's mind pushed him to the brink of collapse as he muttered, "What could possibly cause such rapid evolution in that era? Unclear." Zhou Dihai closed his eyes numbly, explaining that the scientific community had yet to define it, and many religions interpreted the Cambrian as evidence of divine existence. Some even claimed that the biosphere of Earth was created by extraterrestrials, and the so-called Cambrian was merely an experiment by alien civilizations. Enough of this, Qin Feng interrupted Zhou Dihai, rising to his feet. I refuse to believe in the existence of extraterrestrials. Such nonsensical theories are better suited for deceiving the gullible. I just want to go back and bring my students to safety. With that, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the plastic baton and turned to leave the guard room. Zhou Dihai hurried to follow, but before they could venture too far, they spotted a wounded yellow dog lying on the school lawn. Wagging its tail pitifully at them, it was Da Huang. Zhou Dihai recognized the dog, raised by the school's security staff, and often played with it, even giving it a name. It seems to be injured. Qin Feng noticed the yellow dog too, stopping suspiciously to glance at its wounded leg, then urged Zhou Dihai, "Let us not get involved. We need to hurry back and inform the students to evacuate. Human lives take precedence over a dog's." Wait, Da Huang's sense of smell is sharp, and it's familiar with the school environment. We can use it as a guide to sense danger, Zhou Dihai insisted, foolishly approaching the yellow dog. In this thick fog, a dog's nose is far more useful than human eyes. However, just as Zhou Dihai bent down to pick up the dog, Qin Feng perceived a horrifying sight. A fist-sized mass of red substance was plummeting from the sky, poised to strike Zhou Dihai. "Watch out!" Qin Feng rushed forward, yanking Zhou Dihai back just in time. "What are you doing?" Zhou Dihai was pulled aside, narrowly avoiding the red projectile, which grazed his scalp before crashing onto Duang's head. "Ow!" The yellow dog let out a mournful yelp, its body flipping over, limbs spasming in evident agony. "Why did you pull me?" Zhou Dihai stumbled to his feet, brushing off the grass remnants from his trousers. Utterly confused, he still had not seen the red object. Qin Feng remained frozen, eyes fixed on the yellow dog, offering no explanation. An hour earlier, Zhang Yang had succumbed to that very red object and suddenly fell ill. He feared the same fate awaited Da Huang. Yet, contrary to his expectations, a few seconds later, the yellow dog stopped howling, slowly rising to its feet, its filthy head drooping low as it fixed a cold, eerie gaze upon the 2M end. It was unharmed. Qin Feng stared in disbelief at the dog. Da Huang, too, remained motionless, its eyes reflecting an abnormal red hue that grew increasingly murky. What's wrong with Da Huang? Zhou Dihai, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, limped closer, intrigued by the dog's strange demeanor. "Don't go near it." Qin Feng attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The most bizarre and unfathomable scene unfolded before them. The typically obedient and timid yellow dog suddenly transformed, displaying an aggressive and vicious demeanor. As Zhou Dihai approached, Da Huang lunged at him, baring its blood-red teeth and biting down on Zhou Dihai's arm. "Ah, Da Huang, what are you doing?" The sharp pain in his arm elicited a shriek from Zhou Dihai. As he struggled, his eyes met those of the yellow dog. Those were eyes devoid of warmth, cold and cruel, shimmering with a sanguine glint. The white mist exhaled from the dog's mouth, mixed with a copious amount of viscous saliva, spoke volumes of its mutation. A single bite could tear Zhou Dihai's arm, exposing the white of his bones. "Let go of me!" Zhou Dihai cried out, gasping in agony as he fought back against the yellow dog. The dog's ferocity far exceeded Zhou Dihai's imagination. It clamped down on Zhou Dihai's arm, thrashing its head violently, unleashing a primal growl that easily overpowered Zhou Dihai, dragging him deeper into the fog. "Qin Feng, help me!" Zhou Dihai's desperate screams echoed as he was pulled 2 to 3 meters. His voice filled with terror. Qin Feng stood there, utterly dumbfounded, until Zhou Dihai's cries snapped him back to reality, and he steeled himself to give chase. Yet, the yellow dog, dragging a man weighing over 150 pounds, dashed away faster than Qin Feng could run. The thick fog obscured his vision, and within mere steps, Zhou Dihai vanished from sight, leaving only the intermittent sounds of his screams and the ominous growls of the yellow dog. The piercing cry penetrated Qin Feng's heart like a venomous thorn, making every cell in his body tremble. The thought that a mere dog could become so ferocious under the influence of that red object was beyond his wildest imagination. Moments later, the piercing screams abruptly ceased, yet the sound of a dog gnawing on a bone resonated with unsettling clarity. Crack, crack. It felt as if the gnashing was occurring directly at Qin Feng's heart. Run! A spasm gripped his stomach, and without a second thought, he turned and sprinted towards the teaching building, muttering frantically to himself, "This world has gone mad." The overwhelming terror left his mind in a haze. Should this calamity continue to fester, the end of humanity might truly be upon us. Chapter 4. The uninvited guest in the crowd with his ability to see further through the thick mist than others. Qin Feng successfully navigated his way off the playground and returned to the teaching building. Fortunately, that mutated yellow dog had not pursued him. Panting heavily, he looked up to see more bizarre glowing orbs floating above the school. And without pausing for breath, he climbed the stairs with urgency, finally bursting into the corridor where Class 3 was situated, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Classmates, come out! We must leave!" he called out twice, but received no response. The corridor was eerily quiet, and even the flamboyant corpse that had lain on the ground moments ago had vanished. Puzzled, Qin Feng cautiously slowed his pace, inching forward until he finally returned to the classroom of Class 3. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with utter chaos. The classroom was empty, all desks and chairs overturned, the floor littered with chalk fragments and students' textbooks. Where had everyone gone? With a sense of suspicion, Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and noticed that the classroom windows had been shattered, each punctured with fist-sized holes, shards of glass strewn across the floor. In the corner of the room lay a mangled corpse, a pool of crimson blood surrounding it. Upon seeing the body of Hejun, Qin Feng's heart clenched violently, and he rushed forward to examine it. To his horror, Hejun's body was riddled with numerous small holes. Resembling a honeycomb, the still fresh blood oozing from the wounds staining Qin Feng's hands. Hejun had been pecked to death. The skin of his face was nearly obliterated, revealing blackened muscle and blood-soaked bone. His eyes had been pecked out, leaving a gruesome spillage of blood across his visage. Another life lost. Qin Feng muttered numbly, his gaze drifting down to a sparrow that lay crushed in Hejun's grasp. The little bird was deformed, its eye sockets a blood-red hue. The ferocity and brutality that lingered in its gaze made Qin Feng's heart constrict. With closed eyes, Qin Feng envisioned a scenario. Shortly after he had departed, those red orbs had invaded a flock of sparrows, leading to a collective mutation, causing them to crash through the windows and viciously attack anyone in sight. Thus, the classroom had descended into such disarray. Hejun had been particularly unfortunate, unable to escape in time, and had been mercilessly pecked to death. What has happened to this world? Qin Feng stared blankly at the corpse, murmuring as if paying silent homage to Hejun. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, causing his nose to twitch involuntarily before he sneezed. Caw! A pitch-black old crow perched on the window ledge, its head cocked to one side as it scrutinized the back of Qin Feng's head. Its eyes were a ghastly red, its neck moving stiffly as it emitted a hoarse caw. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine. He quickly tightened his grip on the plastic baton and turned to confront the crow in a bizarre standoff. The crow remained motionless. It was too small to be a threat to such a large prey. Initially hesitant to move, Qin Feng soon realized the crow had no intention of attacking, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping away the cold sweat as he slowly backed out of the classroom, he shut the door behind him and dashed into the adjacent classroom. Much like Class 3, this room was in utter disarray. With even more bodies scattered about on this floor, there were 4 classrooms, and with each door he opened, Qin Feng could see an abundance of splotchy bloodstains on the desks and floor. 9 bodies in total. Without exception, these classmates had all been pecked to death, their faces and necks riddled with dense puncture wounds. All the corpses bore expressions of disbelief and immense terror, their eyes wide open, bulging out in their final moments. Yet, strangely, Qin Feng began to feel a sense of calm wash over him. Having endured the initial despair and fear, he gradually acclimated to the gruesome environment. The most pressing concern was to locate his classmates and evacuate the school as swiftly as possible. His mind raced as he steeled himself and made his way toward the stairwell at the end of the corridor, in the thick fog. A profound silence enveloped him, broken only by the sound of his leather shoes scraping against the floor, producing a rhythmic tapping. After a brief while, Qin Feng stumbled upon several individuals huddled in the corner of the stairwell, their bodies curled up and trembling like quail. "You're here?" Qin Feng recognized Xia Ming and quickly approached her. However, upon hearing his footsteps, Xia Ming leapt up in a fit of hysteria, gripping a table leg and wildly swinging it at him. "Get away, you monster!" It seemed she was on the verge of a breakdown. Her delicate features twisted in terror, her lips quivering as she swung the table leg with abandon. "Calm down, it's me." Qin Feng dodged her frantic swings, grasping her wrist and shouting, "Xia Ming!" Her eyes gradually focused, and upon recognizing him, she suddenly broke down, her face crumpling as she sobbed loudly, burying her face in his chest and weeping uncontrollably in the embrace of a beauty, soft and fragrant. Had it been under different circumstances, Qin Feng would have reveled in the moment. Yet now, he felt no joy whatsoever. Besides Xia Ming, 3 other female classmates and a short male student were also huddled in the stairwell, as if they had clung to a lifeline. Pleading with Qin Feng, "Teacher Qin, please take us out of the school. It's the end of the world. Enough noise." Qin Feng inhaled deeply, commanding them to cease their cries. In the dense fog, he could only discern the environment within a 10-meter radius. He had no idea what lurked beyond that, and their wails could very well attract death. "What happened in the classroom after I left? Why are you hiding here?" Once their emotions settled, Qin Feng began to question Xia Ming. With exaggerated gestures, Xia Ming stammered, her voice trembling. "There were so many birds outside the classroom. They kept banging against the windows and pecking at us." In a bid to convince him, she rolled up her left sleeve, revealing several bruises and bloodstains from pecks. Fortunately, the wounds were not too deep and had not resulted in significant bleeding. "Understood. Let us go. We must leave the school at once." Qin Feng sighed helplessly, abandoning the search for the remaining students, leading the group down the stairs. Xia Ming followed closely behind, her voice quaking as she asked, "Qin Feng, what on earth is happening at school? Why has it changed so drastically? Where are the principal, the director, and the security guards? Where have they all gone?" "I don't know," Qin Feng replied coldly, not turning back as he continued onward. Outside the stairwell, numerous red orbs floated about, and Qin Feng had to remain vigilant to avoid them. As he moved, he noticed more details. These red entities hovering in the air did not seem to target anyone specifically. Wherever they drifted, they landed, potentially covering anything alive, humans, animals, or plants. Anything possessing life that came into contact with these orbs underwent rapid transformation. Some plants withered and died almost instantly, while others thrived beyond reason, growing wildly and robustly. In a short span, the walls outside the teaching building had become overrun with vine-like growths, resembling a verdant fortress from a distance, nearly blocking the exit of the stairwell. This cursed world has completely transformed. Qin Feng ambled forward numbly, cursing incessantly in his mind. Just as he was about to lead his companions out of the teaching building, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve from behind. "What is it?" Qin Feng instinctively turned, catching sight of Xia Ming's pale, horror-stricken face. "Qin Feng, it seems we have an extra person in our group," she whispered, struggling to maintain her composure, her hand trembling violently as it clutched Qin Feng's. "Is that so?" Qin Feng was taken aback, glancing back skeptically and mentally counting. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching the end of his count, he confirmed Xia Ming's observation. Indeed, there was an additional person in their group. When he had first found Xia Ming in the stairwell, he had counted 6 individuals, 3 girls, 1 boy, plus Xia Ming and himself. But now, a 7th person had appeared. Qin Feng had no idea who this newcomer was, as the dense fog rendered every face indistinct and blurry. Perhaps they're students from another class who discovered us and decided to follow. He initially dismissed the thought, offering Xia Ming such an explanation. However, Xia Ming immediately shook her head, her voice strained. No, if they were from another class, they wouldn't be so silent. They would at least say something to greet us. Women are typically more attentive to details, a natural advantage they possess. Xia Ming's remark left Qin Feng with no grounds for rebuttal. Very well, you stay put. I shall return shortly, Qin Feng murmured, instinctively tightening his grip on the plastic baton in his hand. Gradually, he began to navigate his way back, turning to approach the few classmates trailing behind him. Teacher Qin, why aren't you leaving? Inquired a sweet-looking girl, her voice unnaturally directed at Lin Feng. There's danger ahead. Do not speak. Just move to Xia teacher's side. Qin Feng interjected, shaking his head to halt the girl's words, and continued to identify the faces of the 2nd classmate. The 2nd classmate posed no issue, followed by the 3rd and 4th. It was only when Qin Feng reached the 5th classmate that a horrifying scene unfolded. He finally discerned the identity of the additional figure, trembling in fear, as if his very soul quaked. It was Zhang Yang, the classmate who should have perished hours ago, now stooped and numbly trailing behind the group. His face was a ghastly shade of green, the skin cracked and peeling, grotesque veins and blood vessels visibly protruding. His eyes glowed an eerie green, resembling a flashlight casting an unsettling light. Chapter 5. Everything is just the beginning. Qin Feng's face contorted in terror, utterly unable to believe the sight before him. Zhang Yang, or rather this mutated corpse, grinned at Qin Feng with a mouth split by fissures, revealing a twisted smile. His muscles and flesh had withered away, leaving only a layer of wrinkled skin clinging tightly to his bones. Yet despite being reduced to a mere skeleton, his body remained upright, bearing jagged teeth in a fierce snarl. Damn it! As he beheld the apparition of Zhang Yang behind him, Qin Feng's jaw trembled as if electrified, his palm quaked, nearly losing his grip on the baton. In an instant of eye contact, Zhang Yang lunged forward with alarming speed. His movements were swifter than a cheetah, mouth agape, revealing rows of jagged teeth, now serrated and menacingly exposed. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had no time to contemplate his next move. Those rows of fangs were already perilously close to his neck. Instinctively, he raised the baton, thrusting it toward the cadaver's mouth. Crack! The creature's sharp teeth pierced through the baton's plastic surface, biting down hard onto the metallic components, producing a sound akin to iron scraping against stone. Good grief! Qin Feng cursed under his breath, overwhelmed by the astonishing strength of the corpse's bite, nearly losing his grip on the baton. Faced with this abomination, Qin Feng's composure shattered. A surge of panic was accompanied by an uncontrollable fury. He had had enough. Get the hell away from me, he shouted, steadied the baton with both hands, and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Yang's gaunt chest. Fortunately, the corpse had lost water weight, making it surprisingly light. Qin Feng's kick lifted it off the ground, loosening its grip on the baton and creating a gash. With a determined stride, Qin Feng advanced. Swinging the baton, thud. The baton struck the floor, producing a dull thud that left an imprint on the concrete, sending vibrations through Qin Feng's hands. The corpse reacted with alarming agility, leaping away, its spindly limbs propping it up as it raised its withered, collapsed face, emitting a beastly roar. What is that? Zhang Yang has turned into a monster. Upon witnessing this spectacle, all the classmates shrank back behind Xia Ming, who stood frozen in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. You all need to leave. I will hold it off. Though terrified, Qin Feng, as the only adult male present, had no choice but to step forward, and no sooner had he spoken than he felt a powerful gust behind him. Upon turning, he found that the grotesque jaws were mere inches away. You're a real pain in the neck. Even in death you won't let the teacher rest. Qin Feng yelled, using it as a rallying cry for himself as he positioned the baton to block the corpse's attack. The creature endured several blows, unable to bite Qin Feng, and instead diverted its attention toward the terrified classmates. Run! Don't just stand there, flee. Recognizing the corpse's intent, Qin Feng panicked and urged his paralyzed classmates to escape. Heeding his warning, some classmates began to scatter. But it was too late. The mutated Zhang Yang moved with a speed that surpassed the limits of human capability, easily closing in on the smallest girl in the group. With a ghastly grin, he tore away the flesh from her neck in a single brutal bite. "Help! Save me!" Her cries lasted barely a second before abruptly ceasing, morphing into a hoarse, terrifying whimper. The corpse's teeth were unnaturally sharp, swiftly shredding her skin along with her muscle and vocal cords, blood gushing forth like a geyser, splattering across the corpse's face. "Xiao Wan!" Xia Ming screamed, her voice piercing through the thick fog, echoing with horror. Xiao Wan did not perish immediately. Instinctively, she clutched her wound, a torrent of blood seeping through her fingers, her eyes wide with terror, struggling to open her mouth. Yet no sound emerged, like a fish out of water gasping in agony. This sight was more harrowing than death itself. The corpse, meanwhile, howled with excitement, its mouth smeared with blood and bits of flesh, emitting a chilling sound. The bloody scene assaulted Qin Feng's mind, a deafening buzz filling his head as his vision began to redden. "I will kill you!" Seizing the moment while the corpse feasted upon Xiao Wan, Qin Feng surged forward, raising the baton high and bringing it crashing down upon the back of the creature's skull. Crack! The cadaverous skull splintered, but the anticipated image of brain matter and blood splattering did not manifest. Its body was devoid of moisture. Even the brain matter had collapsed into a dry, shriveled mass, only a thumb-sized clump of white, fibrous material oozing from the wound. Qin Feng had lost all semblance of sanity, numbly swinging the baton again and again. After a relentless barrage of blows, the corpse lay motionless atop Xiao Wan, yet Qin Feng did not relent, delivering a final kick that sent the lifeless body flying over a meter away before continuing his assault. "Qin Feng, stop! Come back and look at Xiao Wan. Save her!" Xia Ming, at a loss, cradled Xiao Wan, weeping as she pressed down on the gaping wound in her neck. Vivid crimson blood gushed from the severed artery, staining the surrounding grass black. Yet all was in vain. Xiao Wan, having lost too much blood, would never awaken again. Qin Feng trudged forward, his steps heavy and numb, gazing at the increasingly cold body of Xiao Wan. Closing his eyes, his voice as hard as stone, "Let her go. Come with me. No, we must save her. She is Xiao Wan, our student." Xia Ming could not accept this reality, her cries of despair erupting. But before she could voice more, she felt a spasm in her stomach and began to retch violently. The stench of blood overwhelmed her senses, and she wished to expel every morsel of food she had consumed in the past few days. "It is hopeless. We can't save her." Qin Feng's expression was numb, the corners of his mouth twisted in anguish. "Let us go. The school is too perilous. There may be even more terrifying things lurking nearby." With that, he grasped Xia Ming's arm. "Get away from me!" Xia Ming fiercely shook off Qin Feng's grip, venting all her frustration and terror upon him. "How can you abandon a classmate? You are unworthy to be a teacher." "You a coward? Am I a coward?" Qin Feng's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the increasing number of crimson lights drifting above them, his voice hoarse, like that of a demon. "If you want to leave, I will go alone. This school is cursed by death. Anyone who remains here will meet a dire fate." Qin Feng was not heartless. Just moments ago, he had exerted every effort he could muster. He had done all that was within his power. Yet he was merely an ordinary person, with limitations far too great. Even if labeled a coward, Qin Feng longed to escape this place, in the face of such terrifying death. Who wouldn't he feel fear? Xia Ming was left speechless, her protests falling silent as Qin Feng forcefully pulled her along. Helplessly, she cast one last glance at Xiao Wan's lifeless body, tearfully following Qin Feng as they fled. Not far into their escape, a scream pierced through the fog once more, causing Xia Ming to shudder. To the left, I heard Zhang Yan's voice. "We must hurry. We cannot go." Qin Feng pressed on, pulling Xia Ming in the opposite direction. "Are you really going to ignore the other classmates?" Xia Ming's voice was hoarse, nearly transforming into a curse. Qin Feng maintained his stoic demeanor, silent. His only course of action was to lead Xia Ming away from this cursed place. 2 minutes later, they arrived back at the playground, which was now bustling with people. Amidst the fog, numerous figures were moving about. Clearly, the students had sensed something was amiss and had banded together, determined to flee the school. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. After all, humans are social creatures, and being among a larger group provided a semblance of safety. However, he did not push into the throng but instead guided Xia Ming toward a less crowded area. Why aren't we joining the main group? As Xia Ming ran, she found herself perplexed. Qin Feng explained, in crowded places, the risk of trampling is high, especially where visibility is poor. There are over 3,000 students and more than 200 staff members in this school alone. With so many people congested at the entrance, it is inevitable that a few will be trampled. Reluctantly, she had to admit that Qin Feng possessed a genius for navigating apocalyptic scenarios. Within a matter of hours, he had achieved a remarkable level of composure. Exhausted from fleeing to a less populated area, Xia Ming yearned to stop and catch her breath. However, before she could steady herself, she felt her toes collide with something hard and cold. Panic surged through her as she quickly glanced down. In an instant, a new wave of screams erupted. What she had kicked was Zhou Dihai's thigh. At that moment, Zhou Dihai had been reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, his chest and arms stripped of meat, leaving only jagged bones, while his abdomen hung with gory entrails. Strangely, the flesh on his face remained intact, preserving a horrific expression of being gnawed to death. His mouth agape wide enough to swallow his own fist. Qin Feng stared numbly, bitterly remarking, "That dog must have avoided old Zhou's face, perhaps finding the flesh there too scant." "Stop talking," Xia Ming sobbed again, murmuring, "So the apocalypse is real. Save your strength. Let's climb the wall together." Qin Feng replied, uninterested in further conversation, and he dragged Xia Ming toward the outer wall of the school. The main gate was completely blocked. Climbing the wall was their only means of escaping swiftly. According to Qin Feng's initial plan, once they fled this wretched place, the nightmare would end. Yet, after straining to pull Xia Ming over the fence, the scene that unfolded on the street filled him with a renewed sense of despair. Not only were there those ominous red dots within the school, but the entirety of Jiangning City seemed to be afflicted, with streets, bars, malls, and shops cloaked in the same eerie presence. The thoroughfare was in disarray, littered with cars halted by accidents, and countless corpses lying in horrific states. Particularly terrifying were the thick, black thorn vines crawling along both sides of the road. These were unlike any flora found within the school. They writhed as if imbued with life, hunting like serpents, expanding at a visibly alarming rate. Chapter 6. Safe Haven. What in the world are those things? Qin Feng was rendered speechless, while Xia Ming appeared even more dazed. The hellish scene shattered their perceptions of reality. Perhaps I was mistaken. The disaster has not merely confined itself to the school. Perhaps all of Jiangning City has succumbed. After a prolonged moment of shock, Qin Feng finally closed his gaping mouth, his tone laden with bitterness. What do we do?" Xia Ming gazed at the horrifying sights before her, her very soul trembling. "Don't ask me. Just keep running." Qin Feng had no idea what to do either, instinctively gripping Xia Ming's hand as they continued their frantic flight. Xia Ming stumbled along behind him, helplessly asking, "Where are you taking me? Shouldn't we report this to the police? Why not go left? Did you see those thorn vines on the road? They sprouted from that direction. We can't go that way." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, running while keeping a wary eye behind them. The thorn vines were expanding at a visibly alarming pace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire street was engulfed. Moreover, the several centimeter-long spikes on the vines made it clear that anything ensnared by them would meet a grim fate. If to confirm Qin Feng's intuition, a terrifying event occurred mere seconds later. A wild dog, in search of food, inexplicably approached the writhing thorn vines, only to be ensnared the moment it drew near. The spikes, exceeding 3 centimeters in length, pierced the dog's abdomen and hoisted it high into the air. "Aroo!" The two running could hear the dog's agonizing cries from behind, and upon glancing back, they were instantly petrified. The thorn vines, having pierced the dog's body, writhed frantically, seemingly injecting it with a horrific suction. Within less than 5 seconds, the once struggling dog ceased its howling. Its blood and flesh appeared to dissolve, transforming into a viscous liquid that the vines eagerly absorbed. The dog's body rapidly shrank, collapsing into a crumpled, leathery hide, while the vines swelled in size, their writhing frequency increasing, thriving on the nutrients absorbed from the dog's remains. Xia Ming, overwhelmed with terror, collapsed to her knees, while Qin Feng could no longer suppress his trembling body, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! These things actively attack living creatures nearby. We need to move." Seizing the opportunity before the vines could encroach further, the two sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash, quickly reaching another street. Fortunately, this second street was relatively calm, devoid of as many corpses and plants, although numerous abandoned vehicles still lined the road. In the thick fog, figures occasionally fled in panic, their screams echoing intermittently. "I can't run anymore," Xia Ming gasped, exhausted from their prolonged flight, leaning against the edge of a car. "If we keep this up, when will it end?" "All right, let's take a breather," Qin Feng replied, at a loss for words. Unable to find a reason to persuade Xia Ming to continue, he had initially believed that escaping the school would suffice, but the reality was that the entire Jiangning city was now shrouded in disaster. Where could they possibly go? Even the city's transportation was paralyzed, leaving them with nowhere to flee. "Xia Ming?" As silence enveloped them, a voice suddenly called out from across the street. They turned simultaneously to see a tall, robust man hastening toward them through the fog. It was Zhou Yang. Xia Ming, who had been silently sobbing, immediately waved vigorously upon catching sight of him. Qin Feng muttered to himself, "What is this guy doing nearby?" He was no stranger to Zhou Yang, one of Xia Ming's many admirers who frequently visited the school to court her, and through their interactions, Qin Feng had become somewhat familiar with him. However, he held a certain disdain for Zhou Yang. Coming from a privileged background and working within the system, Zhou Yang was known for his arrogant demeanor, rarely engaging with anyone other than Xia Ming. As soon as the three of them met, Zhou Yang's gaze fixated on the hands that Qin Feng and Xia Ming were holding, initially taken aback before his expression soured. "Qin Feng, why are you holding Xia Ming's hand? Let go." Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, only then realizing that he had been holding Xia Ming's hand due to their frantic escape. He quickly released her grip, explaining, "Something has happened at the school. We are searching for a safe place." Xia Ming chimed in, "Yes, terrifying things have occurred at the school. Many classmates," she trailed off, recalling the tragic fates of her classmates, covering her face with her hands as she began to sob once more. "I understand. It's not peaceful outside either. I came out to assess the situation." Zhou Yang seized the opportunity to present himself to his crush, immediately offering a tissue and whispering comforting words. "You must be exhausted from running. Where are you planning to go?" Xia Ming accepted the tissue, wiping her face, shaking her head in uncertainty. Qin Feng hastily interjected, "We plan to find an open area, preferably devoid of other living creatures, to hide for a while." After their previous encounters, Qin Feng had gleaned a crucial lesson. Any living being struck by those red lights would inevitably mutate. Plants, animals, even humans, all faced the same grim fate. Thus, remaining in crowded areas was perilous, especially since most people were oblivious to the presence of those red dots and, consequently, unable to evade them, significantly increasing the risk of mutation. Zhou Yang, however, scoffed, "Why run so far? I know a place with tight security. If we go there, we'll be safe for sure." "Where is it?" Qin Feng asked in surprise, quickly following up with a question. "Don't ask. Just come with me." Zhou Yang disregarded Qin Feng's query, instead reaching for Xia Ming's hand, as if he were making decisions on her behalf, asserting with a tone that brooked no dissent. "From now on, you'll follow me. Don't worry. With me around, you'll be safe." "Really?" Xia Ming, still reeling from the terrifying events, nodded numbly, her face pale as she asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Zhou Yang patted his chest confidently. As if just noticing Qin Feng's presence, he turned to say, "You can come along too, just don't be a nuisance." "All right." Despite Qin Feng's dissatisfaction with his demeanor, at this moment, he could hardly afford to be preoccupied with such trivialities. The mere prospect of finding a refuge felt like the greatest fortune. Thus, under Zhou Yang's guidance, the two set forth once more, heading towards the alleged safe haven. Chapter 7. Voices from the Grassroots During Their Flight. Qin Feng discreetly observed Zhou Yang, discovering that, much like himself, this young man seemed largely unaffected by the dense fog, moving with remarkable swiftness. He appeared to be somewhat reliable. However, the safety of the place he spoke of remained uncertain. This thought provided Qin Feng with a modicum of reassurance. After traversing a road, the trio swiftly arrived at their destination, a sprawling shopping mall. Outside the entrance stood several guards, their formation impressively orderly. Puzzled, Qin Feng inquired, "Why are there guards outside the mall? Who are these individuals?" With a self-satisfied smirk, Zhou Yang replied, "As if the guards were under his authority, a significant figure is inspecting the premises. Coincidentally, the fog has erupted, trapping everyone inside. These guards are here to protect him, Dado." Qin Feng responded nonchalantly, choosing not to press further. Upon reaching the entrance, a burly guard suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path. "Halt! No entry is permitted here. Could you please make an exception?" "They are with me," Zhou Yang replied leisurely, producing an identification card and whispering a few words to the guard. As anticipated, the guard stepped aside, allowing them to pass. Thanks to Zhou Yang's leadership, Qin Feng and Xia Ming entered the mall with relative ease. At this juncture, Xia Ming's emotions finally began to settle, and she surveyed her surroundings, inquiring, "Zhou Yang, why did that guard stop us? What did you say to him that made him let us through so readily?" With a triumphant grin, Zhou Yang proclaimed, "He had no choice but to let us through because the leader inspecting this place happens to be my uncle." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if it were about to spill over. Qin Feng pretended not to notice, lowering his gaze and trailing behind. Upon entering the main hall of the mall, they found it eerily desolate, with hardly any patrons in sight. Xia Ming looked around, perplexed. It's strange. Such a large mall yet so devoid of customers. Zhou Yang, beaming with pride, explained, "Prior to my uncle's inspection, he ordered the mall to be sealed off." Xia Ming responded with an "oh," then asked, "But how did you end up here?" Zhou Yang chuckled, "Well, I naturally accompanied my uncle for the inspection. However, shortly after we arrived, the fog thickened and chaos erupted outside, prompting me to venture out for a look, and fortuitously, I ran into you." Engrossed in their conversation, the two completely forgot about Qin Feng. It wasn't until they had walked a considerable distance that Xia Ming realized Qin Feng had not kept pace. Exclaiming, "Where has Qin Feng gone?" At that moment, Qin Feng stood before a floor-to-ceiling window. Having not followed their footsteps, through the glass, he discerned an increasing number of red dots drifting erratically through the fog. Perilously close to the mall, this was a troubling sign, for Qin Feng was certain that wherever these red dots appeared, calamity would soon follow. Hearing Xia Ming's call, he finally ceased his observation inside. "I believe it would be prudent for us to relocate. This place is far from safe." "What do you mean?" Zhou Yang asked, momentarily taken aback, before raising his chin in discontent. "With the street in such disarray, aren't you afraid of getting trampled? Besides, on what basis do you deem this place unsafe?" Xia Ming chimed in, "Indeed, we should remain here. It's less crowded, and there are guards on duty. Surely nothing will happen." No sooner had she spoken than a multitude of disheveled figures surged onto the street outside the mall. Qin Feng squinted to see that the group consisted of at least 30 individuals. The panicked crowd appeared frantic, each face painted with fear as they sought to evade something. Many were shouting incoherently as they ran. Unfortunately, the fog's muffling effect rendered Qin Feng unable to discern their cries. He could only see their mouths moving rapidly, akin to watching a silent film. Upon reaching the mall's entrance, the crowd was similarly met with resistance from the guards, yet they did not disperse. Instead, they engaged in a heated altercation, pushing against the guards. Amidst the chaos, Qin Feng faintly heard someone shout, "Why can't we enter? Don't block the way. The monsters are coming. Let us in." The clamor escalated, and the group outside seemed collectively gripped by terror, desperately shoving against the guards, attempting to breach the mall's threshold. The guards, in turn, brandished their batons, preventing the throng from advancing. "There are so many of them. What is happening?" Xia Ming exclaimed, her eyes wide as she witnessed the scene. Zhou Yang scoffed dismissively, "Don't concern yourself with them. They're merely a rabble. Rest assured, with the guards here, they cannot enter at that moment. Footsteps echoed from the staircase behind them. Xiaoming turned to see a group of well-dressed individuals, approximately 10 in number, escorting a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and an air of authority as he descended the stairs. "Uncle," Zhou Yang called out, rushing to greet the portly man. "What is happening outside?" The authoritative figure inquired, nodding as he gestured toward the overcrowded entrance. "Nothing of consequence, just a bunch of rioters. They wish to rush in, but the guards have stopped them," Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Just then, a guard rushed into the hall, addressing the middle-aged man. "Director Lin, we have a bit of a situation outside. Those people seem to have lost their wits and insist on rushing in for refuge, claiming there are monsters in the fog. They are numerous, and we may not be able to hold them back. That's of no concern," Director Lin waved dismissively. "If the public wishes to voice their concerns, we should allow them in. What sort of behavior is this, creating such a ruckus?" With that, he strode purposefully toward the entrance, adjusting his belt with an air of importance. The guards quickly moved to intercept him, urging, "Director Lin, you mustn't go out there. Those people are behaving erratically, and it could be dangerous." Director Lin maintained a composed demeanor, slowly retorting, "Xiao Su, I must scold you for this. How can we treat the public in such a manner? Do not obstruct me. I wish to hear the voices from the grassroots." As he pushed past the guards and stepped toward the increasingly fog-enshrouded entrance, a piercing, horror-laden scream, fraught with terror and hoarseness, erupted like lightning, striking the collective consciousness of all present. Chapter 8. They are coming. This chilling scream, interwoven with an inexplicable dread, arrived so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard. As Director Lin had only just stepped out halfway, he froze in place. Simultaneously, all eyes turned toward the direction of the mall's entrance, their necks craning in unison. What was that? Who screamed as if giving birth? Alas, the fog was too thick. Most could barely see 3 meters ahead. Despite their best efforts to widen their eyes, they could only discern a vague, indistinct scene, utterly unaware of the precise nature of the event unfolding. Qin Feng strained to see, his keen vision enabling him to discern over 10 meters through the fog. He managed to perceive something amiss. Behind the throng of panicked individuals, a frenzied group of animals followed, comprising wild cats, stray dogs, and a flurry of cawing crows and sparrows. These creatures appeared ordinary at first glance. Yet when they congregated in such numbers, they took on a decidedly unsettling aspect. Especially within the fog, the animals' eyes glimmered with a sinister, bloodshot hue. Even the most cautious and timid wild cat was restlessly sharpening its claws, emitting sharp, raspy meows. The sound was akin to a chainsaw, sending shivers down Qin Feng's spine. As he raised his gaze, he noticed, trailing behind the animals, a sea of ominous red dots flitting about. He realized with a sinking heart that these were the creatures people referred to as monsters. Likely the wild cats and dogs roaming the city, now influenced by the red lights. They were attacking the crowd outside, and the earlier screams had originated from those individuals. Qin Feng could see this clearly, yet the group behind him remained bewildered. However, even without a clear view, the haunting cries from outside compelled them to recognize the gravity of the situation. Director Lin's expression shifted dramatically. The terrifying and hoarse voices from the grassroots struck him with an overwhelming sense of alarm. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he awkwardly withdrew his foot, addressing the guard beside him. "Xiao Su, could you please check again on the situation outside? If it is indeed perilous, we should instruct the guards to close the main entrance." "Understood." The guard nodded in acknowledgement, turned his head, and strode purposefully into the dense fog. The others anxiously fixated on the guard's retreating figure, craning their necks to continue observing the thickening mist. The haze had inexplicably grown denser. Initially, they could still discern some flickering shadows, but as time progressed, the powdery fog thickened, obscuring even Qin Feng's view of the outside environment. Although his sight was hindered, Qin Feng's hearing remained largely unaffected. He could still capture the sharp and terrifying screams, alongside the horrific roars of animals in a frenzied hunt. Damn it! The dreadful cacophony quickened Qin Feng's heartbeat, and he instinctively took a step back, seeking alternative exits from the mall. Before long, He found himself beside Xiaoming, who noticed the pallor creeping across his face. Cautiously, she nudged him. Qin Feng, what do you see? Qin Feng rasped, this place is unsafe. It could be even more perilous than the school. We must find another exit and get everyone to run. Zhou Yang, however, interrupted with annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? How can this place be unsafe? There are still a dozen guards outside. Do you think they are incompetent? Qin Feng's tone grew rigid. You have been hiding in the mall, utterly oblivious to the horrors that lurk outside. If they breach our defenses, they will tear us all apart in no time. Cut it out. Are you filming a science fiction movie? Zhou Yang dismissed him outright. Although he had good eyesight and could perceive some shifting shadows in the fog, he dismissed it all as mere exaggeration, believing Qin Feng to be alarmist. Yet, Xiaoming sensed something in Qin Feng's eyes and quickly addressed Zhou Yang. What Qin Feng says might be true. We did encounter something similar back at school. Xiaoming, why do you always defend him? Zhou Yang retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. Don't worry. If any danger arises, I will surely protect you. As he spoke, he flexed his well-developed biceps, exuding confidence. I've trained in combat. Fool. Qin Feng silently cursed, ignoring Zhou Yang and turning to Xiaoming. This place is truly dangerous. For the last time, will you leave with me or not? Xiaoming hesitated, but before she could respond, Zhou Yang rudely interjected, positioning himself between them with a face as stern as a dried salted fish. What right do you have to take Xiaoming away? I've figured it out. You definitely harbor ulterior motives towards her, don't you? Shoving Qin Feng aside, Zhou Yang grasped Xiaoming's arm. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense, I assure you. No matter what happens, I will keep you safe. Just as their argument escalated, a more horrifying and piercing scream suddenly erupted from the depths of the fog. A figure stumbled into view, frantically screaming, "Run! Hurry! There are monsters, real monsters!" The figure barely made it halfway before inexplicably collapsing. Yet, propelled by inertia, they slid nearly 2 meters across the smooth floor, revealing a bloodied upper body and a back that had been ravaged, flesh gnawed away. "Xiao Su!" Director Lin exclaimed, his chin trembling, prompting a collective scream from the onlookers. The guard who had just rushed outside was now a mere shadow of his former self, covered in claw marks from wildcats and gaping wounds from wild dogs. Both of his thighs were missing large chunks of flesh, with bloodied sinews still clinging to the skin and bones. Countless wounds oozed a putrid blood that spread with the fog, staining it crimson. Moreover, a gaping hole marred the back of his head, where hair and skin had been torn away, exposing his rounded skull, marked with bite impressions. "Get out! You all must leave!" The guard, devoid of strength, convulsed uncontrollably, and with his last ounce of energy, he managed to croak out, They are coming in with that." His eyes lost their luster, pupils dilating, and his head fell heavily to the floor, his limbs twitching before falling silent. The panicked crowd instinctively recoiled 2 meters in unison. Chapter 9. A desperate scene. Zhou Yang stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Director Lin, too, was equally astonished. The rotund, imposing leader now trembled, beads of sweat dotting his corpulent face, the quivering flesh betraying his fear and horror. What is happening? Can anyone tell me what is going on? After a few seconds of silence, the mall erupted into wails akin to a slaughterhouse. "It's too late. We need to go." Only Qin Feng remained relatively composed, loudly urging those around him to vacate the terrifying premises. However, before he could locate another exit, glowing red dots began to emerge from the fog. First 1 pair, then 2, 3, until a multitude appeared. The number of red dots signified the number of mutated monsters fixating on their location. "We redoomed." Qin Feng looked up in terror, spotting at least a dozen wild dogs, over 20 wildcats, and a vast multitude of birds circling ominously at the entrance of the mall. These creatures fixated on them with bloodshot eyes, their jaws stained with remnants of flesh, emitting an ominous roar. An invisible pressure nearly shattered the nerves of everyone present. "Get them out of here! Hurry!" Director Lin nearly soiled himself, never having imagined that the stray cats and dogs of the city could become such terrifying beasts. He frantically shoved his way through the crowd, while the remaining individuals stood in a daze. Even Zhou Yang, who had previously vowed to protect his beloved no matter the danger, was now paralyzed with fear. Wishing to escape from the very marrow of his bones, stop standing there like fools, quickly find something to barricade the door. Qin Feng seemed to be the only one maintaining any semblance of calm, for he had witnessed the horrors of disaster before. Though his body trembled with fear, he was the first to step forward and bellow at the petrified crowd. Yes, find something. They are merely beasts. If we unite, we shall prevail. Soon, others began to echo his sentiments, the crowd frantically searching for anything that could serve as a weapon, but the mall was bereft of any offensive tools. Just as the crowd descended into chaos, a shadow leaped from the pack of wild dogs. It was a wild dog exceeding a meter in size, boasting more robust limbs and claws than its kin, its disheveled fur clinging to its back. Marked with various shades of gray and yellow, in a single lunge, it sank its teeth into a woman's arm and began to drag her into the fog. "Help me, please," the woman screamed in agony, her pale face reflecting pure terror and helplessness as she reached out with her other arm, desperately trying to grasp at those nearby for assistance. "Get away!" The moment she extended her hand toward a man in a white shirt, he recoiled as if shocked, panic-stricken, and quickly pulled back, muscles tensed. "Don't touch me!" Losing her support, the woman was dragged half a meter away, as the powerful yellow dog seized the opportunity to pounce upon her, biting down ferociously. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The horrific and hoarse screams, the splattering blood, and the wild dogs reveling in their gruesome feast created a symphony of chaos, echoing throughout the mall in mere seconds. The woman's arm was reduced to a bloody pulp, her white bones and sinews exposed. Sensing the scent of blood, the wild dogs grew even more frenzied. Initially, it was just one dog biting, but soon a second and third joined in. 5 or 6 wild dogs simultaneously lunged at the woman, their filthy teeth like serrated blades tearing into her flesh. Yet, how much flesh could one woman provide? It was nowhere near enough to satiate their savage bloodlust, and thus, more bloodied eyes turned towards other potential victims. Xia Ming became the next target. These beasts seemed to grasp a fundamental truth. Women, compared to men, were weaker and less capable of resistance, their flesh more tender and delectable. Xia Ming too fell prey, as a slightly smaller wild dog, yet exuding an intense aura of ferocity, leaped towards her. Its blood-stained eyes gleaming like searchlights in an instant. It bounded 2 meters, claws landing on Xia Ming's shoulder. Xia Ming was unexpectedly knocked down, crying out in pain. She desperately reached out to Zhou Yang, shouting, "Help me, please." But what was Zhou Yang doing? The gentleman stood there, utterly petrified, as if his soul had fled, resembling a lifeless piece of driftwood, completely immobilized. The wild dog's jaws drew near, its bared fangs glistening with a translucent, viscous fluid, akin to a dagger, poised to strike at Xia Ming's carotid artery. The proximity was so alarming that Xia Ming could even perceive the foul, nauseating breath emanating from the dog's mouth. Just as those yellowed canines were about to lunge towards her, a police baton soared through the air, striking the dog's head with a resounding thud. The impact was heavy and dull. The wild dog staggered, yelping in pain, and retreated a half-meter, while behind Xia Ming, a figure dashed forward with unrestrained fervor, swinging the baton once more to fend off the wild beast. This sudden intervention was none other than Qin Feng. Faced with these mutated wild dogs, he alone possessed the audacity to take action first. After repelling the wild dog with a swift strike, Qin Feng immediately turned and shouted at the people behind him, urging them to resist if they wished to survive. "Xia Ming, get up now!" A chorus of howls echoed as more mutant wild dogs prepared to charge, including the typically cautious wild cats, which collectively emitted a frenzied yowl. Beginning their hunt for prey, cornered with no avenue for retreat, the people finally summoned the courage to fight back in desperation. Some seized chairs, others broke glass, while many, with bare hands, resolved to confront the frenzied beasts. In the chaos, Qin Feng rushed to Xia Ming's side, handing her a police baton he had scavenged from a fallen guard. "Take this. If any monsters come at you, you must learn to defend yourself." Xia Ming's face turned pale with fear as she cried and retreated. "I can't. I'm just a woman. Why must I do this?" then wait to die. Qin Feng finally lost his patience, growling at Xia Ming. Damn it, is this really the time to distinguish between men and women? Do you think your beauty entitles you to special treatment? These words had long been on his tongue. Without waiting for her reaction, he forcefully thrust the baton into her hands, then turned to kick Zhou Yong, urging, "Get up. Find something to help. Didn't you just say you would protect Xia Ming?" Zhou Yong, trembling and panicked, clambered to his feet, glancing around in search of something useful. He could only grab a nearby chair and swing it wildly at the pack of wild dogs. This is hopeless. These animals are insane, and there are too many of them. We can't hold them off, someone shouted amidst the turmoil. Indeed, humanity's evolution has primarily favored intelligence over physical combat, rendering them ill-equipped for such confrontations. Despite their smaller size compared to humans, the wild dogs and cats were filled with primal ferocity, especially after their mutations, which had significantly heightened their animalistic instincts. They were not only savage but also utterly unafraid of pain. The wild cats, although even smaller than the dogs, exhibited reflexes and coordination far superior to humans, their nimble movements and rapid responses making them formidable opponents. Their claws were long and sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing through human flesh, while human weapons struggled to land as the situation escalated. It became increasingly apparent that the people would soon meet their demise. What do we do? What do we do? Panic gripped the crowd, but this was not the worst of it. Amidst the ongoing chaos, a dense swarm of birds outside the mall began to flutter their wings, crashing against the glass doors with a cacophony that sounded like hail. Some birds had already squeezed inside, circling above, and once they spotted an opportunity, they would dive down, using their sharp beaks to viciously peck at people's skulls and faces, creating gaping wounds. Amidst the turmoil, a middle-aged man had his eye pecked out, the excruciating pain driving him into a frenzy as he swung his baton wildly, inadvertently striking another person. The injured individual stumbled, only to be overwhelmed by a pack of wild dogs, which descended upon him with voracious hunger. It's over! Qin Feng's heart sank as he realized the wild dogs, wild cats, and a multitude of birds had encircled the crowd tightly, with more and more people collapsing in anguish. At this rate, within a minute or two, everyone would become mere fodder. Even more despairing were the eerie red lights flickering in the mist, gradually approaching the mall entrance. Chapter 10. Another crisis, damn it! In the midst of the brawl, Qin Feng unleashed a furious curse. When the pack of wild dogs attacked, he felt no despair. Even the various birds overhead did not unnerve him. However, upon noticing the ominous red dots floating outside the mall, drawing ever closer, an acute sense of dread and hopelessness surged within him. It was not cowardice that plagued Qin Feng. The strangeness of those lights was alarming. Almost any living creature exposed to that red substance could potentially undergo a grotesque transformation. Should that happen, the very humans banding together against the monsters might swiftly become their allies, heralding the true arrival of hell. What do we do? There are so many monsters. They've all mutated. Just as Qin Feng's anxiety peaked, he heard Xia Ming's trembling voice behind him. Turning, he saw that the police baton in her grasp was being fiercely clamped by a wild dog, which was thrashing its head violently. The speed at which the dog swung its head was so rapid that Xia Ming, despite her best efforts, could not maintain her grip on the baton. Without it, she was as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Zhou Yong, who had been beside Xia Ming, was now equally terrified, flailing his arms while his jaw trembled uncontrollably. Though he was tall and robust, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by the horrific scenes unfolding before him, which had stripped him of all courage. Those who had lost their bravery could not function at their usual capacity. Forcing Zhou Yong to retreat as he fought, quickly cornered by the wild dogs, he let out a shrill scream, mirroring Xia Ming's, "What are these creatures? Get away from me, damn it!" Qin Feng continued to curse, the life and death urgency igniting a fierce resolve within him. He swung his baton relentlessly, striking at the approaching dogs and wild cats, pushing his way back towards Xia Ming and Zhou Yong. After several harrowing seconds, he managed to reach them and shouted at the nearly paralyzed Zhou Yong, "Is there another exit? Tell me now." At the very back of this floor, there's a large fire escape, but it's always locked. Zhou Yang cried in despair. Take me there, Qin Feng shouted. Suddenly sensing a gust of wind behind him, he turned, swinging his baton to fend off an attacking wild cat. The plastic baton struck the cat's hard skull, creating a significant recoil, forcing him to brace himself against the wall to avoid falling. The wild cat, however, was sent flying over 2 meters, landing awkwardly on the ground, sliding across the floor, even after sustaining such a severe blow. The wild cat did not perish immediately. Despite its skull being fractured and blood oozing profusely, the scent of blood only served to amplify its innate ferocity. As a natural predator, the cat swiftly regained its footing and leaped onto the back of another middle-aged man. With a swift swipe of its sharp claws, it tore through the man's back, shredding his clothing and exposing raw, bleeding flesh. The wild cat then hung upside down, licking the man's blood with its barbed tongue. Damn it! It seemed that after being struck by those red dots, not only did the wild animal's primal instincts become wildly activated, but their agility, endurance, and resilience also surged exponentially. Qin Feng watched the wild cat in horror, gripped by a chilling fear. The blow he had delivered moments ago had been nearly all of his strength, enough to obliterate any ordinary creature. Yet the wild cat not only survived but continued its assault on a new target. This clearly indicated that these animals had indeed evolved into monstrosities after being exposed to the red dots. The injured man, in excruciating pain, frantically swatted at his back in a futile attempt to dislodge the wild cat. However, the creature's movements were alarmingly swift, and despite his desperate thrashing, he could not land a hit. "Get off me, you beast! Get off!" the man screamed in a frenzy, his eyes wide with despair and terror. The horrifying scenes unfolding before him drove him into madness. No longer attempting to dislodge the wild cat, he instead laughed maniacally, pulling out a windproof lighter from his pocket and igniting his clothing, shouting, "Ha ha, die, you damn monsters! Let us perish together!" Boom! As the man ignited his lighter, flames leapt from the hem of his clothing to his shoulder. The wild cat, which had been furiously clawing at his back, seemed to have encountered its nemesis. With a startled yowl, it swiftly darted away from the man's shoulder. Not only did the wildcat flee, but every creature within a 3-meter radius of the man also retreated in unison, ceasing their assault on the fire-ridden target. Indeed, Qin Feng observed everything with keen eyes, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He hurriedly waved his stick and shouted, "Everyone, take off your clothes and set them ablaze. These beasts fear fire. As long as we ignite our garments, we shall be safe. Let us act quickly." Upon hearing Qin Feng's impassioned roar, Zhou Yang swiftly removed his suit jacket, produced a lighter, set the jacket ablaze, and raised it high, brandishing it defiantly at the surrounding monsters. This tactic proved remarkably effective, the beasts instinctively fearful of flames, a trait even evident in domesticated cats and dogs, were driven back, particularly after being exposed to the crimson glow. The primal ferocity within these stray cats and dogs was fully awakened, and their fear of fire intensified accordingly. Thus, as Qin Feng, Zhou Yang, and the others waved their flaming apparel, the once frantic beasts, including a swarm of birds overhead, quickly fled from the source of the flames, flapping their wings in a chaotic exodus from the shopping mall. Ha! This method is indeed effective. Everyone, ignite your garments quickly, Zhou Yang exclaimed with manic laughter, his excessive excitement contorting his features, his tone eerily reminiscent of a specter. At this juncture, all present were numbed, their capacity for thought dulled. Responding instinctively to his exhortations, they hurriedly complied. Soon, a multitude of flames illuminated the entire mall atrium, and the previously surging strays retreated like a receding tide. Some individuals, driven to madness, glared at the retreating horde, their eyes bloodshot, cursing as they charged after the fleeing cats and dogs, roaring, "Burn, you wretches! Burn! Do not go out! Come back!" Qin Feng desperately implored, his voice rising above the chaos. "There are far worse dangers outside. Do not venture forth." Unfortunately, Qin Feng's warnings came too late, and the dense fog muffled his voice, rendering it inaudible to most. Consequently, 5 or 6 individuals, brandishing their fiery jackets, plunged headlong into the thick fog beyond the mall's exit. Simultaneously, the ominous red dots that floated aimlessly above descended like phantoms, enveloping these individuals, silently merging with their bodies. Initially oblivious to the unfolding horror, those struck by the crimson light continued to shout and chase after the strays, entirely unaware that their bodies and blood were gradually dehydrating and mutating due to the infection. This unruly group is doomed. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng's heart lurched, a heightened sense of crisis flooding his mind. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he urgently shouted to the bewildered masses nearby. Quickly, barricade the doors. Hurry! Chapter 11. Dispute what is going on. Qin Feng's thunderous voice momentarily stunned those around him. Zhou Yang, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, inquired why they were not pursuing. We cannot chase. Qin Feng, too preoccupied to ask Zhou Yang if he could see the red dots, understood that those who had just rushed out were now enveloped in the crimson light, and mutation was imminent. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the entrance, determined to block the glass doors. This strange action left everyone baffled. Just as Qin Feng prepared to seal the entrance completely, Zhou Yang instinctively shouted, "What are you doing? Stop! Do not close the doors!" His outcry prompted many others to echo his concern, rushing towards Qin Feng, asking why he had shut the doors and what would become of those who had just pursued. "Do not concern yourselves with them." Qin Feng pressed against the door, his face betraying a tremor of fear as he stammered. "Those people are going to mutate." "What?" The moment those words escaped his lips, astonishment swept through the crowd, plunging them into silence. After a lengthy pause, someone nervously chuckled. "What are you joking about? How could those people possibly mutate? Those stray cats and dogs were perfectly fine at first. Did they not also go mad and mutate?" Qin Feng turned to survey the crowd with eyes devoid of warmth, finally resting on Zhou Yang's increasingly contorted face, enunciating each word carefully. "You have excellent vision. You should be able to see a considerable distance, correct?" "I can see about 7 or 8 meters." Zhou Yang nodded anxiously, though he was completely bewildered by Qin Feng's comments. Just as he was about to question the meaning behind this, someone nearby gasped, exclaiming, "What? You can see that far? I can barely make out 5 meters. I can only see about 5 or 6 meters at most." The crowd began to murmur, each person revealing their own visual range. As Qin Feng had surmised, the effects of the dense fog varied from person to person. Under normal circumstances, most could see no further than 6 meters, including Xia Meng. "I suggest we all listen and refrain from discussing this further. Let's hear what this young man has to say." At that moment, Director Lin, who had been lurking at the back of the crowd, stepped forward, signaling for silence. Undeniably, his authority commanded respect, and upon his cue, everyone fell silent, turning their attention to Qin Feng, eager for his insights. Clearing his throat, Qin Feng began, "Based on my observations, the fog affects everyone differently. I can see over 10 meters within it, allowing me to perceive many things that you cannot." "What did you see?" Zhou Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Feng. He had boasted of seeing 8 meters in the fog, a feat he deemed impressive, and now he found himself unsettled by Qin Feng's assertion of seeing even further. Qin Feng, oblivious to Zhou Yang's discomfort, solemnly continued, "Within the fog, there is not only mist but also a dark red substance, as light as dandelion fluff, drifting about outside. The reason those stray cats, dogs, and birds went mad was due to its influence." "What do you mean by this red substance?" The crowd erupted into a tumult, many glancing around in confusion, straining to see outside the large windows. Yet, apart from the swirling pink mist, they could not discern the red material Qin Feng spoke of. Immediately, someone raised a challenge. "Wait a minute. Why can you see it while we cannot?" "Exactly. You aren't lying, are you?" The crowd grew increasingly agitated, including Director Lin and Zhou Yang, who cast suspicious glances at Qin Feng. Among them, Zhou Yang's reaction was the most pronounced. A man of considerable self-regard, hailing from a privileged background, he held a high opinion of himself. Academically accomplished and physically robust, convinced of his superiority. When the pink mist had risen, his visibility had been the highest in the crowd, which was why Director Lin had tasked him with scouting the environment. Now, however, An individual he had always looked down upon claimed to see further than himself, even perceiving things he could not. This only intensified his irritation. Thus, Zhou Yang stepped forward, his expression twisted in disdain as he glared at Qin Feng, scolding, "Stop spouting nonsense. The situation is perilous. We can't afford to indulge your ramblings." "I am not rambling." Qin Feng, typically averse to disputes, felt compelled to assert himself this time. "As lives were at stake, I can indeed see things that others cannot, and I have witnessed the mutation process several times. Those who charged out the door have already been infused with that red substance, so I can assure you, they will mutate sooner or later, and when that happens, they will become lifeless corpses. Violently attacking us. Nonsense." Zhou Yang laughed, his disdain palpable as he retorted, "What red substance? What mutation? Can you provide any scientific reasoning behind this? If you cannot, why should anyone believe you?" Director Lin, his face quivering with apprehension, chimed in, "Yes, young man, your claims lack credibility since no one else can see what you describe." Finally, Xia Ming, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. "Everyone, please stop arguing and trust Qin Feng. What he says is true." As Xia Ming's words tumbled forth, Zhou Yang's displeasure deepened, and he could not help but glare at her, demanding, "What, can you also see those red things?" "I cannot." Xia Ming shook her head vigorously but stood firm in her support for Qin Feng. "However, despite not being able to see the red substance, I have experienced everything he mentioned. Indeed, some classmates at school have mutated, even attacking others before my very eyes." As the conversation reached its climax, Xia Ming succumbed to despair once more, on the verge of tears. Director Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas, yet Zhou Yang chuckled smugly, shaking his head in self-satisfaction. "Xia Ming," he said, "your timidity is clearly a result of excessive fear, leading you to hallucinate. Do not believe this fool. He is blatantly deceiving you." With that, Zhou Yang took a step forward, intending to push Qin Feng aside, commanding in a forceful tone, "Step aside and stop blocking the door. Those monsters have been successfully driven away. We must leave this place immediately." No. Qin Feng, whose character was typically submissive, was compelled to stand firm once more, resolutely obstructing the glass door. "If this door opens, those red lights will come pouring in. Not only will those who exit undergo mutation, but we will be unable to escape its grasp as well." Zhou Yang's anger flared instantly. His gaze towards Qin Feng grew increasingly hostile. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Qin Feng, you have been quite helpful just now, and I appreciate it. However, you had better not overstep your bounds. I am opening this door, and I dare you to stop me with that." He attempted to wrench the door open forcibly, but Qin Feng stood his ground, and a heated argument ensued. At that moment, Xia Ming interjected, "Stop arguing. Look, those who rushed out earlier seem to be coming back." Panic surged through Qin Feng as he instinctively turned to the glass door, only to find, through the thick fog, several figures with stiff movements slowly approaching. Chapter 12. Tug of war. The pink mist thickened, and a chilling breeze, seemingly from nowhere, crept ominously around them, whistling through the gaps in the glass doors and windows, creating eerie sounds that heightened the already strange atmosphere. Qin Feng's palms trembled slightly. He understood that these individuals had most likely mutated, becoming aggressive entities akin to the stray cats and dogs they had encountered before. However, the others held a different perspective, particularly Zhou Yang, who, oblivious to any abnormalities, raised his hand and called out to the indistinct figures shrouded in fog, "We're over here. Come quickly, you fool." Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration, his eyes burning with intensity as he glared at Zhou Yang. "Be quiet." Zhou Yang, however, turned back with a mocking smile, defiantly retorting, "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" Speechless, Qin Feng met Zhou Yang's gaze for a fleeting moment before averting his own, inwardly scoffing. The wise words of caution are often wasted on the foolish. Let him do as he pleases. He had already done his part, offering all the information he could. If this did not deter Zhou Yang's reckless determination, there was little more he could do. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng stepped aside from the doorway and silently grasped Xia Ming's icy wrist. Pulling her back with urgency as they moved, he leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, "Soon, chaos will reign here. Let us disregard the others and make our escape through the back door." While he spoke, they made their way toward the mall's emergency exit. Meanwhile, the figures in the mist, alerted by Zhou Yang's voice, approached the glass door with stiff, shuffling steps, their movements slow and deliberate, as the mist deepened and the light dimmed. The visibility for most became increasingly limited. The outlines of the figures emerging from the fog were discernible, yet their features and expressions remained obscured. Zhou Yang, brimming with confidence, pulled open the door to greet the approaching forms. Exclaiming with a grin, "This idiot is merely putting on a show. There is no mutation. Look, they all seem perfectly fine." Mid-sentence, Zhou Yang had already opened the glass door a crack and extended his hand towards the figures outside, urging, "Hurry back, time is of the essence." At this point, the figures were still a good 10 meters away, maintaining their awkward gait, their movements unsteady and slow. However, as they drew nearer, they began to sniff the air, emitting heavy, labored breaths that echoed like a bellows, both conspicuous and terrifying. Eventually, Zhou Yang and the others sensed that something was amiss. The way those figures walked was peculiar, their steps unsteady and their bodies leaning at odd angles. Their foreheads were slumped, and apart from their incessant gasping, silence enveloped them. "What is wrong with you?" Zhou Yang questioned, bewildered, yet still not deterred by fear. He extended his hand once more into the fog, his commanding tone returning. "Hurry up, if you don't come over soon, I will close the door." In response, a series of guttural growls erupted, no longer resembling human sounds. Suddenly, the figures accelerated, their speed surpassing any ordinary human capability. Even the finest athletes would struggle to match their pace in less than 2 seconds. They surged from 10 meters away to the glass door, revealing grotesque, foul-smelling faces that were a horrifying sight to behold. In an instant, the air filled with shrill cries of alarm, for the visage before them was utterly terrifying. Skin cracked and dehydrated, the underlying muscles and fat visibly collapsed, with 2 deep-set, purplish-black eye sockets. A crimson glow emanated from within, akin to the beam of a flashlight. Their gaze was venomous, striking fear into the hearts of all who met it. What in the world is this? Zhou Yang finally comprehended the folly of his actions, desperately attempting to withdraw his hand. Yet, the mutated corpse was swifter, its darkened claws swiftly raking across his shoulder. 5 sharp claws, like blades, tore through his shirt and embedded themselves into his flesh. "Let go. You bastard!" Zhou Yang screamed in agony, yanking his arm back with all his might. But the corpse's strength was formidable, and with its claws already embedded in his arm, he could not easily extricate himself. Consequently, not only did Zhou Yang fail to reclaim his arm, but the corpse yanked him forward, causing half his head to protrude outside. "Help me, uncle! Please save me!" Panic consumed him as he was dragged forward, his lower body flailing wildly in a most bizarre manner. Following this was the Director Lin's terrified scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Zhou Yang, hang on! We must save him!" The others, heeding Director Lin's command, momentarily froze in shock before instinctively responding, grasping Zhou Yang's flailing legs as if engaged in a tug-of-war against the corpse. Though Zhou Yang's character was not particularly endearing, he was nonetheless the nephew of a leader. And in a place where bureaucratic hierarchy prevailed, people still held a deep respect for authority. Thus, at Director Lin's command, most joined the struggle, yet this only served to amplify Zhou Yang's suffering. The corpse, relentless in its pursuit, extended its claws, joining the fray, while those remaining inside the glass door collectively pulled in the opposite direction. Consequently, all the tension of this tug-of-war was concentrated solely on Zhou Yang. Neither party was willing to relent, the struggle resembling a game of tug-of-war, and the immense pain compelled Zhou Yang to abandon all dignity, crying out like a child, "It hurts! Hurry up, I can't take it anymore." Finally, with Zhou Yang's anguished scream echoing through the air, his arm was wrenched apart by the overwhelming force. The corpses recoiling as the crowd, devoid of their anchor, collapsed in a disordered heap. "Clear the way! Get back! Don't crush my nephew! Everyone, get out of the way!" Director Lin rushed forward, frantically shoving through the crowd to lift Zhou Yang, who had lost an arm. Lowering his gaze, he could not help but grimace at the sight before him. At that moment, not only had Zhou Yang lost an arm, but his face and neck were also marred with ghastly claw marks, evidently inflicted by the corpse, deep enough to expose the underlying fat and crimson flesh. A sight too horrific to behold. Chapter 13. Helplessness. Zhou Yang, despite his grievous injuries, had not succumbed to death. Instead, he was racked with excruciating pain, emitting pitiful wails as he writhed in agony, his voice choked with curses that echoed his torment. The horror was far from over. His severed arm now lay amidst a heap of desiccated corpses. The reanimated cadavers, drawn by the scent of blood, descended upon the limb with frenzied hunger, tearing at the flesh with their jagged teeth, devouring it greedily without a moment's pause to chew, swallowing it whole. Son of a bitch, damn it! Zhou Yang was on the brink of collapse, howling in despair, his voice laced with curses and lamentations. Yet it all proved futile in no time. The once fleshly arm was reduced to mere bone, the cadavers relentlessly licking at the remnants, their purple-black tongues caressing the bone, producing a sickening crunch as they gnawed at the brittle remains. Naturally, a solitary arm could hardly sate the ravenous appetites of the undead. Thus, several other corpses sluggishly rose, adopting grotesque poses as they clawed at the door. The crowd was paralyzed with fear. Even those who had not lost their wits were rendered speechless upon beholding the horrific, blood-soaked visages of the corpses. Just as the door appeared on the verge of being breached, a black baton cleaved through the air, spinning as it struck the cadaver's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of its impact resonated as the creature crumpled to the ground, the baton rebounding and clattering to the floor. In the ensuing moment, a gaunt figure sprinted forward as if propelled by an unseen force, delivering a swift kick that sent the first cadaver sprawling, before bracing against the heavy glass door to seal it shut once more. Stop gawking and lend a hand. Do not let them in. The sudden shout jolted the onlookers from their stupor. They rallied together, pushing against the door to thwart the encroaching corpses. "Thank you, young brother," Director Lin exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at the returning Qin Feng. His voice trembling with gratitude. "Don't thank me. There's a pile of goods blocking the fire escape. The two of us cannot clear it alone," Qin Feng replied coldly, diverting his gaze. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would not have considered returning. Zhou Yang had brought this upon himself and was hardly deserving of sympathy. United in purpose, they managed to keep the cadavers at bay. Although the undead possessed great strength and their claws were formidable, they were ultimately incapable of shattering the 2-inch thick, tempered glass door, reduced to mechanically scratching at it with monotonous futility. The scratching sound echoed like a venomous sting, piercing the eardrums of all present. What has become of this world? Who can tell us what we ought to do? The cadavers were indeed held at bay, yet the pervasive gloom that enveloped the hearts of the people lingered on. Through the glass, they could see the grotesque figures of the undead, their faces twisted with cruelty and bloodlust, their exaggerated gazes capable of instilling nightmares even with a mere glance. Qin Feng spoke with a detached calmness. "There is no other course. We must wait until those red points of light disperse before devising an escape. It is often in such moments that the endurance of human spirit is truly tested." Usually timid and averse to trouble, Qin Feng displayed an extraordinary composure at this critical juncture, a quality that even Director Lin, with his years of experience, could not match. This time, no one dared to contest Qin Feng's words. Even though they could not see the red lights floating above, the gruesome reality had validated his assertions. The crowd instinctively leaned towards him, akin to drowning souls grasping at a lifeline, their eyes filled with desperate hope. Qin Feng observed it all, yet the bitterness in his heart deepened. He was no superhero clad in undergarments, but merely an ordinary high school teacher. The weight of so many expectations bore down upon him like an unbearable burden. "Who can find bandages? Zhou Yang is bleeding. He may not last much longer." Just as silence enveloped the crowd, the timid voice of Xia Meng pierced through the tension. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he spotted Zhou Yang's severed arm and the profuse blood gushing from his wounds, akin to a faucet left unchecked, saturating much of the floor. Once so arrogant, Zhou Yang was now in a state that defied description. The gaping wounds were turning black, the blood exuding a foul stench. A testament to the infectious nature of the cadaver's claws. Though Zhou Yang remained conscious, gasping for breath, it was evident to all that his time was running out. Qin Feng chose to disregard Zhou Yang's plight. At this moment, he lacked the energy even to assist, his focus consumed by the ominous fog beyond the glass door, his expression dark enough to squeeze water from stone. Everyone, please help. We must act. Only Director Lin remained resolute, kneeling beside Zhou Yang in a flurry of activity, pressing on his wounds while muttering helplessly. Regrettably, none among them were doctors, and even the most skilled surgeon would be rendered powerless against such grievous injuries. Zhou Yang gasped for air, his breath strained and labored. In a moment of desperation, he grasped Xia Ming's hand tightly, his voice hoarse and pleading, "Save me. I don't want to die." Xia Ming could only turn away, her voice faltering, "Don't worry, we will do everything we can to save you." "What are we to do?" "Zhou Yang is gravely injured. We need to get him to a hospital," Director Lin murmured, suddenly lifting his head to address Qin Feng. "We can't go. It's time to give up." Qin Feng shook his head, suppressing the urge to glance back at Zhou Yang's dire condition. He was not a cold-hearted individual, while Zhou Yang had often been at odds with him. Witnessing the imminent demise of someone familiar was bound to evoke sorrow. Yet, despite his feelings, he remained powerless. The world outside was bound to be more chaotic than any marketplace, teeming with countless mutated beings and monstrous threats, each capable of inflicting death. Moreover, the red substance hovering above still remained in abundance. Anyone who ventured out would surely meet their end. Director Lin rose, his round face trembling with indignation. "Are you suggesting I simply watch Zhou Yang die? He is my nephew. Even your own father would be helpless." Qin Feng snapped, irritation boiling over as he shot Lin a fierce glare. "As a public servant, you ought to consider how to protect the greater populace, rather than risking so many lives for the sake of your nephew." "You?" Lin was momentarily speechless, his chubby face flushing with rage as he advanced toward Qin Feng. "Do you dare to speak to me this way? Do you know who I am? I am Director Lin of the city. I command you all to open the door immediately and get Zhou Yang to the hospital at once." Chapter 14. The coldness of humanity. Qin Feng felt a surge of amusement. At such a critical juncture, Lin was still posturing with bureaucratic arrogance. Zhou Yang's rebellious nature was undoubtedly a reflection of Lin's influence. Ordinarily, Qin Feng would never dare to offend such a superior. He might have rushed to comply with Lin's orders long ago. However, in this dire situation, survival took precedence, and he remained unmoved. The crowd behind Qin Feng also wore stoic expressions, pretending to be deaf and mute. "You dare to defy my orders? Do you even realize who you are speaking to?" Lin's voice trembled with agitation, his words slurred as he struggled to maintain composure. He mistakenly believed that Qin Feng's disregard was due to a lack of respect for his authority. However, before Lin could finish, Qin Feng delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sound echoed sharply, resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of all present, leaving them momentarily stunned as they stared wide-eyed at the audacious young man who had dared to strike Director Lin. Lin himself was equally taken aback, since assuming his office, no one had ever treated him with such blatant disrespect. Facing the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng silently withdrew his hand, suppressing his indignation, and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Director Lin, I understand your current feelings, but we are all in this together. Are you truly willing to open the door and let in the corpses and the red substance? Is your nephew's life worth more than the lives of others?" Lin fell silent, his face contorted with rage, yet unable to voice his frustrations. This young man's reasoning was unassailable, even as a leader. If one loses the support of the people, what value does that leadership hold? At this moment, Director Lin suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. He hurriedly looked down and met Zhou Yang's gaze, which was filled with indignation and distortion. Zhou Yang was still alive, his complexion an ashen hue, and the corners of his eyes flickered with a cynical rage. With great effort, he articulated, "Uncle, do not plead with these people. They are but sycophants. When you wield power, they obey like dogs. Yet once you fall from grace, no one will heed you. What nonsense are you spouting?" This statement instantly provoked the ire of many. And in an instant, A multitude of disdainful glances were fixated upon Zhou Yong. Had it not been for the consideration that this lad had little time left, someone might have charged at him already. Zhou Yong, however, wore a cynical expression, as if the world owed him a debt, rasping, "Is it not true? Ha? And what of Qin Feng? I know why you refused to save me. Your intentions towards Xia Ming have long been dubious. My death is your opportunity. You must have eagerly wished for my demise. Zhou Yong, I implore you to cease." Xia Ming was utterly mortified, wishing she could bury her head in her chest. Gripping Zhou Yong's remaining arm tightly, she tearfully pleaded, "It is not as you think. Can you not be so narrow-minded?" In truth, Xia Ming felt a twinge of guilt towards Zhou Yong. Over the years, he had pursued her with unwavering dedication, and she had keenly observed his every effort. Her reluctance to accept his advances stemmed primarily from his overwhelming selfishness and sense of superiority, which she found excessively constraining. Zhou Yong, however, sneered, "Is it not so? Xia Ming, you are truly heartless. For years, I have treated you with such kindness, yet you have dined at the table while coveting what lies in the pot, never willing to directly acknowledge me. Now that I am on the brink of death, you cannot even muster the will to save me. Indeed, you are a callous woman." Xia Ming felt profoundly wronged by his words, pouting, her eyes brimming with tears. Silence lingered until, after a few minutes, Qin Feng, who had been observing the external environment, suddenly cleared his throat and turned to the others, stating, "It is time. Prepare to break through." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone sprang to their feet. Someone quietly inquired, "Can we charge out now?" "Yes," Qin Feng affirmed, gesturing towards the dense fog outside, eye in his line of sight. The fog still loomed ominously, yet the bizarre red dots scattered within it had been largely blown away by the cold wind. No longer so dense. This was the moment Qin Feng had been waiting for. In truth, the mutated stray cats, dogs, and corpses were not what he feared most. It was those floating red lights in the sky that instilled true trepidation. Since they had dispersed significantly, it was time for everyone to make their escape. Xia Ming, with a worried expression, remarked, "But even if we break out of the mall, where can we possibly run to?" Qin Feng replied, "We should aim to find a deserted area, stock up on food and water, and then hide away. This city has numerous underground water channels, including air raid shelters and storage facilities, which can serve as our temporary refuge, provided we manage to reach them alive." "All right, then let us hasten our departure." An elderly, balding man immediately sprang into action, hastily reaching for the door. Yet Qin Feng stopped him, saying, "Do not move. We cannot open this door." "Why not?" The man withdrew his hand, perplexed. Qin Feng pointed to the corpses that lay at the entrance, as well as the multitude of dark red eyes that emerged from the depths of the fog, calmly explaining, "We have been in the mall for several hours now. Mutated creatures have surely taken notice of us. They have merely been lurking in the fog, waiting for the right moment to strike. The instant we push open that door and walk out, we will be attacked." Qin Feng's assertions were always correct. Indeed, outside the mall, there lurked many mutated cats, dogs, and beasts. Their temporary absence was simply a ploy to await a more opportune moment. "What shall we do?" Xia Ming's face turned pale, wishing to press her body tightly against Qin Feng's back. "Do not worry. I have a plan." Qin Feng shook his head, gesturing to the scattered corpses on the ground. Speaking in as calm a tone as possible, "These individuals perished in the earlier skirmish. We must utilize their bodies to divert the monster's attention, allowing us to escape through the back door's fire escape." "No, I cannot agree to that." Xia Ming shook her head vigorously, fear etched upon her features as she vehemently protested. "Does that not mean sacrificing our kindest corpses to those monsters, letting them feast upon them? Without this, we have no means of escape." Qin Feng had long learned to remain composed. He understood the cruelty of his plan, even as it contradicted moral principles. However, in the face of survival, he found no better alternative. Director Lin, who had been forgotten in the corner, stepped forward to support Qin Feng, stating, "Indeed, these individuals are already deceased. Making use of their bodies is not too much to ask." Xia Ming, however, shuddered at his words. Turning back in shock as if she did not recognize Director Lin, exclaiming, "Even you would say such a thing?" Some of these individuals sacrificed themselves to protect you. Director Lin's face darkened, his voice laced with vengeful conviction. What else can we do? You may disregard my nephew's life, but I can certainly overlook the remains of the dead. They are gone. What dignity remains to discuss? Xia Ming was left with no retort. Feeling the coldness of humanity laid bare, rendered speechless. Chapter 15. A deceptive retreat. Sighing at Xia Ming's face, now pale with disappointment, Qin Feng could only shake his head and gesture to the others. Let us proceed. It was not that Qin Feng was heartless. Given the option, he would have preferred to transport the deceased to safety for a proper burial. Alas, reality was unyielding, and the dire straits they faced were even harsher. At that moment, he no longer held much hope for benevolence or moral righteousness. Everyone sprang into action. Some received Qin Feng's orders and moved to the rear fire escape to clear away the boxes blocking the passage, while a few remained to transport the bodies, using them to barricade the mall's entrance and obscure the sight of the corpses. Qin Feng was uncertain whether the corpses retained any cognitive abilities. Yet from what he had observed with Zhang Yang, the first to become a corpse, it seemed that once a living being transformed into a corpse, even the brain would collapse into a state of dormancy, rendering them devoid of thought. They could only rely on instinct to hunt. With this understanding, the task became considerably simpler. Although the corpses were aggressive, they lacked intelligence. Deceiving them should not pose a significant challenge. Thus, the group transported the bodies to the entrance until they had effectively blocked most of the glass door. Indeed, upon sensing the influx of corpses at the entrance, the lurking corpses outside grew excited, their scarlet eyes shifting to fixate on the immobile bodies. Clearly, they were indifferent to whether their prey was alive or dead. As long as there was flesh and blood, it was a welcome opportunity for the corpses. Once everything was set, Qin Feng led the group in retreat, but as they withdrew, a new dilemma awaited him. Zhou Yang, who had lost an arm and was battered, astonishingly clung to life. Director Lin repeatedly insisted that the crowd must carry Zhou Yang out of the mall. Yet at this juncture, few were willing to heed his command. Instead, they instinctively turned their gazes towards Qin Feng, awaiting his decision. Lift him. Qin Feng did not hesitate, fully aware that Zhou Yang in his current state would not survive. Yet, as long as there was still breath in him, Qin Feng could not bear to abandon a life hanging by a thread, leaving him to witness the gruesome consumption of his own body by the undead. Thus, 3 individuals from the group volunteered to carry Zhou Yang out of the mall, with Director Lin steadfastly remaining by Zhou Yang's side, repeatedly admonishing those nearby to tread lightly. The corpses blocking the entrance proved to be effective bait, as the ghouls paid no heed to the moving crowd, instead frantically pounding against the door, desperate to surge inside and feast upon the bloody remnants. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng hastened the crowd's escape, swiftly leading them into the fire escape at the back of the mall. Fortunately, their passage was smooth. The fire escape of this mall appeared substandard, not only narrow but also devoid of lighting, cluttered with goods and wooden crates piled at the entrance. Thankfully, the size of the crowd was considerable, and through their concerted efforts, they cleared the debris blocking the doorway in less than a minute. Soon, before them stood only a large door. Qin Feng lingered on the inner side of the door, hesitating for a few seconds, unable to summon the resolve to push it open. The world inside and outside that door was destined to be entirely different. Remaining within the mall, while it meant facing the ghouls' covetous glances, still offered some semblance of security due to the building's robust infrastructure. As long as they remained vigilant, their lives would not be in peril. Yet, what lay beyond that door remained an enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps, in the very act of pushing it open, Qin Feng would meet his end. Ultimately, however, he steeled his resolve, placing his hand upon the door. His heart trembling inexplicably, yet the action of pushing it open was unmistakable. With a creak, the door swung wide, revealing a scene contrary to his expectations. Behind it lay an eerie calm, although the street outside was enshrouded in mist, with occasional flickering lights dotting the sky. Overall, the street behind the mall seemed relatively safe. There were few vehicles, and the number of fallen bodies was scarce. More importantly, there were no stray cats, dogs, or wildlife scurrying about the street, allowing the tense hearts of those present to finally relax. How tranquil it was. Xia Ming, who had been following closely behind Qin Feng, cast a cautious gaze upon the street the moment the door opened. Exhaling in relief at the sight of the foggy, yet eerily silent surroundings, however, Qin Feng's heart remained taut. The excessive quietude birthed a sense of unease within him, leaving him unable to ascertain whether the street was genuinely safe. This hesitation rendered him immobile, but Director Lin, growing impatient, pushed past the people blocking the way, his scalp reddening with frustration as he urged Qin Feng, "Why are you hesitating? What is the meaning of blocking the door?" Qin Feng did not respond, cautiously glancing to either side until he was assured there was no immediate danger. Finally, he lowered his voice and slowly remarked, "Something feels off. This street is too quiet, unnaturally so." Director Lin, his face a jowl-ridden mask, retorted sharply, "I never thought you'd be afraid. I think this place is quite secure. The chaos outside has persisted for so long that the dead have mostly perished, and those who could escape have fled. It's only natural for the street to be cleared." While his reasoning had merit, Qin Feng remained unconvinced, believing that even if everyone had fled, there should still be a few vehicles or bodies left on the street. Yet, the street remained utterly silent. At that moment, those around them began to waver in their resolve. A bespectacled man, appearing quite refined, gently nudged Qin Feng from behind, saying, "Stop dawdling. Let us move quickly. My wife and child are still at home. And with the city in such chaos, I want to check on them." As he spoke, many others echoed similar sentiments. In the early stages of the turmoil, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. But once they endured the most harrowing moments, their thoughts began to shift towards others, with family being the first consideration. Hearing their reassurances, Qin Feng's guard began to lower as well. He nodded and said, "All right then, I know of a bomb shelter located 10 kilometers south. After reuniting with your families, please gather as much food as possible and meet at the shelter." Chapter 16. The veteran Qin Feng remained unaware of how long this terrifying environment would persist, whether it was merely a temporary outbreak or a descent into perpetual darkness. All he knew was that once the apocalypse commenced, the ensuing chaos would be entirely beyond human control. For now, the only course of action was to find a safe haven, given the uncertainty of how long they would need to hide. The issue of food supplies also loomed large. Qin Feng hoped that those around him could assist in swiftly transporting ample provisions to the shelter after reuniting with their families, as this seemed the most prudent course of action. "All right, everyone, let us move, spread out, and once you've contacted your families, we'll figure out how to reach the shelter." The crowd began to stir, eager not to waste any time. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Thus, the bespectacled man who first suggested leaving dashed toward the street on the left, followed swiftly by the second, the third, and soon, they all vanished from Qin Feng's sight as they rushed back to their homes. Although everyone understood that the chances of finding their families in such an environment were exceedingly slim, the bonds of familial love were not easily dismissed. Once most had departed, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings again, realizing that only 4 individuals remained by his side. First was Xia Ming, who had closely followed him. Second was the rotund Director Lin, who stood over Zhou Yang, now barely clinging to life. And lastly, an unfamiliar middle-aged man, robust in stature, who had kept his head down and remained silent throughout. Qin Feng turned to Xia Ming and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I don't know." Xia Ming replied, her head bowed in sorrow as she shook it. "My parents are not local, and with everything that has happened, I can't reach them." Qin Feng nodded and said, "Well then, if you don't mind, you can stay with me for now. Of course, if you have a better option, feel free to mention it." Xia Ming certainly could not think of a better solution. In truth, her mind remained blank amidst the horror of recent events. She remained silent for a few seconds. Then, tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Qin Feng and asked, "What about you? Many have run off to find their families. Shouldn't you go as well?" Qin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. "I grew up in an orphanage, don't you know?" Xia Ming was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. To be candid, they had worked together for nearly 3 years, and Xia Ming had rarely paid attention to Qin Feng beyond necessary work-related exchanges, leaving her largely unaware of his background. At that moment, Director Lin, who had been crouched behind examining Zhou Yang's injuries, cleared his throat and spoke up, "What about you? What are your plans?" I intend to find a safe place nearby and wait for the military's intervention. Director Lin replied, his expression dark and brooding, possibly still harboring resentment from earlier. Indeed, with Zhou Yang gravely injured, he could not venture far. Furthermore, given the magnitude of the turmoil in the city, the military, which was typically prepared for emergencies, would undoubtedly mobilize swiftly. Being a person within the system, he held some faith in the military's response. However, Qin Feng shook his head and scoffed, "Can't you see? The world has descended into chaos. If the military were able to respond, they should have arrived here hours ago. The fact that they haven't shows that even they are struggling to cope with the current crisis. They might be too preoccupied with their own survival." "You're talking nonsense," Director Lin shot up, glaring at Qin Feng. "If we can't rely on the military, then what can we depend on? Are you suggesting we rely on you?" Qin Feng ceased to speak further. He was not one to relish quarrels. Since Director Lin held such unwavering confidence in the military, that was his personal choice and had no bearing on Qin Feng. Contemplating this, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the final man present, an instinctive sense hinting that this individual was not to be underestimated. In the chaotic atmosphere of the shopping mall, the man had trailed behind the crowd, neither revealing his presence nor his intentions, yet he remained remarkably composed. Even now, his face bore an expression devoid of emotion, seemingly untroubled by the uncertainties of the future. This individual possessed exceptional psychological fortitude, perhaps harboring a heart even more resilient than Qin Feng's, clearly not an ordinary person. Noticing Qin Feng's scrutiny, the man smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Like you, I too have nowhere to go. How about we collaborate and find a safe place to hide?" Without much deliberation, Qin Feng grasped the man's hand firmly. However, upon the brief contact of their palms, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. The man's hand was remarkably hard, with broad knuckles and thick, callous skin, exuding strength. His initial impression was that this man might work on a construction site, but upon further reflection, he considered that an ordinary laborer would likely not possess such formidable resilience. Perhaps he was a soldier accustomed to firearms. Seeing the skepticism in Qin Feng's eyes, the man grinned and introduced himself. "My name is He Yong, a retired soldier, previously serving as the head of security at this mall." Qin Feng acknowledged with an "oh," then proceeded to introduce himself and his companion, Xia Ming. Just as he began to speak, Zhou Yang, who had been unconscious, suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, his body shaking uncontrollably as if seized by convulsions, his legs spasming in a distressing manner. Zhou Yang, what is wrong?" Director Lin exclaimed, clutching Zhou Yang in a panic, yet to no avail. Zhou Yang had long succumbed to shock, and apart from the last vestige of breath he clung to, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a lifeless body. The man noticed the dire situation and stepped forward, pushing Director Lin aside. He placed his hand gently on Zhou Yang's eyelid, lifting it to conduct a brief examination before turning to Qin Feng, stating, "The situation is grave. He has lost more blood than is safe, and his injuries are worsening. We have only two options. Either rush him to a hospital for a blood transfusion or allow him to succumb." His tone was succinct and authoritative, reflecting the qualities of an exemplary soldier. Director Lin, in a state of urgency, pleaded, "I beg you, please help. My nephew is on the brink of collapse." Qin Feng sighed, for he and Zhou Yang were mere acquaintances, and their previous interactions had not been particularly pleasant. Though he felt a pang of reluctance to disregard Zhou Yang's plight, he wrestled with his resolve. Xia Ming bit her lip and suddenly tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, her voice almost imploring as she suggested, "Shall we assist Zhou Yang just this once? After all, Her words trailed off as she lowered her gaze, clearly torn. Very well. Qin Feng was not a heartless individual. In this apocalyptic world, mutual support seemed preferable to solitary survival. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. The man promptly hoisted the unconscious Zhou Yang onto his shoulder. Discerning their path, he pointed down the right street, declaring, "Fortunately, there is a small clinic ahead. We might find some luck there." This gesture startled Qin Feng. He widened his eyes, straining to see through the fog. He could barely make out the outline of a clinic. Astonished that this man, He Yong, could perceive further than himself amidst the dense mist. Chapter 17. The terror on the street. Qin Feng's astonishment was profound. He was not like Zhou Yong, who could not bear to see others surpass him. Rather, he felt an unsettling suspicion. If He Yong possessed superior vision, then he must have been aware of greater dangers in the mall. Yet he had chosen to remain silent. This thought instilled a heightened sense of caution within Qin Feng, causing his gaze toward He Yong to fluctuate between uncertainty and wariness. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns and nodded in agreement to accompany He Yong toward the clinic. The fog, inexplicably thicker now, obscured their view to less than 10 meters, yet He Yong, carrying the unconscious Zhou Yong, moved swiftly, nearly leaving the others behind. After considerable effort, Qin Feng managed to keep pace, and in just 2 minutes, they crossed the street and entered the small clinic. Regrettably, the clinic lacked the capacity for blood plasma, and its medicine cabinet was in disarray. Although numerous boxes of medications were strewn about, none appeared capable of alleviating Zhou Yang's condition. The group scoured the clinic multiple times, but apart from Xia Ming, who discovered a doctor's corpse, ravaged by wild dogs in a corner, eliciting a terrified scream, they found nothing of use. Qin Feng, disheartened, shook his head, declaring, "This clinic is too small. Unless we reach a large hospital, there is little hope of saving him." Director Lin hastily insisted, "Yes, let us hurry to a major hospital. I know many renowned specialists." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged weary smiles. Knowing a specialist was of little consequence when hospitals were unlikely to be operational at such a time. Yet Director Lin, unwilling to concede, turned to the others and implored, "I beg of you, if you can save my nephew, I will do anything. Whatever you desire, be it money or favors, I can provide." Qin Feng, maintaining a stern expression, remained silent, while He Yong, unable to tolerate the situation, turned his angular face toward Director Lin, remarking wryly, "Director Lin, perhaps you should refrain from grandstanding. At this juncture, what use are power and wealth?" Director Lin fell silent, but he was determined not to relinquish the opportunity. He shifted his demeanor, pleading, "Please, you cannot just stand by and watch him die." He Yong, ignoring him, turned to Qin Feng, seeking his opinion. "What do you suggest we do next?" The question was abruptly thrust upon Qin Feng, who found himself at a loss, hesitating for a few moments before resolutely stating, "To the hospital. This is our last attempt. If we fail again, we can only blame Zhou Yang's misfortune." "Very well," He Yong replied with a hint of amusement in his tone, turning away and continuing on, carrying Zhou Yang toward the city center. All were familiar with the route to the central hospital, and with He Yong's superior vision, guidance was unnecessary. However, the bizarre sights along the way instilled a profound sense of unease in the group. Unlike other streets, this one was devoid of the usual array of corpses, and even the remnants of car accidents were scarce. The entire road lay eerily silent, with not even wild dogs to be seen. After a short while, He Yong came to a halt, his expression grave as he surveyed their surroundings. Qin Feng quietly inquired, "What is it, Brother Yong?" "I cannot say, but my instincts tell me we cannot proceed any further." He Yong replied, puzzled. The tranquil street revealed no apparent threats, yet the soldier's intuition warned him of impending danger. Xia Ming trembled, asking, "What kind of danger?" "I still see nothing." Director Lin, however, persisted, "I say, you all aren't trying to back out of this because it seems troublesome, are you? That would be absurd." "Silence!" Qin Feng interrupted Director Lin curtly, narrowing his eyes like He Yong and scanning their surroundings cautiously. Beneath the thick fog, the world lay silent. Visibility was minimal, and even sound was muffled. Yet, Qin Feng detected something. A faint rustling noise, delicate yet alarmingly dense, as if something was crawling along the ground, gradually advancing toward them. "Run!" The inexplicable dread swelling within Qin Feng caused his jaw to tremble. Though he could not see what lurked in the fog, his acute hearing had discerned an ominous signal from the rustling sounds. "Move!" He Yong wasted no time. As soon as Qin Feng's words left his mouth, he sprinted with the unconscious Zhou Yang in tow. Xia Ming and Director Lin, bewildered by the situation, instinctively followed suit, running and asking, "What is happening? What is going on?" "I don't know. Just run." Qin Feng's expression was dark. At this point, He had no inclination to ponder the nature of whatever was slithering through the mist. His instincts screamed at him to distance themselves from this street as quickly as possible. As the four of them fled, a sudden, spine-chilling scream erupted from a corner of the street, blending terror with a raspy growl. The abrupt sound was so horrifying that it left them momentarily paralyzed. Eyes drawn to the source, Xia Ming gasped, "Someone is over there. Something must have happened. Ignore it. Keep moving." Qin Feng naturally heard it, and the sound was strikingly clear and profound. He could sense the boundless terror embedded within those chilling screams, to the extent that his very soul trembled. Yet he had no intention of looking back. He propelled Xia Ming forward in a frenzied sprint, but in a moment of distraction, Director Lin, who trailed behind, let out a yelp, seemingly tripped by something. Desperately waving his plump wrists, he shouted, "Don't run so fast. Hurry and give me a hand." "What an inconvenient fellow!" Qin Feng cursed under his breath, giving Xia Ming a forceful shove towards He Yong. "You two keep running. I'll go find Director Lin." Without waiting for their response, he turned and dashed back. Xia Ming, filled with concern, called out, "Be careful." Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, Qin Feng, who had initially turned to run back, suddenly trembled as if he had encountered something dreadful. His emotions spiraled out of control as he bellowed an expletive, then spun around and raced back in the opposite direction. Both Xia Ming and He Yong were left bewildered, unable to restrain their curiosity. "What is going on? Run, hurry." Qin Feng ran on, his mind clouded with panic, not uttering a word. Amidst the suffocating darkness, only his horrified shouts pierced the silence. The rustling sounds of crawling grew increasingly dense. Xia Ming could not see it, nor could He Yong, but Qin Feng, who was closer, beheld a mass of dark, writhing insects surging like a tide, already engulfing the streets, the cars, and the railings lining the road. Anything consumed by this swarm of black insects emitted a crunching sound as they gnawed away. Qin Feng witnessed, with his own eyes, a metal railing as thick as an arm disintegrate under the frenzied assault of the insects. Reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 18. The disparity among individuals at this moment, Qin Feng finally comprehended the eerie silence that enveloped the street. A multitude of mutated insects was madly emerging from below. These insects were small in size, yet their sheer numbers created a whirlwind, leaving nothing in their wake to resist. Even metal car parts crumbled under their relentless gnawing, let alone the fragile human flesh. "Don't leave me behind. Don't go." Director Lin had yet to be enveloped by the swarm of insects, but he could distinctly hear their ominous movements. After falling, he swiftly righted his hefty frame. Scrambling to follow Qin Feng while flailing his arms in the air, "Slow down, slow down. Take me with you." Qin Feng heard Director Lin's cries for help, yet he dared not reduce his speed. The pitch-black swarm was vast and ominous, mixed with numerous beetles that could briefly take flight. The swarm moved at a pace comparable to that of an ordinary person, and if one were to get caught, they would be utterly consumed. Qin Feng was still able to run because he had noticed the danger in time and possessed agility. However, Director Lin was far less fortunate. Having lived a life of comfort, not only was he high-ranking, but he also suffered from high blood pressure. Dragging his bulky body, plagued by ailments, he was out of breath after just a few steps, utterly spent. Leaning against a railing to catch his breath, he was about to curse Qin Feng for being cold-hearted when he suddenly felt something crawling on his arm, itchy and oddly painful. Turning back, he saw countless insects crowded on the railing he leaned against. Resembling a viscous black lake, surging forward, creeping along the barrier and extending onto his hand. The swarm continued to writhe rapidly, advancing from his hand to his elbow, then to his shoulder, and finally to his neck, chest, and his corpulent head. In that instant, Director Lin's scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, pierced the foggy sky like a sharp blade. The sheer terror of his wail and the frantic flailing of his arms surpassed all limits. "Damn beasts, you filthy creatures, get away from me!" The dark swarm soon engulfed him. Despite their tiny mouths, the insects possessed horrifyingly sharp mandibles, with a biting force capable of easily tearing through flesh, burrowing into the wound to consume his flesh and blood with unrelenting ferocity. The fate that awaited Director Lin was nothing short of horrific. His body became a canvas for the insects, so overcrowded that he could no longer maintain his footing and collapsed to the ground. Thrashing madly as death loomed near, he let out his final cry, "Don't attack me. I am an official." Clearly, the swarm held no regard for rank, nor would they relinquish their meal due to his title. At the moment he opened his mouth to shout, the tide of insects surged forward, pouring into his throat. Director Lin let out a muffled sound, soon rendered voiceless, as insects filled his nostrils, ears, and even his eyeballs. Inundating every orifice, while even his navel was breached, countless insects, like bloodthirsty sharks, frantically burrowed into his body in less than 5 seconds. Director Lin ceased to convulse, his body reduced to a mere skeleton, ultimately succumbing to the same fate as his flesh, leaving behind only a shallow pool of blood, a testament to his existence in this world. Qin Feng had already fled far from the scene. He did not witness Director Lin's tragic end, yet he had long anticipated the lamentable conclusion. Exhausting every ounce of energy, he sprinted to catch up with He Yong and Xia Ming, pushing his hands onto their shoulders, bellowing like a cornered wolf. "Run! The insects are coming! We know!" He Yong remained relatively composed, supporting Zhou Yang's limp leg with one hand while dragging Xia Ming with the other, both of them sprinting with all their might. As Qin Feng followed closely behind, not daring to look back, they raced desperately, finally escaping the desolate street after nearly 5 minutes, veering into the city's main thoroughfare, leaving the tide of insects behind. Fortunately, there were no unforeseen incidents along the way, and their escape proceeded smoothly. After dashing through 2 more streets, Xia Ming, utterly exhausted, collapsed, while Qin Feng and He Yong were on the brink of their limits, both stumbling and eventually sinking to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from their brows as their bodies trembled slightly. It was terrifying. Qin Feng had never before encountered such a horrifying scene. Reflecting on the grotesque writhing of the insect tide behind him, he felt as though he were electrified, shaking uncontrollably, his face pale and ashen, myriad complex emotions intertwining to distort his features to the extreme. After resting for 2 minutes, despite their exhaustion, Qin Feng forced himself to rise, glancing back with trepidation before approaching Xia Ming to assist her, assuring her, "It's all right. Those creatures haven't followed us." "Qin Feng, are we going to die?" Xia Ming, unable to process the situation, trembled and sobbed, her lips numb. "I don't know." Qin Feng's face was as hard as steel, bereft of any intention to console her. "Hurry, let us cross this street. We'll soon reach the central hospital. They have ample equipment and blood plasma. If we don't hurry, this kid's body will grow cold." He Yong also got to his feet, gasping for breath as he spoke. Qin Feng glanced at Zhou Yang, who was slung over He Yong's shoulder but remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. "What's wrong?" Noticing his lack of response, He Yong couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yong, don't you find it strange?" Qin Feng took a deep breath, pointing at the unconscious Zhou Yang, his voice tinged with both fear and confusion. "Zhou Yang is gravely injured. Logically, he should have bled out by now, and no matter how resilient a normal person's life force is, it shouldn't be able to hold on like this." Upon hearing this, He Yong was taken aback, curiously turning his head to check Zhou Yang's breathing beneath his nose. Though his body was nearly cold, bizarrely, Zhou Yang was still breathing, not yet entirely lifeless. "This kid is remarkably lucky. After all that jostling, he's still alive." This revelation astonished He Yong, and even Xia Ming, who had just regained her composure, stood up in disbelief, her eyes fixed on Zhou Yang in astonishment. None could comprehend why this young man's life force was so tenacious. This situation is indeed peculiar. After a moment of silence, He Yong coughed lightly, tentatively suggesting, "Could it be that this kid has also mutated?" "Who knows?" Qin Feng replied, his tone grave and hoarse as he analyzed. "Before we met up, Zhou Yang was wandering alone on the street for quite a while. He couldn't have seen that red substance. Perhaps he was already possessed by it long ago." Xia Ming interjected urgently, "That's impossible. Didn't you say that anyone struck by that red substance would turn into a dried corpse?" "But Zhou Yang clearly hasn't changed." Qin Feng bit his lip, responding slowly, "That red substance can indeed induce mutations. but not every being struck by it will necessarily mutate in a negative manner. Consider the plants within the school. A portion succumbed to decay after being struck by the red dots, while another portion flourished remarkably. This indicates that different individuals, upon being impacted by the red dots, experience varying outcomes of mutation. It is not inconceivable that some might thus acquire a more vigorous vitality. Chapter 19. The intensifying fog. Is this possible? Xiaoming, slightly bewildered, listened intently, while He Yong, equally perplexed, nodded after a moment's contemplation, suggesting a notion akin to Qin Feng's. Indeed, such a possibility exists. However, it must be noted that the majority of mutations tend to yield negative results, possibly due to genetic mutations or the sudden influx of a particular energy within the body, leading to an overwhelming strain on the neural system. Such discourse is utterly absurd. Xia Ming's face blanched, her gaze dropping to Zhou Yang, who lay on the brink of death yet still clung to a faint breath. Her eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions. Qin Feng sighed, remarking that although Zhou Yang had a considerable likelihood of being struck by the red dots and experiencing a favorable mutation, his injuries were grievous. Without access to medical equipment for a transfusion, he would still perish. There was no reason for premature elation. The hospital was not far ahead. Since you have resolved to save him, let us act swiftly. He Yong, determined not to squander any more time, despite having retired from the military, exhibited a remarkable efficiency of action. True to his word, he hoisted Zhou Yang once more and rapidly made his way toward the direction of the hospital entrance as he remembered it. Upon arriving at the hospital's entrance, the sight before them was equally chilling. Hospitals, being areas of high foot traffic, are typically among the most densely populated locations in a city, second only to stations and airports. One could surmise that prior to the collective eruption of the red dots, this hospital had housed a substantial number of people, directly resulting in a surge of mutations. Qin Feng surveyed the scene. The entrance was strewn with disordered objects, smeared with congealed blood and remnants of corpses. Particularly gruesome were the skeletal remains of a few bodies, gnawed to the bone, leading up to the steps of the outpatient department, their white bones clotted with thick blood. Even more bizarrely, the heads atop these skeletal frames remained intact, their eyes wide open in a final, terror-filled gaze, creating a horrifying and ghastly spectacle that caused Xia Ming to instinctively retreat behind Qin Feng. It must have been the wild dogs. Qin Feng, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner dread and sorrow, numbly shook his head and sighed. He had witnessed a similar scene where a teacher from the first school was devoured by a mutated yellow dog. Just yesterday, the biology teacher Zhou Dihai met a fate akin to those bodies strewn at the hospital's entrance. He Yong cautiously navigated around the corpses, muttering a warning about the potential toxicity of the mouths and teeth of those mutated creatures. Just then, a harsh and eerie caw pierced the air, prompting everyone to look up and discover a glossy black crow perched on the outer railing of the hospital, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon them. Damn beast! Qin Feng could not suppress his frustration and hurled a fragment of brick at the creature. In a fit of rage, Qin Feng's throw was powerful. The brick soared through the air in a perfect arc, striking the crow's flapping wing with precision, causing it to tumble. Yet, just as it seemed destined to fall, the crow unfurled its wings and, with great effort, ascended into the sky, vanishing into the thickening fog in an astonishingly brief span of time. Your conjecture is correct. These mutated beings not only exhibit a tenacity for life far surpassing their former selves, but also possess a heightened resilience. He Yong, seemingly perceiving something, gazed solemnly in the direction the crow had flown. Murmuring, under normal circumstances, a crow would not regain its ability to fly so swiftly after being injured. Xia Ming, anxiously tugging at Qin Feng's sleeve, questioned his earlier actions, concerned about provoking these creatures and drawing their companions. It's fine. That crow was alone. If it had allies, they would have attacked us long ago, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head in a low voice. Previously, I witnessed a mutated crow at school, and without the support of companions, they likely lack the courage to assault humans. As he spoke, Qin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. It was indeed ironic that humanity, once at the pinnacle of the food chain, had now diminished to a state of fear towards a mere crow. We should hasten into the hospital. Lingering outside instills an unsettling sense of insecurity. Xia Ming nodded, yet her trepidation was palpable as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her poor vision rendering her unable to see far, leaving her with the impression that monsters might emerge from the encroaching fog at any moment. Indeed, Qin Feng had no further words, merely nodding as he beckoned He Yong to accompany them into the hospital. However, despite his calls, He Yong remained rooted in place, resembling a wooden post, still gazing vacantly at the sky. "What is the matter?" Qin Feng felt a twinge of unease and hurried to pat He Yong's shoulder from behind. "The fog seems to be thickening." He Yong shook his head, pointing to the swirling white mist above, his expression grave. At his words, both Qin Feng and Xia Ming froze, looking up to confront a horrifying reality. Indeed, as time passed, the ominous fog enveloping the sky showed no signs of dissipating. On the contrary, it appeared to deepen and intensify. Furthermore, the fog, which had previously been tinged with a faint pink, had now transformed entirely to a pure white, resembling a hellish expanse, clawing and expanding as it unleashed its chilling terror. Even Qin Feng's vision was constricted, reducing his previously clear sight of 10 meters to a mere 5 or 6. "What is happening?" Qin Feng felt a tremor of anxiety. At this rate, everyone would become blind to the world around them. Only Xia Ming, due to her naturally limited vision, was less affected and appeared relatively calm. She stared intently at the roiling white fog, suddenly murmuring, "I understand now. The fog was always meant to be white." The earlier pinkish hue must have been due to the many red substances drifting in the sky. However, those red particles have now completely settled, and the glowing red dots within the fog have vanished, causing the previously strange pink mist to gradually transform into pure white. With the loss of the red illumination, people's visibility has diminished accordingly. Such analysis was undoubtedly logical, indicating that Xia Ming was gradually acclimating to this terrifying environment, retaining her usual composure. Alas, how long will this calamity endure? He Yong and Qin Feng sighed in unison. At this juncture, they had grown weary of pondering the reasons behind the color change of the fog, hoping only to swiftly find a safe haven and live in peace. Chapter 20. Ordinary People. After concluding their discussion, the three hastened into the outpatient department of the hospital. The fog continued to thicken, and coupled with the absence of red illumination, both Qin Feng and He Yong found their visibility severely reduced. In such an environment, their visual advantages were rendered ineffective, compelling them to seek refuge in a sheltered space without delay. Upon entering the hospital, however, the situation had not improved. The encroaching fog disrupted traffic, altered radio signals, and even affected the electrical wiring. A hospital, typically immune to power outages, was now engulfed in darkness, utterly devoid of light. "It is so dark here. Utterly terrifying." In the dimness, Xia Ming clung tightly to Qin Feng's sleeve. Resembling a piece of pliable clay, too frightened to venture far, Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, reassured her, "Don't be afraid. It might just be a power outage. It's all right. Such a large hospital must have backup systems. If all else fails, we should be able to locate flashlights or similar lighting tools." No sooner had Qin Feng spoken than his foot struck a hard object on the ground, and as he looked down, the area suddenly brightened. Remarkably, just as he had mentioned the need for lighting tools, he had inadvertently kicked a flashlight discarded by someone. Excited, Qin Feng immediately crouched down and reached for the flashlight. In that instant, he also discovered a distorted and contorted corpse lying on the floor not far from the flashlight. His heart sank, and instinctively, he turned on the flashlight, casting a harsh, white beam onto the body, revealing the full visage of the deceased. This was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, clad in a white coat, which easily led Qin Feng to deduce that he must have been a doctor. It seemed that the hospital had been without power for some time. Upon realizing the outage, the male doctor had instinctively sought a flashlight to assess the situation, yet for reasons unknown, he had met a tragic end here. Upon seeing the corpse, He Yong's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly approached Qin Feng to caution him, warning that the hospital might not be safe, as there could be lurking monsters in this place. Qin Feng, not foolish, felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of the body and quickly rose, sweeping the flashlight around in search of potential dangers. However, within the beam of light, everything appeared desolate and empty. With only a few oddly positioned corpses occasionally coming into view, it was perplexing how these individuals had perished. There were no visible injuries, nor did they appear to have succumbed to illness. Was it possible that the onset of the apocalypse had been so sudden that it had terrified these timid souls to death? Qin Feng scrutinized the scattered corpses for an extended period. The clouds of confusion in his eyes deepening. However, He Yong held a different perspective. Shaking his head, he moved closer to examine the corpses. After a brief inspection, he stood up and declared, "I believe I know how they died." "What do you mean?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled, as he approached. "All these individuals suffered from heart disease, including the doctor in the white coat," He Yong explained, producing several pill bottles he had found beside the deceased. Offering them to Qin Feng. Heart disease is a rather peculiar illness. When not symptomatic, patients appear as normal as anyone else. However, the likelihood of sudden cardiac arrest is significant, which is why every heart patient carries emergency heart medication with them. According to He Yong, the deceased in the outpatient department had collectively succumbed to heart disease. Qin Feng was even more bewildered, tilting his head as he inquired, even if all these deceased had heart disease, there's no reason for them to have all succumbed simultaneously, right? The probability of such an event is exceedingly low. Perhaps it is because these individuals, already physically weak, were simply unprepared for the apocalyptic environment. Thus, in that instant of the outbreak, they collectively fell ill and perished, He Yong proposed, offering an unsettling theory that sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. "I can't shake the feeling that this mysterious disaster resembles a kind of natural selection mechanism, eliminating the weak and leaving behind the strong. The weak will perish, while the strong will thrive." "Surely not," Qin Feng replied, his heart quaking at the thought, his expression turning distinctly unnatural. It was all too bizarre. How could all these heart patients suddenly experience acute episodes without any warning? Was there truly an enigmatic, supernatural force on this blue planet, controlling the fate of all living beings? He was reluctant to contemplate this. Shaking his head vigorously, "Let us refrain from discussing such abstract topics. Let us focus on something tangible, like where the blood supply equipment is located." "All right." He Yong shifted his gaze down the hospital corridor, suddenly seeming to catch sight of something. With a weighty gesture, he pointed down the hallway, exclaiming, "There appears to be someone over there. Let us go check it out." Without hesitation, Qin Feng redirected the beam of the flashlight toward the direction He Yong indicated. The stark white light appeared diffused in the dense fog, casting a hazy glow over everything. Yet, within his line of sight, he could indeed make out a rather plump figure flitting past in the corner. "Stop!" Qin Feng immediately took off in pursuit, with He Yong and Xia Ming hastily following suit. As they closed the distance, the trio heard the sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by labored breathing, indicating that someone was indeed racing ahead. Who could it be? Qin Feng, unwilling to abandon the chase, quickened his pace up the stairs, soon catching up to a white-clad figure. Overcoming his fear, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the frantic figure from behind, shouting, "Don't run, we're human. We mean you no harm." Only as the distance closed completely did Qin Feng finally hear the terrified cries of the stranger. "No. Help! Please let me go. Spare me. Be quiet." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he admonished her to hush. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person he had tackled was a slightly plump young nurse. Appearing to be in her early 20s, the nurse trembled violently, and since being pinned down by Qin Feng, she had curled up into a ball on the ground, paralyzed by fear, her shaking back betraying the extent of her terror. "Miss, don't be afraid. We're the good guys and won't harm you." Qin Feng, feeling a pang of compassion, softened his tone and crouched down to ask if she was a nurse at this hospital. The plump girl finally lowered her hands from her face, cautiously turning to reveal a quivering mouth. After several stutters, she managed to utter, "You're not a monster." Qin Feng smiled, a smile laced with bitterness, and shook his head, assuring her, "Of course not, that I came to the hospital to find medicine. Like you, I am just an ordinary person." Chapter 21. The displaced Zhou Yang. Despite the comedic nature of such a conversation, the nurse's expression visibly calmed after receiving Qin Feng's reassurance. She struggled to pull herself up, casting a few wary glances at him. That moment, He-yong and Xiaoming arrived, both encircling the plump nurse, expressing astonishment at finding a living person in the hospital. Evidently, the nurse had not undergone any mutation. Although her physique was somewhat large and cumbersome, her demeanor was calm, and her eyes held a hint of shyness. Her freckled face might not be deemed beautiful, yet her gaze was pure and clear. The nurse exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "This is too dangerous. With such thick fog, are you not afraid of getting into trouble by wandering around?" Qin Feng shrugged, replying, "We had no choice. By the way, is the hospital's blood transfusion equipment still operational? We have a patient who is in critical condition. If we do not act quickly, he may not survive." Yes, upon hearing about a patient, the nurse instinctively looked back, asking where the patient was. "Where is he?" "Downstairs. You ran off so quickly that we had to leave him in the outpatient room," He-yong mentioned casually. As he was not particularly concerned about Zhou Yang's fate, the nurse's expression shifted to one of urgency as she stomped her foot. "How could you leave someone in such a serious condition downstairs? Where is he? Take me to him." Undoubtedly, she was a responsible and kind-hearted nurse. After listening to He-yong, she quickly moved past the group and dashed downstairs. "Let us go." Qin Feng felt a sense of fondness for the little nurse, watching her retreating figure with a smile as he cautioned, "Take it easy. Don't trip. I have a flashlight." The four of them hurried downstairs, soon arriving back at the outpatient room. The nurse immediately started looking around. "Where is he? Where is the patient?" He-yong pointed toward the entrance. "Over there, on the bench. I need to see." Without a moment's hesitation, the nurse sprinted over, but halfway there, her footsteps transformed into a terrified scream. "Ah, is that your patient? A wolf?" "What?" Both Qin Feng and He-yong's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Could Zhou Yang have already mutated while they were upstairs chasing the nurse? That was implausible. With that thought, the two men rushed forward, their eyes piercing through the increasingly thick fog, quickly spotting a wolf with a shaggy coat and eyes glowing green, crouched on the floor, gnawing on the corpses of the heart disease victims. Its mouth was smeared with blood, and it bore a savage appearance. Damn, it must be a wild animal from the city park that has mutated and escaped. He-yong immediately recognized the creature as a genuine wolf. With a roar, he charged forward, clutching a folding chair. The wolf, in a frenzied state, was oblivious to the presence of living humans until He-yong lunged at it. Only then did it whip its head around, revealing blood-soaked fangs that opened and closed like jagged teeth, letting out a growl as it lunged at He-yong, a member of the canine family. The wolf's agility, speed, and explosive power were incomparably superior to those of the previously mutated stray dogs. This creature must have been raised in a wildlife sanctuary, and despite being domesticated, it retained its malevolence in the blink of an eye. He-yong was already engaged in a fierce struggle with it, swinging the folding chair with force, striking the wolf's hard skull. A resounding crack echoed through the air. The shattered object was not the skull of the male wolf, but rather the wooden chair that had been angrily smashed upon its head. He-yong, towering and robust, possessed both strength and explosive power, yet the male wolf was no feeble creature. When their two figures collided, it was the flimsy folding chair that succumbed first. With a fierce howl, the male wolf released a guttural cry as it lunged forward, its menacing head now perilously close, its jagged fangs nearly grazing He-yong's throat. Quick to react, He-yong swiftly freed one hand, using his elbow to press against the wolf's throat, preventing its fangs from sinking into him. Meanwhile, his other hand gripped the broken folding chair, striking the back of the wolf's head repeatedly, all the while bellowing, "Qin Feng, help me!" Having endured numerous bloody encounters, Qin Feng's courage had grown significantly. Without waiting for He-yong's call, he swiftly maneuvered around to the wolf's rear, grasping its bushy tail, and with a powerful pull, brought the ferocious creature crashing down. With both hands liberated, He-yong's gaze hardened, and he drew a Swiss Army knife from his waist, plunging it into the wolf's left eye. The eyes of any mammal are inherently fragile. Even in its mutated state, the wolf's eyeball remained soft, unable to withstand the sharpness of steel. With a howl, the male wolf's ruptured eyeball erupted, spewing forth a foul, sanguine liquid. He-yong nudged it with his elbow. sending the beast tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng delivered a fierce kick to the wolf's jaw, the impact of his sturdy shoe resounding with a thud, blood now seeping from its mouth. Though the male wolf was formidable, its size was merely that of an oversized pet dog, and under the relentless assault of two adult men, it could hardly endure for long with a pained cry. It seemed to recall the instinctive fear of humans and promptly tucked its tail, retreating in disgrace. Filthy beast, halt! He Yong was still unsatisfied, swinging the intact folding chair as he prepared to pursue. Only to be timely restrained by Qin Feng. Brother Yong, don't chase after it. Come back. Reluctantly, He Yong relented, spitting on the ground, his demeanor fierce as he muttered, Damn beast. I pray I never cross paths with you again. Qin Feng, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on He Yong's departing figure, lost in thought for a brief moment before lowering his eyes, the clouds of doubt deepening within him. For ordinary people, encountering a wolf would evoke fear. Even when faced with a fight to the death, it was inconceivable for someone like He Yong to pursue the fleeing male wolf with such relentless determination. He Yong's actions left Qin Feng in a state of uncertainty and confusion. Who exactly was this individual? And what lay beneath the surface of his seemingly extraordinary persona? At that moment, the plump nurse and Xia Ming had managed to drag Zhou Yang from a corner occupied by tables and chairs. The nurse, while examining Zhou Yang's condition, expressed her relief. Thank goodness you thought to hide him beneath the table. Otherwise, this patient would surely have perished. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback and quickly turned to He Yong. You were the one who hid him under the table. He Yong appeared equally astonished. No, when I entered the hospital, I just placed him on a bench. I was in such a rush that I had no time to hide him under a table. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng fell silent, his expression one of suspicion as he turned to gaze at Zhou Yang's motionless form, a flicker of discernment passing through his eyes. There was no reason for He Yong to lie about such matters. Who, then, had moved this young man from the bench to beneath the table? Was it possible that Zhou Yang had regained consciousness momentarily? Chapter 22. The blood bank rat having driven away the male wolf. The group promptly sought out a handcart, under the guidance of the plump nurse, to transport the injured individual upstairs. During the journey, He Yong voiced his frustration. Why must we go upstairs? Can't we find a secluded spot on the ground floor to perform the surgery? The nurse, while running, explained, We can't. I'm just a nurse and don't have the skills to perform surgery. Such matters must be left to Dr. Zhong, who is on the third floor. We'll be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What? Is there someone else in the hospital aside from you? Yes, Dr. Zhong is the deputy director of our hospital. Since the appearance of the dense fog, he has remained in the operating room. The plump nurse nodded, adding, Despite the terrifying scenes caused by the fog, most hospital staff and patients have fled. However, within such a large hospital, there are still many critically ill patients who cannot be moved. And someone must volunteer to stay behind and care for them. Her words left Qin Feng and He Yong momentarily speechless, filled with a newfound respect for the nurse, eyeing a world on the brink of collapse. Who could afford to care for anyone else? Even Qin Feng, when necessary, found it impossible to prioritize saving those around him. Yet this seemingly unassuming nurse, with her ample figure and less than appealing appearance, willingly chose to remain in the hospital to tend to those unable to rise from their beds. Such an act illuminated the brilliance of humanity in the darkest of times. Seemingly aware of their gazes, the plump nurse smiled modestly. It's nothing extraordinary. I'm a nurse, and caring for patients is my duty. The truly remarkable individual is Dr. Zhong. Despite being well past retirement age, he still persists in his work. Indeed, you all are good people, Xia Ming interjected, her eyes reflecting warmth and admiration as she regarded the plump nurse. In a flurry of activity, the four of them hastily pushed the handcart towards the fourth floor of the hospital, and they soon discovered one of the patient rooms illuminated by emergency lights. The nurse was the first to push open the door, calling out to a lean figure busy within, Dr. Zhong, we have another critically ill patient here. Are you able to assist with the emergency? Upon hearing the nurse's words, the elderly man in the room turned, revealing a visage marked by vitality. He appeared to be nearing 70, with a head of meticulously groomed silver hair and thick gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. Seeing the group, Dr. Zhong adjusted his glasses and said, "Come in quickly. I'll examine the patient." The group moved in unison, carefully lifting Zhou Yang into the operating room. Dr. Zhong immediately donned his glasses, scrutinizing the wound with a look of horror. Good heavens, such injuries, and yet he still displays vital signs. Qin Feng managed a bitter smile. This fellow is lucky. He's tougher than a cockroach. I have no idea how he manages to survive. Enough chatter. You all need to fetch some blood bags to be the way. What is the patient's blood type? Dr. Zhong interrupted, his voice urgent. Qin Feng hesitated, scratching the back of his head in frustration. In truth, he had never thought highly of Zhou Yang, and the two had rarely exchanged words. Thus, he had no knowledge of the young man's blood type. I know. It's type O blood, and conveniently, I am also type O. Xiaoming chimed in. Dr. Zhong, will my blood suffice? Very well, you stay here and prepare to donate blood. However, your contribution alone will not be enough. We must search the storage room for additional blood bags. Someone needs to accompany Xiao Yi to go. Dr. Zhong nodded in rapid agreement. Xiao Yi, the plump nurse, immediately stepped forward, addressing Qin Feng and He Yong. Which of you will come with me to the storage room? He Yong remained silent. His sole purpose had been to rescue others during their escape, and he had always regarded Zhou Yang as a burden. Thus he had no intention of volunteering. Observing the situation, Qin Feng spoke up, I'll accompany you. We must act quickly. Follow me. Nurse Xiao Yi turned and led the way. With Qin Feng hurriedly trailing behind, as they raced through the corridor, Qin Feng noticed that the patient rooms on either side were indeed filled with a variety of patients, elderly individuals, children, and even a few who had undergone amputations. He couldn't help but exclaim, why are there so many patients concentrated on one floor? It's more convenient to care for them this way. It was Dr. Zhong's suggestion, Nurse Xiao Yi explained in a hushed tone. Qin Feng couldn't help but express his admiration. You all truly have it tough. They hastened down the stairs, making their way toward the backup equipment storage room located at the rear of the hospital. The blood bank they sought was situated on the negative first floor, accessible through several locked doors. Nurse Xiao Yi fumbled for keys and struggled to unlock the doors. Qin Feng stepped forward to assist. What about the other staff? Is there no security at the blood bank? With a bittersweet smile, Nurse Xiao Yi replied, there used to be, but they've all fled. Now, it's just Dr. Zhong and me left in the entire hospital. Qin Feng chose not to comment further. Indeed, the professional integrity of Dr. Zhong and Nurse Xiao Yi was commendable, yet those who had escaped were not entirely to blame. After all, the imperative of saving lives must always consider one's own safety first. In a swift motion, the two individuals ventured into the subterranean blood bank. Nurse Xiao Yi, adhering to the numerical system, unlatched the final compartment, leading Qin Feng as they rummaged through the contents in search of usable blood bags. However, amidst their search, Qin Feng unconsciously detected a cacophony of rustling sounds, initially faint and easily dismissed. Yet, as time progressed, these sounds grew increasingly pronounced, ultimately alerting Qin Feng to a sense of impending danger. He hastily exclaimed, something feels amiss. There seems to be a threat lurking within the blood bank. We must leave at once. At that moment, Nurse Xiao Yi was preoccupied with collecting blood bags. Stunned by his declaration, she turned and replied, surely, you jest? The blood bank is equipped with stringent safety measures. The walls are reinforced with steel. What could possibly infiltrate here? Qin Feng insisted, listen closely. There are numerous scuttling noises surrounding us. What noises? Nurse Xiao Yi displayed a look of confusion akin to that of Xia Ming earlier. She strained to hear, only to voice her bewilderment. There's nothing at all. Your senses are likely impaired by the dense fog. It's entirely normal to be unable to hear. We must hurry, lest we find ourselves in grave peril. With no time to elaborate on the reasons behind his unease, Qin Feng noted that they had collected a sufficient number of blood bags. He grasped Nurse Xiao Yi's hand and swiftly maneuvered towards the exit. Indeed, they had barely escaped a short distance when the scene that confirmed Qin Feng's fears erupted before their eyes. It was a horde of rats. A multitude of robust, glossy-furred rodents had inexplicably emerged in the corridor outside the blood bank, their eyes a ghastly crimson. The first rat plummeted from the ceiling, landing in the middle of the corridor and twitching its triangular nose in excitement as it detected potential prey. With a sudden burst of energy, it sprang forth, launching itself onto Nurse Xiaoye's chest, baring its exaggerated incisors before sinking its teeth into her flesh. The speed was astonishing. The entire sequence, from the rat's appearance to its attack, unfolded in less than 2 seconds, leaving Qin Feng no time to issue a warning. The exposed teeth of the rat had already torn away a substantial piece of flesh from Nurse Xiaoye's chest. Chapter 23. Cornered. Having suffered a painful bite from the rat, Nurse Xiaoye naturally felt a surge of agony. Fortunately, the rat's small teeth, though they penetrated deeply, did not cause irreparable harm, allowing her to merely gasp before she managed to fling the creature away. However, it soon became evident that this was not the only rat intent on assaulting them. As the first rat was dispatched, a second one leaped forward to attack. Despite its diminutive size, its agility and ferocity were alarming. As it almost instantaneously ascended to Nurse Xiaoye's shoulder, poised to take a second bite at her neck. Fortunately, Qin Feng was quick to react. As the second rat was about to strike, he lunged forward, positioning himself behind Nurse Xiaoye, and swiftly captured the creature. Upon seizing the rat, Qin Feng immediately recognized its abnormality. Though the rats in the blood bank were not as large as cats, they were significantly larger than ordinary rats. Additionally, their fur had mutated to a sickly yellow, resembling that of a weasel, and their incisors had evolved into formidable canine-like teeth, exhibiting an extraordinary biting power. In that moment, Qin Feng comprehended the reason behind the hospital's sudden power outage. Under normal circumstances, even if the entire city were to lose power, the hospital's backup generators would sustain operations for an extended period. However, these backup systems and wires had become worthless due to the rats' gnawing, which had likely caused the widespread blackout. Why are these rats so large and aggressive? Nurse Xiaoye, momentarily taken aback, suppressed her pain and clutched the blood bags tightly, retreating behind Qin Feng. Despite her recent injury, the small size of the rat's mouth meant that the wound, while deep, was not life-threatening. However, the sheer size and number of the rats unnerved her, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine. Qin Feng spoke grimly, "These are not ordinary rats. They have likely mutated as well. We must exercise caution. These creatures harbor potent pathogens." Just as he uttered those words, the mutated rat in his grip twisted its rotund head and lunged at him, its fangs slicing against his skin. Though Qin Feng managed to evade most of the bite, the rat's sharp teeth still left a thin, bleeding gash on his hand. "This is dire. If the number of these rats increases, we shall be devoured alive," Qin Feng exclaimed, alarmed. A single rat was not particularly fearsome, but a swarm could easily overpower even the mightiest of beasts. "We must move swiftly." With no other recourse, Qin Feng forcefully propelled Nurse Xiaoye forward, seizing a metal instrument from the corridor and striking the ground with it. The rats, small and nimble, proved challenging targets. Despite his best efforts, most blows missed their mark. However, one particularly corpulent rat, perhaps overindulged, moved sluggishly, allowing Qin Feng to strike it successfully. The creature was obliterated, its body reduced to a grotesque pulp, with viscous blood oozing from the remains, creating a horrifying spectacle. Upon observing the rat's blood, Qin Feng detected an eerie green hue, further solidifying his belief that these creatures were indeed a mutated species. "There are more rats ahead. We cannot proceed any further. Follow me. There's a cargo passage we can ascend." Nurse Xiaoye, well acquainted with the hospital's layout, shrieked as the encroaching rats drew near. Instead of continuing forward, she quickly pivoted and sprinted towards the corridor's end. "Stay within close proximity to me," Qin Feng urged, following suit while reminding her not to stray too far, lest unforeseen danger arise and hinder his ability to assist her. The two raced down the dimly lit underground corridor. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and after several frantic seconds, they reached a dedicated staircase for transporting medical equipment. This staircase lacked conventional steps, presenting instead a sloped, sliding corridor. Nurse Xiaoye, panting heavily from her injury, leaned against the edge, her complexion pale. "I can barely go on. Perhaps I should hand you the blood bags, and you can escape first." Individuals of heavier build typically possess less stamina than their leaner counterparts. With Nurse Xiaoyi burdened by a significant number of blood bags, her pace understandably slowed. Yet, despite her condition, she clung tenaciously to the essential supplies for her patients, refusing to relinquish them even after being bitten. "That won't do," Qin Feng urged as he pushed her forward, insisting, "If I leave you behind, the rat swarm will surely devour you. If you cannot run any longer, just discard the blood bags. Your safety is paramount." Qin Feng admired Nurse Xiaoyi's dedication. While her actions may have seemed foolish, they illuminated the nobility of human nature. Though she was not particularly attractive, her inner kindness deeply moved Qin Feng, compelling him to ensure her safe escape. Behind them, the ominous sounds of the rat horde drew nearer. Whether on flat ground or within the complex underground passage, the speed and coordination of the rats far surpassed that of humans. As it became evident that many of the rodents were closing in, Qin Feng exerted all his strength to propel Nurse Xiaoyi forward, shouting, "Run, quickly!" As soon as the words left his lips, he turned and swung the metal rod, striking a rat mid-flight. The impact sent the creature tumbling through the air, colliding with several of its companions. However, this proved futile. The rat horde was unlike any other creature, moving as a cohesive unit with remarkable agility. After dispatching the first rat, Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He glanced down to find a large, yellow, grotesque rat had taken advantage of the moment to leap onto him. Sinking its teeth into his flesh in agony, Qin Feng cursed, violently shaking his arm against the wall. The force of the collision crushed the rat, but a third rat leaped forward, intent on gnawing at Qin Feng's nose. "Get away from me!" Qin Feng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He swung the metal rod, successfully deflecting the assailant. Yet, the searing pain radiating from his abdomen became unbearable as he looked down to see at least 3 rats clinging to his thigh. "Ah, perish, all of you!" A tremendous fury surged within Qin Feng, compelling him to emit a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast. Yet, mere vocalizations proved futile. The relentless horde of rats continued to gnaw at his flesh. Entirely oblivious to the terror emanating from his bellowing mouth, they tore through the fabric of his trousers and outer garments. The rodents reveled in the rich taste of human blood, a delicacy far surpassing any culinary delight they had previously savored. Under the intoxicating scent of blood, the swarm grew increasingly frenzied, launching themselves at Qin Feng in an unyielding wave in an instant. Qin Feng found himself enveloped by the vermin, teetering on the brink of despair. Although each individual rat was not particularly heavy, their sheer numbers rendered him nearly immobile, with dozens clinging to his clothing, weighing him down significantly. Unable to maintain his footing, he collapsed to the ground, rolling in a desperate bid for escape. Surprisingly, this tactic bore some fruit. The weight of the rodents proved too much for many of the smaller ones, resulting in their demise as he thrashed and squirmed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng tore away the tattered remnants of his shirt, flinging off a number of rats that had clung to it. However, the frenzy of the rodent horde had escalated to a fever pitch, and no amount of swatting or squashing could deter the relentless tide that surged forth. As time passed, the throng of rats only multiplied, completely blocking the passageway. In such a dire scenario, it was not only Qin Feng, a mere mortal, who would be gripped by fear. Even an elephant would quail at the sight. Indeed, Qin Feng was paralyzed by dread, gripped by a terror so profound it felt as though he might perish. Yet, confronted with the reality that he had no choice but to fight for his life, he continued to wield his metal rod with fervor, striking at the encroaching rats with a monotonous and numbing rhythm. Human strength, after all, is finite. After dozens of swings, fatigue set in. His arms felt leaden, and the once light rod became a burdensome weight. Was this to be his end? Despair washed over him, his body marked by numerous wounds and the numbing pangs of pain leaving him in a state of utter despondency. Just when Qin Feng felt he could swing no longer, a blinding light flared from the rear of the passage, accompanied by a booming voice that pierced through his despondency. "I am here to assist you." It was He Yong. This soldier, propelled by urgency, brandished a powerful flashlight in one hand while sprinting towards Qin Feng. the other hand wielding a large, crimson pestle, which he wielded against the nearby rodents with wild abandon. With his back turned to He-Yong and the dimness of the corridor obscuring his vision, Qin Feng was unaware of the weapon He-Yong had brought. He could only stammer in disbelief. "What are you doing here? There are too many rats. Even your presence may be futile. Do not panic." "I have a plan," He-Yong bellowed, lifting the pestle high above his head, aimed directly at the frenzied rats, and forcefully pressing the switch. It was at that moment that Qin Feng realized He-Yong was wielding a dry powder fire extinguisher. As He-Yong activated it, a thick plume of white powder erupted forth, dispersing through the corridor with the aid of the draft. The rats, seemingly startled, recoiled from their assault, retreating a considerable distance, their beady red eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. Fixated on the duo. "Let us go." He-Yong hurled the extinguisher aside, grabbing Qin Feng's arm with urgency, pulling him back. The cylindrical extinguisher clattered against the corridor floor, creating a cacophony that sent the rats scurrying to avoid its path, momentarily halting their advance. Seizing this fleeting chance, the pair dashed down the corridor, sprinting 10 meters before reaching the edge of a ramp. He-Yong swiftly pushed open a door, sealing off the corridor behind them. With a resounding clang, the door shut, and Qin Feng collapsed against it, utterly spent, like a disassembled automaton. He-Yong, equally fatigued, cursed under his breath, "Damn it! If that little nurse hadn't come to notify me, I would have had no idea how perilous things were down here." Just then, a series of thuds echoed from the door as the rats began to batter against it, prompting both men to muster their weary bodies once more. He-Yong, clutching Qin Feng's gnawed arm, quietly inquired, "Are you all right? You're not gravely injured, are you?" "I'm fine, not dead yet." Qin Feng managed a pained smile, leaning on He-Yong for support as they navigated towards a nearby staircase. Along the way, he cast a grateful glance at He-Yong, saying, "Brother Yong, you saved my life today. I owe you one and enough with the pleasantries." He-Yong replied, his tone grave. "In this environment, saving you is tantamount to saving myself. You possess a decisive mind and keen intellect. Without you, my survival is uncertain as well. You are deserving of rescue. As for that fellow named Zhou Yang." He-Yong's words trailed off, leaving an unspoken implication hanging in the air. Qin Feng understood the underlying message and managed a wry smile. After all, lives are at stake. Once on the battlefield, life becomes the least valuable commodity, especially given the severity of our current circumstances, which are far more brutal than any battlefield. He-Yong's expression hardened as he continued, "Forget the past, but I must emphasize this. In situations where you lack the means to manage emergencies, it is best not to play the Good Samaritan or meddle in affairs that do not concern you." "Very well." Although the sentiment sounded harsh, Qin Feng pondered it deeply and ultimately nodded in agreement. In this world, individuals akin to the kind-hearted Xiao Yi nurse and Dr. Zhong were indeed a rare breed. Qin Feng never considered himself a hero, nor did he subscribe to the moralistic ideals of saintliness. The events that had just transpired still haunted him, making him fully resonate with He-Yong's counsel. With He-Yong's assistance, Qin Feng swiftly returned to the previous ward. Deep within, Dr. Zhong was performing surgery on Zhou Yang, separated only by a thin curtain. Outside, Xia Ming paced nervously, while the pallid Xiao Yi nurse sat curled in a corner, clutching her knees, her gaze vacant and her body trembling slightly. "Qin Feng, you're back?" Upon catching sight of him, Xia Ming was taken aback, hardly recognizing the disheveled figure he had become. His shirt was torn, exposing his gaunt physique, marred by numerous wounds inflicted by the rodents, with several areas oozing blood. Xia Ming recoiled in shock. You're not hurt, are you?" "I'm fine, not dead yet." Qin Feng grimaced through the pain, his expression largely unaffected as he shook his head. "Please, could you fetch me some gauze and alcohol to tend to my wounds?" "Of course." Xia Ming, startled, hurriedly began searching for supplies at his request. Qin Feng settled at the edge of the hospital bed, preparing to examine his injuries, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the distraught Xiao Yi nurse. Crouched in the corner, her hands tightly grasping her knees, her eyes devoid of life, her body quivering slightly. "What is going on?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, rushing to the nurse's side and asking, "What is the matter?" I'm fine," Just a bit cold and my forehead feels so hot. I think I might have a fever, Xiaoyi nurse stammered, her pallor alarming, her body trembling intermittently as if afflicted by convulsions. What is happening? Qin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him, still processing the situation when He Yong stepped forward, lifting the nurse's eyelid to examine her closely. His expression shifted to one of grave concern. It appears she has contracted an infection. Infection? With what? Qin Feng's confusion deepened, springing to his feet in alarm. He Yong's expression darkened. Cholera. What? Qin Feng's jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. That is a plague. Where did the source of infection come from? But as he began to voice his thoughts, he suddenly froze, recalling the vast horde of rats he had encountered beneath the blood bank mere moments ago. A chill ran down his spine. Indeed, cholera had almost entirely vanished from the Blue Star world. The only carriers of such bacteria would undoubtedly be the rats. Xiaoyi nurse had indeed been bitten by a rat. Could that have been the moment she contracted the disease? As this realization struck him, Qin Feng's features contorted in distress, especially when he considered that his own injuries were far more severe than hers. But why was he not exhibiting symptoms? His mind raced with confusion. Why am I not running a fever? He Yong shook his head, turning his back to Qin Feng. As you once said, not all individuals are the same. Cholera is highly infectious and manifests rapidly, but not everyone is guaranteed to be infected. You may have been fortunate. However, this nurse, before he could finish, Xiaoyi nurse began to tremble uncontrollably, her voice trembling as she asked, Am I truly infected with the plague? But you're not a doctor. How can you know? He Yong closed his eyes and numbly recounted, When I was young, I was once dispatched by the organization to undertake a mission in Africa. The sanitary conditions there were appalling, and numerous infectious diseases plagued the region. I had a comrade who succumbed to a similar illness. Bang. No sooner had He Yong finished speaking than Nurse Xiaoyi, startled, collapsed onto the floor, gasping weakly, her expression vacant and dazed, as if she had been sentenced to death. Qin Feng interjected, What are we waiting for? This is a hospital. We must urgently search for any medication that can treat the plague. It's futile. He Yong turned around, his face ashen, and declared, If someone from the last century contracted this disease, perhaps there might have been a specific antidote available in the hospital. However, since the turn of this century, cholera has long been eradicated in our country. Conventional hospitals cannot possess such vaccines unless we immediately request assistance from specialized departments. But given the current circumstances, He Yong paused mid-sentence, choosing silence, yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. As for Nurse Xiaoyi, it was uncertain whether she was rendered speechless by shock or if the onset of cholera had left her body stiffened. Aside from occasional spasms, she exhibited almost no other reactions. Just then, as the three remained in silence, Xia Ming arrived, carrying a large supply of disinfectant and gauze, prepared to tend to Qin Feng's wounds. However, Qin Feng forced a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless as he pushed her away, saying, Don't worry about me. Go take care of Xiaoyi. What's wrong with her? Xia Ming, oblivious to Nurse Xiaoyi's abnormal state, remarked that ever since the blood pack had been drawn, the young nurse had become unusually quiet. It was only at that moment that she noticed the unmistakable darkening of her complexion, and her heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly inquired about the situation. Yet, Qin Feng and He Yong had no desire to speak. Both wore faces of compassion as they gazed at Nurse Xiaoyi, their expressions filled with struggle. This world seemed exceedingly cruel. Must the virtuous lead such brief lives? Qin Feng found this notion utterly unacceptable and immediately urged, Are there any antibiotics? We must administer an injection. He Yong remained unmoved. Having witnessed the horrors of cholera firsthand, he knew that conventional antibiotics would be of little help. Yet, Qin Feng refused to relent, insisting, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and administer penicillin. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot simply stand by and watch her succumb. Sigh, Very well, I hope she is as fortunate as you. He Yong turned to Qin Feng, casting a profound glance before walking aside to inject an antibiotic into the already lethargic Nurse Xiaoyi. After the injection, her symptoms appeared to improve slightly. Although she still burned with fever and exhibited a general malaise, at least the frequency of her body's tremors had lessened. With no further options, the group squatted in place, vigilantly awaiting Nurse Xiao Ye's condition. 2 hours passed, and Dr. Zhong, who had been performing surgery on Zhou Yang, suddenly pulled back the curtain and stepped out with a sigh of relief. The patient's vital signs are stable, as long as he awakens in a timely manner. He will have passed the critical period. But what has happened to Xiaoyi? Previously engrossed in the operation, Dr. Zhong had paid little attention to the events outside, but upon noticing Nurse Xiao Ye's condition, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. She was bitten by a mutated rat and may have contracted cholera, Qin Feng stated numbly. Nonsense. Such a disease has long been eradicated in Huagua. How could this be? Dr. Zhong, in disbelief, rushed over to examine her. However, after a preliminary diagnosis, the elder's cheeks began to tremble even more violently, as he muttered, "Indeed. How could this be possible?" "Yes," the others responded, resignedly closing their eyes. The world was changing too rapidly. Qin Feng felt that the blue star he inhabited was perhaps undergoing the greatest transformation in history, with all orders and norms seemingly turned upside down, as if they had returned to ancient times. Regarding cholera, Dr. Zhong had no effective treatment plan, as a skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. Without an antidote, it was indeed a terminal illness. He sat beside Nurse Xiaoyi, wearing a bitter smile, as the atmosphere remained heavy with silence, driving one to the brink of madness. Unable to endure the prolonged pressure, Qin Feng struggled to adjust his breathing and proactively inquired, "By the way, how is Zhou Yang?" "This young man is quite peculiar," Dr. Zhong struggled to articulate, pursing his lips before finally stating, given his injuries, he should have perished long ago. However, after 50 years in medicine, I have never encountered someone with such tenacity for life. He is simply monstrous. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell into deeper silence. The reality validated his suspicions. Zhou Yang had undoubtedly undergone mutation, perhaps having been struck by that red light long before their encounter. Qin Feng was intrigued. Both he and Zhou Yang had been hit by the same red light, yet their reactions were entirely different. One had turned into a desiccated corpse, while the other had gained extraordinary vitality. He eagerly anticipated what Zhou Yang would become once he awakened. With this curiosity in mind, Qin Feng felt that his efforts in bringing Zhou Yang to the hospital were not in vain. For this fellow's experience might aid him in further grasping the information regarding this apocalyptic world. The group remained silent for approximately 2 hours. Outside, darkness engulfed everything, rendering the distinction between day and night non-existent. Qin Feng approached the window several times, pulling back the curtain to glimpse the outside world, which remained shrouded in thick fog, clawing and spreading through the air, threatening to engulf the entirety of Blue Star. Was the future of humanity destined to exist within such a sunless environment? Chapter 26. The Return of the Rat Swarm. The prolonged silence brewed an overwhelming sense of despair. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qin Feng felt he could no longer bear it. As his emotions reached their peak, an impending eruption loomed. Yet, rather than cry out, just before his emotions threatened to collapse, a faint and feeble cough suddenly pierced through the hospital curtains. Reaching the ears of all present, Zhou Yang has awakened. A miracle. Upon hearing that faint cough, Dr. Zhong could not contain his excitement. He sprang to his feet and strode towards Zhou Yang's sleeping form, exclaiming, "You have truly awakened. This is nothing short of a medical miracle of the 21st century." The elder rambled on, his face alight with joy, while Qin Feng and the others trailed behind, exchanging a collective wry smile. In just these past 2 days, had there not been enough miracles? They had gradually adapted to the notion that even if a dinosaur were to appear before them at that moment, they would hardly be astonished. The group quickly gathered around the hospital bed, gazing at Zhou Yang, who had numbly opened his eyes. A complex array of emotions flickered across their faces, neither pure excitement nor mere curiosity. Each person pondered the same question. How had this young man managed to survive? Zhou Yang blinked, gradually focusing his gaze. First, he glanced at Xiaoming beside the bed, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. Then surveyed the surroundings. When his gaze landed on Qin Feng's face, his expression involuntarily tightened, and he inquired, "Where is my uncle?" "He has passed away," Xiaoming said, her heart heavy, compelled to speak the truth. "Dead?" Zhou Yang's agitation surged as he attempted to sit up, but Xia Ming and Dr. Zhong restrained his shoulders, saying, "Hold on, you shouldn't move yet. You're not in a condition to get out of bed." "How did my uncle die?" Zhou Yang pressed on, still struggling to accept the reality, leaning back against the pillow as he questioned Xia Ming. Yet, Xia Ming wore a puzzled expression. In truth, she had not witnessed the specific circumstances of Director Lin's death, so she turned her bewildered gaze toward Qin Feng. Initially reluctant to speak, Qin Feng ultimately relented under Xia Ming's prompting and said, "Your uncle was consumed by an ant swarm while we were escorting you to the hospital." "Oh," Zhou Yang responded with a dazed acknowledgement, but then, as if struck by a thought, he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng and continued, "You know how my uncle died, which means you were by his side when it happened. Why didn't you save him?" Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by this inquiry, while He Yong, maintaining a stern expression, interjected, "It's not that simple. Just getting you to the hospital was a tremendous challenge. Those ants were relentless. Do you think we could have saved him just because we wanted to?" "Ha ha." Zhou Yang, whether out of sorrow for Director Lin's tragic fate or some other reason, regarded Qin Feng and He Yong with a cold, distant gaze, suddenly stating, "Why was it him who was attacked by the ants?" This remark instantly furrowed the brows of everyone present, prompting Qin Feng to retort, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing. I was just speaking my mind. If you don't like it, you don't have to listen." Zhou Yang's eyes revealed no gratitude towards Qin Feng. Instead, they expressed an intrinsic coldness and rejection. "What do you expect to hear from me? Thank you for saving my life. You might be disappointed. I have never asked you to save me." Qin Feng found himself momentarily speechless. After enduring in silence, he finally managed to say to Xia Ming, "I need to step outside for some fresh air." Having spoken, he turned and walked away, with He Yong hastily following suit. The two swiftly departed from the operating room and approached Nurse Xiaoyi. Crouching down beside her, they gazed at her waxen face, which bore a sickly hue tinged with a ghastly pallor, their hearts ablaze with indignation. Countless efforts had been expended to pull Zhou Yang back from the brink of death. Even Nurse Xiaoyi had suffered grievously, being savaged by a horde of rats while searching for blood packs, resulting in her current state. Yet Zhou Yang, that ungrateful wretch, had not uttered a single word of thanks since regaining consciousness, instead directing his ire towards Qin Feng and the others following Director Lin's demise. Such a lack of gratitude infuriated Qin Feng profoundly. He Yong scoffed. "What did I say? No good deed goes unpunished. I was against bringing this brat along from the start." Sighing, Qin Feng, though somewhat vexed, shook his head and remarked, "We saved a life. That counts as a good deed, regardless of how this boy thinks. It doesn't negate our efforts. What's next? Are you planning to continue escorting this brat on the run?" He Yong suddenly extracted a cigarette from his pack, lit it quietly, and took a deep drag before offering the smoldering end to Qin Feng. "Take it easy. I don't have many left, thanks." Qin Feng accepted the cigarette, inhaling deeply but immediately succumbed to a fit of coughing from the acrid smoke, the cheap quality of the cigarette leaving a nauseating taste in his mouth. He hurriedly tossed the cigarette back, calmly stating, "I have no intention of playing the fool by being a do-gooder. Having saved his life, I consider my task complete. I plan to seek refuge in the air raid shelter." "What about you, Yonggu?" "Of course, I will go with you." He Yong sighed again, his gaze fixating on Nurse Xiaoyi's ghastly visage. "What shall we do about this little nurse? I don't know." Qin Feng replied, feeling bewildered, tugging at his hair in frustration. "The onset of cholera is rapid. It's only been a few hours, and she's near death. Even if we take her with us, she likely won't last until we reach safety. But leaving her behind, that's a heavy burden on my conscience." Qin Feng's thoughts were in disarray, utterly chaotic. The choices afforded to humanity by fate were woefully limited, rendering him feeling helpless. Indeed, such a kind-hearted girl. And just like that, she might be gone. How cruel! He Yong, equally at a loss for words, turned away, sneering bitterly, as if to defy the injustice of the heavens. Suddenly, he stood, cursing vehemently. "Damn it!" At that moment, Xia Ming emerged gently from the operating room, approaching the two and inquiring, "How is Xiaoyi? What do you think?" Qin Feng replied coldly, almost petulantly, turning his back. Xia Ming bit her lip, her face etched with sorrow as she asked, "What is our next step?" "Although the hospital is well stocked with supplies, we lack food. This is not a place to linger, I know, which is why we intend to leave here as soon as possible. What about you? Will you come with me? Or stay behind with Zhou Yang?" Qin Feng said expressionlessly. In truth, having escorted Xia Ming to this point, Qin Feng felt he had fulfilled his obligations. They had been colleagues for 3 years, yes, but during that time, Xia Ming had never once regarded him with any respect, and thus they could hardly be called friends. Additionally, the relationship between Xia Ming and Zhou Yang simmered within Qin Feng, fueling his frustration. Xia Ming, however, spoke bitterly, "Can't we take Zhou Yang along with us?" "Ha! Are you not already burdened enough by this brat?" He Yong interjected with a cold laugh, preparing to oppose her. Yet before he could finish his thought, a series of faint rustling sounds echoed from the corridor outside the patient room. Though the sounds were subtle, they resonated ominously in the dimly lit corridor, akin to the footsteps of death, causing the three to perk up their ears. "This is bad." Qin Feng reflexively stood, cursing, "Damn it! How could I forget? That door once he hold back the rats. They must be gnawing through the latch to get in. Let us go, quickly." Chapter 27. Dr. Zhong's grief and fury upon hearing the mention of rats. Xia Ming and He Yong nearly jumped in unison, their faces pale as they exclaimed, "It can't be happening this quickly. There's no time. We must evacuate the patients." Without hesitation, Qin Feng knew all too well the destructive and aggressive tendencies of the frenzied rodent horde. Once confirming that the rustling sounds belonged to them, he immediately scooped up the gravely ill nurse Xiaoyi, disregarding his own wounds, and staggered towards the exit. "Dr. Zhong, come quickly." He Yong rushed into action, tearing aside the curtain of the operating room and calling out to the elderly Dr. Zhong, who was resting inside. "A massive horde of rats has invaded the hospital basement. This place is not safe. Hurry and come with me." "What?" Dr. Zhong, being of advanced age and not particularly swift of foot, did not immediately follow but instead turned back to don his reading glasses, as if he had not quite grasped the gravity of the situation. "What did you say about rats?" "No time. We'll talk on the way." He Yong, respecting the venerable doctor, quickly took a step forward, firmly grasping Dr. Zhong's hand and sprinting towards the exit. As for Zhou Yang, lying helplessly on the hospital bed, no one was there to assist him. He could only struggle to rise, fear evident in his voice as he called out to the retreating figures, "Hey, don't leave me behind. Someone help me up." This reaction stemmed from his instinctual terror, yet to He Yong and Qin Feng, it sounded jarringly offensive. "Whose father are you?" Qin Feng shot him a glance, shaking his head in disregard, continuing to carry the gravely ill Xiaoyi as he dashed forward. Ultimately, it was Xia Ming, unable to bear the sight, who rushed over to support the ailing Zhou Yang, dragging him along through the corridor. Zhou Yang's wounds had only just been bandaged, and he was indeed suffering from significant blood loss. Had he been an ordinary person, he might not have had the strength to even get out of bed. However, this fortunate fellow, for reasons unknown, possessed a vitality far superior to that of the average person. At such a critical juncture, he was still able to run, and not much slower than Xia Ming at that. Yet, this was only in comparison to humans. Just as they burst forth from the corridor, they were left aghast by the scene before them. The rat horde was so densely packed that it was impossible to count them, pouring from the ceiling, the corridor, and even the cracks in the windows, swarming everywhere in a writhing mass. The rats, equipped with elongated claws, triangular snouts, and sharp fangs, could easily gnaw through a solid door, even one reinforced with steel and concrete. They had evidently excavated their way out from within the walls, creating numerous burrow-like passages in the corners of the corridor, from which a multitude of furry rodents emerged, all fixated with bloodshot eyes glowing ominously in the dim light, exuding a palpable sense of danger and savagery. Even more alarming was that these rats did not merely rely on sight to hunt. They stood on their hind legs, twitching their filthy noses, sniffing the air, seemingly able to detect the scent of humans. This is dire. There are still many critically ill patients in the other wards. Dr. Zhong's first instinct was not to consider his own safety, but rather to look towards the surrounding patient rooms. He pointed to one door that had already been gnawed through by the rats, crying out in alarm, We must save her. There's a woman in there with leukemia. Ah, at the very moment he finished speaking, a heart-wrenching scream, mingled with agony and fear, erupted from within the hospital room. Inside, a young woman afflicted with leukemia lay in a deep slumber, appearing scarcely older than her early 20s. Her withered hair and pallid complexion spoke volumes of the torment inflicted upon her by her grave illness. Yet, the mutated rats paid no heed to her plight. In their eyes, a bedridden patient, incapacitated and devoid of any strength to struggle, was merely the ideal target for predation. Consequently, dozens, if not hundreds, of rodents surged towards their prey. Disregarding the woman's cries and thrashing, gnawing at her flesh with their sharp claws and fangs, etching bloody trails and gaping wounds across her body. Alarmingly, the rat's mauled teeth, while incapable of severing large chunks of flesh instantaneously. Inflicted bite marks the size of fingernails, one after another, tormenting the woman with the dreadful punishment of being devoured by a multitude of vermin. A scene of unparalleled cruelty unfolded before Dr. Zhong's eyes as the swarm of rats viciously attacked his patient, methodically dismantling the form of a once whole human being, leaving behind a grotesque heap of dismembered flesh and bone, a sight beyond description. The sheer number of rodents allowed them to feast with alarming speed. Within mere seconds, they had devoured a substantial portion of the patient, her left side completely consumed, while only the right side remained relatively intact. The hoarse cries had long since ceased, save for one arm that continued to twitch, as if in a futile attempt to convey a silent protest. Dr. Zhong, tears streaming down his aged face, was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, fear, rage, sorrow, and despair. Clashing within his weary heart, he let out an unprecedented, hoarse roar, his features contorted in agony. Yet, it was to no avail. While ordinary rats might have fled at such a terrifying sound, the mutated horde was not deterred. They were emboldened, more ferocious and savage than ever before. Ignoring the frantic pounding of Dr. Zhong at the door, a portion of the rat swarm, perhaps due to the overwhelming numbers competing for their meal, turned their bloodshot eyes collectively towards him. Run, move. Even a seasoned warrior like He Yong felt a chill of terror as the rats cast their blood-drenched gazes upon them, quickly seizing Dr. Zhong from behind and forcibly dragging him away. Dr. Zhong, amidst his struggles, cried out in a pleading voice, "Save her, save my patient." He Yong shook his head numbly, insisting, "It's futile, Dr. Zhong. There's no hope. If we stay, we will perish too." His words were soon validated, for a multitude of rats, still ravenous and unsated, turned their necks towards the moving targets. The chattering of the rats, upon first hearing, seemed unthreatening, yet the sheer scale of their numbers was overwhelming, quickly filling the entire corridor, a relentless wave of squeaking that left little time for contemplation. Chapter 28. Exhausting strength quickly find tools. Hurry! Qin Feng, having assessed the dire situation, shouted fiercely, his gaze locking onto the fire hydrant in the corridor. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Freeing one hand, he smashed the glass cover of the hydrant and retrieved a red fire axe, wielding it with determination. However, the weight of Nurse Xiaoyi upon his shoulder was burdensome, leading to a significant drain on his strength. After several attempts to swing the axe, he found himself unable to strike anything of consequence. A throng of rats was advancing rapidly. Initially, only a handful of mutated creatures had leapt forth, manageable at first, but as time passed, their speed far surpassed that of humans. Soon, the walls, ceiling, and floor were swarming with an overwhelming mass of rats. Ah, damn it! Damn it! Zhou Yang was nearly driven to the brink of madness, unable to fathom how he had just awakened from unconsciousness only to be plunged into such a horrific environment. With only one arm still capable of movement, he vented his frustrations, cursing, "Where did all these beasts come from? Why are there so many? Enough chatter. Let us charge out together." He Yong propelled Dr. Zhong backward, seizing a small hand-push stretcher and swinging it forcefully at the swarm. Unfortunately, the stretcher was too flimsy. It clattered to the ground upon impact, breaking apart. He Yong then yanked off an aluminum tube, continuing to strike at the rats with fury. The scene was chaotic. The number of rats had become unfathomable, while Qin Feng and his companions were vastly outnumbered, each tasked with caring for a patient, leaving them with little capacity to resist. Particularly at the back of the group, Xia Meng, a woman in such circumstances, was fortunate merely to remain conscious, let alone contribute. As for Zhou Yang, he was nothing but a shrieking liability. And with his arms severed, he could do little to assist. Qin Feng and He Yong remained the primary fighters, yet even their combined strength was insufficient to withstand the frenzied onslaught of the rats. The only option for Qin Feng was to hand Nurse Xiaoyi over to Dr. Zhong, urging him to escort her downstairs, allowing him to free his hands and endure for as long as possible. "I will," Dr. Zhong replied, trembling as he took Nurse Xiaoyi from Qin Feng. Though he assented, his physical state was far from adequate. Not long after he began to carry her, he stumbled and fell, rolling onto the ground with Nurse Xiaoyi in his arms. His advanced age had rendered him unable to keep pace with the vigor of youth, and the weight of Nurse Xiaoyi was too much for him to bear. "Quickly, move!" Meanwhile, Qin Feng's eyes were wide with determination as he fought against the swarm, striving to buy time for Dr. Zhong's escape. "We cannot assist. We must go." Concurrently, Zhou Yang, who had been relying on Xia Meng for support, was now frantically shouting, completely unhinged, urging her to take him away. Xia Meng, feeling helpless, bit her lip tightly, calling back to Qin Feng and He Yong, "You must hold on. You must get down with that." She forced back her tears and turned to flee, Zhou Yang closely trailing behind her. Their pace was relatively swift, and soon they reached the staircase where Dr. Zhong had fallen. "Dr. Zhong, are you all right?" Xia Meng hurriedly bent down to help him, tears streaming as she inquired about his condition. Dr. Zhong, having taken a tumble, struggled to rise, perhaps having strained his back. "I can't go on. You must take Nurse Xiaoyi and leave. At my age, I cannot escape. You must hurry, go with that." Dr. Zhong, still clutching his back, rose empty-handed and prepared to engage the rats in close combat. "Don't come back." Xia Meng's heart raced with fear, while Qin Feng and He Yong, being young and vigorous, might have had a chance of survival. Dr. Zhong's frail age could only lead to his demise. Yet, Dr. Zhong was resolute, paying no mind to her pleas. He charged down the corridor, kicking a mutated rat away as he bellowed, "Retreat! Let me take on these monsters. I am old. Let me fight them to the end." With that, he dashed into the densest part of the rat horde. "That old fool," He Yong observed in horror, his brow furrowing in fear. He stomped his foot, shouting, "Have you lost your mind? Come back!" Alas, before his words could settle, a large golden rat leaped towards him, baring its teeth to bite at his ear. He Yong retaliated with a powerful swing, sending the hefty rat crashing to the ground. But he lost the opportunity to intercept Dr. Zhong. Turning back, he saw the frail old man had already plunged into the heart of the rat swarm, where at least 20 or 30 large rats lunged at him from every direction. "It's over." A wave of despair washed over Qin Feng, his heart pounding with hopelessness as tears blurred his vision. He murmured, "What has happened? Has the order of this world been completely inverted? Why do the virtuous meet such short lives? Why?" Turning back, he was met with an even more nerve-wracking sight. Nurse Xiaoyi, afflicted with the plague virus, remained in a poisoned stupor, her body limp as a snake, effectively blocking the staircase leading down. Xia Meng crouched beside her, desperately gripping her calf, attempting to drag her down the stairs, but to no avail. Her strength was insufficient, and her terror rendered her impotent to move Nurse Xiaoyi. As for Zhou Yang, what was that wretch doing? Upon seeing the stairway blocked by Nurse Xiaoyi, he inexplicably summoned the strength to kick her forcefully in the lower back, treating her like a mere ball and sending her tumbling down the staircase. Bang, bang, bang. The plump figure of Nurse Xiaoyi tumbled down the corridor, her forehead striking the sharp edge of the staircase, blood spilling from her face as her vital signs dwindled to a mere whisper. "Zhou Yang, you despicable fool!" Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes blazing red with fury. Beside him, Xia Meng leapt up in horror, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to Zhou Yang, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "She contracted this illness while trying to retrieve blood for you." Zhou Yang's face turned ashen, his features twitching as he retorted, "Nonsense. It is her duty to heal. She was merely fulfilling her responsibilities. Besides, this overweight woman is beyond saving. My actions are merely a means to end her suffering sooner. Damn it. Knowing she is already doomed, why would you insist on dragging her along, wasting precious energy? Xia Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, while nearby, Dr. Zhong let out a chilling scream as he was besieged by a horde of rats, collapsing to the ground. Immediately, Qin Feng and He Yong dashed toward the staircase where the two were situated, shouting that they could not afford to wait any longer, insisting that any discussions could take place once they had escaped the hospital. Chapter 29. The Benevolent Devil. Although Qin Feng yearned to strangle Zhou Yang right then and there, the current circumstances left no room for such actions. He had to suppress his impulse to settle the score with Zhou Yang, biting down hard on his molars, his face a mask of anger as he urged Xia Ming to flee down the stairs. The staircase was secluded and narrow, but given the urgency of the situation, they had no energy to seek alternative routes, stumbling along their current path in their desperate escape. Behind them, the sound of a multitude of rats gnawing at corpses echoed through the narrow corridor, accompanied by various wails of despair. Qin Feng could not determine whether this was fortunate or not. The floor was still populated with many dying patients, and the rats were preoccupied with devouring those unfortunate souls, thus failing to pursue them closely. This distraction provided the four a bit more space to flee. As they descended the stairs, they soon reached the corner where Nurse Xiaoyi had fallen. Zhou Yang remained at the forefront, and as he gazed upon her rotund body, there was not a trace of remorse or compassion in his eyes. Instead, he spat derisively. What a sight! She completely blocked the staircase, making our escape all the more difficult. Xia Ming, pulling him back with all her strength, yelled furiously, "What nonsense are you spouting? You have no right to speak like that." However, what they did not anticipate was that Nurse Xiaoyi, teetering on the brink of death, suddenly stirred, her lifeless eyes wide open as they pleaded with Qin Feng and the others, "Save me. I don't want to die." As she struggled to speak, she instinctively reached out with a trembling hand, grasping the leg of the nearest person. Unfortunately, that person was Zhou Yang, and her grasp inadvertently caught his leg. Faced with the desperate struggle of the dying nurse, Zhou Yang felt no compassion, but instead, he screamed in a fit of hysteria, "Let go, you fat wretch. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. You're sick and could infect me." Qin Feng's eyes blazed with rage. Wishing he could cleave Zhou Yang's skull with a fire axe, he restrained himself, shoving Zhou Yang aside and crouching down to grasp Nurse Xiaoyi's arm. At that moment, He Yong unexpectedly placed a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, yanking him back forcefully. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng's eyes burned with fury as he turned to face He Yong, his expression feral. He Yong's mouth twitched unnaturally as he closed his eyes and shook his head, urging, "Wake up, there's no saving her." Let us not forget, Nurse Xiaoyi was already afflicted with a dire illness, having just rolled down the corridor for quite some distance. Even if Qin Feng had the ability to drag her downstairs, what could he possibly do to save her? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's fingers trembled, his face contorted with anguish and conflict. He had spent a mere few hours with Nurse Xiaoyi, but in that brief time, he had glimpsed her inherent kindness and purity. How could he possibly abandon her to the ravenous rats, allowing her to be devoured alive? The torment within him twisted like a current, striking at his mind. And in that fleeting moment, his sanity seemed to unravel. He let out a heart-wrenching scream of despair, but as the pain reached its zenith, his emotions curiously cooled. Suddenly, he crouched beside Nurse Xiaoyi, gasping for breath as he inquired, "Do you have any final wishes, boss? The rats are coming. Can we stop this nonsense?" Before Nurse Xiaoyi could respond, Zhou Yang again shrieked neurotically, igniting the flames of Qin Feng's wrath. He turned sharply, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, enunciating each word with fierce intensity. "You, shut up." Zhou Yang, frightened by the intensity in Qin Feng's gaze, could only back away, leaning against the wall, gasping for air, no longer daring to meet Qin Feng's eyes. Turning back, Qin Feng spoke gently to the dying Nurse Xiaoyi, "You have a wish, speak it, and I shall fulfill it." Nurse Xiaoyi seemed to sense the gravity of the moment. Her mouth agape as she forced out a bitter smile, her eyes closing in resignation as she shook her head, saying, "There's nothing left. Just live well." "Yes, I will. I promise." Tears blurred Qin Feng's vision as he choked back sobs. Trembling as he rose, gripping the fire axe, positioning the blade against Nurse Xiaoye's neck. Nurse Xiaoye had mentally prepared herself. Despite her body trembling with fear, she willingly closed her eyes, weeping, "Please, be quick. Don't let me suffer." Qin Feng's voice shattered the air, a raw and anguished cry that echoed through the hall. "What are you doing?" A piercing scream erupted from Xia Ming beside him. Xia Ming was stunned, her vision fading to black as she struggled to remain standing, resembling a deranged individual as she clawed at Qin Feng's back, wailing uncontrollably, "You madman! Murderer! You beast!" She unleashed a torrent of curses, aiming every vile word at Qin Feng. At a loss for words, Qin Feng numbly withdrew the axe, his gaze fixed on the surging blood, chuckling darkly, "Yes, I am indeed a devil." All minds were thrown into chaos. Qin Feng himself was uncertain of his actions, yet he understood one thing. He could not relinquish the living Nurse Xiaoye to the horde of rats. This kind-hearted woman, even in death, must not succumb to their ravenous jaws. "Let us go. Let us move." Even the typically composed He Yong was now teary-eyed, fighting back his emotions as he forcefully pushed the two forward, shoving them down the stairs. Behind them, the cacophony of rats continued unabated, their frenzied, bloodthirsty cries resonating throughout every corner of the hospital. It seemed as though they were drawn to the scent of blood, a massive swarm of rats surging forth, beginning to tear at the lifeless body of Nurse Xiaoye, while another portion of the horde relentlessly pursued the fleeing group, biting into Xia Ming's shoulder. Xia Ming stumbled, nearly falling again, but fortunately, He Yong was not far off. Upon witnessing this, he swiftly swung his stick, knocking the rat off her back. The four finally managed to return to the outpatient hall, yet the chaos was far from over. The rats continued their relentless pursuit, nearly sealing off the entire passageway. Without a word, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng charged forward like a solitary tiger, emitting a roar that was far from human. Brandishing the fire axe as he relentlessly attacked the horde of rats, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging, a visage more terrifying than a specter. The world was reduced to a singular hue, that of blood red. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 30. Transformation. As the rat horde surged forward, Qin Feng sprang into action, followed closely by He Yong, who swung an aluminum pipe with wild abandon, striking at the sea of rats. Meanwhile, Xia Ming, consumed by grief over Nurse Xiaoye's tragic demise, had succumbed to madness, wielding an iron rod she had scavenged, wildly thrashing at the approaching swarm. In contrast, Zhou Yang, once so self-assured and arrogant, now rendered weak and helpless due to his severed arm, could only cower behind Xia Ming, emitting shrill screams that rivaled those of the most terrified girls. "Damn these rats! Don't come any closer." He was engulfed in such overwhelming fear that his face turned a ghastly shade of green. Strangely enough, the horde of rats seemed to comprehend Zhou Yang's desperate pleas. Despite their frenzied attacks on others, they completely ignored Zhou Yang, who was incapable of resistance and screamed more loudly than any woman. Amidst the chaotic slaughter, Qin Feng's tumultuous heart gradually found solace, and before long, he regained his usual composure and serenity. He then began to observe his surroundings, swiftly noticing an odd phenomenon, and no matter how frenzied or brutal the rats around him were, they resolutely refrained from provoking Zhou Yang, even avoiding the blood seeping from his wounds, as if terrified of its contact. Oddly, Zhou Yang's blood was no longer the dark red it once was, but rather a vivid scarlet interspersed with hints of green, emanating a peculiar, fetid odor that left Qin Feng perplexed. Qin Feng could affirm that Zhou Yang had indeed transformed into something fundamentally different. His vitality and regenerative abilities surpassed the known limits of humanity. How long had it been since he left the operating table? Now he was already able to run alongside the others, appearing far from weak despite his pallor. Furthermore, the blood he shed was evidently enough to instill fear in the rat horde, driving them away from him. This fellow must have mutated. Could it be that his blood is toxic? At this thought, Qin Feng felt as though his worldview was being upended. Yet, Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he made a bold decision. He dashed to Zhou Yang's side and, while the latter was distracted, struck him lightly with a fire axe to collect a sample of his blood for testing. Indeed, the axe, now stained with Zhou Yang's blood, became an instrument of great power, not only repelling the rats that dared approach him, but also causing those that came into contact with the blood to swiftly turn purple. Emitting a hissing sound as they writhed in agony on the ground, it was as he suspected. A shiver coursed through Qin Feng as he gazed at Zhou Yang, his expression now one of profound complexity and shock. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yang's mutation would grant him such extraordinary powers. At that moment, Zhou Yang was consumed by fear, utterly oblivious to his own transformation. He frantically circled around Xia Ming in an attempt to evade the rats, his cowardly demeanor inciting indignation. Zhou Yang, it seems keeping you around may yet prove useful. Qin Feng's mind began to darken with a chilling thought. Since Zhou Yang's blood contained elements that frightened the rat swarm, the forthcoming plan became markedly simpler. Qin Feng approached Zhou Yang again, feigning an attack on the rats, but inadvertently brushing the axe against Zhou Yang's skin to collect more of his blood. Zhou Yang, not being foolish, quickly caught on to Qin Feng's intentions and screamed in terror, accusing him. "Qin Feng, you bastard. Don't take personal revenge, keep your distance." Qin Feng merely chuckled coldly, ignoring him. Once he had gathered sufficient blood, he turned to wield the fire axe once more, driving back the encroaching horde. With the aid of Zhou Yang's blood, their escape proceeded smoothly. The rats hesitated to approach Qin Feng, allowing him to cover He Yong and the others as they fled. At last, the four staggered figures successfully evaded the rat swarm and rushed out of the hospital doors. Upon escaping that harrowing place, the rats, perhaps sensing some unseen threat, ceased their pursuit. Thus, Qin Feng and his companions narrowly escaped. Collapsing onto the steps outside the hospital, gasping for breath, after nearly 10 minutes of recuperation, they regained enough strength to rise. Yet their glances at one another had shifted significantly. He Yong regarded Qin Feng with evident admiration. Since their first encounter, the young man's actions had resonated deeply with him. Conversely, Xia Ming's expression towards Qin Feng was laced with complexity and a hint of loathing. Perhaps the tragic demise of Nurse Xiaoyi had created a significant rift. Although she understood that Qin Feng had no other options in that dire situation, her heart could not entirely accept it. The most intriguing individual among them remained Zhou Yang, who still resented Qin Feng but now dared not provoke him further. For his earlier experiences had illuminated the reality that Qin Feng possessed the skills necessary for survival in this apocalyptic world. If he were to offend Qin Feng and be cast aside by the group, it would not be long before he met his demise in some nameless corner. As for Qin Feng, his perception of the others varied. He held He Yong in high esteem, drawn to the man's resilient and composed demeanor. He remained unflustered in crises, providing support when necessary. Xia Ming was not without merit either. Though timid and occasionally at odds with him, her kind-hearted nature shone through. As for Zhou Yang, well, that was a different matter altogether. Qin Feng harbored a profound animosity towards him, and were it not for Zhou Yang's newfound abilities that offered some utility, he likely would have charged at him with the axe already. However, Qin Feng concealed these emotions behind a smile, addressing Zhou Yang with feigned warmth. "Fortunately, we have all escaped with our lives. What are your plans now?" "Ah?" Zhou Yang, taken aback, had not expected Qin Feng to express concern for him. Not wanting to appear foolish, he mustered a forced smile and replied, "This is all thanks to you. Had you not saved me, I might have perished long ago. You are my savior. Wherever we go next, I defer to your judgment." "Very well, let us proceed to the nearest air raid shelter. It may offer us more safety," Qin Feng replied, mirroring Zhou Yang's false smile. Meanwhile, He Yong observed with suspicion, puzzled by Qin Feng's sudden cordiality towards Zhou Yang. Nevertheless, being a mature individual, he recognized that Qin Feng's actions surely harbored ulterior motives, thus suppressing his disdain for Zhou Yang, neither extending goodwill nor pushing him away. The four then stood, ready to execute their planned retreat to the air raid shelter. Just as they were about to depart, Qin Feng and He Yong, their vision sharpened by the fog, suddenly discerned several figures cautiously approaching the hospital. It appeared that other refugees had set their sights on this very place. Chapter 31. The thugs kidnapping children. What a coincidence. I never imagined so many would be drawn to this hospital. Hyung paused, frowning as he observed the silhouettes drawing near through the dense mist. Qin Feng remained silent, lost in thought. Xiaoming, trailing behind them, whispered, "Are there people ahead? We should hurry and warn them that this hospital is dangerous." Before she could finish, Qin Feng raised a hand to halt her. "Not so fast. Let us observe for a moment." Through the thickening fog, Qin Feng and Hyung were able to discern a group of figures, while those individuals, struggling to navigate their way forward, remained oblivious to Qin Feng and his companions. This advantage allowed Qin Feng to gather intelligence about their formation, which soon came into sharper focus. Leading the way was a young man with dyed yellow hair. Around 24 or 25 years old, sporting a defiant expression and a nose ring that suggested he was no saint. Following closely behind him were several others, also clad in the flamboyant attire of the Shamate subculture, 5 in total. Most of them quite young, they walked together, encircling a trembling young boy, likely no older than 12 or 13, whose tear-streaked face radiated fear, evoking deep sympathy. What was happening here? Hyung quickly deduced that the boy was not willingly accompanying these individuals. As the yellow-haired leader brandished a switchblade, menacingly gesturing it near the boy's neck, who walked with a dazed expression, tears flowing freely. Thus, this group of 5 thugs and 1 frightened boy soon came into view of Qin Feng and his companions. The distance between them had closed significantly, yet the thugs remained unaware of their presence, focused on carefully navigating their surroundings while relentlessly pushing the boy forward. Qin Feng noted that the yellow-haired leader appeared to have sustained an injury to his leg, limping despite the makeshift bandage, which was still seeping blood. They continued to shove the young boy, berating him as they advanced. "Hurry up, you little brat. Move faster and take us to the hospital for supplies. Or else we'll kill you." Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng immediately understood everything. It appeared that these young ruffians had sustained injuries in the thick fog and, fearing the unseen dangers lurking within it, had taken a small boy hostage to guide them through. The fact that the boy was able to be coerced into leading the way indicated that his vision in the dense mist must have been remarkably good. Indeed, as the two groups closed the distance to less than 5 meters, the ruffians still could not see Qin Feng, but the boy did. However, under the pressure from the blonde thug, he was paralyzed with fear. Daring not to utter a word, merely staring blankly at Qin Feng with a gaze that conveyed a desperate plea. "Why aren't you moving? Hurry up and lead the way." The blonde thug, oblivious to the situation, continued to menace the boy, even pressing a switchblade against the child's neck, his expression fierce and erratic as he shouted, "I've been poisoned, can't you see? I warn you, if you don't take me to a hospital to find the antidote before I succumb, I'll kill you and take you along to the grave." Behind the blonde, several ruffians sneered maliciously, "Boss, look at the little brat. He's so scared he's about to wet himself. I bet he can't even move. Should we give him a hand?" One of the taller ruffians pulled out a steel pipe, poised to strike the boy's heel. Terrified, the boy trembled as he pleaded, "Please don't hit me. We can't go forward. There's danger ahead." "Danger? What danger?" The blonde thug narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce expression. "You little brat, don't play dumb with me. My thigh has already been pierced by that poison dart. If you don't lead the way, I swear I'll end you." His menacing demeanor left the boy trembling in fear, yet he resolutely shook his head and pointed towards a looming structure shrouded in the fog. "I can hear many crawling sounds inside. There must be a lot of monsters." This statement not only stunned the blonde thug, but also caused Qin Feng and his companions, who were hidden in the mist, to momentarily pause. The boy, while perhaps not possessing keen eyesight, had an extraordinary sense of hearing. Despite the distance and the thick barriers, he could discern the dangers lurking within the hospital, which was truly astonishing. "Is that so?" The blonde thug seemed to consider the boy's words, his eyes shifting as if contemplating something sinister. Then a devious smile crept across his face. "How about this? Since you have good vision and hearing, why don't you go ahead and see what dangers lie within?" As he spoke, he began to toy with the switchblade in his hand, a menacing glint in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the boy. "No, I can't go. I really can't." The boy, having sensed the immense danger, was adamant in his refusal, shaking his head vigorously while casting a pleading look towards Qin Feng, as if to say, "I don't know them. Please save me." Meeting the boy's clear gaze, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to take action. He was not a saint. Nor did he wish to play the role of a misguided hero, but the boy's sharp senses could prove beneficial if he were to keep him close. With that thought, Qin Feng bellowed, "Stop! It's utterly despicable to corner a child like this." Upon hearing these words, the blonde thug momentarily froze, as did the ruffians behind him, who looked around in alarm, bewildered by the sudden voice. "Who is there? Who the hell is trying to play tricks? Come out if you have the guts." Qin Feng had not been deliberately concealing himself. He had merely stood a mere 5 meters away from them. But their poor visibility had created an illusion. Naturally, he had no intention of explaining his presence. Instead, he offered a reassuring smile to the boy, signaling him to stay quiet, then turned to exchange a knowing glance with He-Yong beside him. Without needing further communication, He-Yong understood the situation and slowly maneuvered around to the back of the ruffians. Meanwhile, the ruffians remained oblivious, anxiously scanning their surroundings. "Who the hell is it? Show yourself. I can come out. But you must stop tormenting the child." Qin Feng responded calmly, yet a newfound ruthlessness and indifference began to surface in his eyes. Chapter 32. Negotiation. Qin Feng had grown weary of this filthy world. His anger was palpable, especially at the insanity exhibited by various individuals in the apocalypse. A storm of rage simmered within him, one that could only be extinguished by blood. Initially, his intended target had been Zhou Yang. But upon discovering Zhou Yang's mutation and newfound powers, he had refrained from acting. Yet, the fire within him continued to intensify. "Come out, you coward!" The blonde thug's voice trembled with fear, for he could not ascertain the number or situation of his unseen adversaries. "Relax, I'm standing right in front of you." Qin Feng replied coldly, a smirk playing on his lips as he stepped forward. As he moved, Xia Ming automatically followed him, and the frail Zhou Yang, too weak to resist, was compelled to join them. The three soon stood less than 2 meters away from the ruffians. As the distance closed, the blonde thug finally laid eyes on the figures emerging from the mist. Initially cautious, given his inability to gauge their strength, he soon regained his bravado upon realizing that it was merely a man, a girl, and a one-armed individual. He quickly shifted his gaze from Qin Feng to Xia Ming, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. Well, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the three of you. What is this? Playing the hero, are we?" he sneered, brandishing the switchblade to assert his threat. Qin Feng ignored his bravado and focused on the small boy. "What is your name?" "My name is Feng Xiaoyu," the boy replied timidly. "What are you doing out here alone? Where are your parents?" Qin Feng asked gently, his tone soothing. Upon hearing the word parents, the boy immediately burst into tears, wiping his face with his arm as he sobbed. "My mother died yesterday. She was eaten by monsters. I got separated from my father, and I don't know where he is." "Shut up," the blonde thug snapped, shoving the boy's head roughly, his face twisted with anger. "This isn't a place for chit-chat. Kid, what do you want?" Qin Feng raised his gaze, pointing at the boy. "This child has already suffered enough. Do not torment him further. Let me take him away." "Haha, so you really want to play the hero?" The blonde thug laughed derisively, revealing his disdain. One of the ruffians with a buzz cut fixed his lecherous gaze on Xia Ming's long, shapely legs and licked his lips, saying, "Sure, but the kid doesn't come free. You will all have to trade something for him. That girl is your girlfriend, right? She is quite well endowed. Send her over, and we'll let the kid go." As soon as the buzz-cut thug finished speaking, the other ruffians erupted into lewd laughter, their greedy eyes fixated on Xia Ming's curves. The vile and wicked stares from these men left Xia Ming feeling utterly unsettled, akin to a lamb thrown into a den of wolves. Faced with their predatory gazes, her face paled, and she instinctively retreated behind Qin Feng. The blonde thug whistled. "Hey, beautiful, don't be nervous. There are 5 of us men. We can surely satisfy you. That scrawny kid can't give you what you need." "Haha." Qin Feng remained silent, but Zhou Yang beside Xia Ming turned ashen, a surge of jealousy igniting within him. his eyes almost turning green with rage. "Shut your mouths, you cripple, still got something to say?" The blonde thug, oblivious to Zhou Yang's furious gaze, arrogantly raised his chin. "So, what's it going to be? Will you trade or not? If not, get lost and stop causing trouble." At this point, Qin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his rage. With a grim expression, he declared, "No trade, but the boy must stay with us." "Are you looking for a beating?" The blonde thug exploded with fury, lunging at Qin Feng with the switchblade. Unfazed, Qin Feng dodged back and shouted, "Yong, attack! Here we go!" Roar of a tiger echoed through the dense fog as the imposing figure of He Yong unexpectedly materialized behind the small-time hoodlums. Without uttering a word, he swung the metallic pipe in his hand, aiming it squarely at the back of one of the thugs' heads. His movements were swift and powerful. The metal rod sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound before striking the thug with a resounding crack. The thug crumpled to the ground, silenced instantly, as if his life had been extinguished in an instant. A murder had transpired. Huang Mao's pupils constricted, a look of profound horror flashing in his eyes. Although he had just abducted a child and put on an intimidating facade as an ordinary thug, he lacked the true courage to take a life. He Yong, however, was a different breed. This burly, fierce-looking middle-aged man, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, dared to kill in the streets at the onset of an apocalypse, showing not even a flicker of remorse after the act. His ruthlessness had long surpassed that of an average thug. "Though you dare to kill?" Huang Mao stammered, panic seizing him. His companions shared in his fear. This was no trivial matter. They had witnessed a real murder. He Yong, with an expression as cold as stone, replied, "And what of it? Are you planning to call the police or shout for help? This is the apocalypse. Social order has long since collapsed, and it will only continue to deteriorate. Thus, I care not for the life I have taken, nor do I harbor any guilt." Brandishing the bloodied metal pipe, he advanced toward the remaining thugs. In a moment of shock, Huang Mao instinctively grabbed the nearby child, pressing a spring-loaded knife against the boy's neck, shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you dare to take a step, I'll kill this child. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" As expected, He Yong halted in his tracks. A veteran of war, he had truly faced the battlefield and seen bloodshed. He was not one to be intimidated by the threats of mere thugs. Yet, the child was innocent, and it would be a tragedy if he were to perish amidst this chaos. Despite his brutality, He Yong retained a semblance of humanity and kindness. Huang Mao, realizing He Yong's hesitation, grew bolder. "Ha, come on then. If you dare to take a single step closer, I'll end this child's life. Damn it, who's afraid of whom?" After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Qin Feng finally cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, "My friend, why must we resort to this? You intend to go to the hospital for medicine, while our sole purpose is to rescue this child. There is no conflict between us." Huang Mao paused, then turned to his companions. "Who can guarantee that once I release the child, you won't attack us again?" The other thugs, now visibly shaken by He Yong's decisive actions, nodded in unison. "Yes, we can release the child. But you must not continue your assault." Qin Feng chuckled, a look of detached amusement mingled with disdain upon his face. "You must understand, while one of you has fallen, there are still 4 of you left. In contrast, we are merely 2 men, a woman, and a wounded individual. What reason do I have to pursue you further?" His reasoning was both logical and compelling, causing Huang Mao to realize their advantageous position. "Right, we do hold the upper hand. Why should we fear?" With this revelation, Huang Mao's trembling arms steadied, and he reluctantly glared at Qin Feng. "Fine, I'll remember today's events. The child can go, but let me be clear. If you dare to go back on your word, we'll all perish together." Having vented his pent-up anger, Huang Mao forcefully shoved the terrified child towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng swiftly caught the boy with one arm, retreating quickly while brandishing a fire axe. The blade aimed at Huang Mao's face. "Good, the hostage exchange is complete. You all should hurry to the hospital for your medicine. Don't say I didn't warn you. At this hour, many are injured, and numerous patients are scrambling for supplies. If you don't act quickly, you may find nothing left. Summer Dream, puzzled by Qin Feng's statement, interjected, but before she could finish, Qin Feng's sudden glare silenced her. Her expression momentarily frozen before she grasped the gravity of the situation and exaggeratedly covered her mouth. Unperturbed, Huang Mao smirked coldly. "Thank you for the heads up. Rest assured, once we secure the medicine, we will find an opportunity to express our gratitude." With that, he wasted no time, signaling to his companions, and they hastily dashed toward the hospital, as if fearing the supplies would vanish before their eyes. Once they had retreated, the rescued boy widened his eyes and asked, "Uncle, were you telling the truth just now?" Qin Feng placed a hand on the boy's forehead, gently patting him, and replied expressionlessly, "Uncle was mistaken. What I said earlier was a lie, however. Remember this. In the apocalypse, sometimes one must learn to deceive to survive." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted from the fog-shrouded hospital entrance. Feng did not need to verify. He had long anticipated the fate awaiting those thugs and was disinclined to dwell on it. He shook his head and turned to face the pale, trembling Summer Dream. "You may object to my actions, but had you truly fallen into their hands, I believe your cries would have been far more pitiful than theirs. Enough its time. We must continue our journey," He stated impassively, picking up a steel pipe from the ground and offering it to Summer Dream. "Here, take this, a word of advice. It's best not to be overly compassionate in these times." Summer Dream stood in shock, staring at the bloodied rod in her hands, numb and tormented, unsure of how to convey her feelings. Fortunately, the young boy approached her, shaking her arm gently. "Big sister, don't be sad. They were all bad people. They kidnapped me and nearly cost me my life. The big brother didn't he do anything wrong?" Even a child understood this logic. How could Summer Dream not? Yet, she found it hard to accept, feeling as if she had suddenly become a stranger to Qin Feng. She could hardly believe that the mild-mannered, unassuming language teacher from school possessed such depth and cunning, leaving her unnerved. Qin Feng, oblivious to her thoughts, beckoned forward. "Let us not linger. We have already wasted too much time." He promptly stepped ahead, with He following closely. Summer Dream, supported by the boy Feng Xiaoyu, moved forward, step by step, in a daze. However, they seemed to have forgotten about the silent figure lingering at the back of the group. Zhou Yanged at that moment. Zhou Yang walked with a cold expression, fixated on Qin Feng's back with an inscrutable gaze, his remaining fist clenched tightly. Qin Feng appeared completely unaware, leading the group towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, they traversed several streets, with the most common and jarring sight being the numerous corpses, grotesquely contorted in death. As a mid-sized city, Jiangning, despite its remote location, housed over 1 million residents. When the apocalypse struck, the population had nearly halved in an instant. Those who had not witnessed the horrific sight of stacked corpses did not deserve to comprehend true cruelty. The roads were littered with buildings, shops, and cars strewn about like discarded wreckage, every nook and cranny teeming with the dead. Each corpse bore a unique and horrifying fate, and alongside them, stray cats and dogs, many of which had mutated, viciously tore into the bodies, ripping open chests and dragging out bloody entrails, leaving a gruesome mess in their wake. It wasn't long before everyone felt nausea overwhelm them. Even He, accustomed to the sight of death, struggled to maintain his composure. Once the retching subsided, they realized they had gone over a day without food, their stomachs empty and growling with hunger. In the apocalypse, the world was shrouded in a perpetual gloom. The distinction between day and night seemed non-existent. Thus, Qin Feng had not kept track of time. However, his instincts suggested that nearly 48 hours had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, meaning the city had been submerged in chaos for a full 2 days. With no other choice, Qin Feng led the group toward a convenience store, searching for food while expressing his confusion to He. "Brother Yong, I find this strange." "What seems strange?" He asked, cautiously scanning their surroundings. "If I recall correctly, there should be a military presence station near any mid-sized city. Jiangning is neither too big nor too small, so there must be a military district nearby. Why, after all this time, have we not seen any significant military presence?" Qin Feng inquired quietly. The area engulfed in this fog is indiscriminate in its devastation. Though you think only the city center is afflicted, I dare assert that within the military, there exists a profound chaos, and they are likely preoccupied with their own troubles. He-yong chuckled bitterly, expressing, rather than placing our hopes in others, it is preferable for us to exert ourselves and contemplate how to survive. Qin Feng inquired further. The red substance that had previously permeated the skies has nearly vanished now. I wonder if there will be another wave. If that red substance can only persist for a single cycle, I suspect the military should be able to swiftly regain their vitality and redirect their efforts to resolve the issue. Alas, who can say? He-yong replied with a hint of annoyance, gazing vacantly at the heavens, his tone heavy with concern, hoping that peculiar phenomenon truly does not reappear. Chapter 34. Intrigue and deception. As the two conversed, they rummaged through the convenience store in search of something to satiate their hunger. Regrettably, it seemed that this convenience store had already been thoroughly pillaged, leaving scant provisions to fill their bellies. The five of them searched for a considerable time, only managing to find a few bags of bread. Abandoned in a corner and trampled underfoot, they hastily divided the meager portions, but it was insufficient to truly satisfy their hunger. After draining a bottle of mineral water, He-yong lamented helplessly, "We should have stockpiled food at the onset of this apocalypse. Now look, these convenience stores have already been raided. Where are we to find sustenance?" Despite having consumed a few pieces of bread, for a robust individual like He-yong, it was hardly enough to quell his hunger. Then there was Zhou Yang, whose condition had remained dismal after undergoing surgery, requiring ample nutrition for healing. Due to the food scarcity, Zhou Yang had been lethargic for quite some time. Xiaoming expressed her frustration, stating, "If we continue to go hungry, our pace will slow considerably. We are still several kilometers away from the bomb shelter, and we might encounter other monstrous threats along the way. With empty stomachs, we may lack the strength to flee." Indeed, food was an urgent issue for everyone, yet the convenience store was already devoid of supplies, and there were no other shopping centers nearby. Qin Feng was utterly at a loss as to where to seek nourishment. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu, who had been under the care of Qin Feng and his companions, suddenly stepped forward, his round eyes wide with determination, declaring, "Big brother, I know where there is food, and it's not far from here." Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding, "Where do you know?" "Well, it's right beneath my building," Feng Xiaoyu replied cheerfully, pointing behind him to the area completely shrouded in fog. "My home is over there, and within the community, there are many small shops. When we escaped, I also discovered an old warehouse filled with food." "Is that true? Then hurry and lead us there," He-yong exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. "Having just eaten a few pieces of bread, it is hardly enough to satisfy me. Finding more food would be splendid." Xiaoming, too, was filled with anticipation, casting a joyful glance at Feng Xiaoyu. However, the little boy looked down and said, "But our community isn't safe. If we return now, we might encounter danger." Qin Feng's thoughts raced as he asked, "Xiaoyu, clarify what you mean by danger." Feng Xiaoyu shook his head, responding with confusion, "I don't know. When the fog first rose, I was sleeping in my room while my mother was cooking. Suddenly, a few wild dogs rushed into the hallway, dragging my mother away, and I was terrified. I hurried out to find her, but I couldn't locate her anywhere." As he spoke, Feng Xiaoyu began to sob, wiping his tears as he continued, "I searched the vicinity for my mother, but the fog grew thicker, obscuring my view of the community. I heard many people screaming in terror. It was horrifying, so I had to run away and hide in a small park. Just as I concealed myself, I encountered those bad men." Qin Feng grasped Feng Xiaoyu's tender shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. There are many of us, and even if there are wild dogs, we should be able to handle them. Moreover, your mother was merely dragged away by the wild dogs. You haven't seen her being harmed, so there may still be hope of finding her." "Really?" Feng Xiaoyu ceased his crying, looking at Qin Feng with uncertainty. "Yes, truly. You are a brave boy. You must not cry." Having been a teacher for several years, Qin Feng was adept at engaging with children, and with just a few words, he managed to restore Feng Xiaoyu's confidence. With a decision made, the group continued onward, with Feng Xiaoyu leading the way to his residential community in search of food. while also hoping to find any other survivors nearby. With a population exceeding 1 million in Jiangning City, it was implausible that, even in such perilous times, most of humanity could be eradicated within just 2 days. As long as they could locate the larger group, safety would be somewhat assured. The crowd followed Feng Xiaoyu step by step, and after traversing 2 streets, an old building came into view. This area was somewhat remote within the city. The streets were dilapidated and the buildings haphazard, with darkened walls and pothole-riddled asphalt roads creating an atmosphere of desolation. Strangely, after experiencing the onslaught of the red substance, one would expect the trees lining the streets to flourish even more. Yet as Qin Feng walked down this road, he noticed that all the nearby vegetation appeared to be withered. Furthermore, upon the trunks of these dead trees, clusters of oval-shaped mushrooms thrived, vibrant and colorful, appearing almost luminescent amid the fog, a striking contradiction to the desolation surrounding them. The more Qin Feng walked, the more perplexed he became. These mushrooms were evidently a recent growth, sprouting within just a day or two, yet it had not rained in the city during this time. How could they possibly have developed so rapidly? Feng Xiaoyu, too, was awestruck by the colorful mushrooms, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful! Where did these mushrooms come from? I didn't see them when I fled the community yesterday." Children are often oblivious, captivated by the immediate spectacle without delving into deeper reasoning. Upon discovering the stunning mushrooms, Feng Xiaoyu dashed toward a cluster, crouching down to examine them. "Don't touch that." Qin Feng quickly intervened, pulling Feng Xiaoyu aside while whispering a warning. "Although these mushrooms look appealing, they are undoubtedly poisonous. Do not pick them. In nature, the most beautiful things often signify the greatest danger, be it venomous snakes, lizards, spiders, or the mushrooms before them." Qin Feng did not recognize these mushrooms, but his instincts told him that anything that defied common sense should be avoided. He Yong, observing from the side, remarked, "It's truly bizarre to see so many wild mushrooms sprouting on a single street. It's quite perplexing." Zhou Yang's complexion paled slightly as he scanned the surroundings and urged, "Can we please ignore these mushrooms and focus on finding food? Are you in such a hurry? Why don't you just go ahead?" He Yong, unyielding in his demeanor, snorted dismissively. Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed with irritation, ready to retort, but Xia Ming interjected, "Can we refrain from squabbling? We are all in this together. Can't we work together?" "Humph!" He Yong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Yang, seemingly uninterested in further conversation, and walked away. Zhou Yang wore a disgruntled expression, his forehead flushed with anger, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. He had grown weary of living under someone else's roof and was gradually sensing a change within himself. Though he could not yet clearly identify what it was, however, as someone undergoing a transformation, he could sense subtle alterations within his body. Just wait and see how long you can gloat with these thoughts. Zhou Yang's expression darkened further, and he felt a twinge of pride, convinced that he was secretly amassing strength and would soon have his day of reckoning. Chapter 35. The small warehouse under Feng Xiaoyu's guidance. Qin Feng and the others arrived at the dilapidated old building in less than 2 minutes. This structure appeared to be from the previous century, having aged considerably. The rundown tenement lacked elevators and entertainment facilities, featuring only a small basketball court, which was in disarray. In the middle of the basketball court lay heaps of garbage, interspersed with wood and debris. As Qin Feng stepped into the court and bent down to inspect, he noticed an abundance of mushrooms. "This is odd. These mushrooms are too peculiar," Qin Feng murmured to himself, while Xia Ming, nearly famished, approached him gently, urging, "Let us hurry and follow Xiaoyu to find something to eat. Stop fixating on those mushrooms. They are inedible." As an adult, Xia Ming possessed a modicum of common sense. The more vibrant the mushroom, the more likely it contained harmful toxins, especially considering the mysterious emergence of these mushrooms. Reluctantly, Qin Feng turned his attention back to the little boy, who was scanning his surroundings, asking, "Xiaoyu, where is the warehouse you mentioned?" Feng Xiaoyu immediately pointed to a row of corridors beneath the tube-shaped building, indicating that just below, within this community, there was an uncle who specialized in bulk trading and had stockpiled a substantial amount of goods downstairs, visible as soon as one descended. All right. He Yong and the others were eager to head down. But before they could proceed, Qin Feng raised his hand to stop them. Not yet. What's the matter? Having shared so many experiences together, He Yong's attitude towards Qin Feng had grown to be one of considerable trust. Although he was puzzled as to why Qin Feng had suddenly halted their descent. Thus, he inquired. Qin Feng gestured towards the corridor entrance and said, "Pay attention. The air in the corridor is quite foul, and the damp environment of these old buildings is highly conducive to mushroom growth. There are even more mushrooms below." "And what of the mushrooms?" Zhou Yang, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. He urged loudly, "Are we to starve just because of the presence of these mushrooms? That is not my intention." Qin Feng cast a deep glance at Zhou Yang before turning back and murmuring, "I can't shake the feeling that these mushrooms might pose a danger. Let's be cautious. We shouldn't all go down." "Fine. You all stay up here. I'll go down to take a look." After hearing this, He Yong nodded in agreement. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one should always approach any unfamiliar food with caution. Qin Feng's concerns were not without merit, and He Yong quickly acknowledged this. Qin Feng shook his head. "It's not safe for you to go down alone. How about this? You come down with me, and the rest can stay up here. Xiaoming, remember to take care of Xiaoyu." "All right," Xiaoming quickly agreed. However, Zhou Yang's expression soured as he subconsciously sensed that Qin Feng had never truly considered him one of their own. Yet, he brushed it off with a nonchalant smile, turning his face away, pretending to be unfazed. Thus, Qin Feng led the way downstairs, wielding a fire axe, with He Yong closely following. The stairwell leading to the basement was dim and narrow, and indeed, the corridor was lined with numerous wild mushrooms. However, these mushrooms grew clustered in the corners of the walls, appearing strange yet immovable, allowing He Yong to feel somewhat at ease. As they walked, he quietly asked Qin Feng, "Why did you choose to leave those three outside?" Qin Feng paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "Brother Yong, I want to share a secret with you." "What is it?" He Yong immediately leaned in, bringing his ear close to Qin Feng's lips. Qin Feng began to whisper something. After hearing it, He Yong was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "That kid has actually mutated into a venomous creature?" "Yes, he likely hasn't fully realized it yet, but he will soon." Qin Feng continued as they walked. "After all, this transformation is happening to him, and he cannot possibly be unaware of it." He Yong instinctively felt a pang of worry. This kid was not to be underestimated, and he was not aligned with them. "I know." Qin Feng took a deep breath, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "I have no need for him to be on our side. The moment he dragged Nurse Xiaoye down, I already harbored intentions of killing him." Qin Feng did not conceal his thoughts, expressing them candidly to He Yong. Upon hearing this, He Yong was momentarily taken aback. His gaze toward Qin Feng shifting to one of intrigue, he suddenly smiled and said, "You trust me completely. Are you not afraid I might betray you?" Qin Feng chuckled. "You won't, in this environment. No one can survive independently. If you betray me, you will suffer the consequences as well. Besides, I can see that you are a person of great responsibility and integrity. Is that so?" Strangely, upon hearing these words, He Yong's expression turned bitter. To divert the conversation, he shifted the topic. "Qin Feng, have you ever considered that those red dots of light might represent not just a disaster, but an opportunity?" "I know what you are thinking. If there is no other choice, do not entertain any notions of those things." Qin Feng interrupted He Yong without hesitation. He was fully aware of He Yong's true thoughts, since Zhou Yang could mutate through those red substances, gaining immense vitality and even acquiring toxic abilities. Why couldn't he? Indeed, He Yong possessed a physique far superior to Zhou Yang's, excelling in many aspects. If he were to fuse with those red substances, the chances of beneficial mutation would certainly be high. However, Qin Feng remained cautious about this. The information he possessed regarding the apocalypse was still largely speculative, lacking sufficient evidence to validate his concerns, and he was unwilling to take such a risk. Soon enough, the two stumbled upon a small storage room, and just as Feng Xiaoyu had described, it was filled with an abundance of supplies, including stacks of bread, snacks, and a considerable amount of bottled water and beverages, enough to sustain 5 people for about a month. "Haha, there's definitely food," He Yong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the provisions. He was starving and hurriedly attempted to pry open the door lock with a metal rod. However, the lock was sturdy, and after much effort, he was unable to succeed. "Let me try," He Yong, feeling defeated, gestured to Qin Feng, who held the fire axe. Qin Feng nodded, stepping forward to strike the lock several times, and finally, it snapped open, as the door swung wide. He Yong wasted no time rushing in, twisting the cap off a bottle of water and gulping it down voraciously before tearing into a piece of bread, devouring it hungrily. Qin Feng was more restrained, also taking a piece of bread but chewing it slowly. He cautioned He Yong, "Don't eat so quickly, you might choke." Proper chewing allows the nutrients from the food to better assimilate into your body. Although there is plenty of food in the storage room, we must not waste it down them. After consuming 5 or 6 pieces of bread, He Yong finally felt satisfied. He patted his belly, stood up, and stretched his arms, feeling invigorated. He then playfully slapped Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "I knew there would be no mistake in following you." "Wait, what's that on your back?" Mid-sentence, He Yong suddenly gasped, noticing something strange protruding from Qin Feng's shoulder. A peculiar, cold lump of flesh. "What's wrong?" Curiously, Qin Feng had yet to realize it, instead looking at He Yong with a puzzled expression. Feeling uneasy, He Yong's heart skipped a beat. "What is that on your back? Turn around and let me see." Qin Feng was taken aback but, trusting He Yong, turned around to reveal his back. The storage room was dimly lit, and He Yong squinted to discern the details. After a moment, he exclaimed in shock, "Mushrooms! How could mushrooms be growing on your back?" "What?" Qin Feng's heart raced, and he instinctively reached behind him to touch the area. Indeed, he felt a chilling, slick surface beneath his fingers. These bizarre mushrooms, adorned with various colors, had somehow taken root on his back without his awareness. "Don't move. Let me take a closer look." Even He Yong was astonished by the bizarre sight. Trembling, he reached out to pluck one of the mushrooms from Qin Feng's back, only to uncover a far more terrifying truth. These mushrooms were not merely growing on the surface of his clothing. Some had even embedded themselves within Qin Feng's exposed skin. As He Yong gently removed one mushroom, a patch of skin on the back of Qin Feng's neck tore away, revealing crimson flesh that oozed blood. "Ah!" The eerie scene startled He Yong, causing him to drop the mushroom in fright. You've been parasitized by the mushroom spores, is that so? Why can't I feel it?" Qin Feng's expression turned fearful as well. Despite the fact that a portion of skin was torn away from his neck and blood was trickling down, he felt no pain. Instead, he only sensed a persistent chill and numbness in that area. Feeling discomfort, he reached back to touch the spot, feeling the warmth of his blood. This realization sent shockwaves through his mind, his expression turning horrified. "We need to leave immediately. Hurry." Without waiting for He Yong's response, Qin Feng seized his arm and dashed towards the exit. As they ran, Qin Feng recalled the events of the first day of the apocalypse. He remembered the biology teacher, Zhou Dihai, mentioning that most plants spread their seeds through spores, which, upon entering the human body, could thrive by absorbing nutrients. It now seemed evident that the array of colorful mushrooms lining the street stemmed from this very principle. After all, spores are minuscule, undetectable to the naked eye. It was highly likely that the moment they entered this place, those fungal spores had stealthily infiltrated their bodies, perhaps even traveling through their airways as they breathed, and subsequently taking root and multiplying. Imagining such a scenario sent chills down Qin Feng's spine. The thought of mushrooms growing within his lungs was utterly horrifying. Qin Feng dared not linger any longer. He sprinted away with the urgency of a 100-meter dash, swiftly exiting the basement of the residential complex. Summer Dream awaited anxiously outside the stairwell, and upon witnessing the two stumble out in haste, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "What's wrong? Why are you running so fast? Come on, let's get out." Without hesitation, Qin Feng propelled Summer Dream forward, racing at maximum speed towards the open space outside the complex, where he collapsed onto the ground, frantically tearing at his shirt. "Quick, help me see how many mushrooms have grown on my back." "What?" Though Summer Dream was bewildered, Qin Feng's words left her utterly shocked. Mushrooms on his back. What could that possibly mean? With a sense of trepidation, she cautiously leaned in for a closer look, and what unfolded before her eyes nearly brought her to tears. Indeed, upon Qin Feng's pale back, clusters of mushrooms had sprouted. While not numerous, they were vividly colored, sprouting in clusters, sticking closely to his skin, and growing at an alarming rate. Just moments before, there had been nothing on his back, but now, the largest cluster had swelled to nearly the size of a fist. Moreover, the skin where the mushroom roots made contact had begun to crack and wither, its hue turning an unsettling shade of blue, devoid of its former luster. This indicated that the mushroom's roots were relentlessly siphoning nutrients from Qin Feng's body, which explained their rapid growth. What do we do? What do we do? Summer Dream was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling as she cried out helplessly. Let me handle this. He-Yong brusquely shoved her aside. Drawing a Swiss Army knife from his belt, he gently pierced the skin on Qin Feng's back with the blade's tip, targeting the areas where the mushrooms had affixed themselves, and with a decisive thrust. He severed a cluster of mushrooms along with their roots. The detached mushrooms quickly ceased their growth, their surfaces wilting and turning yellow, while those still clinging to Qin Feng's back remained vibrantly colored. Exuding an alluring hue, damn it, He-Yong swore, hastily mimicking his previous actions, continuing to excise the mushrooms sprouting from Qin Feng's back. Strangely, despite the numerous cuts forming on his back, Qin Feng felt no pain at all. Throughout the ordeal, he remained silent, his trembling face betraying the terror that lay within it. Became evident that the roots of these mushrooms not only extracted nutrients from other organisms, but also released a toxin that numbed the nerves. Leaving the host unaware of the assault, at long last, Qin Feng grasped why the streets were rife with those colorful mushrooms. Each cluster represented a human host being parasitized, perhaps when the apocalypse first descended. These individuals had wandered the streets obliviously, completely unaware of the latent threat. Then, the spores of the mushrooms, emanating from an unknown source, had infiltrated their bodies, treating the human form as a breeding ground, voraciously consuming their nourishment. Thus, a silent massacre ensued. These individuals, completely unaware, found their bodies ravaged by the mushrooms, their flesh withering, even their bone marrow plundered, leaving the streets devoid of life, save for the clusters of mushrooms sprouting wildly in every direction. Heavens! Upon realizing this, Qin Feng's features contorted in horror. The once vibrant and bustling city had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a battleground of slaughter, a devil's carnival. Moreover, much of the killing transpired without a sound, with victims oblivious to the traps laid by their unseen predators. Where on earth is this place? Is it hell? Qin Feng's gaze was vacant, fixated on the concrete floor, as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Fortunately, at that moment, He-Yong had successfully removed all the mushrooms. Due to the timely discovery and decisive action, these mushrooms had not been able to siphon excessive nutrients from Qin Feng's body. Aside from a few additional wounds on his back, he had not fallen into a life-threatening crisis. Yet everything felt exceedingly bizarre. The group stood in a stunned silence, exchanging glances that conveyed an indescribable sense of horror. Chapter 37. The missing Xiaoyu. Undoubtedly, humanity had plunged into a true apocalypse, a fact that required no validation. After an indeterminate silence, Qin Feng used his blood-stained shirt to wrap his body once more, numbly stating, "We can no longer stay here." Perhaps, unknowingly, each of us has already been parasitized by the mushroom spores. It's just that some have yet to manifest. Summer Dream nodded vigorously in agreement, supporting Qin Feng's assertion. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Yang, who had been forgotten in the corner, interjected, "Leave? Where will we go? We still need to find food." Summer Dream turned sharply, exclaiming, "What are you thinking at a time like this? If we stay here, we'll die?" "Ha, I wouldn't be so sure." Zhou Yang smirked, glancing at his emaciated lips, his expression oddly playful. Pointing at Qin Feng, he continued, "He was indeed parasitized, but look at us. We're all fine, aren't we?" This suggests that these mushroom spores cannot parasitize everyone. Perhaps they selectively target certain individuals. Some will be affected, while others may not. This notion was certainly plausible, as aside from Qin Feng, no one else in the group exhibited any unusual symptoms. Taking a deep breath, Summer Dream asked, "What do you plan to do?" Zhou Yang gestured towards the storage room on the basement level. saying, "There's so much food in there. Abandoning it would be a waste. If you're too timid to go down, let me handle it. But let me make this clear. If I can bring out food, I shall have the right to distribute it, and you cannot contest me." "What the hell?" Hyung's expression darkened, about to unleash a tirade. But before he could speak, Qin Feng tugged at his sleeve, his face inscrutable as he addressed Zhou Yang. "If you truly have that capability, then the food's ownership is yours. We 1T contest it," agreed. Zhou Yang seemed to transform in an instant. His usual timidity replaced with an overwhelming confidence, he strode boldly down the corridor, vanishing from view. How strange. Why has Zhou Yang suddenly become so bold? What has gotten into him? Summer Dream mused, staring after his retreating figure in bewilderment. Qin Feng, however, remained silent, his expression serious as he diverted his gaze. Pondering silently. It seemed this lad had sensed something. Perhaps the venom within him granted immunity to the mushroom spore's invasion. Zhou Yang was certainly no fool, though he had sustained severe injuries initially, teetering on the brink of death. During his unconsciousness, he had become acutely aware of the changes gradually occurring within his body. Initially, the sensations were diffuse, leaving him puzzled about their implications. However, since leaving the hospital, he had come to realize that his body was not quite as it once had been, and he had seemingly developed a unique ability to emit an unprecedented aura. Just moments earlier, while Qin Feng and Hyung were investigating the stairwell, Zhou Yang had stealthily attempted an experiment while carrying Summer Dream on his back. He found a robust tree and released the aura from his body through his palm in no time. The tree began to wither, and the area he had touched darkened and corroded, leaving an imprint of his hand. This revelation instilled him with newfound confidence, as he recognized that he was no longer like ordinary individuals such as Qin Feng. Rather, he had undergone a transformation, more accurately, an evolution. It appeared that humanity in this apocalyptic world faced three potential outcomes. As Zhou Yang walked, he smirked with confidence, muttering to himself, three possible outcomes. Either become like those corpses, mutated into monsters, or stagnate and become the lowest tier of the food chain. Or, like me, evolve, gaining life capabilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. I might just be the first person to evolve in this city. With the awareness of his transformation, Zhou Yang's confidence surged, and his resentment towards Qin Feng erupted. "Hemph! I am now a superhuman, while you, Qin Feng, remain an ordinary person. What can you possibly do to impress me? Just wait. Once we reach a safe place, your value will diminish, and then we'll see how I deal with you." Along with that fellow named Hyung, who also looks down on me, as he inwardly cursed, he approached the underground storeroom, simultaneously releasing the nascent aura he had begun to command. Wherever Zhou Yang tread, the once vibrant mushrooms seemed as though they had been doused with a lethal pesticide, wilting and turning yellow, decaying within moments. Meanwhile, outside the passage, Qin Feng and the others faced a different predicament. Feng Xiaoyu was missing. Just moments earlier, as Qin Feng and Hyung rushed out from the basement, preoccupied with dealing with the mushrooms on their backs, the little boy who was supposed to stay by Xia Ming's side had vanished without a trace, failing to reappear. Initially, Qin Feng did not notice, as his own troubles were quite burdensome, leaving him little energy to concern himself with anything else. It was only after the mushrooms had been cleared from his back that he regained his composure and glanced around. Realizing the absence of the small boy, "Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on Xiaoyu? Where is he?" Qin Feng immediately inquired of Xia Ming. "I don't know. He was right beside me until you and Yongo rushed out. I got anxious and went to check the situation, and that's when I forgot about him," Xia Ming replied, equally distressed, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Feng Xiaoyu, a child of his size. "Where could he have run off to?" Hyung grumbled from the side. "This kid is far too reckless. It's so dangerous out here. How could he wander off? Stop talking. Let us split up and search for him." Qin Feng insisted, tightening his coat and darkening his expression. "In a way." Hyung immediately shook his head, his face pale with concern. "This place is too perilous. I don't want to end up getting parasitized by those mushrooms." "Qin Feng, you should just let him be. He's merely a child we picked up on the road. We've already saved him once. If he's gotten into trouble, it's on him for wandering off." Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression twisted with conflict, while Xia Ming shot He-Yong a glare, stamping her foot as she said, "You can't be so cold-hearted. He.S. just a child." He-Yong remained silent, seemingly unwilling to engage with Xia Ming, while Qin Feng hesitated, wrestling with his conscience until he finally sighed. "All right, Yonggu, you stay here with Xia Ming. I'll go look for him." "Absolutely not." He-Yong grabbed Qin Feng's arm, his face a mask of urgency. Although Zhou Yong's personality is detestable, he made one valid point. When those mushroom spores seek hosts, they do so with intent. You've already been parasitized once. If you approach areas with a large number of mushrooms again, you could easily be infected a second time. Chapter 38. A bloody reality. Qin Feng understood this reasoning all too well. However, he found himself unable to overcome the mental barrier within him, gently prying He-Yong's hand away, and bitterly replied, "I know, thank you for your concern, but Xiao Yu is just too young. If he gets separated from us, the likelihood of his survival is nearly zero. Why are you being so overly sentimental?" He-Yong huffed, clearly irritated. "Are you still planning to play the hero?" Qin Feng remained silent, but after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he resolutely turned towards the other side. Perhaps it was the tragic death of Nurse Xiaoyi that had profoundly impacted Qin Feng. Within just a day, his character had undergone a significant transformation. On one hand, he had become cunning and ruthless. On the other, he had inherited the kindness of Nurse Xiaoyi in her final moments. These conflicting personas left him in turmoil. Nonetheless, Qin Feng could never bring himself to be cold-hearted. Thus, despite He-Yong's continued admonitions, he pressed forward, stepping beyond the relatively safe zone. Upon entering the dense fog, everything reverted to darkness and dread. Qin Feng dared not venture too far, merely circling the vicinity, calling out for Feng Xiaoyu, repeatedly shouting his name. Unfortunately, the fog not only obscured vision but also muffled sound. Despite Qin Feng's earnest calls, the surrounding area remained eerily silent, devoid of any response or footsteps. Could it be that he had truly gone missing? Qin Feng felt a sinking sensation, halting his steps as he gazed deeper into the road. There, the fog became increasingly sinister, rolling like white waves, shrouding the sky and moon, leaving only terror in its wake. Enough. After searching for so long, I've found nothing. Qin Feng sighed in resignation, deciding to head back to regroup. However, just as he passed beneath a nearly withered tree, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a staggering figure in the fog, aimlessly wandering while seemingly sobbing softly. It was Xiao Yu. Qin Feng's heart leaped as he hurried towards the shadow, calling out, "Xiao Yu, where have you been?" Feng Xiaoyu, hearing Qin Feng's voice, stumbled toward him in a rush, crying, "Brother, I'm looking for Mama. I heard her calling my name, but no matter how hard I look, I can't find her." "What?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharp as he focused on Feng Xiaoyu emerging from the fog. His heart sank as he noticed the boy's forehead had turned an alarming shade of green, his cheeks darkening, and his lips tinged with purple, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. Yet, his movements remained unaffected. He continued to weep and stagger toward Qin Feng, his expression vacant, lamenting, "Brother, please help me find Mama. I can hear her calling me, but I can't see her anywhere." Xiaoyu. Qin Feng's voice trembled as he cautiously approached the little boy, his eyes fixated on the ashen hue of his forehead and the growing confusion in his eyes, causing his soul to shudder. "Did you eat those mushrooms?" Feng Xiaoyu's complexion was unmistakably that of someone who had been poisoned, igniting suspicion within Qin Feng. Perhaps while searching for food, he had been so hungry that he had secretly consumed some mushrooms by the roadside, leading him to hallucinate, believing he heard his mother's voice. There was no woman's voice here at all. "No, I didn't eat them. I just thought the mushrooms looked pretty and played with them for a while." "Brother, I didn't eat any mushrooms. How could I be poisoned? Please help me find Mama. Can't you hear? Everywhere around here, I can't hear Mama calling my name." Feng Xiaoyu's voice was clear, yet his tone was laced with an inexplicable hoarseness. His face bore a look of confusion, even adorned with a silly grin, as he stared vacantly at his surroundings, mumbling, "Mama, Mama, where are you? Don't leave me. I am coming to find you. Don't run off." Qin Feng's hairs stood on end, Instinctively, he rushed forward and grabbed Feng Xiaoyu from behind, pulling him into an embrace. You've been poisoned. Don't run anymore. The toxins will spread throughout your body quickly. Listen to me, stop moving, don't talk, and I'll find a way to detoxify you. Hee, big brother, you're lying. I didn't eat any mushrooms. So how could I be poisoned? Don't hold on to me. I need to find Mama. She seems to be right over there, where there's a huge moving mushroom and Mama is sitting on it. In reality, Feng Xiaoyu was gravely ill. His eyes were vacant, his face marred by an unnatural blue-black hue, mumbling incoherently. Meanwhile, his body was gradually stiffening, trembling inexplicably, yet he remained oblivious to his condition. Xiaoyu Qin Feng's heart plummeted as he held the increasingly rigid form of Feng Xiaoyu. Tears welling in his eyes. What is the apocalypse? The apocalypse is witnessing the violent shattering of all that is beautiful before your eyes, rendering it irretrievable. Feng Xiaoyu was merely a child, innocent, kind, and utterly vulnerable. Qin Feng had once contemplated keeping him close, caring for him as he grew. Yet, it was all over now. Listening to the boy's delirious murmurs, Qin Feng noticed Feng Xiaoyu's gaze becoming unfocused. Gradually slipping into oblivion, his voice growing fainter and weaker. In the end, the little boy suddenly mustered his last breath, desperately widening his hollow, unfocused eyes, exclaiming, I see Mama. She says you all need to leave quickly. It's dangerous here, and there are giant mushrooms coming, big brother. I'm going to find Mama now. You all should run. Run! His voice abruptly ceased, and Feng Xiaoyu's outstretched arm froze in place. Qin Feng trembled all over, as if sitting in an electric chair, clutching Feng Xiaoyu tightly, crying out, Xiaoyu, open your eyes and look at me. You're still so young. You deserve a brighter future. However, no matter how fervently Qin Feng called, the boy remained unresponsive, his face, now a sickly shade of blue-black. Even holding a peculiar smile, he was gone. Qin Feng quietly loosened his grip, gently laying the boy's body beside the road. Taking a deep breath of the chilling air, he stood up silently, turned, and sprinted toward He Yong's direction. He had no idea whether Feng Xiaoyu's final words were mere hallucinations or reality, but instinct urged him to avoid further risks. The only viable course of action was to leave, to take everyone far away from this dreadful place. However, before Qin Feng could reunite with He Yong once more, a piercing scream from Xia Ming, filled with despair, echoed through the dense fog. Heavens! What a colossal mushroom! How can it be larger than a house? Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, instinctively halting in his tracks, and as he looked up, a shadow indeed materialized before him. A mushroom, larger than any house, had truly appeared. Chapter 39. Zhou Yang's ability before him stood a gigantic mushroom adorned with 5 vibrant colors, towering nearly 4 to 5 meters high, its oval shape resembling a cone, thrusting itself into the backdrop of the building's floors. Despite the poor visibility shrouded by the fog, the sheer enormity of the mushroom allowed Qin Feng to discern it clearly, causing his complexion to drain of color as he instinctively took several steps back. Goodness, what Xiaoyu said is true. Qin Feng, where are you? Come back quickly, we must leave this place. The frantic calls of Xia Ming pierced through the mist, and even Zhou Yang, who had previously rushed into the basement searching for food, emerged in haste upon hearing her harrowing cries. What is happening? What is going on? My goodness, why is that thing so enormous? It was evident that such a massive mushroom had surpassed everyone's comprehension. Even Zhou Yang, who had just regained his confidence, was left utterly shocked by the sight before him. Don't panic, everyone. Let's evacuate the community. Qin Feng quickened his pace, desperately running to join Xia Ming and the others. Shouting as he ran, take the left path, the right is a wall. Where are you? In the fog, Xia Ming could barely see. Only vaguely hearing the sound of Qin Feng's footsteps, she hurriedly followed the sound. He Yong and Zhou Yang were also racing forward. Over here! Qin Feng dashed out from the fog, quickly spotting the 3 huddled together and waving at them urgently. What about the child? He Yong called out. Hastily keeping pace with Qin Feng, have you found them? Qin Feng shook his head quickly, saying, let us not discuss it now, move with that. He sprinted ahead, leading the others to follow. The sight of such a gigantic mushroom, despite it merely standing still, was indeed terrifying enough. Moreover, with its emergence, Qin Feng felt an unsettling itch creeping across his body, a numbness tinged with a chilling sensation, indicating that the multitude of mushrooms behind him had begun releasing a significant amount of spore toxins, once again targeting Qin Feng for parasitism. Qin Feng was uncertain whether the others felt the same discomfort, but the sensations coursing through him made it clear that if he continued to approach the gigantic mushroom, he would likely succumb to its progeny before long. The mushroom spores were imperceptible, too minuscule for the naked eye to detect. Faced with such an intangible threat, Qin Feng had no choice but to flee. Meanwhile, Xia Ming was trembling in fear, as in her line of sight, the gigantic mushroom had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Leaving her utterly bewildered in her frantic running, she exclaimed, "Why did such a colossal mushroom suddenly appear?" "It makes no sense," He Yong, maintaining his composure, explained as he ran. "That thing didn't just materialize here. It may have been growing behind the buildings for a while. We simply couldn't see it due to the angle being obstructed by the floors." "Then why has it suddenly become visible now?" Xiaoming questioned, still perplexed. "Don't you understand? The size of this giant mushroom has been increasing. Initially, it wasn't this tall, so it was hidden behind the building. Only when it expanded beyond the height of the structure did we finally notice it." He Yong cursed as he continued to her Yuan. At that moment, Zhou Yang pointed towards the road outside the community, screaming, "Stop running! That road is blocked." "What?" Upon hearing this, the group instinctively halted, looking up to see a multitude of gigantic mushrooms lining the sidewalks. Some resembled basins, others looked like grinding wheels, and some had grown to the height of an adult, all jostling together, completely obstructing the exit from the community. "We're finished. What do we do now?" Xia Ming was left dumbfounded. Though the mushrooms appeared still and seemingly harmless, Qin Feng's previous encounter had made it clear that the closer one got to these large mushrooms, the greater the risk of being parasitized by their spores. The road ahead was nothing short of a death trap. "Don't cry. There must be a way out." Qin Feng's expression was equally grim. In reality, he was more susceptible to the mushroom spores than the others, and the prickling sensation on his skin had intensified. If this continued, he feared he wouldn't last long enough to avoid the giant mushrooms. "We're doomed. There's absolutely no way out. Go escape. We must traverse that road. But it too is filled with those massive mushrooms. If we go, we'll be parasitized by their spores. We're finished." He Yong, usually so composed, wore a face of utter despair as he let out a low, hopeless growl. Yet, at that moment, out of the corner of Qin Feng's eye, he caught sight of an exceedingly strange phenomenon. This anomaly stemmed from Zhou Yang. He too was running alongside them, but unlike the others, upon seeing the street filled with mushrooms, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to charge forward, clutching the food he had scavenged from the storeroom. Qin Feng, with keen eyes, quickly noticed that a faint green mist emanated from Zhou Yang's body, enveloping him entirely. Under the influence of this green aura, the surrounding gigantic mushrooms seemed to cease their growth, even displaying signs of weakening. "Let us follow him." Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he discovered a potential solution. "Why?" He Yong exclaimed, instinctively questioning, but quickly recalling what Qin Feng had previously mentioned. He stammered, "All right, let us go in this urgent situation." They had no time for further analysis and could only rely on the green mist emanating from Zhou Yang to force a path through the mushroom-infested road. Strangely enough, the green mist released from Zhou Yang indeed seemed to have a remarkable effect on the mushrooms. Wherever he ran, the previously swollen fungi would shrink back, showing no inclination to expand further. "Haha, just a bunch of mushrooms. No matter how large they grow, what is so fearsome about them? Look at how scared you all are." Zhou Yang laughed triumphantly as he ran, having grasped the nature of his unique ability. As long as he released that sudden aura from his body, the toxic mushrooms would not dare approach him, regardless of how many there were. He would remain unharmed. What is going on with Zhou Yang? Why is he unaffected at all? As they followed Zhou Yang, Xiaoming noticed the oddity and pointed in his direction, bewildered. Qin Feng, maintaining a serious demeanor, asked, "Can't you see the green light emanating from him?" Xiaoming shook her head, still looking perplexed. "I can't see it." "All right, Qin Feng sighed, realizing he had to refrain from further explanations. Chapter 40. Strange events. It seemed Xia Meng lacked any survival instinct or ability in this apocalyptic world. Unable to perceive even such an obvious green glow, with the assistance of Zhou Yang's aura, the three of them successfully escaped the street overrun by toxic mushrooms. Haha, you all should be grateful to me. If it weren't for my guidance, you wouldn't have made it out. Once they had exited the street, Zhou Yang paused to catch his breath against a wall, wearing an exceedingly smug expression. All right, for what just happened, we should indeed thank you. Although Qin Feng was aware that Zhou Yang's intentions were not entirely altruistic, he suppressed his irritation and approached Zhou Yang to express his gratitude quietly. He Yong, however, was less pleased, gasping for air as he scoffed. What are you so proud of? Without us, you would have been done for. Qin Feng shot a warning glance at He Yong, then turned back to the thriving mushrooms. Squinting slightly and said quietly, the range of these mushrooms is limited. For now, we should be safe from escaping this area. Everyone is exhausted. Let us find a place to rest. Xia Ming timidly suggested, I think it's best to keep our distance from them. That would be safer. No, we should stay here. Qin Feng insisted, shaking his head. These mushrooms possess the ability to parasitize other species, whether human or beast. The effect should be the same. With their presence, no other monsters would dare approach. Thus, staying near them is actually quite safe. He Yong nodded in agreement, affirming, exactly. As long as we keep a safe distance from the mushrooms, we should be fine. With that, he wandered toward a clothing store with shattered windows. Mumbling, everyone, let us go inside and find something suitable to wear. After fleeing desperately for so long, the expressions on everyone's faces were weary, and their bodies were smeared with blood and dirt. The mingling scent of blood and sweat was truly nauseating. Qin Feng heeded He Yong's advice and hurried into a small shopping mall, seeking out a suitable set of athletic wear. He removed the bandages and gauze from his body, along with his undergarments, and changed into fresh attire. Zhou Yang, however, leaned disdainfully against the doorframe, casting a glance at the disheveled clothes inside and remarked that they were quite ugly, clearly intended for the impoverished. As soon as the words slipped from his lips, both Qin Feng and He Yong, who were in the midst of changing clothes, paused, their expressions darkening. Qin Feng held back his irritation and replied, I suggest you change your clothes as well. After running for so long, the sweat on our bodies will only intensify our odor. Wild animals have a keen sense of smell, and dressing cleanly could help us avoid unnecessary trouble. To his surprise, Zhou Yang scoffed even more dismissively, glancing at his hands as he declared, I can feel that I'm different now. That piglet earlier didn't he dare come near me? What a fool! Qin Feng cursed inwardly, though his face remained impassive as he nodded and said, Fine, do as you wish with that. He turned towards He Yong, intending to discuss their next course of action, but before he could speak, Xia Ming, who was changing in the cubicle, suddenly gasped and rushed out, clearly agitated. What happened? The men were startled, wondering what could prompt a woman changing clothes to abandon her modesty in such a manner. Was there danger inside? With this thought, Qin Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the fire axe. While He Yong hurried forward to inquire, Sister, what's behind you? A large wild boar, Xia Ming replied, her complexion pale, her lips twitching with anxiety. The wild boar. Qin Feng was taken aback, exchanging worried glances with He Yong, and instinctively held his breath. Where is it? Right behind the room where I was changing. Xia Ming cautiously gestured behind her. Let us take a look. He Yong was the first to step forward, tightening his grip on the steel pipe, signaling to Qin Feng with his eyes in cities. Wild boars were rarely seen unless domestic animals escaped from a zoo, and even then, the animals kept in captivity were typically small. As long as it wasn't a carnivorous predator, He Yong was confident he could drive it away. However, Qin Feng's expression was peculiar, noticing He Yong's intent to confront the wild boar. He quickly interjected, Brother Yong, hold on, let us discuss this first. What is there to discuss? He Yong shook the iron rod in his hand, though confused. He approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng explained, wild boars are omnivorous creatures and usually do not attack humans unless provoked. I believe it would be prudent for us not to antagonize it. Xia Ming quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, the wild boar saw me earlier but didn't he charge at me. which suggests it hasn't T-mutated. As long as it doesn't T-attack us, we should avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing both of them in agreement, Hee-young reluctantly abandoned his plan to take action, nodding, "All right then, I'll follow your lead." He felt embarrassed to admit that he had been tempted by the thought of wild boar meat. At that moment, Qin Feng heard a grunt and quickly turned his gaze to the window behind him, where he indeed spotted a robust black wild boar leisurely making its way out of a nearby passage, swinging its hefty head from side to side. What a massive creature! Hee-young noticed it too, his eyes widening in astonishment. Animals in zoos are typically pampered, and this wild boar was significantly well fed, weighing at least 300 pounds, a rare sight indeed. Yet, the wild boar seemed indifferent to the humans, continuing its leisurely stroll towards the end of the street, where the mushrooms grew. What was it doing there? The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded, bewildered by the situation. As they watched, the wild boar approached the thick fog, seemingly drawn to the mushrooms on the ground, and with apparent delight, it began to root around, opening its tusks and devouring the mushrooms. How strange that a wild boar would consume those toxic mushrooms. Could it not discern whether they were poisonous? Qin Feng was astonished. Under normal circumstances, wild animals possess an inherent ability to sense danger in nature, and their capacity to identify toxic plants is almost instinctual. Could it be that these lethal mushrooms posed no threat to the wild boar? Qin Feng was left in disbelief, but the fog was too thick, and the boar had already wandered off while munching, leaving him unable to observe its reaction any longer. Feeling inexplicably puzzled, Qin Feng soon witnessed an even stranger scene. They spotted an antelope and a brown bear, both wearing similarly dazed expressions, heading towards the street like the wild boar. These animals seemed irresistibly drawn to the toxic mushrooms. Chapter 41. Distracting attention. How peculiar. These animals not only displayed no fear of the toxins in the mushrooms, but actively approached them, eagerly consuming the abundant wild mushrooms at the roadside, relishing the feast with evident enjoyment. Heavens, what on earth is happening? Have these creatures lost their wits? After observing for a while, Qin Feng noticed an increasing number of wild animals flocking towards the road, heading straight for the areas with the most mushrooms. Regardless of whether they were carnivorous or herbivorous, they all began to munch on the mushrooms on the ground. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Let South leave this place. Xia Ming was the first to regain her composure. Though she didn't understand why the animals were so frenzied over the toxic mushrooms, her woman's intuition warned her that this was not a good sign. Qin Feng's gaze flickered restlessly, and after a long pause, unable to make sense of it, he shook himself and said to Hee-young, "Let us go. We should leave before we get caught up in this." Zhou Yang, who had been lingering behind, didn't engage in the discussion until now, sneering, "Why are you all so frightened? They're eating their food, and we can rest. If these animals intended to attack us, they would have done so by now." Qin Feng ignored him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued forward. Xia Ming and Hee-young exchanged glances, obediently following him. It was clear to them that within this group, both Hee-young and Xia Ming had chosen to follow Qin Feng's lead, leaving Zhou Yang feeling utterly disregarded. Zhou Yang glared at the retreating figures of the three, his face darkening with envy as he cast a deep, resentful look towards Qin Feng. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yang decided to follow them, for he had no better options at present. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, walking ahead, heard Zhou Yang's footsteps trailing behind and couldn't help but smirk. Knowing Zhou Yang wouldn't voluntarily abandon the group, they walked for a few minutes, having exited the earlier street and arrived in a more open area. It was here that Xia Ming suggested they seek a means of transportation. After all, the distance to the bomb shelter was still several kilometers away. Ordinarily, a casual stroll would suffice, but given the perilous environment, finding a motor vehicle would certainly ease their journey. Qin Feng agreed with her plan and was about to turn to consult Hee-young when Zhou Yang lazily remarked, "There's a repair shop not far ahead, run by a friend of mine." "Great, then please lead the way." Qin Feng nodded, indicating for Zhou Yang to take the lead. Zhou Yang huffed, nonchalantly strolling past Qin Feng and joining Xia Ming. The repair shop was indeed close, merely 200 or 300 meters away. Under Zhou Yang's guidance, the trio arrived at the entrance, preparing to force the door open, when suddenly a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the thick fog behind them. "Something is following us." He-Yong was the first to notice, quickly turning back to look, then gasped, "Everyone scatter. It's the wild boar from before." "What?" Qin Feng was taken aback, swiftly glancing back to see the very wild boar that had been peacefully munching on mushrooms just moments ago, now charging towards them with its eyes ablaze. The wild boar was moving rapidly. Despite the distance of several meters, its hooves struck the ground like springs, covering the ground in the blink of an eye. "Scatter!" Qin Feng instinctively shoved Xia Ming to the side and fell to the ground, desperately pressing himself flat against the earth. The wild boar, grunting furiously, soared over Qin Feng's head, its powerful head crashing into the heavy iron gate with a resounding clang. Snapping the padlock hanging from the door. What is going on? Hadn't it been off to eat mushrooms? Why did it suddenly return to attack us? Upon landing, Qin Feng found himself covered in dirt and dust. Instinctively propelling himself to rise as he turned his head, he noticed that the wild boar had already pried open the massive iron gate and was wreaking havoc inside, tossing several parked cars about with wild abandon. It was undoubtedly in a frenzy due to having consumed an excessive amount of toxic mushrooms. Gazing at the rampaging beast, which was trampling the ground and relentlessly attacking the metal of the cars with its tusks, He-Yong's expression darkened as he muttered, "Damn it, what do we do now?" Zhou Yang, in a state of agitation, lamented that without a vehicle, they would have to continue on foot for several kilometers. Given the perilous circumstances, even if Qin Feng possessed a rather unique superpower, he would still struggle to endure. "Forget it, we have to get a vehicle, no matter what." At that moment, Qin Feng was also consumed by rage, swinging the fire axe and gritting his teeth as he growled, "Whoever stands in my way shall perish." With that declaration, Qin Feng charged directly at the wild boar, seizing the opportunity while it was preoccupied with overturning cars. He swung the fire axe towards the boar's tail, muttering menacingly, "Damn beast, get lost." The boar's tail was short and sturdy, resembling a large wooden stump hanging from its rear, covered in coarse brown hair that possessed remarkable toughness. Unlike ordinary animals, even after being struck directly by Qin Feng's axe, the boar's tail did not snap. It merely sustained a scratch that oozed blood. Naturally, the injured boar was in considerable pain. It grunted a couple of times before shaking its hefty head, its eyes gleaming with a newfound madness as it fixed its gaze on the assailant, baring its tusks while its front hooves began to scrape the ground, preparing to retaliate. Qin Feng, retreat. He-Yong, well aware of the boar's temperament, recognized the signs of its impending fury and shouted in alarm, rushing to pull Qin Feng away. "Don't come near. I'm intentionally provoking it," Qin Feng retorted without turning back, insisting, "Right now, the boar will only target me and won't concern itself with you. Take this chance to find a vehicle and start it up." No sooner had he spoken than the boar reared its front hooves and charged toward him. The enraged boar was incredibly destructive, rivaling even lions and tigers, and Qin Feng was certainly no match for it. However, he had anticipated this moment. As the boar lunged forward, Qin Feng swiftly dodged to the side, darting towards Zhou Yang, having already concocted a plan in his mind. "Qin Feng, be careful." Xia Ming bit her lip, her face a mask of deep concern, while He-Yong quickly pulled her away, urging, "Stop watching. Qin Feng must have his reasons. I'll pry the car open, and you hurry to the repair shop to look for the keys. We'll split up." Seizing the moment while the boar's attention was fixated on Qin Feng, He-Yong acted decisively, setting his sights on a nearby jeep, wielding a metal rod to force open the car door. Chapter 42. A worthy demise. He-Yong swiftly pried open the car door. But, lacking the keys, he was unable to start the vehicle, pounding the steering wheel in frustration as he shouted at Xia Ming, "Hurry and find the keys. Qin Feng can't hold out much longer." Indeed, this was true. The task of diverting the boar's attention had already placed Qin Feng in a perilous situation mere moments later. The boar charged relentlessly, its attacks seemingly monotonous, yet its massive head, with its protruding tusks, was highly destructive and aggressive. Anyone struck by it would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Fortunately, the beast's size impeded its agility compared to Qin Feng. Cognizant of this weakness, Qin Feng skillfully maneuvered to evade the boar's assaults. gradually inching closer to Zhou Yang while drawing the boar toward him. Initially, Zhou Yang remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that Qin Feng was genuinely risking his own safety to provide others with an opportunity to escape. It wasn't until the boar closed the distance and simultaneously targeted Zhou Yang with its furious gaze that he realized Qin Feng's intentions were shifting the peril onto himself. "What the hell are you doing? Don't come near." Upon this realization, Zhou Yang was understandably displeased, immediately reprimanding Qin Feng while swiftly trying to increase the distance between them. However, Qin Feng had already committed to his plan. Disregarding the risk of being gored by the boar and accelerating toward Zhou Yang, one ran. The other pursued, with the enraged wild boar in hot pursuit, creating utter chaos in the vicinity. "What on earth are you trying to achieve?" "Qin Feng!" Zhou Yang, unable to shake off Qin Feng, panicked and shouted, "Don't lead it over here. Run to an open area. What are you running for? Come help me deal with the boar. At a time like this, do you still intend to sit on the sidelines?" Qin Feng yelled back while swinging the fire axe in defense. Yet, against the boar's tough hide and thick flesh, the axe proved ineffective, being easily brushed aside. Allowing the boar to charge at Qin Feng, slamming its head into his thigh and sending him flying 2 meters away, bang, without a doubt, Qin Feng crashed to the ground, but he quickly scrambled back to his feet. Spitting out dirt as he bellowed at the now pale Zhou Yang, "Don't you have a special ability? Use it, damn it." Zhou Yang finally grasped Qin Feng's intentions, realizing he aimed to utilize his power to help block the boar. "You looking for death. Don't drag me into this." Zhou Yang was naturally unwilling. Even though he possessed a unique ability, his confidence waned when faced with a frenzied wild boar of such size. Moreover, he and Qin Feng were never truly in accord, so he had no intention of assisting willingly. Yet, the unfolding events were beyond Zhou Yang's control. After the boar hurled Qin Feng aside, it immediately lifted its bloodshot eyes, seeking its next target. Damn it! Realizing the boar's tusks were aimed at him, Zhou Yang understood all too well, casting a fiery glare at Qin Feng as he cursed. "You did this on purpose." Qin Feng paid no heed, knowing that making noise at this juncture would only provoke the boar further. Thus, he remained silent, lying on the ground as if dead. Zhou Yang, however, soon found that he lacked the energy to continue his tirade, as the boar, still seething with anger, had set its sights on him and launched another attack. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yang was similarly sent sprawling. His fury unabated as he immediately got back up, still hurling insults at Qin Feng. Yet the boar was indifferent to their quarrel. It would continue to assault whoever made the loudest noise. Its grotesque head swiftly closing in on Zhou Yang once more. This time, Zhou Yang ceased his shouts, for the wild boar's eyes were filled with malice and madness, exuding an aura of relentless fury as it lunged forward. Leaving him no time to react, "Damn beast, perish." Zhou Yang had no choice. He summoned the energy within him, raising an arm to brace against the wild boar's charging head. Undeniably, Zhou Yang's evolved ability released potent toxins, posing a significant threat to the boar. However, while the poison was fierce, his physical prowess could not withstand the boar's might. At the moment of contact, the green vapor surged into the boar's mouth, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. Yet, Zhou Yang's arm could not withstand the boar's force, and with a sickening crack, his arm bent backward, the bone fracturing audibly. A cry of agony erupted as Zhou Yang found his remaining arm shattered, collapsing to the ground and wailing in despair. Meanwhile, the wild boar, afflicted by the toxins, emitted smoke from its mouth, its tusks stained black from the corrosion. The beast was equally tormented, yet such suffering only fueled its rage. As long as it drew breath, its remaining strength was formidable. The injured boar began to howl, its eyes brimming with malice and madness, and without hesitation, it swung its hard head towards Zhou Yang's chest, unleashing a series of sickening cracks as Zhou Yang's ribs shattered, causing him to gasp and spew blood. His blood, too, was toxic, splattering onto the boar's eyes and producing even more thick smoke in an instant. The sounds of Zhou Yang's anguished cries mingled with the boar's pained grunts. Now, just as Zhou Yang and the boar were locked in a fierce struggle, Qin Feng, who had been lying motionless on the ground, seized the opportunity and sprang to his feet. Taking advantage of the wild boar's moment of agony, he lifted the fire axe high above his head, channeling all his strength into a powerful downward swing. Striking the softest area of the boar's abdomen with a thunderous blow, swish! The vibrant crimson axe swiftly cleaved open the soft underbelly of the wild boar, continuing its advance as it severed the internal organs and intestines. The grievously wounded boar writhed in agony, exhaling frosty breaths, its anguished cries piercing the air. Despite its dire injuries, the boar's robust vitality compelled it to resist death, its limbs thrashing wildly, stirring up clouds of dust. However, its eyes had been corroded by Zhou Yang's venomous blood, leaving it blind to the position of its adversary. All it could do was roll helplessly on the ground, devoid of any threatening actions. Qin Feng retracted the fire axe, leaping aside, choosing to disregard the mortally wounded boar, instead directing his cold, steely gaze towards the severely injured Zhou Yang, who lay on the ground, howling in agony. "Thank you once again for your assistance," he remarked. "Qin Feng." Zhou Yang spat blood, glaring at him with venomous eyes. "Are you plotting against me? Why shouldn't I scheme against you?" Qin Feng replied, brandishing the axe as he loomed over Zhou Yang. His tone icy. "From the moment Nurse Xiaoyi perished, I had no intention of allowing you to survive. Then why wait until now to strike?" Zhou Yang's face turned pale, trembling as he inquired. "Naturally, it was to ensure your demise held greater significance." Qin Feng coldly raised the axe, his expression betraying a numbing terror. "Having witnessed your capabilities, I had no intention of allowing you to perish easily. I feigned indifference, allowing you to live until this critical moment, solely to ensure your death would be more poignant," he continued. "Without your assistance, how could I have triumphed over this wild boar?" Chapter 43. The next scene, Qin Feng regarded the incredulous Zhou Yang on the ground. Adopting a tone of mock pity, "Your worth has diminished. Go below and don't forget to apologize to Nurse Xiaoyi. But that obese woman was killed by you. It has nothing to do with me." Zhou Yang's mental state began to unravel, akin to a fraying nerve, as he screamed desperately, "You were the one who killed her. You are the true devil. The real murderer has always been you. You speak the truth. I am indeed a devil." Qin Feng advanced step by step towards Zhou Yang, his gaze frigid and imbued with a demonic terror. Thus, a devil need not require justification to extinguish a life. "I have no desire to continue this conversation." As Qin Feng's words fell, the fire axe was raised high, aimed at Zhou Yang's forehead. "Qin Feng, quickly bring Zhou Yang over. We have located the vehicle." Just as Qin Feng prepared to bring the axe down, Xia Ming's panicked voice pierced through the mist. Due to the distance, Xia Ming was oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. She merely called out to her teammates to board the vehicle. Upon hearing Xia Ming's voice, Qin Feng hesitated briefly but ultimately lowered the axe. Zhou Yang was gravely injured. Even with his extraordinary vitality, he had no chance of recovery in the short term. The animals affected by the mushroom toxin would soon stampede to this repair shop. Thus, Zhou Yang's fate was sealed, even if Qin Feng refrained from striking. With this thought, Qin Feng chose not to deliver the fatal blow, instead calmly gazing at the dying Zhou Yang, coldly uttering, "From this moment forth, savor your remaining time. Once you've repented sufficiently, a monster will come to escort you to hell. Qin Feng, don't leave me. I can apologize. Please take me with you." Zhou Yang, in a state of helpless despair, cried out. The recent battle with the wild boar had shattered his remaining arm, rendering him a complete invalid, his body riddled with injuries and broken bones. Faced with the impending threat of frenzied animals, even a swarm of ants could slowly devour him. Qin Feng laughed, a cruel, expressionless grin forming as he retreated, coldly observing Zhou Yang's face of despair and helplessness. Closing his eyes, he recalled the helpless and tragic scene of Nurse Xiaoyi in her final moments. Qin Feng pondered whether he had truly avenged Nurse Xiaoyi. Perhaps he had indeed exercised some degree of cunning. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief and turned, running towards the sound of the engine roaring from the vehicle. The repair shop was modest, and Qin Feng quickly located the already started jeep. Flinging open the door and leaping inside, leaning against the seat, panting as he urged He Yong, who was in the driver's seat, "Hurry, drive." With so many animals having consumed the toxic mushrooms, the frenzy won't be limited to just that wild boar. I suspect more will come charging soon. Understood, He-Yong replied, expertly shifting gears, preparing to drive the jeep out. However, at that moment, Xiaoming suddenly sat up, urgently stopping He-Yong, turning to Qin Feng. Wait, where's Zhou Yang? He is already dead. Qin Feng's response was disturbingly calm in the face of Xiaoming's inquiry. What? Xiaoming was taken aback, immediately grasping Qin Feng's shoulder and shaking him forcefully. How could this happen? He seemed fine earlier. How did Zhou Yang die? You're lying to me, aren't you? I have no inclination to deceive you. Zhou Yang is indeed dead. That wild boar was not an easy foe. Qin Feng replied coldly, then turned his indifferent gaze away. No. I refuse to believe it. Yonggu, please open the door. I need to go check. Xiaoming couldn't accept the reality, persistently trying to exit the vehicle. He-Yong hesitated, seemingly pondering something, his gaze flickering towards Qin Feng. Noticing Qin Feng's lack of a direct response, he cleared his throat and intervened. Girl, stop making a fuss. People are dying every moment in this apocalypse. Zhou Yang is not a superhero, and he is certainly susceptible to death. Calm down. We don't have enough time. Xiaoming continued to sob softly, pleading desperately. No, we expended so much effort to rescue Zhou Yang. How can we let him die without reason? I must go down. Please, let me go. Silence. Qin Feng, who had been slumped in the second row, could no longer contain his anger. He abruptly raised his head. Glaring at Xiaoming with a fierce demeanor, you can exit the vehicle whenever you wish. That is your freedom. However, Yonggu and I have no reason to wait any longer. I've already stated that those animals that consumed the toxic mushrooms could catch up to us at any moment. He presented Xiaoming with two choices. Either she could exit the vehicle and rush to Zhou Yang's side to tend to him, or she could remain with him and He-Yong. Driving to a safer location, it was a binary choice, with no other options available. You decide. The choice is yours. After speaking, Qin Feng reclined back into the seat, crossing his arms over his chest, closing his eyes to rest. In truth, throughout this journey, Qin Feng had exerted himself tirelessly to ensure the safety of the entire group, to the point of exhaustion. If Xiaoming remained dissatisfied and questioned his decisions, he did not recommend splitting up at this juncture. Certainly, should Xiaoming truly exit the vehicle, her demise would be all but assured. Why are you so cold-blooded, Qin Feng? You were never like this before. Xiaoming, startled by Qin Feng's sudden outburst, covered her chest helplessly. Suppressing her sobs, with a deep sigh, Qin Feng kept his eyes closed, addressing He-Yong in the driver's seat. Yonggu, aren't you going to drive? I can hear many footsteps approaching. The words immediately ignited a fresh wave of terror within the two individuals. He-Yong, unable to contain himself, thrust his head out of the car window, peering into the depths of the dense fog, where shadows of frenzied animals dashed about recklessly. His lips quivered involuntarily as he cursed under his breath and pressed down on the accelerator. The jeep shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, executing a beautiful drift as it slid onto the main road, kicking up a cloud of dust before plunging into the thick mist. Meanwhile, the animals, driven mad by the toxic mushrooms, howled in a frenzy, wreaking havoc all around. Before long, their acute sense of smell detected the scent of blood wafting through the air, and at least 20 to 30 pairs of crimson eyes fixated on Zhou Yang, who lay helplessly on the ground, unable to move. The jeep had already sped away, leaving the three passengers oblivious to Zhou Yang's fate. However, Qin Feng, eyes closed, vividly painted the brutal scene in his mind. In the distance, he seemed to hear Zhou Yang's cries echoing through the chilling fog. Chapter 44. The fortunate female driver. The off-road capabilities of the jeep were commendable. Despite the streets being littered with obstacles, He-Yong, with a firm push on the gas pedal, maneuvered through the chaos, and within mere minutes, they reached the outskirts of the city. The streets here were less congested than in the city center, and the foot traffic was sparse, resulting in fewer corpses and abandoned vehicles strewn about. However, the jeep's fuel tank ran dry soon after their arrival, forcing the three to exit the vehicle and continue on foot. Unlike the fog-laden city center, visibility was slightly better here, likely due to the sparse population and lack of obstructions. The trio cautiously traversed the mist, constantly scanning their surroundings. As they walked, Hyung turned to Qin Feng with a hint of suspicion. Where exactly is that air raid shelter you mentioned? I'm not entirely certain, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head as he carefully surveyed the foggy terrain. I just know there's an air raid shelter around here. But I've never actually been inside. Upon hearing this, Hyung paused, and even Xia Ming, who trailed behind, halted, her concern evident as she remarked, if we don't know the exact location, how are we supposed to find it? This urban-rural fringe is quite vast. Wandering around will surely take a considerable amount of time. Don't worry, it's relatively open here. It shouldn't be as perilous as the city. If we proceed with caution, we should be fine, Qin Feng sighed, offering some reassurance. However, Xia Ming's reaction to his comfort was lukewarm. She neither expressed gratitude nor responded, simply bypassing Qin Feng to stand beside Hyung. Though it was merely an instinctive action, it somewhat revealed her inner turmoil. This woman was no fool. During their escape, she had likely come to realize something, and her gaze towards Qin Feng no longer bore the same reliance as before. Qin Feng noticed the shift but was unfazed. Before the apocalypse, he and Xia Ming had merely shared a professional relationship, and little had changed since then. A beautiful woman often had a tendency to be self-centered, expecting the world to revolve around her. Any hint of dissatisfaction would elicit a cold response, a behavior he had long since come to expect. Nonetheless, the three remained close together, for in such treacherous circumstances, losing the support of companions equated to a death sentence. After searching diligently for some time, just when anxiety began to mount, they heard a faint moan emanating from beneath the ruins, which loosened the tension in their nerves. Over there, someone's in distress. Hyung was the first to discern the direction of the sound, pointing towards the debris. Let us go take a look, but be careful, Qin Feng replied. Hearing the noise, he cautioned the others, then clenched the fire axe tightly, cautiously making his way toward the sound. As they drew nearer, an old, dilapidated house came into view, having partially collapsed for unknown reasons. Beneath the scattered bricks and timber lay a mangled car. Inside the cramped cabin, bloodstains remained, and within the nearly unrecognizable driver's seat, a woman was crouched, weakly calling for help. Her leg is trapped. We need to think of a way to get her out. Hyung exhaled in relief upon spotting the woman. He set down his iron rod, adding, she must be a local resident. If we rescue her, she might know where the air raid shelter is. All right, everyone, let us hurry. We need to move quickly. Qin Feng concurred with Hyung's assessment and dashed toward the ruins, using his foot to kick aside the debris. He then thrust the fire axe into the gap of the car door with force. With Hyung's assistance, the two managed to dismantle the deformed car door in just a few minutes. As they pulled it open, a woman clad in a pink coat was revealed. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. With a pleasing appearance and figure, however, her prolonged entrapment had drained her color, leaving her pallid and weak, barely able to summon the strength to speak. Qin Feng immediately reached for her waist, intending to pull her free. But Hyung intervened. Wait, don't use brute force. Her foot is trapped underneath. Upon looking down, Qin Feng noticed that indeed, her calf was completely pinned beneath the warped driver's seat, the twisted metal acting like a vice, causing it to swell grotesquely. Thank you. Please, kind souls, save me. Despite her frail state, the woman maintained clarity of mind. Leaning weakly against the steering wheel, she turned her pale face toward them, sobbing as she pleaded for their help. We'll do our best. Qin Feng nodded, refraining from further conversation. Instead, he asked, do you have a jack in your car? Yes, it's in the trunk, she replied, weakly affirming. Xia Ming, could you please retrieve the jack for us? Qin Feng instructed, shoving the fire axe beneath the dashboard to pry it upward, hoping to alleviate the woman's suffering, while not glancing back. Okay. Although Xia Ming still harbored resentment toward Qin Feng, the urgency of saving the woman took precedence. She nodded quickly and ran towards the trunk, prying open the lid. After considerable effort, the three finally managed to free the female driver. Xia Ming unscrewed the cap of a water bottle and offered her a few sips. The woman's condition visibly improved. She opened her eyes, gasping for breath, and weakly expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Xia Ming set down the water bottle and glanced at the swollen ankle of the driver. Frowning as she remarked, Your foot is nearly deformed from the pressure. It needs to be treated immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Feng inquired about the woman's background, asking how she had ended up trapped beneath the ruins. In a feeble voice, the woman recounted her story. 2 days ago, I was driving through here, intending to visit my parents. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the town, and chaos erupted on the streets. I swerved to avoid pedestrians, and my car skidded, crashing into this building, which collapsed on top of me and the vehicle. Understanding dawned upon Qin Feng as he nodded. So you've been trapped in your car for 2 days? Yes, the woman nodded sorrowfully, saying, it's been terrifying. It feels like the world has completely changed overnight. I can't quite explain it, but many animals have gone mad, attacking people, and so many others seem to have turned into monsters. As she spoke, she covered her face with her hands, sobbing in distress. After listening to her harrowing tale, Qin Feng stood up and remarked, you might consider yourself fortunate. Being trapped beneath the ruins from the outset meant that no mutated monsters noticed you. Otherwise, you would have likely been devoured by now. Chapter 45. The air raid shelter, is this truly luck? The woman asked with a bitter smile, turning her head away, tears of sorrow and fear welling in her eyes. You can't begin to fathom what I've witnessed over the past 2 days. I watched helplessly as many were dragged into the fog by monsters. Even a child was eaten. I couldn't make a sound. I could only hide in the cabin, thinking I was about to die. That you survived is already a tremendous stroke of luck. Hyung interjected, unable to contain himself. By the way, we still don't know your name. Are you a resident of this town? Yes, the woman introduced herself. My name is Hya. I've lived in this town all my life. I returned home to visit my parents, but now, having been trapped here for 2 days amidst such chaos, they may have fled or worse. As she spoke of her sorrow, Hya's tears flowed once more. Her distress resonated with Xiaoming, and the two unfamiliar women embraced, quietly sobbing together. Qin Feng, growing increasingly impatient, spoke sternly. All right, enough crying. If tears could solve our problems, we wouldn't be in this predicament, Hya. Since you've lived in this town all your life, you must know where the air raid shelter is located, right? Hya stifled her sobs, wiped her tears, and said, I know, there's a small square just behind the town. I can lead you there. However, as she spoke, her gaze fell to her feet, her expression revealing a sense of helplessness. Qin Feng said, Yong-gu, could you kindly carry this woman on your back? We are pressed for time and cannot afford to linger. Although the outskirts appeared deceptively calm, the fog was spreading at an alarming rate, and such excessive tranquility was, in fact, a significant threat, prompting Qin Feng to avoid any further delay. All right. Hyung did not voice any objections and promptly crouched down, hoisting Hya onto his shoulder. Soon, under Hya's guidance, the trio set off once more. Before leaving, Hya suddenly pointed to her trunk, saying there were still a few bags of bread and snacks. Should they take them along? Naturally, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to procure food, immediately instructing Xiaoming to gather everything edible. Fortunately, the small town was not overly large, and with Hya's familiarity with the local terrain, they quickly arrived at the small square at the town's end. After crossing the fog-shrouded square, they beheld a medium-sized air raid shelter, approximately 3 meters in diameter. The passage outside the shelter was eerily deserted. Yet the pathway leading to it was cluttered with debris, even obstructed by a small green pickup truck, evidently a makeshift barricade set up by those hiding within to thwart any monstrous intrusions. It appeared that they were not the first to reach this place. There must already be others inside. Upon arrival, Hyung set the woman down and gestured toward the pickup truck, stating, It's not surprising to think that many would seek refuge in the shelter. Qin Feng nodded and addressed Hya. You must know quite a few people in the town. There might be some acquaintances inside. Why not call out a few times to alert them? So they don't misunderstand? Hya promptly agreed and, supported by Xiaoming, approached the pickup truck, shouting toward the sealed shelter, Is anyone inside? This is Hya. I've brought people seeking refuge. Please respond. As soon as Hya's voice faded, faint rustling footsteps emanated from the dark depths of the shelter. Shortly after, a man's head emerged, peering suspiciously in their direction. Upon recognizing Hya, the man excitedly exclaimed, Is that you? What are you doing here? Come in. It was evident that he and the man were acquainted. Noticing her difficulty in moving, he even jumped over the pickup truck to reach her. As he drew nearer, Qin Feng discerned that the man was in his 30s, tall and robust, clad in a gray coat. His chin was somewhat pointed, and a gash marred his cheek, resembling a claw mark. "Qinggo, are you injured?" he asked hastily, noticing the scar on his face. The man, named Jia Qing, had been Hiya's neighbor, a companion since childhood. Jia Qing chuckled reassuringly, "It's nothing, just a scratch from my family's big yellow dog. By the way, who are these people with you?" Hiya hurriedly recounted the identities of Qin Feng and the others, explaining that they had rescued her. Upon hearing this, Jia Qing nodded and said, "All right, then come inside quickly that we need to hurry. There are many crazed beasts attacking nearby." With that, Jia Qing assisted Hiya over the pickup truck, and Qin Feng and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Inside the shelter, darkness enveloped them, but every 20 meters, torches provided dim illumination. Xia Ming walked beside Hiya, struggling to adjust to the obscurity, and whispered, "Surely the shelter has a regular electrical setup? Why aren't the lights on?" Jia Qing explained, "We can't turn on the lights. The area is shrouded in darkness. If we do, the light will attract swarms of moths, which, for some inexplicable reason, have started to bite people. There have been cases where individuals were bitten and succumbed to poison immediately." Xia Ming, frightened, nodded and ceased her inquiries, while Qin Feng and He Yong remained focused, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The shelter was spacious, yet the passage was entirely linear, lacking gates or forks, its design rather simplistic. While it sufficed for mere evasion from cannon fodder, it evidently fell short in terms of defending against monsters. Thus, the group continued to follow Jia Qing deeper into the shelter, soon encountering many others who had also sought refuge. Qin Feng quickly scanned the area and noted at least 50 figures huddled within, most of whom were townsfolk. Confused, he inquired of Jia Qing, "Isn't it strange that no one from the city has arrived here to seek shelter?" He recalled that when he first took refuge in the mall, an agreement had been reached with the others to regroup at the shelter once they found their family members. However, 2 days had passed, and upon entering, he had yet to see any familiar faces. Had these individuals failed to adhere to the agreement and come to the shelter, or had they all perished en route? Jia Qing replied, "Everyone in the shelter is a resident of this town. There are no outsiders." Qin Feng found this statement peculiar, but before he could respond, a series of torches suddenly ignited deep within the shelter. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the flickering flames and spotted a group approaching with an aggressive demeanor. The leader, a burly man with a scarred face, bellowed before even reaching the group, "Who permitted you to enter? This shelter is only for the town's residents. Outsiders are strictly forbidden." Chapter 46. Open robbery. What kind of rule is this? Qin Feng was taken aback, while He Yong seemed to grasp something, his expression darkening as he tightened his grip on his weapon. "Zhao Gang, don't be so brutish. These people just saved Hiya, and she brought them here." Jia Qing quickly approached the man at the forefront, explaining that Hiya. Zhao Gang paused, his brutish features contorting as he squinted toward the corner where Hiya stood. Forcing a grotesque smile, he said, "Oh, so you've returned. Quite a rarity. I thought everyone from the town had perished." Zhao Gang's tone was harsh, and his menacing appearance left a poor impression. Hiya urgently asked, "Zhao Gang, what about my parents? Did they find refuge in the shelter?" Zhao Gang, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, chuckled coldly, shaking his head. "No, your parents are old. When the disaster struck, the first to suffer were the elderly with mobility issues. Who knows where they ended up? They might have already been devoured by monsters." His blunt words showed no regard for the feelings of those nearby. Upon hearing this, Hiya trembled, her face paling as she collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she sobbed loudly. Jia Qing, unable to bear it, retorted to Zhao Gang, "How can you say such things? Hiya's parents are merely separated from us. No one knows for sure what happened to them." Zhao Gang brusquely interrupted Jia Qing, casting a cold glance at Qin Feng and the others, and continued to scowl, "I haven't even addressed you yet. Why did you bring these outsiders in? Wasn't it agreed that the shelter would only accept residents of the town?" Zhao Gang's authoritative tone irked Jia Qing, prompting him to counter, "They saved Hiya. Can't we at least acknowledge that?" "I couldn't care less," Zhao Gang replied obstinately. turning back to Qin Feng with an imperious tone. Kid, the shelter is already at full capacity. We have no intention of accepting outsiders. You should leave with your group as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoming retorted. On what grounds? This shelter isn't yours to claim. It is a place designated by the government for disaster victims. Why should we be excluded just because we're from outside the town? Xiaoming had always possessed a proud demeanor and was adept at debating. Despite her earlier struggles on the road, she excelled in arguments. However, the townsfolk following Zhao Gang were not all reasonable individuals. A young man brandishing a wooden stick sneered. So what? If we say you can't come in, then you can't. Hurry up and leave, you city folks. Don't think you can contest our territory. Xiaoming's face turned pale with anger, just as she was about to argue back. Suddenly, she felt a gentle grip on her elbow and turned to see He Yong discreetly signaling her to remain calm. As for Qin Feng, he had already perceived that the townsfolk had no intention of welcoming outsiders. After a brief survey of the shelter's interior, he quickly grasped the situation and subtly shook his head, concluding, since they are unwilling to take us in, let us depart. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Feng grasped the protesting Xiaoming by the arm, subtly tightening his grip to signal her to remain silent. The residents occupying this air raid shelter were predominantly young adults, their expressions not only stern but also menacing, which spoke volumes. A town, regardless of its size, would typically boast a population exceeding 1,000. Wouldn't it? Excluding those who perished under mysterious circumstances during the initial onset of the apocalypse, at least half of the population should remain. Yet, only 50 or 60 individuals were huddled in this shelter. Where had the others vanished? The answer was already evident. Xiaoming, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the situation, her face instantly betraying anxiety as she hurriedly took refuge behind Qin Feng and He Yong, avoiding eye contact with the others. Meanwhile, He remained oblivious to the dire circumstances, still engulfed in the sorrow of her lost parents, until she noticed the townsfolk were attempting to expel Qin Feng. She hastily wiped her tears and stood up, exclaiming, Zhao Gang, why are you trying to drive them away right after meeting them? Qin Feng and his companions came with me. Zhao Gang remained silent, merely fixating on He with a sneer, prompting several young men nearby to snicker, their expressions decidedly sinister as they retorted, what are you babbling about? If you don't listen, we'll kick you out too. Confused, He, still struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation, was about to defend Qin Feng when Jia Qing, the one who had previously ushered them in, suddenly stepped forward. He tugged at He's hand and whispered, He, don't speak. The shelter is cramped, and indeed, it's overcrowded. Your friends can find refuge elsewhere. As Jia Qing spoke, he kept his gaze averted, seemingly reluctant to meet He's eyes. Yet, He shook off his grip, insisting, no, Qin Feng saved me. You can't just force him out. Zhao Gang, losing patience, interrupted the exchange, coldly crossing his arms. If you wish to stay, it's not impossible, but you must comply with our rules. You'll need to venture out every other day to scavenge for food. No need for that. We're leaving now. Qin Feng immediately shook his head, gripping his axe tightly with one hand while pulling Xiaoming along as they made a swift exit. Wait a moment. But before Qin Feng could distance himself, a young man suddenly pointed at the tote bag in Xiaoming's hand, questioning, what's in that bag? Is it food? Leave it behind, and you can go. Ha! At this, the pent-up fury within Qin Feng surged, his eyes flashing crimson as he turned to glare at the young man, delivering a chilling laugh. Are you certain? Those provisions belong to He. I have no intention of hoarding them. However, if they are to be returned, they should rightfully go to her, not be distributed among you townsfolk. The young man smirked derisively. Kid, if we say let you go, then you go. What's with the chatter? No sooner had he finished speaking than several residents lurking in the corners instinctively began to converge. What do you intend to do? He finally caught on, her expression shifting as she quickly stepped in front of the group, declaring, You've lost your minds. This is robbery. Robbery? What does that matter? The world has changed. It's not like before. Zhao Gang finally dropped the pretense, his demeanor darkening as he grinned at He. You're one of us. Why are you siding with outsiders? No. Qin Feng saved my life. You can't do this. He shook her head fervently, proposing, how about this? Just pretend we never entered. I'll take them away immediately. You can't leave. It's dangerous outside. Upon hearing this, Jia Qing's expression changed, and he rushed to block Hiya. But she forcefully pushed him aside. Qinggu, I can't believe you would resort to such tactics. I've misjudged you all along. I refuse to live with you. I'm leaving. Don't stop me. Zhao Gang, visibly irritated, shoved his way forward, sternly admonishing Hiya. What do you think this place is? You can come and go as you please. Leave the food behind, or no one gets to leave. Chapter 47. The small villa. At this point, Zhao Gang had laid the matter bare. The townspeople had no intention of sheltering Qin Feng and his companions. Rather, they were coveting the food he had brought. For in this apocalyptic landscape, nothing was more critical than filling one's stomach. Hearing this, Hiya took a step back, her eyes wide with disbelief as she surveyed the room. Soon, the glimmer in her gaze faded completely. The neighbors she had once considered familiar now eyed the provisions with predatory intensity, each one seemingly ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for Qin Feng, especially given that he was accompanied by only 4 people, excluding himself and He Yong. There were merely 2 women who were unable to partake in the fray. In stark contrast, they faced a collective of 50 to 60 young men. Realizing this, despite his reluctance, Qin Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. With a heavy sigh, he retrieved the bag containing the food and addressed the cold-faced Zhao Gang. Very well. Consider this a token of goodwill from me to all of you. Take it and allow us to leave. With that, Qin Feng mustered all his strength and hurled the food deep into the throng. Most of the people had been starving for 2 days. Upon seeing the food flying towards them, they surged forward to snatch it. Even Zhao Gang couldn't help but join the scramble, shouting at the others, "Damn it, don't snatch it, it's mine. Get away, without me leading, you wouldn't get a thing. Let us go." Seizing the moment of chaos within the shelter, Qin Feng wasted no time, swiftly pulling Xia Ming and Hiya along as they dashed towards the exit. Remaining among that tumultuous crowd would yield no favorable outcome. Prudence dictated that he flee without hesitation. As they raced back, Xia Ming supported the limping Hiya, stumbling while questioning Qin Feng. "Why did you so readily leave the food for them? Can't you see? These people are not to be trifled with. If I hadn't tossed the food to them, we might not have made it out today." Qin Feng replied, his brow furrowed, his face dark with foreboding. Beside them, He Yong muttered curses under his breath. "These bastards. I never anticipated their hearts would be so black. One day, I'll make them regurgitate everything they've consumed." Hiya's complexion was pale, not only from her injury but also from the shock of what had just transpired. She sobbed helplessly. "I never imagined the townsfolk would become like this. It's truly heartbreaking." Qin Feng could only sigh. Fortunately, their escape route remained clear, and soon the 4 returned to the blocked passage where the pickup truck had obstructed their way. Qin Feng was the first to climb over, then turned back to assist Xia Ming and Hiya over as well. Glancing up at the dim sky, he spoke with resignation. "Next, we must find another suitable place to hide." He Yong spoke lowly. "Aside from these shelters meant for evading danger, what other place can accommodate us?" Suddenly, Hiya raised her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, my home is in the southwest corner of the town. I just built a small villa last year. It has a basement specifically for pickling vegetables, which should be able to house all 4 of us." "Good, let us go." Without further ado, Qin Feng wasted no time and promptly followed Hiya's lead. Sprinting towards the southwest corner, as they raced forward, the group arrived at a quaint cluster of country villas after a brisk 10-minute run. Indeed, Hiya's economic situation appeared quite favorable. The villa, while modest in size, was equipped with top-notch amenities, and even boasted a sturdy metal fence in front, ideal for warding off animal attacks. "Your home is quite nice. How do we get in?" Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, approaching the corner of the fence and tentatively kicking it. The fence was remarkably sturdy, requiring a key or entry from within to open. His kick yielded no results whatsoever. Hiya had been searching for the key, but after a prolonged search, she looked up helplessly and said, "I seem to have left my keys in that truck." "Then we should head back to look for them." Xia Ming immediately chimed in, but as soon as she spoke, He Yong grasped her arm. "No, it's chaotic in town. There could be danger along the way. We can't waste time over a single key." But the gate is locked. We can't get in, Xiaoming exclaimed, her eyes wide with frustration. Don't worry, let me handle this, He Yong replied with a mysterious smile, suddenly pulling a piece of wire from his pocket. Then, under the astonished gazes of the three, he crouched down and began fiddling with the lock of the metal gate. In less than a minute, He Yong had successfully loosened the lock. With a deft twist of his fingers, the heavy gate swung open with a resounding clank. Brother Yong. Qin Feng stood astonished, never having imagined that He Yong possessed such a skill. Wasn't he a retired soldier? Did the army train him for this? Qin Feng found himself perplexed, gazing at He Yong with an odd expression, sensing that this individual's true origins were shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, the opening of the door was undoubtedly a positive development. Amidst the jubilant cheers of Xiaoming and the others, Qin Feng promptly prepared to push his way inside. However, the moment he swung the door open, he was taken aback. In the depths of the villa's living room entrance lay a robust and stout Rottweiler, its sleek black fur glistening. This breed of large dog is known for its fierce temperament. And upon spotting Qin Feng, the Rottweiler immediately stood up, emitting a low growl that seemed to warn the stranger to depart at once. Xiaohei, how wonderful! I see you're still at home, exclaimed Hiya, who had followed closely behind, her voice brimming with delight. Do you happen to know where Grandpa and Grandma are? Clearly, this imposing black dog was kept by Hiya as a guardian of the household, and it was particularly affectionate towards her. When it first laid eyes on her, its initially threatening gaze softened instantly, lowering its head, wagging its tail, and trotting towards Hiya, allowing her to stroke its forehead. Witnessing this scene, the tension that had been lodged in Qin Feng's throat finally eased. Fortunately, perhaps due to being raised in a domestic environment, this Rottweiler had not been affected by the ominous red substance and retained its unwavering loyalty to its owner. Noticing that Hiya had already drawn the Rottweiler away, everyone followed suit and entered the villa, searching the spacious living room for signs of life. Hiya began calling out her parents' names. But regrettably, the villa felt desolate. Aside from the Rottweiler stationed at the living room entrance, there were no other signs of life. Chapter 48. The Red Rain. Eventually, despair washed over Hiya as she sank helplessly onto the sofa, her eyes swollen like ripe peaches. What should I do? My parents are not home, have they? Xiaoming was there to console her. Don't fret. The fortunate will always have protection. Uncle and aunt may not necessarily be in trouble. Perhaps they've gone to visit relatives. Such reasoning seemed rather naive. Who would choose to visit relatives at a time like this? Moreover, Hiya's parents were well aware that their daughter would be returning home soon. How could they possibly wander off? Yet, at this juncture, Xiaoming could find no more suitable words of comfort. She too thought of her own parents far away, unable to suppress her sorrow, and joined Hiya in quiet sobbing. Meanwhile, while the two women wept in silence, Qin Feng had followed He Yong to thoroughly investigate the villa's surroundings. The duo even stumbled upon several cans of beer, remnants of cake, an assortment of fruits and vegetables, as well as a full bag of rice in the kitchen. These items, once commonplace in pre-apocalyptic times, now held entirely different significance. After so much exertion, the physical toll on everyone was severe and unforgiving. The four of them gathered to share a meager meal until their hunger was satiated. It was only then that Qin Feng took the remaining food, packed it up, and with a serious expression turned to everyone present. These are all we have left. We must plan wisely. This should suffice for 4 people for nearly half a month. Fortunately, there is a small creek behind the villa where we can replenish our water supply. We can create a simple purification system to filter the creek water for our daily needs. As I've said before, in this post-apocalyptic world, we must conserve whatever we can to stave off hunger. However, during their discussion, He Yong presented a dilemma, pointing at the Rottweiler in the corner licking its food bowl, frowning as he spoke. This fellow has quite an appetite. If we keep it around, our food supply will dwindle rapidly. Perhaps we should consider butchering it. Absolutely not. Hiya immediately sprang to her feet, shaking her head vehemently as she exclaimed, Xiaohei has grown up with me. Its family, and no one is allowed to harm it. When it came to the dog, Hiya's tone was particularly fervent, indicating a profound bond with the Rottweiler. He Yong, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head. Everything in this villa belongs to you, and you certainly have the right to make decisions about it. I just want to make it clear that the current environment is unlike before. Your dog could very well become a liability. Not an avid dog lover himself, Hee-young rarely consumed dog meat. If not for the concerns regarding food shortages, he wouldn't have entertained such an idea. He quickly countered, "You needn't worry, I can let Xiao out to fend for itself. It is quite clever. Keeping it around could provide us with warnings against danger." Very well. Despite his reservations, Hee-young nodded in agreement, acknowledging her insistence. Subsequently, Qin Feng sought out Hea privately to inquire about the route to the basement. Compared to the villa's living room, Qin Feng perceived the basement as relatively safer. Although the villa's security measures were fairly adequate, they could only guard against common threats. Hea promptly retrieved the key to the basement from a corner of the sofa. Passing through a small hatch, they successfully entered the basement, a modest space of about 30 square meters, partitioned into two relatively independent rooms, each equipped with a small door. Inside were various pickled vegetables and a considerable supply of blankets and coverings. In the pre-apocalyptic era, such items were commonplace, yet now they could effectively address the immediate needs of the group. Within the basement, Qin Feng conducted a brief organization, clearing 2 beds and laying out relatively new bedding. He also modified the basement lamp to accommodate the group's basic living requirements. Once everything was arranged, he sat at the edge of a bed and stated, "Going forward, we will be living here for quite some time. Awaiting changes in the outside world. In the current situation, the world's dynamics could only evolve in 2 ways, either for the better or for the worse. With no clear path ahead, Qin Feng felt trapped, confined to this space, merely observing the unfolding events. Hee-young spoke softly. The food situation remains a persistent challenge. Even with frugality, our limited supplies can only sustain us for half a month. If circumstances do not improve after that time, acquiring food will become increasingly difficult. I don't know." Qin Feng replied wearily, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes, shaking his head in utter resignation. "For now, we can only take it one step at a time. We've all been busy for quite a while. We should rest. The basement is relatively secure, and any issues can be addressed after we wake." All right, at this moment, the only viable option for alleviating their distress was to rest and restore their strength. Each individual retreated to their respective sleeping quarters. In the dim basement, the 2 independent rooms housed Xiaoming and Hee-young in one, while Qin Feng and Hee-young occupied the other. Exhausted, they quickly fell into a deep slumber, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. Qin Feng was uncertain how long he had slept. His mind foggy and still haunted by the terrifying images of that violent world. He was plagued by relentless nightmares, even dreaming of Zhou Yang, who had been reduced to a mere head, dragging his bloodied body in search of vengeance. No. Qin Feng was jolted awake, terror-stricken by the visions, sitting up abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. Wiping his brow, he still felt a lingering dread. Turning his gaze to Hee-young, who lay asleep beside him, he chose not to rouse him, instead climbing off the bed and making his way back to the first floor of the villa. Remaining in the dim and damp basement made Qin Feng feel stifled. He longed for the fresher air of the villa's living room. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed that the sky remained shrouded in gloom. It seemed as though he had slept for an extended period. And upon awakening, the outside world appeared subtly altered. Firstly, the white mist that enveloped him had begun to transform into a gray hue. Additionally, the sky above the dense fog had changed dramatically, and no longer did it seem merely overcast. Instead, a sinister shade of dark red now blanketed the heavens, leaving him at a loss for words to describe it. Damn it. Could this phenomenon persist indefinitely? Qin Feng felt a profound sense of despondency as he gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling window for an extended period. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, almost like the gentle patter of rain. The notion of rain in such weather left Qin Feng even more perplexed. With a sense of hesitation, he gently pushed open the glass door of the villa's living room and strolled towards the eaves. Extending his hand to catch a handful of the fine droplets that permeated the air, to his astonishment, the raindrops were crimson. Chapter 49. The manifestation of evolution before long. Qin Feng found himself fixated on the red droplets clinging to his hand. Sinking into a renewed silence, these droplets, rather than resembling ordinary rainwater, felt like a viscous substance, formless, odorless, and utterly unidentifiable in origin. Qin Feng could not fathom what these crimson raindrops signified. An unsettling intuition stirred within him, gradually giving rise to an uncanny sensation. The crimson rain persisted for a good 15 minutes, showing no signs of abating. It had nearly transformed the entire white mist enveloping the sky into a dark red hue. Numbly, Qin Feng lifted his gaze, staring into the depths of the eerie fog, where he began to perceive additional red specks drifting, undulating in the wind like scattered feathers. To his dismay, the red specks were still falling. Observing the dark crimson spots, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming heaviness settle within his heart. How long would this persist? He sat down in resignation, gazing vacantly at the red specks floating above, soon noticing something different. After the rain's onslaught, the thick fog in the sky seemed to roll less violently, perhaps due to the cleansing effect of the raindrops, gradually settling down. What was truly peculiar was that, although the fog had ceased its tumultuous swirling, the red hue within it had grown increasingly substantial. Furthermore, the red entities drifting above had diminished in number compared to before. They were less dense, yet their size had undeniably increased many-fold. Qin Feng recalled that when he first encountered these red entities, they were scarcely the size of dandelion fluff, yet now they appeared as large as fists, with some even approaching the size of grinding wheels, truly resembling red meteors. However, despite their considerable mass, these red entities floated weightlessly, aimlessly meandering through the air, swaying in the breeze without ever descending. How strange it was that such rain could fall. As Qin Feng remained transfixed by the sky, he was startled by a low murmur behind him. Turning around, he discovered Xia Ming had also awakened, silently standing behind him, equally entranced by the curtain of rain. "You're awake." Qin Feng sighed softly, rising to his feet. Xia Ming replied, offering no further acknowledgement to Qin Feng as she hesitantly took a step towards the rain. "What are you doing?" "It's best not to come into contact with it," Qin Feng exclaimed in alarm, instinctively reaching out to pull Xia Ming back. Yet she calmly turned her gaze back to him, gently shaking her head. "It's just rain. It should be harmless. If this rain were toxic, Xiao He would have perished long ago." As she spoke, Xia Ming suddenly pointed towards a corner of the yard. Qin Feng blinked in surprise and turned to find Heya's pet Labrador retriever, which had been lying in the rain for quite some time, maintaining a serene posture. The large dog remained calm, gazing up at the sky as crimson droplets cascaded down its face, showing no sign of distress. Rather, it squinted contentedly, as if savoring the rain. How peculiar, Qin Feng mused. His intuition suggested a definitive connection between these red raindrops and the red specks. Yet he could not comprehend why animals went into a frenzy upon contact with the red specks, while the gentle rain elicited no reaction whatsoever. Unable to resolve his confusion, he steeled himself and followed Xia Ming into the rain. The cool red droplets fell quietly upon them, producing no sensation of wetness. They appeared viscous, yet upon contact with their skin, they mysteriously vanished, not truly disappearing, but rather permeating into their bodies through the skin and hair follicles. The red droplets persisted for a considerable time, yet the ground remained utterly dry, showing no signs of being soaked. These liquids seemed entirely unlike ordinary rainwater. Qin Feng was astonished, bewilderedly spreading his arms to allow the red droplets to wash over his cheeks and even his limbs. Fully exposed to the rain. Remarkably, nothing happened. He felt neither pain nor any change within his body. Even as the raindrops fell upon him, merging into his being, he experienced no sensation whatsoever. How strange! Qin Feng appeared dazed. His mind clouded with questions, when suddenly he heard Xia Ming let out a sigh. "I wish I could see those red specks you mentioned. Are they like the ones drifting in the sky now?" "Huh." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, jolting back to reality and incredulously regarding Xia Ming, who remained fixated on the direction of the blood mist, her eyes sparkling as if witnessing something unseen. "Can you truly see them now?" Qin Feng inquired softly. Xia Ming nodded vacantly. "Are they block-like, perhaps the size of fists, and some larger ones that resemble mist, drifting through the air?" "Indeed." Qin Feng's tone grew heavy, as a realization dawned upon him. These red raindrops seemed not to exert any negative effects on humans. Rather, they appeared to enhance one's physical state, aiding those lost in the thick fog to see further. Initially, Xia Ming's vision had been almost non-existent, akin to that of a blind person. Yet now she could discern the red points floating within the blood mist, indicating that exposure to this rain was indeed beneficial. I must wake Yong-gu, Qin Feng, never one to act selfishly, immediately thought of He Yong, still slumbering in the basement, upon realizing these peculiarities. However, Xia Ming gently shook her head, saying, "Let us wait for the next opportunity. Look, the rain is nearly over." Qin Feng was once again taken aback, instinctively glancing upwards. Indeed, after half an hour, the crimson raindrops had begun to dissipate, leaving no trace in the sky, save for the occasional red specks drifting about, and a peculiar dark red mist lingering. The raindrops had vanished, yet the red entities and the mist remained, gradually regaining their fluidity, spreading out just as before. "Let us go inside." Qin Feng, still hesitant to approach the red specks, decided against lingering outside now that the rain had ceased. He promptly took hold of Xia Ming, leading her back into the villa's hall. Once inside, Qin Feng repeatedly inquired of Xia Ming whether she felt any changes within her body. Her response was peculiar. "No, I don't feel anything different. My vision and hearing have suddenly improved. Now I can see far, just like you." "Is that so?" Qin Feng fell into contemplation. It appeared that experiencing this blood rain was indeed beneficial for humans. Xia Ming's enhancements in vision and hearing might very well be a manifestation of evolution. Chapter 50. A foregone conclusion. Regrettably, the blood rain was merely a fleeting occurrence, lasting only a brief half-hour. Since that day, it had not reappeared, and the grim sky would seemingly persist indefinitely. Nevertheless, Qin Feng distinctly sensed a subtle change within his body. Although initially not pronounced, the transformation became evident the day after the rain. When he awoke to find the fatigue and scars that had plagued him completely vanished. This phenomenon left him astounded, yet elated. The arduous journey had left him with numerous scars, although not deeply etched. They had significantly impacted his life. Now, the sudden improvement of his scars had alleviated all fatigue from his body. Moreover, Qin Feng's acuity and reflexes had markedly improved. He was able to perceive more intricate details within the fog, seeing and hearing further than before. In contrast, He Yong, who had not been blessed by the blood rain, remained unchanged, just as he had been from the beginning. Gradually, Qin Feng began to yearn for rain, hoping that when the next blood rain came, he could take everyone out to experience its cleansing. Unfortunately, he never awaited a second downpour. Instead, they fell into a new predicament due to dwindling food supplies. Half a month later, their provisions had indeed run out. Despite their efforts to remain in the basement, conserving resources, the limited food could not sustain 4 individuals. Moreover, he had stealthily fed the Labrador while everyone was distracted. After their final meal, Qin Feng gathered everyone to discuss their dire situation. "This is the last of our food. Starting tomorrow, we will have to endure hunger. If we wish to avoid starvation, we must leave the basement and venture into town to seek sustenance." He Yong suggested, "Let's do it this way. There are 4 of us. We can leave 2 here to guard the base while the other 2 venture out to search for food. Even if we encounter danger, we won't face total annihilation." Qin Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "Since it was my proposal, I will set out at dawn tomorrow to find food. Yong-gu will stay here to watch over our stronghold. Who among you wishes to accompany me?" As he spoke, Qin Feng's gaze shifted towards the 2 women beside him. With 4 individuals, they could easily form 2 teams, perfectly pairing a man with a woman. Xia Ming was about to raise her hand, but he quickly interjected, "Allow me to accompany you. After all, I grew up in this town and am more familiar with the surroundings. Moreover, I wish to look for my parents as well." Despite having come to terms with the grim reality that her parents might no longer be alive after all these days, she still harbored a flicker of hope until she discovered their remains. "All right, let's get some rest and set off early tomorrow." Qin Feng concluded without further ado, nodded, and soon returned to his bed. The following day, Qin Feng awoke promptly. Although the post-apocalyptic world shrouded in dense fog rendered day and night nearly indistinguishable, his biological clock was remarkably accurate, ensuring he would awaken at the appropriate time. He was also well prepared. retrieving a thin-skinned fruit knife from the kitchen for self-defense. As for Qin Feng, his weapon remained the fire axe he had brought back from the hospital. This axe held special significance for him, and he had kept it close throughout. Be cautious. If you cannot find food, return immediately. Oh, not take unnecessary risks, Xia Ming implored as the two departed the villa. Heading towards the fog-laden town. After spending half a month together, their relationships had grown remarkably harmonious. Along the way, Qin Feng took great care of Hiya, considering her leg injury had yet to fully heal. Thus, they walked intermittently, pausing to rest regularly. Besides the two of them, a golden retriever accompanied them, whose keen sense of smell allowed them to detect potential dangers in the town. Before long, they arrived at the small supermarket on the outskirts of the town. Qin Feng stepped inside first, scanning the counters and then furrowing his brow. We've arrived too late. Nearly all the edible supplies have been taken. Hiya cautiously entered and whispered. It must have been those from Zhao Gang who took them. They are hiding in the air raid shelter and need to consume a large quantity of food, likely having already looted the town's shops. As she spoke, her expression darkened, revealing her disdain for Zhao Gang and his group. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, remarking, "We cannot entirely blame them. Everyone desires to survive in desperate times. People often change." His laughter, however, was laced with an icy sharpness, reflecting his unyielding nature. He was a person who repaid grudges. And he would never forget the robbery he had endured at the hands of Zhao Gang's group just half a month prior. Look, it seems there are quite a few items trapped beneath this wooden plank. Suddenly, Hiya exclaimed softly, drawing Qin Feng's attention as she struggled to pry up a wooden board. Beneath it lay several net boxes, one of which contained a bag of flour. "What luck?" Qin Feng exclaimed, a broad smile breaking across his face as he bent down to assist her. Just then, the golden retriever, stationed outside to guard the entrance, began barking frantically as if sensing a threat. Oh no. Xiao He must have detected danger. What should we do? He quickly glanced at Qin Feng. Don't panic. Let's hide the flower first, and I'll go check it out. Qin Feng thought quickly, lifting the wooden plank back into place before taking up his axe and striding outside. Thanks to the relentless rain, Qin Feng's eyesight had significantly improved. Even in the thick fog, he could see several meters ahead with ease. Upon bursting through the supermarket entrance, he indeed spotted a group of people, each wielding wooden sticks and encircling the golden retriever with predatory gazes. Leading them was Jia Qing, someone Qin Feng recognized from a previous encounter. The dog bore a wound on its forehead, clearly indicating it had been attacked by Jia Qing and his cohorts. As the retriever howled in anguish, the men standing in the fog wore sinister smiles. What are you doing? Stop this. Hiya couldn't contain her outrage upon witnessing the scene and rushed forward, shouting at Jia Qing and his gang. This is my dog. What gives you the right to attack it? The sudden appearance of Hiya took the men by surprise, particularly Jia Qing, who halted his assault and stared at her in disbelief. You still in the town? How have you survived these past 2 weeks? Hiya's expression remained icy as she glared at Jia Qing. I ask you, why are you harming my dog? Jia Qing hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed, but soon a gaunt, sallow-faced man stepped forward from behind him, cursing at Hiya. It's just a dog. Why are you so worked up? We've been starving for days. If we don't hit it, what are we supposed to eat? I won't allow you to do this. Hiya was infuriated, positioning herself protectively in front of the dog. Simultaneously, several men following Jia Qing stepped forward, brandishing their wooden sticks menacingly at Hiya. Taunting, stupid woman, are you out of your mind? What's the point of caring about a dog at a time like this? The man who had spoken earlier added with a sneer, today, whether you like it or not, this dog is as good as ours. Chapter 51. Move and die. These men spoke with audacity, their attitudes brimming with arrogance, showing no regard for the dog's ownership. Hiya was about to retort further when the earlier speaker feigned a push to shove her aside. What are you doing? Hiya felt a surge of terror, hastily dodging the man's hand and stepping back, her furious gaze fixed on Jia Qing as she shouted, Jia Qing, command them to stop immediately. Regrettably, Jia Qing appeared conflicted, standing there for an extended moment until Hiya's reprimand finally compelled him to stammer, Hiya, it's just a dog. A dog's life is not worth more than a human's. Our people have been starving all day, or else, shut up. He was incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. How can you be so heartless? I am utterly disappointed in you. I once thought you were forced to associate with Zhao Gang. But it turns out you are just as cold-blooded. Being berated directly by he left Jia Qing feeling somewhat humiliated. His face paled as he retorted, to survive, being cold-blooded is necessary. Just step aside. It's not worth it for a dog. Jia Qing clearly could not comprehend He's attachment to the golden retriever. To him, any animal was merely a means to satiate hunger, and a mere dog hardly warranted such fervent defense. Just as Jia Qing prepared to push He aside and allow his companions to continue, Qin Feng, who had been silently observing, cleared his throat and stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of He amidst the hostile gazes. Though he spoke not a word, his actions startled the others. The men, with their intimidating expressions, lowered their wooden sticks, demanding to know Qin Feng's intentions. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the group, inhaled deeply, and stated, "Even if it's just a dog, shouldn't you consult its owner before you strike?" Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant group exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, a defiant young man emerged from the crowd, stroking his wooden stick, and barked at Qin Feng, "Mind your own business. This is not a trivial matter." Qin Feng shook his head, pointing at He with an impassive expression. "I came here with her. So you could say I am another owner of this dog. Before you harm it, you must first seek my consent. Damn it, we have a real daredevil here." The young man laughed derisively, revealing a cruel smile as he pointed a finger at Qin Feng's face. "You better know your place, or else," in a flash, the moment the young man finished speaking, Qin Feng's red fire axe gleamed with a frightening swiftness, striking down towards the outstretched finger with alarming speed. The axe descended so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. None expected Qin Feng to act so decisively. Once the axe's arc disappeared, the young man's boastful insults fell silent, and he let out a pained scream as he looked down to see his severed fingertip. His expression twisted in horror as he shouted in terror, "You lunatic! You really are a madman for attacking your own kind over a dog." As soon as the words left his mouth, the second swing of the axe followed. This time, the polished blade pressed coldly against the opponent's throat, the icy steel biting into his skin, forcing him to swallow back all the curses that had risen to his lips. After delivering 2 swift strikes, Qin Feng remained silent, his gaze perpetually icy, resembling a wolf fixated on its prey. This was a world devoid of rules, morality, or compassion, a realm where consideration for the emotions of others held no sway. In light of this, why should Qin Feng not embrace a more ruthless demeanor, unleashing the cold indifference he had suppressed within himself to navigate this post-apocalyptic existence more adeptly? The man, pushed back by the axe, was utterly stunned on one hand. The excruciating pain from his severed fingers coursed through him. On the other, the cold numbness seeping from the blade against his skin sent shivers down his spine. Raising every hair on his body, "Friend, don't act impulsively." Jia Qing could no longer maintain his composure, his lips trembling as he shouted at Qin Feng, "Do not harm our people, or our leader will not spare you." "Leader?" Qin Feng chuckled softly, shifting his chilling gaze towards Jia Qing. "So, you lot hiding in your air raid shelter have formed a collective, and the leader you speak of is none other than Zhao Gang, the one who previously led the robbery against us?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, when Qin Feng cast that beastly, menacing glare, Jia Qing felt an unsettling sensation creeping within, as if ants were gnawing at his insides, rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. "Don't act recklessly. I warn you again. Your numbers are few, while ours far exceed yours. If you dare touch Shaozhong, Zhao Gang will surely exact vengeance upon you." "Humph," Qin Feng laughed, shaking his head dismissively. "I have no intention of harming anyone. I merely wish to convey a message through my actions. We have already been robbed once, and I assure you, such a thing shall not occur a second time." It was true that they were outnumbered. However, this ragtag group lacked the inherent nature for slaughter. Beyond relying on their numerical advantage and brandishing sticks to intimidate those more timid than themselves, they were nearly powerless. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was not like them. He had taken lives and tasted blood. Such individuals emanated a unique aura. Furthermore, Since being drenched in that crimson rain, Qin Feng's latent potential had undergone significant enhancement. Though the underlying mechanics remained unclear, it was evident that he had awakened an evolution within himself. Moreover, this evolution diverged significantly from the chaotic mutations seen in animals. Unlike the uncontrollable, brutal, and murderous transformations in beasts, Qin Feng's evolution was manageable. Despite substantial changes to his physical capabilities, he retained his consciousness and complete dominion over his body. A transformed individual who had not succumbed to madness was far preferable to those mindless monstrosities. Naturally, these secrets were known only to a select few, and Jia Qing was oblivious to them. He merely perceived Qin Feng's prowess with the axe as akin to that of a seasoned practitioner. Thus, he forced a smile and remarked, "Friend, judging by your stance, you must have practiced before. Yet, no matter how formidable you are, you cannot withstand the combined might of 9 of us, as if to assert dominance." Jia Qing's gaze flickered to the others, who, emboldened by his encouragement, formed a semicircular encirclement around Qin Feng. "Do not move. Otherwise, one of you shall perish first." In response, Qin Feng remained unfazed, pressing the blade even closer. Drawing a thin line of crimson across the young man's neck, a burly man among them smirked, his eyes alight with provocation. "Kid, who do you think you're scaring? I don't believe you have the guts to kill someone. Go on, show me." In an instant, as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng's grip on the axe tightened, and with a swift downward motion, he opened a gash on the young man's throat, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Blood erupted forth like a fountain. Chapter 52. Terror. He is killed. He is truly killed. The young man, when persuasion failed, had not even blinked as he ruthlessly ended the life of the hostage. The heavy, sharpened fire axe glided effortlessly across the target's throat, the frigid blade sinking into flesh, severing the skin and the vital arteries beneath. Blood gushed forth like a spring, instantly saturating the axe, while warm crimson liquid cascaded down the blade, forming a small stream of red that dripped onto the ground. The man was rendered speechless, and so too was Jia Qing, along with Hiya, who had been cautiously attending to the Doberman behind Qin Feng. They were all left in a state of disbelief. This man had truly dared to take a life. The one whose throat had been slashed was not yet dead, but the torrent of blood siphoned away his strength and vitality. His body swayed like a toppled log, crashing to the ground, and the blood that had previously sprayed outward now shot upward as he fell, filling the air with a thick, acrid scent that invaded the nostrils of everyone present. "Help me!" The young man, still clinging to life, could only helplessly press his hands against the gaping wound at his throat. Blood seeping through his fingers as he struggled for breath, his trachea obstructed by clots, producing a gurgling sound with every word he attempted to utter. "You lunatic! You actually dared to kill!" Jia Qing's incredulous roar pierced the air. Akin to a terrified cat's screech, hoarse and shrill, in stark contrast, Qin Feng, having committed the act of murder, bore an expression of indifference. He felt no remorse for taking a life, not even flinching at the gravity of his actions. He had grown weary of this filthy, corrupt world and even wearier of the endless cycle of hiding, living like a rat in the basement. After dispatching the man, Qin Feng raised the fire axe once more. Addressing the now dumbfounded Hiya, "Take your dog and leave this place. Now." The final word was nearly a shout, his voice laced with urgency that jolted Hiya into action. Without hesitation, she grabbed the Doberman and fled. "They've killed someone. We cannot let them escape." In an instant, outrage swept through the group. At least 5 or 6 men, eyes ablaze with fury, charged towards Hiya in an attempt to intercept her. "Let anyone dare move," Qin Feng proclaimed, swinging the axe again. Blood splattered like raindrops, coating those nearby, and the scent of iron paralyzed them with fear, rendering them immobile. The fog was thick, and as he had dashed into it, her figure quickly vanished. Thanks to Qin Feng's intervention, the men were unable to seize her in time, losing the opportunity to capture her altogether. Subsequently, 9 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the murderer. "Qin Feng." Jia Qing stepped forward, looking down at the convulsing young man, whose life was rapidly ebbing away. A flicker of confusion crossed his features, quickly overshadowed by deep-seated rage and hatred directed at Qin Feng. "You bastard! You've killed one of us? Nothing you say now holds any weight." Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, devoid of concern even when faced with 9 adult males, each armed with clubs. "If you seek vengeance, you may approach. However, the axe does not discriminate, and a second will surely fall. You." Jia Qing's bravado wavered, though he feigned strength. Confronted with a madman capable of murder at a whim, fear crept into his heart. At that moment, the instigating man shouted again, "Jia Qing, do not fear. There are 9 of us. Even if he can slay a second or third, he cannot wipe us all out." Though the words were spoken, the question remained, who among them would willingly step forward to become the next casualty? They were all bark and no bite, their bravado crumbling in the face of action. Qin Feng recognized their hesitation, raising the axe horizontally and bellowing, "If you intend to strike, do so quickly. I have no time to indulge your prattle. What is the matter? None of you dare to come forward. Allow me to assist you." With that, the madman's eyes widened, resembling a charging wild leopard as he rushed toward the provocateur. In that instant, fear swept through the crowd, their faces paling at the sight of one man daring to charge headlong into 9. Many questioned the sanity of this individual. What rational person would gamble their life against a madman? Thus, when faced with the oncoming Qin Feng, the onlookers were gripped by an instinctive fear, retreating in haste. As for the man who had been singled out as Qin Feng's second target, he turned pale with terror, muttering an expletive before fleeing into the dense fog, his fear manifesting as a frantic escape. "Madman? You're nothing but a madman." Of course, Qin Feng was not insane. In fact, he remained remarkably composed. Despite having undergone an initial evolution and enhancement after being drenched in the rain, taking on 9 opponents was an utterly impossible feat. Qin Feng understood that if he delayed any longer, these individuals would recover from their shock, and he could be worn down to his demise. He had no choice but to charge forward. A move that appeared suicidal, yet it was the only way to survive. Indeed, Qin Feng's gamble paid off. Faced with this beast-like lunatic, no one possessed the courage to confront him head-on. Even Jia Qing was so frightened that his legs buckled. Instinctively leaping back to distance himself from the maniac, at last, Qin Feng smiled. As he surged forward, he abruptly pivoted, changing direction with no warning, heading towards a completely opposite position. The retreating crowd, expecting to be pursued, were instead taken aback to see that this fellow had chosen to flee, their astonishment quickly turning to rage as they stomped their feet and shouted, "Damn it, that kid is merely bluffing. Catch him. We cannot let him escape." Consequently, those who had been frightened into retreat rallied once more, led by Jia Qing, in hot pursuit of Qin Feng's fleeing figure. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had already seized the 2-second window to make his escape. In the fog, visibility was perilously low for everyone. Those who had not experienced the initial evolution found their sight severely impaired, and even after dashing out a mere 4 or 5 meters, Qin Feng vanished completely. The others, unable to spot him, continued to shout and charge ahead, their silhouettes searching for Qin Feng amid the mist. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng darted behind a low-moving building, pressed against the wall. Gasping for breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and feeling fortunate. However, just as he did so, a hand suddenly emerged from behind a nearby wall, grabbing his arm without warning. "Who is it?" Qin Feng's heart raced. Instinctively swinging his axe towards the hand's direction, in the midst of this shock, his swift motion was met with a startled voice. "Don't do anything rash. It's me? Huh?" Qin Feng halted, his axe freezing mid-swing, as a pale face unexpectedly peeked from behind the wall, looking at him with alarm. "It was Hiya. What are you doing hiding here?" Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly drying his sweat as he whispered, "What has happened?" Hiya, however, wore a sorrowful expression. "Xiao He is gravely injured." Qin Feng was taken aback and immediately followed her gaze to the ground by her feet. Indeed, the injured Doberman lay crumpled on the ground, its body stiff and barely able to move. Under normal circumstances, a Doberman of such size would possess significant attacking prowess, yet Jia Qing and his gang had struck it with a blunt weapon the moment they laid eyes on it. inflicting severe damage before the dog could even retaliate, leaving it half paralyzed on the ground. Gazing at the dying creature, Qin Feng felt a pang of sadness mixed with bewilderment, prompting him to ask Hiya, "Why did your dog succumb so easily to their attack? Isn't it supposed to be fierce? Even if it couldn't fight back, it should have been able to escape, right?" Hiya's expression reflected deep sorrow as she replied, "It was Jia Qing. Before the apocalypse struck, he frequently visited my home, and over time, Xiaohei became familiar with him, never suspecting any malice. That's why it was caught off guard." "I see." Qin Feng inhaled deeply, shaking his head. "Oh, it seems Jia Qing had a decent rapport with your family." "Heh." Hiya forced a bitter smile, her voice heavy with pain. "In the past, he even pursued me to this point." Hiya could no longer continue. Crouching down to gently pat the Doberman's back, the dog, sensing its impending demise, weakly turned its head to nuzzle against her hand, emitting a sorrowful whimper. Those who have never owned a pet may struggle to comprehend such emotions. Despite Hiya's efforts to restrain herself, tears streamed down her face, each drop glistening like pearls as they fell upon the Doberman's dark fjord. "It can't hold on any longer. We should go." What more could Qin Feng do? He could only reach out, gently patting Hiya's head, whispering, "Those people are still nearby. I just took one of them down, and they certainly won't let it go easily. We must leave swiftly. By the way, the bag of flour is still under the wooden boards. We need to find a way to take the food with us before we go." Hiya, with a pained expression, lifted her gaze to Qin Feng. "What about Xiaohei? They will definitely find its body and take it back to eat." Faced with Hiya's helpless tone, Qin Feng could only remain silent. Human emotions are complex, and over the past half-month, he had formed some attachment to the Doberman, making the prospect of it being consumed unbearable. However, given the current situation, he lacked the energy to dig a grave for it. Those individuals were still searching nearby, and any delay could lead to being encircled, making escape considerably more difficult. Considering all this, Qin Feng crouched down, gently stroking the Doberman's head a few times, steeling his resolve to ignore its pleading gaze and shifting his focus. "Let us go. The dog has died. We must prioritize our survival. We cannot afford to waste any more time." Ultimately, Qin Feng took Hiya, who was sobbing quietly, and left behind the wall, leaving the dying Doberman alone, awaiting its fate. What Qin Feng failed to notice was that as he and Hiya moved farther away, a fist-sized red point of light was aimlessly drifting in the depths of the fog, eventually settling quietly upon the lifeless Doberman. Returning to the small shop, Qin Feng found a hiding spot, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings through the mist. Soon, he spotted two indistinct figures circling nearby, muttering angrily to one another. Clearly, Qin Feng's act of killing would not be overlooked. Jia Qing and his gang were still relentlessly searching for him. Hiya was filled with trepidation, suppressing her voice as she said, "Qin Feng, should I go and talk to Jia Qing again? Perhaps he might reconsider given our past relationship." "Don't waste your breath," Qin Feng replied coldly, shaking his head. "If he were the sentimental type, he wouldn't have hesitated to strike so brutally at your dog." Hiya fell silent, lowering her head, unsure of how to respond. Qin Feng continued, "Here's the plan. We can't abandon that bag of flour, and these people are unlikely to leave anytime soon. I'll draw their attention to the other side of town, while you take the opportunity to carry the flour back. It should be enough for us to eat for several days." Hiya expressed her concerns, "But how will you manage alone? Shouldn't we return and get Yonggu and Xiaomeng to help?" "No." Qin Feng shook his head, his tone resolute. "By the time we return, those people will likely have discovered the flour. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You know I'm not ordinary." Having shared no secrets with Hiya during their time together, Qin Feng had naturally disclosed the information he had gathered and analyzed about the apocalypse. "All right, but please be careful." Regarding Qin Feng, Hiya held a considerable amount of confidence in him. Observing his steadfast determination, she refrained from voicing any further objections. After reaching a consensus, Qin Feng resolutely grasped the axe once more and boldly advanced towards the figures shrouded in the thick fog. It is undeniable that Qin Feng possessed a survival instinct in this post-apocalyptic world that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His vision remained remarkably acute, and having endured the drenching of those crimson raindrops, He was now capable of discerning a distance of up to 15 meters amidst the haze. In contrast, the townsfolk trailing behind Jia Qing could barely perceive a range of 5 or 6 meters. Although a 10-meter disparity might seem trivial at first glance, within such an environment, it represented a stark divide between life and death. Before long, Qin Feng stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the first individual. Axe in hand, coldly fixating on the back of his head. The other party remained oblivious to his presence, wandering about in suspicion, searching for any trace of Qin Feng, suppressing his footsteps to avoid any sound. He drew closer, until the distance narrowed to less than 5 meters, at which point he unleashed a fierce roar, delivering the blunt side of the fire axe with tremendous force upon the back of the man's skull. Since the moment he first took a life, Qin Feng had come to comprehend that the animosity between himself and these individuals could never be reconciled. They were not innocent souls, and he was far from being weak. His strikes were ferocious, aimed at swiftly incapacitating any resistance from his adversaries. The cold, unyielding axe struck the man's cranium with a sound reminiscent of a melon being smashed. However, a human skull is far more resilient than a melon. The blow did not shatter the man's forehead, but instead created a gaping wound the size of a fist, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Although he did not use the axe blade to cleave into the man's head, the sheer force of the axe's back, meeting flesh, caused significant damage. The struck man staggered, momentarily dazed, instinctively letting out a cry before collapsing, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Even if he survived, he was likely rendered incapacitated. Chapter 54. The chase. Qin Feng felt no pity for the brigands. After knocking the man down with a single blow, he promptly retreated 2 meters, disappearing back into the fog. The fallen man continued to wail, his limbs convulsing, unable to rise. Yet the piercing cries that escaped his lips were jarring. Soon, nearby companions heard the commotion, and 2 individuals brandishing clubs rushed over, shouting, "Wang Kong, who hurt you? Where is that bastard?" In truth, the 2 parties had been in close proximity. Qin Feng had not fled far, merely standing 5 meters away from the fallen man. The 2, blinded by their own ignorance, failed to see their target while inspecting their injured comrade. Muttering curses in frustration, at that moment, Qin Feng struck again. While they could not see him, he could clearly see them. Cloaked by the fog, he resembled a specter, appearing without warning from another direction, swinging his axe once more. Delivering another crushing blow with the axe's back, bang! The second man fell in succession, uttering a faint groan before becoming motionless. However, this action revealed Qin Feng's position, and a burly man, his face a mask of fury, immediately locked onto Qin Feng's form, retaliating with a swing of his club aimed at Qin Feng's elbow, shouting, "You bastard, die!" Crack! The blow landed with substantial force, akin to trading injury for injury. Qin Feng felt a numbing sensation in his left arm, nearly unable to lift it. Nevertheless, he still had one arm left. Swiftly, he swung the axe blade towards the third individual's face. Although wielded with only one hand, the sound of the axe slicing through the air remained powerful. Yet the man was no fool. After striking, he rolled on the ground, quickly bouncing back to his feet, pointing towards Qin Feng's location and shouting, "Over here! This bastard is ambushing us." The crowd, initially not far apart, upon hearing this shout, rushed toward the sound, the remaining 5 or 6 individuals hastening to the scene. Witnessing his 2 companions fall once more, Jia Qing's eyes turned bloodshot, his emotions spiraling out of control as he bellowed towards the place where Qin Feng had vanished. "You little rascal, I will take your life." With his roar echoing, all members surged forward, brandishing clubs and iron implements, wildly pursuing Qin Feng. This outcome was precisely what Qin Feng had intended, with each individual preoccupied with him. Jia Qing's group had no energy left to ponder He-Ya's whereabouts. Everyone was now erratically chasing after Qin Feng, circling the town in a frenzied pursuit. Meanwhile, He-Ya, who had been hiding not far away, seized the opportunity to emerge, bypassing the most chaotic area, and made her way directly to the small shop. There, she retrieved the bag of flour that Qin Feng had hidden earlier, cradling it in her arms as she fled. He-Ya found herself in a state of absurdity. Before the apocalypse, She had never imagined that she would become so flustered over a mere bag of flour. Yet now, she had to depart with the utmost haste. Return to her small villa and inform He Yong and others of the situation, urging them to come to Qin Feng's aid. On the other side, Qin Feng continued to lead his pursuers in circles. His vision in the fog was extensive, allowing him to move swiftly, far beyond the reach of his pursuers. However, Jia Qing and his group were not without their advantages. They were intimately familiar with the town's layout. Even if their sight was limited, in a place they had lived their entire lives, they could navigate without error, even with their eyes closed. This chase and evasion created a tug-of-war, despite Qin Feng's agile speed allowing him to evade capture several times. The tightening duration worked against him. Jia Qing's group knew every street and telephone pole in the town. Upon realizing they could not catch Qin Feng, they dispersed, guarding each passage, lying in wait for Qin Feng to unwittingly run into their trap. Consequently, Qin Feng found himself at a disadvantage, repeatedly stumbling into their clubs, and with his left arm injured, his movements were not as nimble as before, resulting in minor setbacks each time. After approximately 10 minutes, fatigue overtook Qin Feng, forcing him to curl up behind a dilapidated car, recuperating his strength while waiting for an opportunity to dart out. However, Jia Qing's group was not dim-witted. The remaining 6 individuals had already sealed off the area. With each passage being guarded, Qin Feng remained still, but the moment he made any sound, the 6 would immediately close in on him. Thus, they remained in a stalemate for half a minute until Jia Qing's furious voice broke through the fog. "You little rascal, there's no escaping now. Come out, stop wasting your effort." Qin Feng remained silent, aware that his opponent intended to use sound to pinpoint his location, and he was unwilling to fall for the trap. Jia Qing continued to shout, "Come out, hurry. You think you can safely leave after knocking down so many of us? You have no choice but to return with us and admit your mistakes. If you genuinely repent, I will speak on your behalf to the boss and plead for leniency." At this, Qin Feng could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Setting aside the sincerity of Jia Qing's words, their attitude towards robbing strangers made it clear they would not easily spare someone like him. Now, whether he fought or did not fight, death awaited him. Qin Feng certainly would not grant them the satisfaction they sought. With this thought, Qin Feng silently gauged their distance. When he perceived that their voices were less than 6 meters away, he abruptly sprang forth, swinging his axe towards Jia Qing's face. "Aha! You finally came out." Yet Jia Qing remained unfazed, directly swinging his club to deflect the axe. Qin Feng's strike was heavy and forceful, pushing Jia Qing back a few steps, but simultaneously, another person's malicious laughter echoed from behind him. An iron rod flying through the air, striking Qin Feng's left shoulder. Ugh! Qin Feng stifled a groan, stumbling slightly, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Qing countered with a wooden club aimed at Qin Feng's forehead. Without raising his head, Qin Feng's keen senses easily detected Jia Qing's swing trajectory. He dropped to the ground, rolling away just in time to evade the deadly blow from the club. Simultaneously, the group locked onto Qin Feng's precise location, and in an instant, several footsteps surged towards him. Ready to encircle him, it was now or never. Qin Feng had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he lifted the axe and charged at the weakest-looking individual. Shouting, "Get out of my way!" The axe sliced through the air, forcing the slender man back. At the same time, 3 wooden clubs struck him from behind, landing on his back and shoulders. A wave of pain surged through him, and his vision went dark, nearly causing him to faint. Yet his body surged forward, stumbling 2 meters ahead, narrowly escaping the encirclement. "Damn it! I won't let you get away!" Jia Qing screamed in frustration, rallying the others to continue the pursuit. While Qin Feng had no option but to keep running, sprinting towards the direction of the villa. Due to significant fatigue and unfamiliarity with the terrain, he couldn't shake off all his pursuers. The distance between him and Jia Qing's group narrowed, their predatory gazes now glaringly close. This was bad. Qin Feng felt a sinking dread, for he knew that if he fell into their hands, his demise would be unimaginably brutal. Chapter 55. The arrival of monsters, the pursuers, now alarmingly close, instilled a deep sense of helplessness within Qin Feng. He was utterly drained, unable to fight any longer. If captured, Death was all but assured, however. The severe depletion of his physical strength had stripped him of the motivation to continue his frantic escape. At last, Qin Feng could run no more. His toes struck a stone, causing him to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. He yearned to rise again, but Jia Qing denied him that opportunity, delivering a forceful kick to Qin Feng's back, pushing him back to the earth. "Run? Why aren't you running anymore?" The sound of Jia Qing's labored breaths filled the air, accompanied by the gasps of those few followers behind him, who were on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's incapacitated state, they each leaned on their knees, panting heavily. One of them exclaimed, "This brat killed our men and made us run so many laps. If we don't teach him a lesson today, I simply can't swallow this anger." The others echoed their sentiments. "Indeed, this kid can run too damn well. Let's break his legs and see how he hops." These frustrated individuals were not merely speaking in jest. It wasn't long before someone brandished a club, hurling curses as they fixed their vengeful gaze upon Qin Feng's legs, raising the weapon high, aiming for his knee. At that moment, Qin Feng lacked the strength to resist. He desperately tried to struggle, but with his back pinned down, he could only watch helplessly as the iron rod was lifted. "Kid, do you have any last words?" sneered the man wielding the club, swinging his arm as the iron rod descended with a sharp whoosh. In that instant, Qin Feng felt as though his heart had shrunk to the size of a pinhead. He did not plead for mercy, for he knew such pleas would be futile. Yet the mere thought of the impending agony of having his leg shattered enveloped him in despair. However, just before the iron rod struck, an uncanny event unfolded. From the depths of the misty area, a sudden, urgent growl of a beast echoed, followed by a shadow darting through the crowd with astonishing speed. "Ah!" In the blink of an eye, a piercing scream, mingled with anguish, surged forth. "What is happening?" The man swinging the club nearly twisted his waist in surprise, involuntarily cursing as he turned to look behind him. Simultaneously, Jia Qing, who had been pressing down on Qin Feng, also turned his gaze backward. To their astonishment, they discovered that one of the pursuers was missing. "Where is he?" Jia Qing called out, filled with suspicion and anxiety as he glanced behind. And after a silent count in his mind, his expression darkened. "Zhang Tao, he's gone." "What?" The other pursuers exchanged looks of confusion, instinctively huddling together, their anxious eyes scanning the mist. Unfortunately, aside from the initial low, guttural growl, they could see nothing amidst the fog. Could it be that this brat is up to something? The man with the club thought in alarm, immediately pointing at the prostrate Qin Feng. But Jia Qing shook his head, asserting, "This kid is clearly subdued. How could he possibly cause any trouble? There must be something else lurking in town." As they spoke, another shadow flashed past them, so swiftly that it was nearly impossible to catch with the eye. Even Jia Qing, who had a clearer line of sight in the crowd, could only discern a vague silhouette. "What is that?" Jia Qing gasped, instinctively pursuing the shadow, but after just 2 steps, he halted, trembling as he said, "Something strange. It seems another creature has set its sights on this town." "What?" This revelation plunged everyone into a state of panic. When the apocalypse first descended, the town had been attacked by many mutated stray animals. The bloody scenes of slaughter still vividly haunted their memories. But wait, the town was crowded before, making it easy for monsters to attack. However, since that day, the town has been mostly deserted, with the remaining folks retreating into the shelters. How could it still attract monsters? Fearful murmurs erupted among the crowd, with some trembling so badly that they had to lean against their companions for support. "Maybe it's just passing by. Everyone be cautious." "Let's retreat," Jia Qing urged nervously, realizing from the silent nature of the creature that it had the strength to drag away an adult with ease, indicating it was likely a large predator like a lion or tiger. Not something a few people with clubs could contend with. "What about this brat?" The man with the club protested, pointing at the fallen Qin Feng. "Break one of his legs and leave him for the monster. That way, the creature will have a target to attack, and it shouldn't pursue us." After a brief moment of contemplation, Jia Qing's face hardened as he growled, "Fine. Heh. All right." Without further ado, the man with the club swung down hard on Qin Feng's calf. Though Qin Feng had endured in silence, The moment the iron rod struck his leg, the excruciating pain was unbearable, and he could not help but scream, instinctively shielding his lower leg, curling his body into a shrimp-like posture. "Ha, your leg is quite tough. Let's give you another." The man with the club was not satisfied, raising his weapon again to strike at Qin Feng, but was halted by Jia Qing. "What are you doing? The monster is nearby. Our priority is to escape. Let us go." With that, Jia Qing unceremoniously grabbed the man and ran, while the others, driven by panic, fled the scene, leaving Qin Feng behind, still writhing in agony on the ground. Emitting low groans, "These wretched scum." The pained groans continued for a while, but eventually, Qin Feng, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, managed to rise unsteadily to his feet, scanning his surroundings with a dazed expression. That blow had indeed hurt greatly, but fortunately, it had struck a muscle-rich area of his leg, sparing his bones from fracture, allowing him to endure the pain and stand. The pursuers had fled, frightened away by the unknown creature in the mist, leaving Qin Feng feeling tense as he cautiously retreated while observing his environment. His vision was keen. After scanning the fog twice, he vaguely spotted a dark figure about 15 meters away, coldly crouched on the ground, poised as if ready to pounce. However, the distance was too great for Qin Feng to discern the creature's precise form. All he could ascertain was that it was quite large, resembling a leopard in size. Indeed, there is a monster. The moment he saw that dark shape, Qin Feng's hair stood on end, and he instinctively gripped the fire axe at his side. Under normal circumstances, he might not have felt such fear. But now, with his left hand injured and his calf swollen from the blow, he had lost his ability to run. Encountering a large creature in this state felt akin to inviting death. Just as Qin Feng was retreating in panic, the dark figure suddenly stirred, slowly rising to its feet. Qin Feng could sense that the beast's gaze was now fixed coldly upon him. Chapter 56. The Change of Little Black. "It's over." Qin Feng could not see what manner of monster it was, but he was certain that its eyes had been locked onto him, icy and brutal, exuding an indescribable primal aura. That aura instilled within him a profound sense of impending doom. "Heh, can I not escape after all?" Unlike Jia Qing and the others who turned to flee, Qin Feng, feeling powerless, did not in this situation. No matter how fast he ran, it would be in vain. Resigned, he merely gripped the axe tightly, adopting a desperate stance as he anxiously awaited the monster's approach. Neither he nor the creature moved. A man and beast, separated by a distance of 15 meters, remained locked in a tense stare for what felt like an eternity. Just as Qin Feng's nerves were fraying to the breaking point, the creature unexpectedly shook its large black head, yawned, and then turned away, striding off into the depths of the fog. "What is happening?" Qin Feng was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the creature's retreating form until it vanished completely into the mist. Only then did he lower the fire axe. Still in disbelief at the turn of events, why did the monster leave so suddenly? Did it find his flesh unappetizing? After a prolonged moment of stupor, Qin Feng finally mustered the courage to step cautiously towards the direction where the creature had vanished. At this point, the monster was no longer visible. Due to the earlier tension and the considerable distance, Qin Feng had been unable to discern its appearance and was left in the dark about how it had departed or where it had gone. As he approached the spot where the creature had stood, he stumbled upon a lifeless body. This corpse must have been dragged away from Jia Qing the moment the monster had first appeared. Upon examining the neck, Qin Feng noticed a prominent bite mark, the wound being profoundly deep, penetrating directly from the collarbone through the throat and vocal cords, resulting in a swift death, with the cervical vertebrae having been utterly shattered. The sheer force of such a bite left Qin Feng utterly petrified. Strangely, the creature had only killed this individual, not treating him as prey to be devoured, and aside from the neck injury, there were no other signs of bites on the body. Qin Feng stood silently before the corpse for a long time. He recalled the earlier standoff. Throughout the encounter, the creature had merely lingered 15 meters away, neither revealing itself to Qin Feng nor displaying any intent to attack, seeming more like a guardian instead. Could it be that this being had appeared solely to protect me? The thought filled Qin Feng with astonishment. Just as he sat there in bewilderment, Unsure of how to proceed, footsteps emerged from the thick fog, accompanied by a familiar voice calling out, "Qin Feng, where are you?" It was Xia Ming. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Feng quickly stood up and turned around, spotting Xia Ming, He Yong, and He Ya, who had fled with him, all anxiously making their way towards him, supporting one another. "I'm over here." "How did you get here?" Qin Feng waved and called out. "Qin Feng, are you all right?" After their ordeal with the blood rain, Xia Ming had gained remarkable vision and hearing, allowing her to see farther than He Yong. Hence, she was the first to catch Qin Feng's response and hurry towards him, murmuring, "That's great. We thought you were—" Suddenly, as she spoke, she gasped in horror, having noticed the corpse lying at Qin Feng's feet, coming to an abrupt halt in fright. He Yong, however, was unfazed. He pushed past Xia Ming and rushed over, bending down to point at the corpse beside Qin Feng, asking, "Did you kill this?" Qin Feng shook his head. "No, a monster appeared here just now." "What?" The revelation sent a wave of tension through the trio, and in an instant, they huddled together, even the two women, He Ya and Xia Ming, trembling as they clutched their weapons, ready to fight for their lives. Observing their anxiety, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. "Don't be afraid, the monster has already left, and it doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking me." "What did you say?" The three of them were momentarily taken aback. He Yong blinked and questioned, "How is that possible? Aren't these creatures mutated wild animals?" Qin Feng stroked his chin, nodding, "That's something I find perplexing as well. Perhaps the monster was simply full. It killed this person and didn't take the body away." As he spoke, he gestured towards the corpse, prompting the others to redirect their gaze. After scrutinizing it for several seconds, he suddenly exclaimed, "That red string belongs to Xiao He? Huh?" This time, it was Qin Feng who was taken aback, instinctively responding, "But isn't Xiao He injured and dead?" He Ya, however, grew increasingly agitated, shaking her head vigorously as she rushed to the corpse, bending down to pick up a red string, examining it closely with wide, excited eyes. "This red string was always around Xiao He's neck. I personally put it on. It must be Xiao He. It's not dead." Qin Feng fell silent, standing there for a long moment before it dawned on him that he might be right. Only that Doberman could have rushed out to help him during his perilous moment. Yet, he couldn't fathom why, after driving off those individuals, it hadn't approached him. Moreover, considering Xiao He had sustained such severe injuries and was on the verge of death, what could have caused such a sudden recovery? Qin Feng was filled with confusion and urgently said to He Ya, "Do you remember where we discarded Xiao He's body? Let us go check right away." "Okay." He Ya, filled with joy, nodded and immediately took the lead. Meanwhile, He Yong, who lagged at the back of the group, tugged at Qin Feng's arm, quietly inquiring about what had transpired. As they walked, Qin Feng recounted the events, leaving both He Yong and Xia Ming momentarily stunned. Soon after, the group returned to the low wall where they had previously left Xiao He's body. He let out a soft cry. "Xiao He is indeed gone. Look, there's nothing left but a pool of blood." As expected, Qin Feng's heart tightened momentarily. Then he gently pushed He Ya aside and squeezed to the front for a closer look. His eyes widening in astonishment, He Yong muttered beside him, "It seems that Xiao He did indeed save Qin Feng earlier, but why didn't it come out to identify itself and instead retreated into the fog?" This question cast a pall of doubt and silence over everyone. However, just as Qin Feng was lost in thought over this matter, Xia Ming, standing a short distance away, suddenly let out a terrified shout. "Qin Feng, watch out above you. What is happening?" Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, then instinctively looked up. In the next instant, his gaze caught a glimpse of a soft, red entity plummeting from the sky at lightning speed, aimed directly at his gaping mouth, crashing into him with force. Chapter 57. Is it over? As the distance closed, Qin Feng recognized that it was a red orb larger than a fist, transparent and glimmering like crystal, which struck his mouth as he momentarily lost focus. Without any warning or indication, the object fell from the fog, entering his body at the most inconceivable angle and manner. Normally, something of such size would be unlikely to fit directly into a person's mouth. Yet, despite its appearance resembling carbon crystal, This red material was extraordinarily soft and devoid of any mass, akin to gelatin, and it effortlessly plunged into his mouth, sliding down his esophagus and vanishing into his body at breakneck speed. In that moment, Qin Feng felt a rush of darkness enveloping him, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Replaced by overwhelming fear, he had witnessed the power of this entity firsthand. Many people and animals had mutated after coming into contact with it. Meanwhile, the screams of Xia Ming and the others echoed around him, with He Yong being the first to leap forward, gripping Qin Feng's shoulders and shaking him vigorously, shouting, "Brother, spit it out, hurry!" Yet, Qin Feng remained in a state of utter shock, staring blankly at He Yong for 2 seconds before managing a bitter smile. "It's no use, that thing has already entered my body. How could this happen?" He Yong was bewildered, releasing his grip and stepping back 2 paces, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng ceased to speak, maintaining his gaping mouth, his expression numb and helpless. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving them without any mental preparation. He Yong fell silent. Xia Ming anxiously covered her mouth, while He wore a look of horror mixed with helplessness, backing away step by step, fixated on Qin Feng. Yet, no one dared to utter another word. Time seemed to freeze, each person's heart racing with anxiety. Nearby, in the thick fog, several similarly sized red orbs floated ominously, seemingly poised to drift back towards them at any moment. After several seconds of silence, Qin Feng regained his composure and quickly pushed He Yong, urging, "We need to get out of here. There are many large red orbs nearby, and I've already been hit by one. You all must leave immediately and avoid any further contact with these orbs." At this point, Qin Feng had little hope for himself, his mind blank, his only thought being that he would soon mutate, and he desperately wished to urge He Yong and the others to flee before that happened. However, He Yong hesitated for a moment before asking, "What about you?" "I'm afraid I'm beyond saving," Qin Feng replied, feeling a chilling sense of helplessness as he forced a smile. "Yonggu, you all should move away from me. If you get hit by these red orbs, there's a high chance you'll mutate too, and I might end up attacking you." That moment, his mind was utterly chaotic. On one hand, he was genuinely alarmed. On the other, he felt as though a sudden fire had ignited within him, quietly burning and relentlessly scorching the blood coursing through his veins. After uttering just a couple of sentences, he sensed an agitation throughout his body. His breath turning fervent. It was coming. He was about to erupt. Acutely aware of the transformations within him, Qin Feng was thoroughly engulfed in panic. The tremors that had previously gripped his cheeks were now replaced by a grotesque distortion. Clinging to the last remnants of clarity, he urgently shouted at He Yong, "Get the hell out of here. If I turn into a dried corpse, you might not escape." His voice became hoarse with terror, and a desperate thought crossed his mind. He wished He Yong would act swiftly and grant him a merciful end, for Qin Feng was unwilling to become a bloodthirsty and cruel corpse. Yet, in response to Qin Feng's low growl, He Yong did not flee. Instead, he remained silent, cautiously inching closer to Qin Feng, swallowing hard as he spoke. "Don't be afraid just yet, it might not be certain. Qin Feng, surely you haven't forgotten Zhou Yang? That kid went through something similar when he was alive, and he didn't turn into a monster, did he?" Initially, Qin Feng's face contorted in pain, then fell into silence. Indeed, he had previously concluded that individuals struck by the red dots would yield one of 2 entirely different outcomes, either a malignant mutation or a positive evolution. However, statistically speaking, the chances of mutation far outweighed the likelihood of beneficial evolution. Now, Qin Feng was at a loss, uncertain whether he would mutate or evolve. "I don't know, but I feel extremely hot, as if I have a fever. You all should keep your distance, hurry and leave." While Qin Feng screamed with great effort, he could feel the tumultuous blood within him growing increasingly scorching. The agonizing sensation of burning made it seem as if every drop of blood in his body was on the verge of boiling. His cheeks and forehead flushed crimson, and blisters rapidly formed on his skin, grotesque and terror-inducing. Following this, the simultaneous exclamations of Xia Ming and He pierced the air. "Ah, Qin Feng, what happened to you? Why do you have so many blisters? Ha, it seems I am not one of the lucky few after all." Upon hearing such words, Qin Feng felt as though his heart had turned to stone. Half kneeling on the ground in despair, he touched his forehead and found, indeed, large areas of uneven blisters. Furthermore, his hands and the backs of his hands were also covered in numerous blisters, and the intense burning sensation within him persisted. The blood vessels in his eyes were rapidly becoming more pronounced, resembling branching twigs that completely engulfed his eyeballs. In utter despair, Qin Feng knelt on the ground and cried out, "Brother Yong, please give me a merciful end. I don't want to become a monster. You must help me quickly." "Qin Feng," Yong responded with a thunderous shout, his voice trembling, and the muscles in his face quivered uncontrollably. He had already switched to holding a dagger. Yet his grip on the hilt trembled, his cheeks twitching repeatedly as he struggled to muster the resolve to plunge the blade into Qin Feng. After spending over half a month together, the bond between them had deepened into friendship. While Yong could be indifferent to strangers, he found it impossible to disregard Qin Feng's life. "If you can't bring yourself to act, then hurry and run. Keep your distance from me. I truly might lose control." Qin Feng suppressed his trembling body, his eyes reddened, shaking like someone afflicted by epilepsy, even biting his lips until they bled. His consciousness began to fade, soon becoming hazy and indistinct. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he cursed in agony, then fell to the ground with a thud, utterly silent. "Qin Feng!" Xia Ming screamed, he wept. And Yong's incredulous low growl intertwined in the thick fog, creating an atmosphere of profound murkiness and chaos. Was it over? Chapter 58. Principles of the Apocalypse in the Depths of Unconsciousness. Qin Feng felt as though he had been cast into a cremation furnace, a tremendous heat and burning sensation engulfing him like a deluge. Strangely, however, Qin Feng did not succumb to death, even in his state of oblivion. He could sense the existence of his consciousness, enduring what felt like an interminable agony. This sensation of being scorched endured for an indeterminate duration until, at a certain point, he felt a coolness wash over his forehead, alleviating the indescribable heat and pain that had consumed him. "Am I dead?" Qin Feng numbly opened his eyes, his vision still clouded, filled with a sense of disorientation. Yet soon, he heard a familiar voice. "You reawake? That's wonderful. Where am I?" Qin Feng, still dazed, was unaware of his surroundings until his vision gradually focused, locking onto the silhouettes of several figures. It dawned on him that he had been brought back to the basement of the villa by Yong. At that moment, he found himself lying on the same bed that had previously been used for rest, his limbs tightly bound by ropes, one end of which was secured to the wall, restricting his freedom. "Why did you bring me back?" As his consciousness settled, Qin Feng felt less dizzy and shook his head vigorously, weakly inquiring. Yong sighed. "Do you feel any better now?" "Much better," Qin Feng replied numbly. A bitter smile playing on his lips, he found it difficult to articulate his condition. Mentally, Qin Feng was completely alert, recognizing himself and acknowledging Yong and the others. Yet physically, he was still burning with fever, not only suffering from a foggy mind but also covered in blisters. What was more alarming was that, at some point, his skin had turned entirely black, resembling someone who had just emerged from a charcoal fire. Enveloped in dark, dead skin, this ghastly appearance rendered him utterly miserable. "Brother Yong." After a moment of self-assessment, Qin Feng helplessly opened his mouth again. "Why didn't you just put me out of my misery earlier? Look at me now. I'm completely useless, with no hope of survival. Don't lose heart. Although you look dreadful, I can assure you that you are not useless." Yong, while puffing on a cigarette, fixed Qin Feng with a complex gaze. "When you were carried back, your left arm and calf had severe injuries. But now, those wounds have completely healed." "So what?" Qin Feng remained trapped in despair. "But Qin Feng, don't you realize? Your consciousness is awake. You haven't mutated into a corpse. That means you've traversed a different path and have undergone an evolution." "Evolution?" Qin Feng murmured, then bitterly replied, "Does this appearance count as evolution? Zhou Yang also underwent evolution. So why didn't he end up like me? You've said it yourself. Everyone is different." Yong shook his head, speaking with unwavering certainty. "When Zhou Yang evolved, he was severely injured and in a deep coma. But you evolved while fully conscious, so there will be some differences." Qin Feng fell silent, feeling helpless. He closed his eyes, striving to sense everything about his body, but aside from the intense burning sensation, he felt nothing. He could not comprehend whether this constituted evolution. If it did, then why hadn't he emitted those strange toxins like Zhou Yang after his transformation? Confused, Qin Feng lay on that bed for 2 consecutive days, relying on others for meals, and even needing to relieve himself under He Yong's watchful eye. He Yong did not untie the ropes binding Qin Feng's limbs, as he was unsure whether Qin Feng had fully transformed into a corpse. So he continued to monitor him cautiously, wielding Qin Feng's usual fire axe at all times. This situation persisted for several days, until the 3rd day after Qin Feng was returned to the basement. His body began to exhibit some extraordinary changes. Firstly, his vision improved once again. Even in the pitch-black basement devoid of light or candles, Qin Feng could clearly discern the surrounding scenery. Secondly, the blisters on his body began to scab and peel, forming more dead skin. This dead skin was grotesque and wrinkled against his body, causing an unbearable itch, prompting him to carefully peel it away. Under the torn, dead skin, new, pristine skin emerged, pale and tender, akin to that of a newborn infant. Most of his wounds had healed, and not only did he find it easier to breathe, but his overall agility seemed to have increased several-fold, with his muscles becoming notably firmer. The most astonishing transformation, however, came in the form of enhanced physical abilities. One time, while He Yong was momentarily distracted, Qin Feng stealthily tested the ropes binding him. To his astonishment, he found that he could easily break free from the restraints, even managing to snap a rope as thick as his little finger purely by the strength of his hands. The significant activation of his muscles bestowed upon him a markedly enhanced resilience against impacts, while the speed of wound healing also accelerated noticeably. On the morning of the 4th day, Qin Feng stealthily seized a fruit knife and made a small incision in his palm. Although he could not withstand the blade's edge and felt pain and bled as before, the coagulation of his blood occurred at a notably faster rate. Moreover, the healing of the cut surpassed his own expectations. That morning, after inflicting a wound upon himself, he observed that by nightfall, the incision had become remarkably shallow, healing at a pace perceptible to the naked eye. Witnessing his daily growth, Qin Feng's initial astonishment transformed into profound joy, culminating in sheer ecstasy. On another front, he clandestinely scrutinized the nature and phenomena of this evolution, validating and comparing it with all his previous experiences during the apocalypse. Before long, Qin Feng had formulated his own conclusions regarding the end times. Firstly, the mysterious fog that enveloped the skies appeared to serve the purpose of culling those with inherently poor constitutions. This thick mist not only impaired vision and hearing but also harbored elements capable of inducing illnesses. Individuals suffering from heart ailments or severe conditions faced exponentially higher risks of exacerbation in such an environment filled with dense fog, a fact corroborated by the corpses of heart patients that had appeared in hospital outpatient departments. Secondly, there was the earlier phenomenon of blood rain. The raindrops seemed to be unique droplets formed by the amalgamation of red light spots in the air with the clouds, containing diluted red energy capable of subtly transforming human constitutions, fostering a relatively benign evolution. Additionally, the red light spots themselves were potent, unrefined sources of immense energy, capable of radically altering any living being, be it human, animal, plant, or even microscopic pathogens and single-celled organisms. Under the influence of these red light spots, beings either mutated into monstrous entities driven solely by instinctual violence or experienced a positive evolution, enhancing their vitality exponentially and even bestowing upon them unprecedented abilities. Thus, a new question arose. Which kind of special ability would Qin Feng manifest? Chapter 59. The first stage of evolution. Qin Feng was certain that he had undergone evolution, as various changes in his body substantiated this assertion. However, he remained oblivious to any unique aura that belonged to him. He recalled that Zhou Yang had acquired the ability to release toxins upon awakening. Why was he unable to do the same? Sighing, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. After all, information regarding the apocalypse was exceedingly scarce, and the knowledge he possessed was merely a summary of experiences gleaned from his escape, leaving many questions unanswered. While Qin Feng was lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. There was no need to turn around. He already knew who it was, Brother Yong, delivering the meal earlier than usual today. In the dimly lit basement, He-Yong's puzzled voice echoed. How did you know it was me bringing your food this time? I could tell by the footsteps, Qin Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head and choosing not to elaborate further. After hastily consuming the food He-Yong offered, Qin Feng stretched slightly and leaned against the wall, remarking, our food supplies must be dwindling by now. Right? Indeed, He-Yong sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The resource reserves in this town are insufficient, especially with those individuals holed up in the air raid shelter. He suddenly paused mid-sentence, the worry flashing in his eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Ever since Qin Feng had killed a man over a dog and a bag of flour, their relationship with the townspeople had soured to the point of enmity. He-Yong had considered venturing out to search for food. Yet each time, he encountered Zhao Gang and Jia Qing's group, often facing threats of violence. Perhaps you could try untying the ropes binding me. Next time, I could go out to find food myself? Qin Feng suggested calmly, leaning against the wall. You? He-Yong was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively averted his gaze, saying, let's not. You're still a patient. Just rest here. Qin Feng chuckled, fully aware of He-Yong's concerns. He waved his hand dismissively and countered. Brother Yong, the reason you have me tied up here is because you're afraid I'll turn into a corpse like the others and attack you, right? He-Yong did not deny it, turning his face away and nodding slightly. Qin Feng did not take offense. After all, at the moment he was struck by those red light spots, he too had feared the possibility of mutation into a zombie. However, after several days of recuperation, he was now confident that he posed no risk of mutation. Thus, he smiled and said, you can untie me now. That was in the past. I am perfectly normal now. He-Yong remained silent, but his peripheral gaze flickered towards Qin Feng, who was shrouded in shadows, his eyes betraying a hint of doubt. Observing this, Qin Feng ceased his pleas and instead shook his head with a smile, saying, I understand that you now view me as an unstable factor. Even He keeps her distance when bringing food, fearing I might suddenly turn into a monster and attack her. It's precisely for that reason that I willingly endured being bound and confined in this basement for so long. At this juncture, Qin Feng shifted his tone inside, however, I do not intend to maintain this state any longer. Rest assured, I pose no danger to you now. Don't get too worked up, we're just being cautious. He-Yong replied nonchalantly, preparing to say something to reassure Qin Feng. Yet, before he could finish, he was startled by the sound of Qin Feng tugging at the ropes, with a few sharp snaps. The ropes that had once bound Qin Feng's limbs and restricted his movement were abruptly severed, reduced to 2 pieces. He-Yong jumped in shock, despite being a retired soldier with an excellent mental fortitude. The sudden turn of events left him momentarily dumbfounded. The 4 ropes had all been broken under Qin Feng's forceful pull, a display of strength that seemed beyond human capability. Even a wild boar or a tiger might struggle to snap ropes with such ease. What happened to you? In his panic, He-Yong raised his axe, stepping back in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng sprang from the wooden platform, landing gracefully before He-Yong. With a simple wave of his hand, he grasped the axe firmly and easily wrested it from He-Yong's grip. Brother Yong, don't panic. I have evolved. This is the ability I acquired through evolution, and my consciousness is clear. I pose no threat to you. You truly have evolved? He-Yong's eyes widened in disbelief, the sight before him defying all understanding. The sheer force and agility Qin Feng displayed far surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. Though He-Yong was trained and confident in his ability to handle several adult men unarmed, he found himself utterly defenseless against Qin Feng, who had effortlessly disarmed him. It was terrifying to think that if Qin Feng had malicious intent, He-Yong would have already been sprawled on the ground. Realizing this, He-Yong gasped, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng in utter astonishment. What is going on? Why are your movements and strength? To be honest, I am equally perplexed, Qin Feng interrupted, shaking his head and cutting off He-Yong's stunned inquiries. Over the past few days, he had been secretly studying his newly evolved body, yet the conclusions drawn were limited. His method of evolution seemed to differ greatly from Zhou Yang's. The last time, Zhou Yang had indeed completed a preliminary evolution, However, aside from enhanced vitality and remarkable self-healing abilities, he bore no significant differences from an ordinary person. In contrast, Qin Feng's evolution was far more comprehensive in every aspect. He possessed strength that eclipsed that of an ordinary human. The only exception being the absence of a venomous ability, it could be said that Qin Feng's evolution surpassed Zhou Yang's in every regard. After much contemplation, Qin Feng could only chuckle ruefully. Perhaps the stages of evolution differ. I would barely classify my current stage as the first phase, while Zhou Yang might not even reach that threshold, merely initiating his evolution. As he concluded, Qin Feng added, I can sense that my evolution is still not entirely complete, and there remains ample room for further enhancement. Perhaps, He-Yong felt a mixed sense of relief and bitter amusement. As a mature man, he could not escape the competitiveness that comes with one's abilities. The sudden and remarkable transformation of Qin Feng had left him far behind, creating a sense of imbalance within himself. At this point, it seemed that even if he combined his strength with a few others, they would hardly stand a chance against Qin Feng. In Chapter 60, Unprecedented Good Fortune, He-Yong inquired. So, what did you do to achieve this so-called first stage of evolution? Was it solely due to that red light? As he spoke, a glimmer of hope and impatience flickered in his eyes. If Qin Feng could gain evolutionary powers from that red substance, might there be a chance for him as well? Although evolution inherently carried the risk of mutation, He-Yong believed his physical condition was adequate. If Qin Feng could endure it, why not himself? However, Qin Feng suddenly shook his head, a frown creasing his lips, and replied, it likely wasn't he solely reliant on that red substance. Do you remember, Brother Yong? I mentioned that on the second day after we moved into this villa, there was a brief shower of red rain? After Summer Dream and I were drenched in that rain, our bodies began to change significantly. Qin Feng's initial assessment was as follows. The red substance indeed possessed the potential for evolution, yet its energy was so volatile and immense that ordinary individuals could hardly withstand it. Consequently, those who came into contact with it for even a fleeting moment would mutate into uncontrollable monsters. Even among the exceedingly fortunate who did not transform entirely, mastering that energy remained elusive, as evidenced by Zhou Yang, who, despite evolving, exhibited only a marginal increase in physical strength. Hence, to mitigate these side effects, one must first encounter those red raindrops, which are essential for gradual acclimatization to the energy. My conclusion is that the crimson raindrops are merely a diluted product of the red substance, devoid of any violent attributes. You must stand in the rain and allow it to wash over you, enabling your body to gradually adapt to the energy. Only then, when encountering the red substance again, can one ensure a higher success rate. Having spoken at length, Qin Feng felt his mouth dry. He gratefully accepted a bottle of mineral water from He-Yong and took a hearty gulp. He-Yong's expression shifted to one of realization as he stroked his chin, saying, so that's how it is. No wonder those who initially came into contact with the red light all mutated into monsters. It was because their bodies could not adapt to such energy. Precisely, Qin Feng nodded, adopting a more serious demeanor. This principle applies not only to humans but also to animals and plants. Consider the animals in the city. Those struck by the red light immediately became frenzied and mutated. And look at the Doberman that he erased. The conclusion is evident. He-Yong chuckled, expressing his delight. It seems that not only has your body evolved, but your intellect has also undergone significant enhancement. He playfully patted Qin Feng's shoulder, his admiration unmistakable. Although Qin Feng had completed the first stage of evolution and transformed into a super soldier, He-Yong still regarded him as a friend, maintaining their camaraderie. Yet, Qin Feng furrowed his brow once more, stating, however, I still have one perplexity. That Doberman, since its evolution, has acquired abilities far surpassing its breed. It effortlessly rescued me from those people, yet refuses to reveal itself. I have never understood why He-Yong retracted his hand and speculated, perhaps after evolving, its primal instincts are resurfacing, no longer wishing to be a mere pet to humans. This reasoning seemed plausible, so Qin Feng did not press further. He-Yong, unable to contain his excitement, remarked, You've evolved. This is wonderful. We should quickly inform Summer Dream and the others to let the girls share in the joy at no need. Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. It is best to keep this matter confidential for the time being, he cautioned Hee-young. Revealing the details of my evolution too soon could lead to complications. Taken aback, Hee-young asked, why? He found it perplexing. As their bond had grown strong over the past month, treating the other three as his closest comrades. What was there to hide from friends? With a smile, Qin Feng explained, please don't misunderstand. I trust you completely. However, the shock from this evolution is immense. I am uncertain how they will react upon learning of it. Furthermore, there is another troublesome issue. Before I completed the first stage of evolution, I made enemies among those who dwell in the air raid shelter. If they discover I am still alive, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. Keeping my evolution a secret serves as a precaution for critical moments. Upon hearing Qin Feng's intentions, Hee-young sighed in resignation. Very well. I will follow your lead. I shall pretend to be oblivious and continue to play my part. With that, their conversation came to an end. Qin Feng finally had the opportunity to stretch his limbs as he followed Hee-young out of the basement and into the villa's upper floor. After all, humans are creatures drawn towards the light. Prolonged exposure to the darkness of the basement not only impacts physical health, but can also lead to an inexplicable sense of oppression. Once in the illuminated space, Qin Feng felt his previously suppressed emotions lift significantly, and he became much more cheerful. However, this sudden change startled Hee-ya. Upon seeing that the ropes binding Qin Feng had vanished, granting him freedom within the villa, her immediate reaction was not one of joy, but rather anxiety. Grabbing a fruit knife, she pointed it at Qin Feng and exclaimed, You stop right there. How did you get out? Seeing her distress, Qin Feng simply smiled and shook his head, reassuring her. Don't be alarmed. I am still the same person as before. Regardless of any changes, I would never harm my companions. His words eased Hee-ya's tension somewhat, though she still nervously replied, But you were so gravely ill before. How can you be well now? As long as one does not perish, there will always come a day of recovery. Qin Feng responded nonchalantly, shaking his head as he continued towards the living room couch. Meanwhile, Summer Dream appeared relatively composed. Although she too was puzzled by Qin Feng's sudden recovery, she was not afraid. Instead, she cautiously approached him, her bright eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue, making Qin Feng feel somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. Are you truly all right now? After a long moment of observation, Summer Dream finally asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Qin Feng laughed heartily, nodding as he replied, Not only am I well, but I am in an unprecedented state of wellness. I have never felt this light and unburdened before. In Chapter 61, Surveillance, Summer Dream seemed to relax, her expression shifting as she looked at Qin Feng, her eyes reflecting a newfound perception. At this moment, it was evident that Qin Feng had transformed significantly from his former self. The most notable change was the depth in his gaze, accompanied by an inexplicable confidence that altered his entire demeanor. Having worked alongside him for 3 years, Summer Dream once perceived Qin Feng as timid, lacking assertiveness and rarely exhibiting remarkable talent. However, everything had changed now in Qin Feng's mysteriously profound gaze. Summer Dream detected an overwhelming confidence and the aura of a mature man, which left her feeling somewhat dizzy. Why do you keep staring at me? Qin Feng, taken aback, instinctively questioned. Nothing, I just feel like you're different from before. Summer Dream averted her gaze, her expression growing somewhat awkward. People are bound to change, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng spoke gently. Xia Ming was an exceptionally astute and perceptive individual, and despite a hint of pride in her character, she could indeed be regarded as a woman who approached perfection. With an extraordinary appearance, an impressive lineage, and a heart that was cold on the outside yet warm within, she perfectly aligned with the typical man's conception of a goddess. However, what truly concerned Qin Feng was not her flawless beauty or whether she truly embodied a goddess, but rather her innate talent for survival in the apocalyptic world. Ever since that fateful day when they were both drenched by the rain, Xia Ming's constitution had undergone a transformation. She seemed capable of perceiving things invisible to ordinary people. Coupled with the way she had gazed at him previously, Qin Feng couldn't help but suspect that she had already discerned something profound. Nonetheless, Xia Ming did not inquire about it, and Qin Feng had no intention of revealing anything to her. When the time came for the secret to be unveiled, he believed that, given her intelligence, she would grasp it without needing him to articulate it. Thus, the two sat in serene silence for a while. To alleviate the boredom, Qin Feng turned his attention to the area outside the small villa. The sky appeared to have suddenly cleared. Before completing the first phase of his evolution, although Qin Feng's vision was quite good, its maximum range was merely around 15 to 16 meters. However, now, the dense fog that had enveloped the surroundings seemed to have vanished entirely, and his visibility had been extended to over 30 meters. He could easily discern every blade of grass and flower, and all the crimson mist appeared to retreat in fear of his gaze. It seemed that vision was a manifestation of one's evolutionary progress. The greater the evolution, the more one could perceive. Qin Feng felt a sudden warmth in his chest, and this revelation filled him with an inexplicable excitement. The first phase of evolution had already granted him vision exceeding 30 meters. An advantage that would undoubtedly allow him to gain insight in this dystopian world. But of course, Qin Feng was not the only one evolving. All living beings within his line of sight were silently undergoing their own transformations. Previously, due to the obscured visibility, he had been unable to properly observe the world around him. It was only now, with his superhuman vision resulting from evolution, that he began to capture the concept of universal evolution through the subtle signs surrounding him. Within his sight, many plants exhibited significant changes. Some trees that had previously grown haphazardly were now inexplicably upright, having matured into towering giants. In the vicinity of the villa, all the trees had grown wildly over 20 meters tall in just half a month, their lush branches stretching outward like a verdant canopy, creating the illusion of residing within a primeval rainforest. If it were merely the evolution of trees, it would be one thing. Yet, curiously, even the weeds by the roadside displayed a vitality and scale far surpassing that of the pre-apocalyptic era. Among them, the most striking to Qin Feng was a mass of climbing ivy clinging to the exterior wall of the villa. When he first arrived at the villa, the ivy had been sparse and disorganized. But now, after a fortnight, it had woven itself into a lush green tapestry, nearly enveloping the entire structure. In stark contrast, the few pines planted in front of the villa had inexplicably withered away, their roots entangled by the ivy, as if their nutrients had been forcibly siphoned away, leading to their demise. It appeared that, under the influence of the apocalypse, even these seemingly inconsequential plants had been endowed with an extraordinary aggressiveness. This realization cast a shadow of unease over Qin Feng, and the joy in his heart gradually ebbed. While he had indeed completed the first phase of his evolution, aside from being slightly faster and stronger, there seemed to be little else that set him apart, which was insufficient for survival in this harsh world. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, quietly examining his hands, and silently resolved that in order to secure the right to survive, he must relentlessly enhance his abilities. Perhaps, once he entered the second phase of evolution, his perspective of the world would once again be elevated. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng suddenly felt invigorated, pondering how he might achieve the next step in his evolution. Yet, as he delved into his musings, a flicker of movement caught his eye from the corner of his vision, something intriguing lurking in the shadows of the climbing ivy. A figure was stealthily concealed, seemingly observing them from the periphery. Had it been before his evolution, Qin Feng would have been oblivious to this presence, for the hiding spot was remarkably discreet, and the dense foliage camouflaged the figure so well that, at first glance, only two eyes were visible, nearly blending with the plants. However, now, even with his eyes closed, Qin Feng could sense the malevolent intent emanating from the hidden individual through an uncanny instinct for danger. Noticing this, he refrained from making any immediate sound. Instead, he feigned nonchalance, stretching his limbs, and discreetly gestured to He-Yong, who was not far away. He-Yong immediately understood, following Qin Feng to a more sheltered area behind the villa. Before He-Yong could voice his inquiry, Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Brother Yong, did you notice? Someone is watching us." He-Yong was naturally perplexed by this statement. He glanced around, intending to verify Qin Feng's suspicion, but was promptly halted by a firm grip on his shoulder. Qin Feng whispered urgently, "Don't look around too much, or we might alert them. This person is likely sent by Zhao Gang and his crew." Chapter 62. Confirming the limits. What? Upon hearing this, He-Yong squinted his eyes, his expression darkening. Since you fell unconscious, we have indeed had several encounters with that group. I never expected them to be so malicious as to follow us here. Qin Feng remained silent, instead pressing He-Yong for details on how the confrontations had transpired. He-Yong chuckled ruefully. Well, it was all about food. Although you managed to divert their attention last time, allowing He-Ya to bring back a bag of flour, that single bag was insufficient to meet the needs of 4 people for long. Though be prudent, the day after Qin Feng was settled. He-Yong took Qin Feng's axe and ventured into the town again in search of more sustenance. Unfortunately, he encountered that group along the way. There was no dialogue. They immediately resorted to violence upon sight. Clearly, due to Qin Feng's earlier actions against their members, the enmity had festered. While most believed Qin Feng had perished at the hands of monsters, the animosity remained unabated. As a result, the opposing group wasted no time in targeting He-Yong. Yet He-Yong was no pushover. He swiftly utilized his combat skills learned in the military, leading the adversaries through the fog-laden town, even managing to turn the tide and eliminate 2 of them. The conflict deepened, reaching a point where they would resort to violence upon any encounter. With a wry smile, He-Yong recounted, "In the 4 days you were recuperating, we clashed 3 times. To be honest, these folks are rather incompetent, merely a rabble incapable of forming any real combat effectiveness. Had I a firearm, I would have wiped them out long ago." Alas, He-Yong had been out of the military for quite some time, possessing only the fire axe in his possession, while the other side boasted greater numbers, causing him considerable trouble despite their individual weakness. Qin Feng remarked, "So these people have no intention of letting the matter rest?" "Of course not." He-Yong chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. "After all, you and I have both taken lives among them. This grudge won't be easily settled. Moreover," he added, a glimmer of determination igniting in his gaze, "they seem more deranged than before. Last time, he nearly got captured by them. I have a feeling there's a leader among them. Otherwise, they couldn't have so easily formed a cohesive unit." Qin Feng nodded. Undoubtedly the leader in question was Zhao Gang, the one who had previously led the robbery against him. As for Jia Qing, he lacked the capability to command respect. If Qin Feng's intuition was correct, he was merely a lackey under Zhao Gang's command. He-Yong sighed. "Now that they've tracked us down, I suspect an outright confrontation is imminent." "What are your plans?" Qin Feng replied calmly. "In the past, our only course of action would have been to flee, but now, the situation has changed." As Qin Feng spoke, he instinctively clenched his fists and flexed his wrists. Following his evolution, Qin Feng's physical vitality had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Both his explosive power and strength were now incomparable to his former self. He was confident in his ability to effortlessly take on a dozen adversaries, even finding it difficult to gauge his own limits. Thus, Qin Feng intended to test his capabilities against these individuals, eager to ascertain the extent of his improvements. However, He-Yong expressed his concerns, questioning whether such a course of action might pose excessive risks. After all, their opponents outnumbered them by several dozens, and apart from himself and Qin Feng, their side lacked any formidable combatants, while Zhao Gang's group consisted entirely of adult men. What if Qin Feng found himself unable to contend with them? Interrupting He-Yong, Qin Feng reassured him, "Do not worry, I possess my own strategy. Even if I cannot overpower them, I will ensure your safety." With that, Qin Feng approached Xia Ming, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. Upon hearing his words, Xia Ming stood up in shock, exclaiming, "What? You want me to intercept their escape route?" "No, I lack the capability to do that. Have faith. You possess the ability," Qin Feng replied, casting her an encouraging glance. "I believe ever since that day in the rain, you must have realized that you are not the same as before, correct?" Currently, Xia Ming had developed a vision that surpassed He-Yong's, and her agility was significantly greater than that of an average person. Although she had yet to absorb the energy from the red substance and had not completed her first stage of evolution, she had indeed embarked on the path of evolution, granting her numerous advantages over an ordinary adult. Yet, Xia Ming's timid nature made her ill-suited to this harsh environment, often causing her to shy away from confrontations, which rendered her seemingly weak and powerless. If it came to a confrontation, I believe even 2 ordinary men would struggle to match your prowess. Moreover, what I require of you is not to wield a weapon to kill, but merely to sever their escape route while Zhao Gang's group is occupied with us. Qin Feng gazed into Xia Ming's somewhat alarmed eyes, emphasizing his point. A wise woman must learn to accept reality. I understand your aversion to such actions, but we have no retreat. This is a post-apocalyptic world, where societal order and moral values have long been shattered. If our enemies seek to harm us and you remain foolishly passive, you will only invite victimization. Qin Feng harbored no fear of failure, as he was a man who understood that losing could simply mean death. However, Xia Ming was different from He Ya. Both women were quite attractive, possessing a charm that could be dangerously appealing to ordinary men. If they were to fall into the hands of their adversaries, the future could take a turn that Qin Feng could scarcely imagine. After all, those men were far from possessing any moral integrity. Very well, I shall make every effort to try. Xia Ming, visibly shaken by Qin Feng's description, nodded with a pale complexion and clenched fists. I will strive to complete the task, but what about you? If that group truly descends upon you all at once, how will you defend yourselves? Qin Feng smiled mysteriously, a hint of amusement in his tone as he replied, You need not concern yourself with that, I assure you. I will be fine. Perhaps you have already noticed that I am somewhat different from before. Xia Ming paused, her gaze toward Qin Feng filled with complexity. Ultimately, she could only shake her head and sigh. All right, I hope things unfold as smoothly as you describe. With that, Xia Ming turned and walked towards the back of the villa to prepare for the evening's operation. Qin Feng then gathered He Yong and He Ya for a brief discussion regarding their task, while he selectively ignored the individual lurking outside. With preparations complete, all that remained was to wait for their adversaries to make the first move. In contrast to the apprehension exhibited by others, Qin Feng remained exceptionally calm, silently fixated on his fists, as a fervent flame of anticipation ignited within him. Come forth. Your very existence serves to validate the limits of my capabilities. Chapter 63. Establishing authority. As night fell, the fog thickened progressively. In truth, under such weather conditions, the distinction between day and night became negligible. Qin Feng sat at the apex of the villa's eaves, surveying the surroundings with an unparalleled sense of tranquility. The night air was cool, and a chilling breeze wafted around him as his gaze settled upon the direction of the town, fixating on the dimly flickering torches. His eyes gradually illuminating with a cold glint. These scattered lights were scarcely noticeable amidst the dense fog. Had it not been for Qin Feng's completion of the first stage of evolution, he would have been unable to perceive them. The emergence of these torch lights signified that the adversaries had commenced their actions. As the fog deepened, a group traversing the night was steadily closing the distance. At the forefront of this assembly was a middle-aged man, robust in stature and bearing a fierce countenance. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Gang had merely been an ordinary deliveryman, driving a small truck to transport goods for various supermarkets in town. He had lamented the inequities of the world, feeling overworked yet undercompensated. While the affluent residents of the town enjoyed luxurious vehicles and grand villas, living lives that he could only dream of. Once, he believed his life would remain stagnant. However, the advent of the apocalypse transformed everything. Now, Zhao Gang stood as the leader of this group, commanding over 50 survivors from the town, all of whom had become his subordinates. His ruthlessness and decisiveness had facilitated his rise to power. From the very onset of the apocalypse, Zhao Gang had recognized the profound changes sweeping the world and saw this as a divine opportunity for a reversal of fortunes. He wasted no time in rallying others, quelling any potential threats to his authority, thereby monopolizing the town and establishing himself as its ruler. Now, he sought to undertake another endeavor that would solidify his authority, locating and eliminating Qin Feng and He Yong. In recent days, Zhao Gang's group had clashed with the inhabitants of the villa multiple times, and each confrontation resulted in losses for his team. Zhao Gang could hardly tolerate this, especially upon hearing that Qin Feng had somehow survived, which ignited his rage to unprecedented heights. As they made their way to the villa, Jia Qing, walking beside him, attempted to argue, "Boss, that kid named Qin Feng couldn't possibly still be alive. I distinctly left him for that monster the other day." "Humph, if he couldn't possibly be alive, then why did the men I sent to surveil the villa report seeing him?" Zhao Gang's expression darkened as he scrutinized Jia Qing. "Jia Qing, you wouldn't be harboring lingering feelings for He Ya and secretly sabotaging us, would you?" "No, That can't be. I would never. As Zhao Gang's menacing gaze bore down upon him, Jia Qing involuntarily shuddered, fervently defending himself. He was acutely aware of Zhao Gang's current demeanor. Compared to the early days of the apocalypse, Zhao Gang now resembled a monster. At some point, Zhao Gang's already volatile temperament had escalated further into brutality. He was harsh with those around him, and any disagreement would result in cruel retribution. Just days prior, a man disgruntled by Zhao Gang's tyrannical rule had covertly organized a rebellion, only to have his plans uncovered by Zhao Gang, who mercilessly shattered his limbs. That was a truly brutal act. Jia Qing was baffled by the sheer strength Zhao Gang possessed, allowing him to effortlessly lift a man weighing over 150 pounds with one hand and easily snap his bones. It was a display of inhuman strength. As for the origin of this power, Jia Qing and the others remained oblivious. Only Zhao Gang understood its source. During the torrential downpour of red rain, Zhao Gang had been outside and successfully absorbed the energy contained within those raindrops. Although the fever that followed lasted for 7 days, once it subsided, Zhao Gang discovered that his strength had multiplied several times over, and his reflexes, speed, and explosive power had also surged, granting him an ability comparable to that of a lion or tiger. All signs indicated that Zhao Gang was undergoing his own first stage of evolution. Consequently, he felt a surge of confidence in his newfound abilities, firmly believing he could crush any disobedient subordinates. After several minutes of walking, the group arrived at the villa's entrance, where a shifty-eyed man approached Zhao Gang, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Boss, we've arrived. This is He-Ya's villa, the hideout for those individuals. Have we?" Zhao Gang came to a halt, gazing at the gradually emerging villa through the thick fog, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The ambience of this place is truly delightful, far more comfortable than the air raid shelter where he had been hiding for nearly a month. According to the original plan, they would first encircle the villa, blocking all exits. Remember, not a single soul is to escape. I want these people to understand the repercussions of opposing me. After surveying the surroundings, Zhao Gang darkened his expression and issued commands to his subordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Qing hesitantly stepped forward, mustering his courage to say, "Boss, the others are one thing, but He-Ya is a resident of our town. You wouldn't possibly want to harm her, would you?" Zhao Gang immediately wore a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, his eyes glinting with a peculiar intensity as he looked at Jia Qing. "I know you've had your eye on this woman for quite some time. You even pursued her before, but she never accepted your advances, did she?" Upon hearing this, Jia Qing's expression soured, yet he forced a smile, saying, "I'm just an unemployed drifter. Back then, he was far too good for me, so it's only natural she wouldn't have looked my way. Well, I can offer you an opportunity now." Zhao Gang interrupted, speaking slowly. "In a moment, you will be the first to charge in and capture those blind fools. If you do well, I may just allow you to deal with He-Ya as you wish." Jia Qing was momentarily taken aback, and before he could voice any objections, Zhao Gang continued with that eerie smile. "You don't want to? Then I'll send someone else. This dreadful period has lasted a month already, and several of our old bachelors are on the verge of losing their minds. If you're unwilling, they would be more than eager." "Never mind. I'll do it." Jia Qing shivered, instinctively shrinking back, and trembled as he responded. "Then why are you still standing there?" Zhao Gang's face returned to its impassive demeanor, his tone laced with impatience. "All right." Jia Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, gestured to his companions, and promptly dismantled the lock on the gate, leading a few men into the villa's front yard. Surprisingly, despite the noise they made while prying the lock, the villa remained eerily silent, with no one emerging to impede their entry. How peculiar, the apocalypse has persisted for so long. Why are they still so careless? Jia Qing mused, surveying his surroundings in disbelief. He had previously dealt with Qin Feng and others on several occasions and remembered them as quite astute, certainly not the type to be so reckless. Just as Jia Qing pondered this, a man who had followed him rushed forward, pointing towards the kitchen and shouting, "Look, there's a figure moving over there. Let us go check it out." Without hesitation, Jia Qing led his group forward. Indeed, as they dashed past the living room and reached the kitchen entrance, Jia Qing spotted a hidden figure trembling behind the kitchen door, exuding fear and helplessness. Is that He-Ya? Jia Qing's eyes lit up, and he quickly halted the impulsive men behind him, calling out to her, "Come out, don't hide. If you cooperate this time, I assure you that no one will harm you." Hiya, hearing his voice, replied helplessly, "Stop lying. I've been mistaken about you all along. You are not a good person." Jia Qing was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth and replying with a pale face, "Hiya, don't be so ungrateful. I've been more than courteous to you. We came here primarily to find those blind fools. If you cooperate and come with me, nothing will happen to you. You're lying." Hiya stood up from her hiding spot, furiously pointing at Jia Qing as she scolded, "Not only did you deceive me, but you also killed my dog. I will never trust you again." "It seems this girl is quite ungrateful," Jia Qing said, his patience waning. "Are you going to make a move or not? If you don't, we'll be in trouble." As Jia Qing hesitated, the men around him began to jeer and laugh, leering at Hiya's curvaceous figure with predatory gazes. Akin to a pack of wolves, their eyes gleaming with lewd intent. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was preoccupied with survival, lacking the energy to concern themselves with other matters. However, as the apocalypse dragged on and societal order and moral values crumbled, sinister thoughts began to fester among the populace, especially this woman, who was undeniably attractive, with fair skin and a sweet voice. The thought of hearing her wail beneath him was far more exhilarating than any drug. Thus, the men began to drool, their malicious grins growing even more depraved. Jia Qing noticed the expressions of his companions and felt a jolt of alarm. "Don't move. Zhaoging has promised me that Hiya is mine. No one is to touch her." As he spoke, he turned his hesitant gaze back to Hiya, urging, "You heard that, right? Only I can protect you. Come here quickly. As long as you listen to me, I won't allow anyone to harm you." However, Hiya merely sneered, looking at him with utter disgust. "You won't let anyone harm me? What about you, Jia? Don't think I'm unaware of the vile thoughts lurking in your mind. Give up that notion. I would rather die than be sullied by someone like you." "You?" Jia Qing finally lost his temper, erupting in rage as he charged toward Hiya. "Don't shout. You're simply ungrateful. Don't blame me for being rude." With that, he quickened his pace, leaping to the kitchen doorway to grasp Hiya by the hair. In his fury, Jia Qing rushed swiftly, and given the small size of the villa's living room, he quickly found himself before Hiya. However, in the face of Jia Qing's furious advance, Hiya remained surprisingly calm, not attempting to evade him, and instead, a glint of mockery appeared in her eyes. "What's with Hiya today? Is there a trap?" Jia Qing, not being foolish, sensed something was amiss upon meeting her unusual gaze, instinctively halting his charge. Yet, while his body froze, his left hand remained poised to grasp at Hiya. Just as his wrist crossed the threshold of the kitchen door, a burly figure leaped out from beside Hiya, wielding a fire axe, and without hesitation, aimed a blow at Jia Qing's hand. The axe, sharp and powerful, struck with tremendous force, severing Jia Qing's hand with a spray of blood. Jia Qing's scream echoed throughout the villa as he clutched his mangled left hand, howling in agony, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stumbled backward. Upon locking eyes with the man standing behind Hiya, he bellowed in fury, "Hiyong, how dare you ambush me with a scoundrel like you? It would be a pity not to chop you into bits," Hiyong coldly retorted, sneering as he lunged forward, the axe slicing through the air with a chilling whistle, aimed straight at Jia Qing's neck. "Damn it!" Jia Qing cursed, instinctively crouching low and rolling on the ground, narrowly evading the second strike, albeit in a most undignified manner. However, the severed stump of his left hand sent him howling in despair. So, there was indeed an ambush. The men following Jia Qing were taken aback, exchanging glances, their expressions turning ruthless as they charged forward, no longer hesitating. There were 7 men who had followed Jia Qing. Each armed with iron rods and weapons, and emboldened by their numbers, they were unafraid to confront Hiyong. "Get behind me!" Hiyong, undeterred, grasped Hiya and pushed her towards the back of the kitchen while he positioned himself at the doorway. Axe in hand, as a veteran soldier, Hiyong expertly navigated the environment. The kitchen entrance was narrow enough to allow only 2 people to pass side by side, making it impossible for the opposing numbers to rush in simultaneously. Swish! Hiyong swung his axe for the 3rd time, striking one man squarely on the head, the cold blade splitting his skull open, the sheer force causing him to drop to the ground without so much as a sound. His head resembling a burst watermelon. The second man, witnessing his comrade's gruesome demise, felt his hands go numb in shock, involuntarily cursing as he froze in place. After all, they were merely a ragtag group, and compared to a trained soldier, they were lacking in both skill and mental fortitude. Seizing the opportunity, He-Yong swung his axe once more, dispatching the second man who had attempted to advance. The red axe glimmered like a streak of fire in the air, and anyone daring to approach the doorway faced the imminent risk of losing their head. He-Yong stood resolutely at the kitchen door, facing down the remaining 6 men, who found themselves utterly unable to penetrate his defenses. Chapter 65. The time of slaughter. Despite lacking a firearm, He-Yong expertly leveraged the various skills he had acquired during his military training to showcase his advantages to the fullest. Alone and unyielding, he stood his ground against 6 armed assailants, refusing to retreat even an inch. "Damn it, you worthless fools, charge at me already." At that moment, Jia Qing, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his left hand, managed to rise to his feet. He faced the chaotic struggle at the kitchen entrance. His eyes turned crimson with rage, and he bellowed while stomping his feet, "Set fire to this place. Just burn it down." With his commanding shout, the men surrounding He-Yong suddenly regained their composure. Recognizing that a direct assault on He-Yong, who was fortified by his advantageous position, would be exceedingly difficult, they concluded that even if they managed to overpower him with their numbers, their own losses would be considerable. Thus, brute force was not a viable solution. Realizing this, the men began to retreat, leaving 3 to distract He-Yong while the others swiftly retrieved bottles from their waists and hurled them in his direction. These were their specially crafted incendiary devices, filled with nothing but gasoline. As the bottles shattered against the windows and walls, a torrent of pungent gasoline splattered across the surfaces, and the men in front of He-Yong leapt back, grinning as they produced lighters to ignite the flames. With a thunderous roar, fire erupted. The gasoline's flammability was astounding, igniting almost instantly. Flames surged forth like a giant serpent, voraciously licking the floor and walls, engulfing much of the kitchen in mere moments. Damn it! He-Yong could no longer endure the inferno and instinctively cursed as he retreated into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jia Qing stomped his feet in fury, cursing vehemently. "You bastard! You severed my hand! I'll burn you alive, you scoundrel! What are you doing? With so many of you, how can you not subdue one man?" Just then, Zhao Gang, who had been vigilantly guarding the villa's entrance, stormed in with a dark expression, berating them. Initially, he had no intention of engaging physically, believing that his larger group would be sufficient to handle those inside the villa. However, upon witnessing the flames leap up, he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Consumed by rage, he charged in, kicking Jia Qing and shouting, "You useless fool! What are you shouting for? Quickly extinguish the fire. Such a fine house, how could you let it burn? I intend to enjoy it later." Jia Qing stumbled back, his face pale and bloodied as he raised his severed hand. The loss of blood had rendered his complexion ghostly, and paired with his vengeful features, he appeared terrifyingly grotesque. "He severed my hand. I want him dead. What does it matter to me?" Zhao Gang retorted with a sinister grin, crossing his arms. "Who can you blame for being useless? Do whatever you like, but do not set my house ablaze. Extinguish the fire." Jia Qing, seething with rage, glared at Zhao Gang for a full 2 seconds. Zhao Gang, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Don't look at me with those eyes. I gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it. You're a failure, bringing so many yet unable to subdue even a woman. Since you lack the competence, the ownership of this woman belongs to someone else now." He shot Jia Qing a menacing glare before turning to the men who were staring blankly at the flames, barking, "Stop dawdling. Put out the fire and see if anyone inside has been burned alive." The men, cowed by Zhao Gang's presence, quickly retrieved fire extinguishers and began spraying the flames. After a considerable effort, when they finally extinguished the fire and rushed into the kitchen, eager to locate He-Yong's corpse, they were met with a shocking sight that left them all dumbfounded. He-Yong had not perished in the flames. In fact, he had never even remained in the kitchen, behind the kitchen, there was a discreet little door that was easily overlooked. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, He-yong had already led his men to escape through that door. The fire had blazed for several minutes, causing only structural damage and failing to achieve any substantial effect. "Damn it!" Zhao Gang erupted in fury, immediately ordering the men, "Search. The exits are surrounded. These few won't have gone far. They must still be in this villa." The men, hearing the command, quickly turned and dashed out to hunt for He-yong and his companions. However, merely 5 seconds later, those who had rushed into other rooms suddenly emitted blood-curdling screams, filled with sheer terror. "What is happening?" Zhao Gang's expression darkened as he listened to the screams echoing from various directions. And he began to stomp in frustration. "They must have set numerous traps. Search. Keep looking. We must flush them out," Jia Qing, enduring the agony, interjected. "Boss, this won't do. They know this environment too well. Every room may hide traps. And our reckless charges could lead to." Before he could finish, Zhao Gang backhanded him with such force that Jia Qing was sent sprawling onto a nearby sofa. "You worthless fool! What right do you have to direct me? Who dares to oppose my orders?" Zhao Gang glared menacingly at everyone present, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, akin to a lion or tiger ready to pounce. "If we fail to deal with these individuals tonight, none of you will escape unscathed. Go find them. Do you hear me?" The men, trembling under Zhao Gang's gaze, succumbed to his authority and rushed into every corner of the villa to continue their search. Despite the villa's seemingly modest size, it contained numerous rooms that appeared to have been modified, with many walls broken through to create hidden passages. The men scoured every corner, yet they failed to locate He-yong and his companions. "I refuse to believe this guy is a rat, capable of hiding underground." After receiving a report from his subordinates, Zhao Gang's expression darkened further. He issued a ruthless command. "No matter the cost. Find them all. Kill the men and capture the women. Move." However, at that very moment, just as Zhao Gang was issuing orders to his subordinates, another sudden scream pierced the air from outside the villa. "What is happening? Did we not surround the villa? Why are there still screams coming from outside?" Zhao Gang momentarily froze, then his expression shifted as he realized something, and he hurriedly led his men outside to investigate. What awaited him was only a handful of corpses. Indeed, while Zhao Gang was inside the villa directing Jia Qing and the others to search for He-yong, Qin Feng had been lurking on the villa's roof, coldly observing the surroundings. Seizing the cover of the mist, Qin Feng leaped down to confront the guards stationed at the villa's entrance, unleashing a deadly onslaught. The first phase of his evolution had bestowed upon him exceptional vision. His foes scarcely comprehended what had transpired before they lost consciousness, either suffering broken necks or having their hearts pierced by his dagger. Chapter 66. Infighting amidst the crisis. Qin Feng's approach to ambushing was remarkably straightforward. And the act of killing was even simpler. Transformed by his evolution, he possessed the speed of a cheetah and the ferocity of a lion, executing his movements with a spectral grace that rendered him nearly invisible. Even as he rushed upon his adversaries, many remained oblivious until it was too late, their mouths agape in surprise, only to be met by a powerful hand that swiftly seized their throats. In a mere 2 minutes, 7 or 8 individuals had already fallen victim. The guards who had once safeguarded the villa's entrances now reduced to mere prey for the ghostly specter. Those who remained alive were utterly unaware of how their comrades had met their demise. They could not see the enemy concealed beneath the dual veil of night and mist, only occasionally hearing the chilling, spine-tingling cries that punctuated the silence. These screams were often brief, fading quickly into silence, leaving only the lifeless bodies of their fallen companions in their wake. "What the hell is going on?" Zhao Gang's face darkened as he confronted the corpses at his feet, suddenly seizing another guard responsible for monitoring the passageway and bellowing. "What happened to the passage? Where are the others? Who killed them?" The man, trembling in fear, stammered, "I don't know. It could be a ghost, a ghost." At the mention of the word ghost, the remaining guards fell into a panic. Indeed, such a stealthy and elusive method of killing was reminiscent of ghostly legends. Perhaps, in this world, ghosts truly existed. Nonsense. Zhao Gang's eyes reddened with fury as he roared. How could there be ghosts? Even if there were, It would be a person pretending to be one. In a corner, another guard murmured, "You can't be so certain. In this apocalypse, there are even monsters. It wouldn't be surprising if ghosts appeared." "Shut your mouth." Zhao Gang shot a glare that sent shivers down the man's spine, silencing him instantly. Everyone gathered, their focus sharp as Zhao Gang declared, "We will do nothing but block the entrance to the villa and observe. I want to see what this trickster plans to do." Zhao Gang, after all, is not a fool. He realizes that the circumstances appear somewhat unfavorable for him. Thus, he makes a decisive choice to summon everyone together. However, the terrified crowd hesitates to heed his call, and dissenting voices emerge amidst the throng. "Boss, the situation seems amiss. These few individuals appear to be orchestrating a counterattack against us, and our numbers are dwindling." "Humph. So what?" Zhao Gang is thoroughly incensed, turning back with a menacing glare. "They are merely a handful. Even if we lose a dozen of our own, we still have over 40 members left. I refuse to believe that these scoundrels can eliminate everyone stealthily." It must be acknowledged that Zhao Gang indeed holds an undeniable numerical advantage. The reality aligns with his assertion. 40 against 3, even if Qin Feng is exceptionally swift and capable, he cannot possibly dispose of everyone without a sound. Nonetheless, Zhao Gang has overlooked one critical aspect. The ragtag assembly surrounding him would never genuinely commit themselves to his cause. "But we are losing lives, boss. Are you solely focused on establishing your authority? Indifferent to our survival?" As anticipated, someone soon steps forward, echoing Jia Qing's dissent. The facts are clear. Not everyone aligns wholeheartedly with Zhao Gang, and furthermore, the monumental cost of taking a few lives is devoid of any significance. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression darkens with rage. "Do you dare defy my orders? Why should we heed such senseless demands?" Initially, no one dared to oppose Zhao Gang, for the psychological pressure he exerted was immense. Anyone who challenged his authority was met with severe repercussions. Yet, the current situation was unlike any other. Zhao Gang's demeanor was unmistakably that of someone wishing for others to march to their doom. Consequently, many cast furious glares in Zhao Gang's direction, feeling that as their leader, he was utterly unfit. "You are asking us to die. Why should we listen to you?" As soon as these words escaped, Zhao Gang erupted into a sinister laugh. Surveying the few who dared oppose him with narrowed eyes, donning a grim expression as he repeated his question, "Will you heed my orders or not?" An elder swiftly stepped forward, placing himself in front of Zhao Gang. Saying, "Gangzi, don't be reckless. We all seek to preserve ourselves. Your demands are indeed excessive. Let us heed Uncle's counsel and retreat to deliberate further." This older man appeared to be a relative of Zhao Gang, believing his familial status would shield him from defiance. However, before he could finish his plea, Zhao Gang, consumed by fury, suddenly unleashed a fist that struck the elder's chest with tremendous force, shattering his ribs. The elder's words were cut short as he let out a wretched scream. Spewing blood before being flung into the dense fog, half alive, in an instant, the cacophony of voices fell into a deathly silence. Shock etched itself across every face, disbelief mingling with horror as they gazed at Zhao Gang. Their mouths agape, unable to fathom that he would inflict harm upon a family member. After all, that man was Zhao Gang's uncle. Amidst the multitude of fearful and astonished gazes, Zhao Gang slowly retracted his fist, casting a chilling glare over everyone, stating, "I have no patience for idle chatter. Those who obey will survive. Those who defy me will perish. You've gone mad." Jia Qing, clutching his severed arm, stood weakly, murmuring, "To establish authority. You dare lay a hand on your own kin? What else would you not do?" "Indeed, you are correct. In this world, there is nothing I fear doing," Zhao Gang coldly retorted, twisting his body, his face contorted with malice. "The world has changed. We now dwell in an apocalypse where morals and laws no longer hold sway, and might dictates authority. I can do as I please. Are you suggesting you wish to compete with me for leadership?" Jia Qing recoiled under Zhao Gang's piercing gaze, his already pale face turning even more as he stumbled to the ground, wanting to utter something more. At that moment, a chilling laugh emerged from the depths of the fog, shattering the tense atmosphere. Internal strife amidst a rabble, indeed. Yet Zhao Gang did not speak falsely. In this world, Strength determines the power of one's voice. Who speaks? The sudden laughter startled everyone, making them shudder and quickly glance towards the depths of the mist. There, a gaunt, indifferent figure stood coldly, their face obscured, yet the chill in their smile was unmistakable. So, who do you believe possesses the stronger fist, myself or Zhao Gang? Chapter 67. One-on-one, it's that brat. He is indeed still alive. Many failed to discern who emerged from the fog, but Zhao Gang instantly recognized him, furiously turning to Jia Qing, who wore a dazed expression, shouting, "Is this the person you claimed should have been devoured by the monster? Explain why he remains unharmed." Jia Qing was also struck hard by this revelation. Though he had prepared himself in advance, the sight of Qin Feng swaggering out left him engulfed in fear and self-doubt. "Qin Feng, why are you still alive?" Jia Qing pondered, straining his eyes to identify the figure shrouded in mist. Yet Qin Feng did not disappoint him. Upon revealing himself, he immediately advanced towards the group. As he drew closer, everyone could finally discern his features. Indeed, he truly is a ghost. This revelation not only instigated self-doubt in Jia Qing but also evoked gasps from those who had previously joined him in the siege against Qin Feng. Why did this fellow not perish at the monster's jaws? Is he human or a ghost? Many were astonished, instinctively taking a step back, while those with lesser courage trembled, on the verge of losing control. Gazing at the faces filled with terror and bewilderment, Qin Feng merely shook his head with a smile. "I apologize for disappointing you. I was not consumed by the monster. Why did that monster spare you?" The first to voice disbelief was Jia Qing, who clutched the place where his left hand had been severed, struggling to shout. Qin Feng calmly replied, "Perhaps it is because I tend to perform good deeds. It has received my care, and thus had no reason to attack me." After delivering this enigmatic statement, Qin Feng shifted his gaze towards Zhao Gang, whose expression had contorted into one of extreme hostility. His tone icy. "I have been anticipating your arrival, but I did not expect your team to perform so abysmally." Qin Feng shook his head, revealing profound disappointment. He had initially believed that a fierce battle would erupt tonight. Yet reality had let him down. This group had openly engaged in infighting before him. A team lacking core cohesion possessed no combat effectiveness. In stark contrast to Qin Feng's nonchalance, Zhao Gang's expression was one of utter dismay. "What are you so pleased about? Even without this group of useless fools, I alone can handle you." As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, his face contorting with rage, a sinister hue forming on his forehead. Qin Feng replied indifferently, "No, you are not capable." Throughout the skirmish, Qin Feng had remained perched atop a rooftop, meticulously observing their actions. It was undeniable that Zhao Gang had undergone a certain degree of evolution. Both his aura and overall demeanor were vastly different from that of an ordinary person, which explained why he had easily cowed the entire team into submission. However, it seemed that Zhao Gang was merely at the initial stage of evolution. In other words, he had only begun the process. He had yet to complete it fully. Thus, Qin Feng was entirely unconcerned by his presence. After all, the distinctions between someone newly evolved and one who had fully completed the process were substantial. Yet Zhao Gang evidently could not discern this. He merely felt that with his newfound strength and robust physique, he could effortlessly subdue Qin Feng. "I do not believe you can be my match. Tonight, you are as good as dead." With that declaration, Zhao Gang lunged forward, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Qin Feng. "You are the first to dare challenge my authority, if not for you. This rabble surrounding me would never have conceived the notion to oppose me. So you must die. Are you attempting to assert your dominance over me?" Qin Feng laughed, shaking his head as he retorted. "How foolish! You mobilized everyone to capture us but I suspect your rear guard is now quite vulnerable. Yes. What do you mean?" Upon hearing those words, Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shifting his gaze towards the direction of the air raid shelter where he had taken refuge. Unfortunately, obscured by the night and thick fog, he could not see clearly. Only a vague, abnormal hue of red seemed to emanate slowly from that direction. This color resembled the glow of fire piercing through the dense mist. "Damn it, what have you done?" Zhao Gang was thoroughly panicked, instinctively exclaiming. Qin Feng remained as calm as ever, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It's nothing. When you come to disturb my lair, it is only fitting that I arrange a welcoming gift for you. By now, the place you occupy should have turned into a charred wasteland, along with all the supplies you hoarded inside, which may have already turned to ashes, you bastard. I will tear you apart. Zhao Gang's fury was ignited completely. The supplies stored in the air raid shelter were not merely his lifeline. They were the very foundation of his authority, the means by which he garnered loyalty and controlled every member of his team. As long as the apocalypse persisted, those around him would have no choice but to bow before Zhao Gang in their desperate quest for mere survival. This was the reason he had always resorted to such ruthless methods with his subordinates, and none dared to defy him. But now, with all the food and supplies that had been used to maintain control reduced to ash, how could he possibly subjugate over 40 adult men solely through force? Indeed, upon learning that the air raid shelter had been destroyed and that he could no longer derive any benefits from Zhao Gang, the group, already discontented with his obstinate nature, took a collective step back, their expressions reflecting a newfound uncertainty. With no advantages left, why should they continue to serve Zhao Gang? Once they found food, could they not allocate it amongst themselves? The morale began to wane, and some even perceived the conflict as meaningless. Furtively glancing around, preparing to flee from this source of trouble, Zhao Gang sensed the shift in the atmosphere and immediately became frantic, shouting, "You bastards, don't look around. Remember, I am your. How about this, Zhao Gang? Since you wish to slay me to establish your dominance, and I have long found you displeasing, why don't you and I step out and engage in a fair battle? If I lose, everything here is yours. If you lose, then death awaits you." Before Zhao Gang could finish reprimanding, Qin Feng stepped forward, unarmed, casting a challenging glance at Zhao Gang. Chapter 68. Sensing danger. Very well. Zhao Gang was seething with rage. Astonished by the rapid turn of events, yet he felt little fear towards Qin Feng. This young man, whom he found exceedingly detestable, exuded an air of indifference and arrogance that perpetually irked him. He had long desired to rid himself of this nuisance. Even if Qin Feng had not initiated the challenge, he would have done so regardless. "Then you shall perish." Zhao Gang's legs powered forward as he charged at his opponent. His movements were swift, though not quite matching the speed of a hunting cheetah, yet still several times faster than an ordinary person. He unleashed a menacing grin mid-leap. Qin Feng remained steadfast, waiting until Zhao Gang closed the distance before delivering a powerful punch directly to Zhao Gang's chest. Zhao Gang made no attempt to evade. He allowed the fist to collide with him, coldly retorting, "Your strength is of no consequence to me." Accompanying his mockery was a metallic clang, reminiscent of steel striking steel. Qin Feng's fist felt as though it had struck a steel plate. Indeed, Zhao Gang had evolved, possessing not only enhanced speed and ferocity but also remarkable stamina. Even his body's resilience against impacts had multiplied. And his skin seemed to harden, akin to iron, that of course, it was merely a semblance of steel, not truly hardened to that extent. It was certainly much tougher than an ordinary human. However, just as Zhao Gang reveled in his perceived superiority, Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle and suddenly intensified the force behind his punch. Bang! A second blow reverberated, the previously dull metallic sound transforming into a sharp crack, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. Zhao Gang's grin froze, propelled by a fierce force. He cried out in agony. Even if his skin were as hard as steel, the excruciating pain of broken ribs was maddening. Zhao Gang stumbled back, his expression one of disbelief, staring blankly at Qin Feng before lowering his gaze to inspect his chest. There, a dent appeared, not particularly deep, yet it signified that a rib had been forcibly shattered by a single punch, sending searing pain coursing through his body. Qin Feng maintained his stance, coldly observing Zhao Gang from a position of superiority. "I know why you are so confident, but unfortunately for you, I have experienced this stage before you." "What did you say? How could you also have evolved?" Zhao Gang was instantly thrown into a state of panic, the dull ache in his chest contorting his features in agony. Ridiculous. Qin Feng wasted no time, stepping forward to deliver another punch. His strike was straightforward, yet its greatest advantage lay in its swiftness, almost too rapid for Zhao Gang to react. Moreover, The explosive force contained within the punch produced a thunderous crack as it sliced through the air. That was no mere fist. It resembled a cannonball. This time, thoroughly panicked, Zhao Gang dared not face the blow head-on. He desperately attempted to dodge, exerting all his strength to leap aside. Yet, Qin Feng's evolutionary level far surpassed his own, his speed and reflexes easily outstripping Zhao Gang's. Before he could evade, the heavy fist struck fiercely against his shoulder. Crack! Another bone shattered upon impact. No matter where Zhao Gang attempted to escape, Qin Feng's fist followed relentlessly, leaving him with no means of evasion. The third punch landed near Zhao Gang's neck, the overwhelming force nearly crushing his vocal cords. Zhao Gang spat forth a mouthful of blood, staining his shirt crimson. Although this punch was mitigated by his muscles, preventing him from fracturing his cervical vertebrae, the immense pressure rendered him breathless, his voice hoarse and feeble. He was utterly defenseless, unable to counter or evade Qin Feng's relentless assault. Suffering increasingly with each blow, all his confidence and arrogance were shattered to pieces. Zhao Gang finally comprehended the meaning of despair, his cries growing more frantic. Yet, surpassing his screams was the profound disbelief that fueled his rapid unraveling. He could not fathom how, after gaining such power, he was still no match for Qin Feng, unable to withstand even a single punch. It defied all logic. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer. Ah, you are a monster, you are not human. Fear escalated, plunging Zhao Gang into terror and disarray. He ducked and pleaded, please spare me. I don't want to die. Let me live, everything here is yours. Don't you desire to command dozens of subordinates? To relish the feeling of being above others? This scoundrel, his shameless entreaty ignited fury among the onlookers, even causing a few who had contemplated intervening to pause, their expressions twisted in disgust. So, Zhao Gang had always viewed his subordinates as mere dogs. In that moment, no one felt any pity for him. Faced with the real prospect of death, Zhao Gang lost all courage. The earlier bravado and madness evaporated as he rolled away, begging for Qin Feng to spare his life. Yet, Qin Feng showed no mercy, for he understood that sparing a snake would only lead to further harm. With each punch landing harder than the last, he systematically cut off all avenues of retreat for Zhao Gang. Overwhelmed, Zhao Gang could only use his body to absorb the blows. With each strike, he coughed up blood, his bones feeling as though they were dislocated, resembling a dismantled machine. Amidst Zhao Gang's dire predicament, some in the crowd began to cheer, seemingly celebrating the downfall of this villain, reveling in the notion that he too would face retribution. However, their cheers were short-lived. Just as Qin Feng cornered Zhao Gang, rendering him unable to retreat or evade, he unexpectedly ceased his assault, halting without warning. I surrender. Please, let me go. I truly concede. At this point, Zhao Gang was bloodied and bruised, half kneeling on the ground, stripped of all his former grandeur. Reduced to a mere supplicant, be silent. Yet, Qin Feng showed no inclination to entertain his ramblings. Instead, he squinted, continuously scanning the surroundings with suspicion, as if sensing something amiss. This unusual behavior left everyone bewildered, yet given Qin Feng's previous display of violence, those from the town dared not approach to inquire about his sudden change. Qin Feng, what is wrong? Observing the clearly dominant figure who was inexplicably hesitating to deliver the final blow to Zhao Gang. He Yong, who had been watching from a concealed corner of the villa, could no longer contain himself. He rushed to open a window and leaped out, shouting as he ran, hurry, finish him off, kill that bastard. Something feels amiss. It seems we are being watched by something. Qin Feng continued to ignore Zhao Gang, who was half kneeling on the ground, subdued and bleeding, instead darkening his expression and revealing a countenance of considerable distress. To the left of the villa, an entity was rapidly approaching us, and it exuded a palpable aura of danger. Chapter 69. The giant frog. The advantages of evolution extend beyond mere enhancements in strength. Sensory perception, vision, and the ability to anticipate threats all escalate exponentially. Thus, Qin Feng easily detected the ominous presence lurking beneath the veil of night, a menace so profound that even Lin Feng felt a sense of breathlessness in its wake. What is it? He-Yong was instantly taken aback, instinctively whispering in alarm, "I do not know." "This sensation is unprecedented," Qin Feng replied, equally surprised. He abandoned his intention to continue assaulting Zhao Gang, stepping back instead and casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze over the bewildered onlookers, sternly admonishing, "You had best leave quickly." Qin Feng was not one who relished bloodshed. His previous actions against those guarding the villa were born out of necessity. In circumstances where he had a choice, he wished to avoid conflict with anyone. Hence, he bore no murderous intent towards those coerced into encircling him by Zhao Gang. However, his words were met with disbelief. After a moment of silence, Jia Qing, trembling, spoke up, "Do not frighten us. We see no danger whatsoever. When you finally perceive it, it may be too late." Qin Feng's tone was grave, devoid of any jest. Even a trace of inexplicable dread flickered across his features, an unprecedented reaction since his first phase of evolution. Is it truly that terrifying? He-Yong, familiar with Qin Feng, felt a surge of panic at the evident unease reflected in his eyes. Before he could inquire further, a bizarre croaking sound erupted from the darkness, heavy and muffled, akin to a bull's bellowing. In the next instant, the crowd heard a series of thudding impacts, reminiscent of someone dribbling a basketball while approaching. There, Qin Feng discerned the source of the sound, fixing his gaze on an open space to the left of the villa, several dozen meters away. Gradually, a dark figure began to emerge into view, bouncing into the light. When Qin Feng finally discerned what it was, his eyes widened in shock, and he gasped incredulously, "How can this be? Why is it so large? What on earth have you seen?" He-Yong, now frantic, shoved Qin Feng aside and craned his neck to glimpse the source. Yet, unlike Qin Feng, He-Yong lacked such acute vision, and the scene before him was shrouded in haze. Not only He-Yong, but nearly everyone, including Jia Qing, turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Yet they saw nothing. An intangible fear enveloped the crowd. They were unaware of what loomed in the shadowy mist. But it felt as if something dreadful was drawing near. In less than 2 seconds, the figure drew closer, and then a collective gasp erupted. "My goodness, it's a frog." What a gigantic frog! A frog? Such a declaration rendered everyone speechless. Many turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Zhao Gang, who had been brutally beaten by Qin Feng, now curled up in fear, trembling uncontrollably. What is there to fear about a frog? The crowd was perplexed, with some even deriding Zhao Gang, incredulous that this once arrogant figure, who strutted about with an air of superiority, could be so intimidated by a mere frog, which was quite laughable. However, as laughter faded, their amusement turned to dread. Beneath the dark, tumultuous sky, a colossal creature was gradually revealing itself. When the frog's form became fully visible, nearly everyone recoiled in terror. Good heavens, is this truly a frog? How could it be so enormous? A collective gasp, mingled with a rising tide of fear, surged within their hearts. Indeed, it was a frog that bore an uncanny resemblance to the ordinary ones, with similar limbs, a rotund belly, and a skin of greenish hue, every detail mirroring that of frogs from the blue star world. The sole distinction lay in its size. Its head was as large as a millstone, and even in a semi-crouched position, it stood nearly 2 meters tall. Its robust limbs sprawled wide upon the ground, and its cheeks puffed rhythmically, emitting croaks. What was most unsettling, however, was the hue of its eyes. They were a chilling blue, resembling 2 massive searchlights, fixated on the crowd, as if it were hunting for prey. My goodness, whose pet is this frog? It must have mutated. The crowd was left in disbelief, many stunned into silence, releasing numb cries of alarm. Even Qin Feng found himself among the dazed. They had encountered frogs before, but one of this magnitude was nothing short of a monster. Just as the crowd was engulfed in a collective silence, the giant frog suddenly twisted its massive head, opened its mouth wide, and launched a long, white tongue. Its tongue was broad and elastic, rapidly extending 5 to 6 meters, effortlessly ensnaring the waist of one unfortunate man, who was swiftly reeled back in. The most bizarre and incomprehensible spectacle unfolded in an instant. A robust, burly man was effortlessly lifted by the frog's tongue, amid cries of horror and distress. The soft, pliable lips of the frog enveloped the man's head, a rhythmic motion swallowing him whole. "Help me! Someone save me!" The man, feeling as though he were suffocating, exerted all his strength to thrash and scream. Yet, with his head completely ensnared within the giant frog's maw, his voice emerged muffled and unclear, and no one moved. They were all transfixed in shock. Soon, the man's head and shoulders disappeared into the cavernous mouth of the giant frog, followed by his shoulders and flailing arms. The man's desperate cries echoed, futilely thrashing his legs, but his struggles only rendered the scene more surreal. The frog's mouth clung to his body, gradually engulfing him, inch by inch, until he slid down the throat and into the creature's stomach. The entire process transpired in less than 10 seconds, and the man's struggles were hardly significant. He was effortlessly consumed by the giant frog. Silence fell, an inexplicable, suffocating silence, before the crowd erupted in a collective scream. Run! Chapter 70. The man-eating monster. Without hesitation, without delay, each person sprang into action, propelled by fear. Sprinting towards the villa's exit as if their lives depended on it, Hyung, drenched in sweat, instinctively tightened his grip on his axe, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Do not hesitate. Quickly, grab Hiya and run. Qin Feng had no time for idle chatter, forcefully pushing forward, shouting, "We must regroup in the center of town." Understood. The surreal, terrifying scene was enough to rattle even the most seasoned soldier. Hyung, nearly driven mad by fright, wasted no time, darting towards Hiya's hiding spot, seizing hold of her, who wore a similarly dazed expression, and fled. The crowd was in chaos, pushing and shoving, desperately attempting to escape, yet the gap in the villa's fence was narrow, igniting a fresh wave of congestion and conflict, trapping them within, making it difficult to exit swiftly, though not push, one at a time. What are you all doing but causing chaos? Hyung found himself amidst the throng, one hand gripping an axe while the other clasped Hiya's hand, straining to push through the crowd that stood before them. The scene was chaotic and frantic. After devouring a person, the gigantic frog was relentless, shifting its body to fixate on yet another target. Its bulk was formidable, and although its movements were sluggish, the tongue within its maw was frightfully agile. The colossal creature needed not to move. A mere opening of its mouth would unleash a long, white tongue that darted through the air with alarming speed. Ensnaring its prey, as the tongue recoiled, the captured individual would be hurled back and swallowed whole. This beast was consuming humans at an astonishing rate, showing no need for mastication. Regardless of size, stature, or build, anyone who fell victim to the giant frog's mouth stood no chance of escape. Within mere seconds, they would vanish without a trace. The creature's stomach was akin to an insatiable meat grinder, having already gorged on 2 victims, yet it showed no signs of satiation. Instead, it reveled in its gluttony, continuing to launch its tongue and draw in targets one after another, voraciously devouring them. Many onlookers were struck by terror upon witnessing this gruesome display, leading to heightened panic. The crowd had no choice but to flee with all their might, believing that escaping the frog's reach would ensure their safety. However, this proved to be no simple task. Nearly 50 individuals were jostling and racing down a narrow path, each person impeding the progress of the others, resulting in an agonizingly slow exodus. The panicked throng knew nothing of yielding, and the passage outside the villa was indeed too constricted, with many pressed against the walls, still desperately striving to inch closer to the exit. The giant frog croaked, as if celebrating the ease with which it procured its meals. After consuming 3 people, its tongue continued to seek out new prey, reminiscent of a serpent hunting with predatory precision. "Monster, I shall confront you." A stout, middle-aged man found himself at the rear of the group, fortuitously positioned just as the frog's tongue descended upon him. In a moment of sheer panic, his eyes blazed red, and he realized he could retaliate. Gripping an iron rod with both hands, he summoned all his strength and swung it toward the frog's tongue. To his astonishment, the frog's soft tongue transformed, becoming remarkably resilient under the impact. Although the blow was powerful, it failed to budge the tongue, and instead, the man was flung backward by an overwhelming force, landing on another individual. "Watch it! Get off me!" the struck person shouted in anger, instinctively kicking the man away. But almost immediately, the giant frog's sticky tongue lashed out, ensnaring the victim's scalp and lifting him effortlessly. The man cried out in agony, flailing desperately as he was drawn toward the frog's mouth. The tongue, with a surprisingly small contact area, adhered to the man's scalp with a transparent secretion more potent than the strongest glue. Even as he tore at his own flesh in a futile attempt to escape, the inevitable outcome was sealed. Heavens, this is horrifying! Qin Feng watched helplessly as the giant frog feasted on humans, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Among all species in nature, humans lacked any inherent physical superiority. Even with evolutionary advancements, the increase in strength paled in comparison to the creatures of the wild. The sheer scale of this frog, which dwarfed 3 men combined, loomed like a small mountain, leaving him feeling particularly vulnerable. "Run! Run!" Seizing the moment while Qin Feng was lost in thought, Zhao Gang burst forth despite suffering severe injuries in the previous skirmish. Remarkably, his recovery was astonishing. Within mere minutes, he was able to run and jump. Yet Zhao Gang's intent was not to shield others, but rather to find a place to hide, instinctively plunging into the crowd. Unfortunately, his haste led him to become the next target for the giant frog. Before he could fully merge into the throng, the air was pierced by the sound of the descending tongue. Zhao Gang, startled, instinctively looked upward to see the white tongue, resembling a malformed adhesive, hurtling toward him. In a split second, without a second thought, he seized a nearby man and hoisted him above his head. The giant frog's primary target was Zhao Gang, but with a substitute now available, it wasted no time in capturing the hapless man instead. "Zhao Gang, you scoundrel!" The man, enraged at being used as a decoy, desperately reached for Zhao Gang's neck, intent on dragging him down with him. "Get lost, don't touch me." Although Zhao Gang could not overpower Qin Feng, he was significantly stronger than an ordinary person. With a sinister grin, he retaliated with a fierce punch to the man's nose, sending him sprawling into unconsciousness. The giant frog's tongue, retracting swiftly, ensnared the unconscious man and effortlessly pulled him into its gaping maw. In truth, those devoured while unconscious were far luckier than those who remained aware, as they were spared the agony of their fate while the living continued to endure the relentless torment inflicted by the monster. Chapter 71. Battle chaos reigned. Not long after the giant frog's arrival, the crowd descended into utter disarray, with no one caring for anyone else as they fought desperately to escape. Each person aimed to flee the clutches of this terrifying beast, oblivious to the gruesome details of its feasting. However, Qin Feng was an exception. From the moment the giant frog emerged, he had been observing closely, quickly discerning the creature's hunting methods. Although fear gripped him, having undergone the first stage of evolution afforded him a degree of confidence. Thus, unlike the others who mindlessly surged toward the gate, he discreetly picked up a fallen iron rod, guarding himself while remaining vigilant against the frog's assault. In the current chaos, the doorway was overcrowded, making it impossible for Qin Feng to escape easily. Rather than turn his back to the beast, he preferred to face it head-on, ready to act at a moment's notice should danger arise. This fearless stance naturally drew the giant frog's attention. After consuming 4 or 5 people, it seemed somewhat sated, ceasing its tongue's relentless pursuit and scanning the fleeing crowd with its green gaze. Qin Feng was the first to catch its eye. Standing still amid the frantic chaos, he stood out starkly, prompting the monster to fixate on him. Catching the creature's gaze, Qin Feng felt a weight settle upon him. He recalled that frogs typically preyed on swiftly moving objects, yet this giant frog was different. Its dark green eyes locked onto his face, puffing its cheeks as it croaked, clearly preparing to strike. "Here it comes!" Instinctively, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the iron rod, tensing every muscle in his body. Just as he braced for the impending attack, the giant frog lunged. Its white tongue shot forth, forming a straight line that reached him in the blink of an eye. This attack was straightforward yet remarkably effective. The tongue's flexibility and the explosive speed at which it traveled far surpassed the reflexes of an ordinary human, making it seemingly unavoidable. Yet Qin Feng managed to evade. As the frog's tongue moved, he anticipated its trajectory, leaping 3 meters into the air. The white tongue, accompanied by a piercing sound, slammed into the ground where he had just stood, creating a web of cracks in the solid concrete floor as if struck by a hammer. What incredible strength! Qin Feng's heart raced. Although he had successfully dodged the attack, the force behind the frog's tongue instilled a profound fear within him. This creature's tongue was not merely for ensnaring prey. As a flash of inspiration struck Qin Feng, his body succumbed to the pull of gravity, sinking downwards. Just as his feet made contact with the ground, a swift sound sliced through the air beside him. The severed tongue did not retract immediately. Instead, it curled in a sinister arc, like a venomous barb, and lunged straight towards Qin Feng's back, swift and precise. Alas, Qin Feng could no longer suppress his expletives. Without turning around, he sensed, through the rush of wind, the sheer destructive force of that tongue. If it struck him, his entire body would likely be skewered like a shish kebab. With no other option, he crouched low and rolled along the ground. The white tongue, emanating a foul, putrid odor, brushed perilously close to his forehead, followed by a wet, viscous slime that dripped from it, landing on his brow and causing an unexpected sting. Every spot on his forehead touched by the white slime burned with a painful sensation. Hastily, he wiped it away, his heart racing in trepidation. This slime appeared to possess corrosive properties, not only adhering to surfaces but also capable of dissolving matter. Were an ordinary person to come into contact with it, their situation might be far more dire than his. Clearly, to confront this abomination, he needed to devise a way to neutralize its tongue first. A thought flickered in his mind as he scanned his surroundings, but found no sharp objects within reach. Though he clutched a metal rod, it was only suitable for bludgeoning, incapable of delivering a cutting blow. "Who has a knife?" In desperation, Qin Feng turned his back to the crowd and let out a bellow. Upon hearing his roar, a diminutive man immediately responded, "I have one." With that, a 2-foot-long boning knife was flung from the chaotic throng, soaring toward Qin Feng's side. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out, grasping the blade firmly, and upon inspection, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. The knife was perfectly balanced in both length and weight. Likely a tool used in slaughterhouses, neither too light nor overly cumbersome. Armed with a weapon, Qin Feng's confidence surged as he pivoted the knife's tip, charging once more at the colossal frog. Previously, he had faltered due to a lack of suitable weaponry, forced to evade. But this time, he took the initiative. The giant frog, repeating its previous tactic, unleashed its tongue with a speed that resembled a flash of white light, closing in within an instant. Yet Qin Feng did not flinch. Instead, he gripped the knife handle with both hands, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike against the approaching tongue. With a swift motion, the two forces collided at breakneck speed. Contrary to his expectations, the tongue of the giant frog possessed an extraordinary adhesive quality. Although Qin Feng's strike was precise and dealt considerable damage, it was insufficient to sever the tongue completely. Moreover, the slime secreted from the tongue not only corroded the blade but also released a potent stickiness, effectively binding the knife in place, rendering Qin Feng unable to withdraw it. Cursed be it. Qin Feng cursed vehemently, then freed his left hand, delivering a powerful punch to the base of the tongue. This blow could shatter bricks, with hundreds of kilograms of force behind it, far beyond human capability to withstand. However, despite absorbing the impact, the giant frog barely reacted. Instead, it yanked its tongue back, causing Qin Feng to lose his balance and be forcibly pulled forward. "Let go!" Someone shouted a warning. Though they had been adversaries moments ago, in the face of this monstrous threat, humanity instinctively united. Moreover, Qin Feng was the sole individual equipped to battle the creature. Should he fall, the remaining survivors would likely find no hope of escape. Chapter 72. More than just a quest for food, did Qin Feng release his grip? No. Despite the giant frog's immense strength, pulling the knife, and Qin Feng backwards with reckless abandon, he remained steadfast. His body, akin to a kite, was lifted into the air by the frog's tongue, tracing a parabolic arc. In a mere 2 seconds, he found himself hurtling toward the monster's gaping maw. The creature had already opened its mouth wide in anticipation. With less than half a meter separating them, the giant frog's jaws snapped shut, targeting Qin Feng's head. Though toothless, the frog's mouth oozed a copious amount of transparent slime, which Qin Feng instinctively knew was highly corrosive. If caught, he would likely lose all capacity for resistance. Yet Qin Feng felt no fear. In the fleeting moment before the giant frog's jaws closed, he thrust the knife upward, aiming for the top of its mouth. This maneuver caught the frog off guard. Even if it had anticipated the action, the proximity left it no room to evade. With a sound akin to fabric tearing, the blade penetrated the creature's upper jaw. Aligning with Qin Feng's expectations, despite the tongue's impressive resilience, the softer tissue of the mouth was no match for metal. The knife easily sliced through the frog's lips, the cold blade gliding along the wound like a current of electricity. With a sudden splash, the creature's mouth erupted in blood, a vivid crimson tinged with an eerie green, nauseating and grotesque. The giant frog let out a furious bellow, instinctively exhaling, and expelled Qin Feng, who had nearly been swallowed whole. Once again, his body soared high, tracing a parabolic path before crashing to the ground, rolling repeatedly and leaving him dizzy. Yet the smile at his lips was unmistakable. The monster was not invincible, at least now. He possessed the ability to injure it. Having learned this lesson, he believed the creature would be frightened enough to flee. However, Qin Feng had miscalculated. The knife had indeed inflicted harm, but the wounded giant frog responded not with fear, but with an overwhelming fury. Its mouth agape, the already distended throat convulsed as if retching, expelling a slimy, viscous substance. When Qin Feng managed to rise and glance down, he was horrified by the sight before him. The viscous, slippery masses were the remnants of those devoured by the giant frog. Their bodies had disintegrated, leaving behind tattered clothing clinging to the remnants of corroded skeletons. The gruesome fate of these individuals sent chills down Qin Feng's spine. The first victim, reduced to mere bones, was still coated in the slimy gastric fluid, which hissed as it reacted with the air, resembling concentrated sulfuric acid. Even the once solid leg bones were visibly darkening, rapidly dissolving. The potency of the creature's gastric acid was staggering. Yet, this was not the most horrifying aspect. The truly nauseating sight was of the bodies not yet fully dissolved. Their forms, ravaged by the corrosive fluid, appeared grotesquely disfigured. Some had lost flesh from their arms, revealing blackened bones that flailed helplessly in the air. Qin Feng watched in horror as a figure, its head grotesquely shaped like a triangle, suddenly sprang from the mass of gastric fluid, crying out in despair, "Help me! Save me!" It reached out with its corroded arm, grasping at nothing, as though that might free it from its grim fate. Alas, it was futile. With its belly lighter from expelling its recent meal, the giant frog became more agile. It swiftly raised its forepaw and brought it crashing down upon the half-dissolved, frantically screaming individual. Crack! Qin Feng heard the sound of bones splintering, and beneath the giant frog's claw, a spray of blood erupted. One could only imagine the terrifying force behind a creature weighing over 500 pounds. Those who had never witnessed such a spectacle would remain oblivious to its true ferocity, often mistakenly believing that the fiercest animals on land were lions or tigers, overlooking the importance of size and proportion.